If I were to choose an evolutionary sequence, which one would it be? Would it be the sequence 001-inch ghoul with regenerative abilities? Or sequence 002-inch spirit umbrella with the ability to separate the soul? Or perhaps sequence 003-inch spider queen capable of infinite reproduction? However, these powerful and bizarre creatures are all related to the waste people imprisoned in the most stringent prison in China. Simply because I have acquired the ability to create sequences. I directly placed the blood of the undying tribe into the main slot and then placed the simulated human skin carnivorous plant into the secondary slot. As the yellow progress bar slowly filled up, a test tube containing half a bottle of deep red liquid appeared in the system space, unnamed reagent. Effects unknown, administer orally. Looking at this half tube of eerie liquid, I fell into a moment of silence. I still needed to find a suitable test subject. At the very least, it had to be someone who could leave this prison. Next to my cell there was a guard specifically assigned to supervise special prisoners. His plight made him desperately in need of power. His wife and son were murdered by 3 superhumans and he could only listen to the screams coming from the other side of the phone. It was supposed to be a normal night, but in this one night his happy family was suddenly destroyed. Superhumans or beasts, I would give my life to not let you have it easy. He muttered, his nails digging deeply into his palm, instantly staining the ground with fresh red blood. Just then a faint voice quietly rose, "Revenge, you're just going to sacrifice more lives." My gaze landed on the young man who looked frail. I kept my expression unchanged and threw him a chip that could drive him mad. "I can give you the power to kill those superhumans." Li Ran's pupils dilated instantly, but this time it was due to shock. If it were someone else he might have scoffed, but the man before him was once the strongest superhuman in the world. He almost didn't hesitate at all and knelt down before me. "As long as you can let me kill those beasts, I am willing to pay any price, even if it means my life." I tossed the reagent before him. "Drink it and you'll know what the price is." Li Ran didn't hesitate for a moment, caught the half tube of red liquid and immediately tilted his head back and swallowed it. The moment it entered his mouth, the liquid unexpectedly flowed backward, surging into his brain. His head seemed like it was about to explode. About 10 minutes later, Li Ran finally stopped convulsing and shakily stood up, his ordeal over. Seeing this, I actually frowned. Li Ran now looked no different than before. Suddenly Li Ran's whole body trembled and the next moment his entire head split open like a blooming flower, breaking into several pieces with densely packed horrifying petals. My mouth curled up slightly. It seemed to be a success. "Congratulations to the host on your first successful creation. A premium material pack is awarded. Please name the bizarre sequence 001-inch," the system announced. I propped my chin and thought for a while, then slowly uttered 2 words: "Ghoul." Sequence 001-inch, initial level, sea level peak with abilities to camouflage, rapid recovery, and immunity to fatal injuries. Only sea level, but it's fine. Now that I've obtained new items, I should be able to create something even better. I then assigned 30 attribute points to rapid recovery. Immunity to fatal injuries is good, but with only 150 creation points in total, I'll have to enhance it later. After I finished this series of tasks, Li Ran had also regained control of his body and returned to his original form. The scene shifts to 3 days later. 3 delinquent youths, looking every bit the part of privileged young masters, stroll out of an alley, laughing and talking among themselves. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black confronts them, accusing, "You killed my wife and children." Recognizing the man, Wang Yankai and his friends burst into roaring laughter. "I didn't expect you to actually show up." "Brave indeed," he taunts, growing more enthusiastic with each word, oblivious to the fury turning Li Ran's eyes a blood red. "As you've come seeking death, I shall reunite you with your family below," Wang Yankai declares, unleashing searing flames towards Li Ran. Instantly Li Ran is enveloped by a sphere of high-temperature flames. Wang smirks dismissively and signals his companions to leave, certain that any ordinary person would perish from his attack, despite his skin sizzling from the burns. Li Ran remains unflinchingly expressionless. Wang Yankai is chilled to the bone by this eerie spectacle, just as he is about to deliver another blast to finish the man off. Li Ran's head, now mere inches away, suddenly splits into 5 segments, revealing rows of sharp teeth, each perilously close to Wang's own head. A scream of terror echoes through the district and Wang collapses to the ground, his pants visibly dampened with fear. "Monster, don't eat me," he pleads. But the sound of bones snapping follows as the head, moving like flower petals, leaves nothing but a headless corpse. The remaining 2 companions are utterly terrified and flee without looking back. Li Ran's head morphs back to its original form, his expression still as placid as ever. In the next moment, Li Ran's palms transform into side-like blades and his forearms stretch like rubber, shooting out towards the backs of the fleeing figures. Even as their consciousness fades, the youths murmur in confusion, weren't the beasts supposed to be extinct? I observe all these events unfolding around Li Ran from the information panel, peak of Class C, not bad, coupled with immunity to fatal wounds. He could hold his own for a few rounds even against an ordinary Class B ability user, but his technique is rather crude and he hasn't cleaned up the loose ends well. I suppose it won't be long before that gang of curs tracks him down. Chen Lingyu watched with keen interest as the virtual screen before him unfolded a scene featuring none other than Li Ran. As the events concluded, his system timely chimed in, Sequence 001 Nagul defeated F-rank ability users *3, earning creation points *3. Oh, so creation points can be earned this way as well? But only 1 point for F-rank. It seems the system specifically targets ability users. Not much, but it's another avenue to explore. Not bad at all. Chen Lingyu closed the scene. Li Ran broke down in tears after his revenge succeeded and once again opened the storage space of his system. Seeing the neatly arranged 3 material packs of varying quality inside, he slightly curved his lips with a hint of anticipation. It's time to welcome a new member, he said as the 3 material packs in his system backpack were opened in sequence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Paper Umbrella Extreme in Blood Dark Source Matter. What could it be? Chen Lingyu clicked on the final synthesis key. According to the latest reports, at 5 o'clock today, citizens discovered 3 corpses of ability users in the old district of Jiangnan. Forensic examination revealed the deaths were extremely bizarre, with wounds that seem to have traces of beast attacks. Citizens are advised to stay vigilant. Jiangnan Ability Users Association's branch Ring. Observing the demure woman before him, Wang Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement, just about ready to spring into action, but a sudden phone ring ruined his mood. Who's so clueless to call me at this moment? Wang Haotian glared with anger, ready to answer and give the caller a piece of his mind, but seeing the caller's name made him shiver, anger dissipating, transforming him from a lion to a meek lamb, face full of forced smiles. Hello, President, what brings you to call your subordinate today? Wang Deacon, did you see this morning's report? The usually smooth-talking president spoke with unusual severity. Wang Haotian immediately sensed something was amiss and asked cautiously, No, I haven't seen it yet. Did something major happen? The person on the other end, knowing Wang Haotian's usual manner, frowned slightly before continuing. The old district under your jurisdiction is suspected to have an exotic beast appear. 3 ability users died last night, one of them was your son. What? Wang Haotian almost jumped up from his bed, eyes wide with disbelief. Pre-President, you mean Yen Kai He is a sigh came from the other end of the phone. Yes, after identity verification, one of the bodies is indeed your son Wang Yen Kai. Impossible. Wang Haotian's eyes turned blood-red, veins on his neck bulging with rage. His furious roar startled the woman beside him. Master, you, get out of here. Before the soft voice could finish, Wang Haotian turned and roared, scaring the woman into fleeing in panic. Deacon Wang, I know this is hard to accept, but you need to calm down first. No, this can't be. Wang Haotian seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly picking up his phone to ask further. President, wasn't it clearly said before that the exotic beasts had been completely eradicated? How could there still be one now? You're right, that is the biggest mystery of this case. On the other end of the line, the tone was exceedingly grave. Based on the analysis above, this incident might very well be the work of a superpowered individual attempting to cover their tracks. Alternatively, it could be due to some peculiar reason that there are still remnants of exotic beasts on Blue Star. Since Jiangnan is quite far from the headquarters, we've been tasked with initiating the investigation. If it's the first scenario, all will be well, but if it's the latter, I'm afraid. The voice on the phone paused briefly before continuing to address Wang Haotian. I understand the pain of losing your son, but this incident occurred within your jurisdiction and it is closely tied to you, therefore you are the one to investigate this matter. Any objections? I'll take the task, Wang Haotian replied, suppressing the overwhelming grief in his heart. His eyes reddened. I don't care whether it's human or ghost. When I find them, I will tear them to pieces. No way, how could there still be exotic beasts? Weren't they all wiped out? Someone questioned incredulously. If there are, it's not a big deal, but why does it have to be in this godforsaken place? Our luck is truly rotten. However, those superpowered individuals who died weren't exactly saints either. Right, those superpowered people never treated us like humans. I heard from old Lou last time that the kid next door to him was killed by those beasts. Li Ran sat alone at the bar listening to the chatter around him while continuously downing strong liquor. Little did these people know that the exotic beast they were discussing was mingling among them at that very moment. He clenched his fist, aware that his power was all thanks to that mysterious man. Once the heat dies down, he thought he must hurry back to find that master. Truth be told, he could choose not to return to the 9th prison and live freely outside. Even so, trapped within the prison, Shen Lingyu seemed unable to do anything to him. Yet, for some reason, ever since Li Ran drank that potion, he had lost any notion of betrayal, a fact that even he hadn't realized. In the old district, 10 miles outside the bar, under the cover of night, a burly figure stood silently atop a tall building. Suddenly an urgent alarm rang out and Wang Haotian immediately grabbed the tracker in his hand. As the red dot lit up on the map, his face twisted into a fierce expression. "Found you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the veins bulged on his powerful legs. With a forceful push, his body leaped several meters high above, spanning dozens of meters in the air. He jumped directly to the next rooftop. Boom, boom, boom. With the explosions growing more frequent, Wang Haotian's figure moved faster and faster. As the tiny speck finally vanished into the vastness of the night sky, Li Ran, just a short distance away, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Phew, he thought, better find a place to crash for the night. By tomorrow, I should be able to head back. With this in mind, he staggered to his feet, his head swimming slightly from the drinks, and began making his way towards the bar's exit, his eyes glazed and unfocused. Just as he was about to step out the door, a sudden sense of danger gripped him, setting off alarm bells in his mind. The haze of intoxication evaporated instantly as his body instinctively froze for half a second. At first he dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. However, in the next moment a deafening explosion shattered the silence. A pair of iron fists, glowing as if seared by fire, descended from the sky like a missile, crashing into the very spot where he had been about to step. Li Ran's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the attack land mere inches from him. As he was hurled backwards by the blast shockwave, an ominous voice echoed in his mind, "Such terrifying power, it's unbeatable. Was it you who killed my son?" Rising from a crouch, Wang Haotian fixed his blazing gaze on Li Ran, anger burning so fiercely it seemed ready to burst forth from his eyes. "Not good. There's an Esper about to start a fight here, everybody run!" shouted a voice amidst the panic. "It's Wang Haotian, damn it, he's a steward of the Esper Association. Battles of this magnitude would be deadly for ordinary people like us. We need to get out of here." The word steward sent a chill through Li Ran, who was already on high alert. He understood the gravity of the situation. Even though a steward was the lowest rank in the Esper Association, their strength was not to be underestimated. "He's here for me, son? It must be those 3 I killed before." "Can't speak, huh?" Wang Haotian snorted disdainfully, seeing no response from the man before him. Without hesitation, he launched a punch aimed directly at Li Ran's head. The iron fist, streaked with crimson flame, hurtled through the air, reaching Li Ran in an instant. The attack came so swiftly that he had no time to react. Bang! The punch landed squarely on his face, the sound of bones shattering echoing as his mind went blank, blood pouring from his orifices. Despite the overwhelming power of the blow, Li Ran managed to cling to a sliver of consciousness. Using this fleeting moment of clarity, he controlled his body to stagger backward several meters. As he hit the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to sway precariously, nearly collapsing. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to look up at Wang Haotian, only to find his vision filled with terror. He knew that if not for his godlike skill of immunity to fatal injuries, he would have been finished. With just one punch from his opponent, he feared that he might have already met his end. "Oh, just a mere C rank, and you can withstand a punch from me? It seems you're not ordinary at all." Wang Haotian's eyes sparkled with surprise, yet the anger within him grew even more intense. Instantly his aura surged, and an unimaginably scorching flame erupted from his entire body, completely enveloping him. "I hope you can endure a bit more. Dying so easily would be too cheap for you." Upon hearing the beast-like roar from the other side, Li Ran could no longer care about anything else. He immediately controlled his body to become supple. His attack methods were limited, and facing such a formidable opponent, all he could do was take the hits passively. Li Ran knew he had to wait for the right moment. Only when his opponent let down his guard could he seize the chance to escape. Thus, it was imperative not to reveal his monstrous form. While other abilities could be disguised as supernatural powers, if his head were to split open, there would be no way to explain it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a massive fiery red iron fist slammed down on his chest with a loud crash. Even though Li Ran managed to soften his body, his rubber-like skin absorbed a great deal of the impact, yet Wang Haotian's strength was terrifying. the few ribs at the point of impact still shattered audibly. Simultaneously his body was flung backward like a ragged sack, crashing into the wooden bar and splintering it to pieces. Fortunately, Li Ran possessed a rapid healing ability. Within seconds his broken bones restored themselves to their original state. As he staggered back to his feet, Wang Haotian, without uttering a word, let his fists as large as sandbags rain down once more. Although his power was flame-based, its true effect was on his physical body, enhancing his bodily strength. Therefore, among his peers, Wang Haotian's physical might was top tier, with few able to surpass him. Yet it was his misfortune to encounter Li Ran, a monster with an extraordinary self-healing ability. When he finally grew weary of the beating and wished to finish off the seemingly defenseless man before him, he was horrified to find that no matter if the head or heart was shattered, Li Ran could regenerate at an astonishing speed. Then, as if nothing had happened, Li Ran would stand up again, ready to endure more blows. Impossible. How can a normal person survive with their heart shattered? Are you truly not human? What kind of monster are you? The prolonged exertion left Wang Haotian slightly breathless. Li Ran was also struggling. Although he could quickly heal his injuries, the pain of having his skull and heart crushed was all too real. More importantly, his ability required consuming spiritual energy. Now, at the peak of the C rank, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted after just a few minutes. If this continued, he might really meet his end here. No, he had to find a way to escape quickly. With his consciousness growing hazy, Li Ran bit his tongue, using this sharp pain to bring a moment of clarity. But just as he prepared to act, a scorching large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing hold of his arm. If I can't kill you, then I'll dismantle your body piece by piece to see if you can still regenerate. The sinister voice echoed in Li Ran's ears, sending a massive shock through his pupils. The answer to that question was of course no. However, before he could react, he heard a sickening squelch as his left shoulder was violently torn away. Hot blood gushed out uncontrollably, and his muscular arm fell straight into Wang Haotian's grasp. Burn it! Wang Haotian tightened his grip on the arm, and towering flames surged upwards. In just a moment, Li Ran watched as his own arm was reduced to a charred husk. After the torture he had just endured, this pain seemed almost insignificant. What mattered was that Wang Haotian had discovered a method to completely kill him. This was bad. As expected, upon realizing that Li Ran's severed arm was merely healing slowly and could not regenerate, Wang Haotian broke into a manic grin. What's wrong? Getting anxious now? Too late. With those words, his left hand shot out like lightning, this time gripping Li Ran's head firmly. A little more pressure and this head would be separated from the body. Dare to kill my son, you worthless scum! Die! Wang Haotian roared, ready to exert force, but suddenly a chill ran down his spine. As an esper, his sixth sense warned him of an impending danger creeping up from behind. Who's there? With one hand still gripping Li Ran's neck, Wang Haotian swiftly turned to look behind him. To his shock, a semi-transparent ghostly figure had appeared out of nowhere, hurtling directly towards his forehead. The specter was already within reach, and with a burst of speed it bypassed his futile attempt to block it, piercing directly into his brow. At the moment the specter invaded, Wang Haotian seemed to lose his soul, his pupils briefly scattering. Is someone helping me? Li Ran thought, puzzled by the scene before him, but he had no time to ponder. Taking advantage of the moment, he broke free from Wang Haotian's grip and swiftly retreated dozens of meters. As he stopped, he noticed a white figure had somehow appeared beside him. It was a girl clad in simple white attire, her frame slightly frail. In her right hand she held an ancient white paper umbrella. Li Ran was startled, but soon realized that this person had saved him. Was it you who saved me? He asked. The girl slowly turned her head, and upon seeing her somewhat pale face, Li Ran was taken aback. Memories churned in his mind and he recognized the girl before him. You're Bai Linner, Bai brother's daughter? A faint smile curved on Bai Linner's slightly sickly face as she nodded gently. Uncle Li, long time no see. Upon hearing the confirmation from the other party, a look of joy flashed in Li Ran's eyes. It really is you. How did you get out of the hospital? Didn't brother Bai say you had cancer? At that point he suddenly realized he might have misspoken and quickly quieted down. Bai Linner, noticing Li Ran's concern, smiled softly, her delicate face evoking the gentle beauty of a gardenia. Uncle Li, my cancer has been completely cured by that great figure. Now we are the same kind. The same kind? Li Ran was momentarily stunned, as if his mind couldn't process the information. Bai Linner gently caressed the white paper umbrella in her hand, her smile serene as she repeated, yes, the same kind. Now I am Sequence 002 Ghost Umbrella, Sequence 002. Upon hearing these words, Li Ran suddenly understood, his gaze toward Bai Linner filled with complexity. It seemed Bai Linner had also consumed that potion capable of turning people into monsters. A significant part of this might have been related to him. When he left the 9th prison, he had to temporarily entrust his good friend Bai Shan with the responsibility of looking after Chen Lingyu to avoid attracting attention from above. During that time, in an effort to cure Bai Linner's cancer, Bai Shan likely had his daughter drink the same potion he once consumed. Li Ran sighed deeply, unsure if this had saved Bai Linner or caused her harm. After all, he had personally experienced that the price of gaining such power was transforming into a creature neither human nor ghost. Hearing this sigh, Bai Linner guessed what Li Ran was thinking. Her eyes turned calm and she spoke softly, "Uncle Li, I am very grateful to that great figure for giving me a new life. Rather than waiting for death on a hospital bed, I would rather pay this price for the freedom to walk out of the ward." Li Ran listened, his body slightly stiffened by her words. Then he understood, smiling with relief. "You're right, Uncle Li was overthinking. Without that great figure, I might still be powerless to avenge them. It's good that Uncle Li understands everything we have now is indeed a gift from that great figure." Bai Linner's smile was as warm as the melting snow in spring, but the next moment it turned as cold as an abyss. "Let's talk later, that guy has woken up. I'll deal with him first." Li Ran knew exactly who she meant, quickly looking up. Sure enough, Wang Haotian's pupils slowly regained life and the raging flames on his body began to burst forth again. Gazing at the sturdy figure opposite and then at Bai Linner's seemingly frail form, worry spread across Li Ran's face. "Can you handle it alone? Do you need my help? Even with one hand, I can still take a dozen punches. No need to trouble Uncle Li." Bai Linner smiled gently, declining Li Ran's offer for help. Her tone carried a hint of disdain toward Wang Haotian. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." With those words, she took a step forward, raising the seemingly fragile white paper umbrella above her head. In the next moment, Bai Linner twirled her delicate hand and the pristine paper umbrella bloomed magnificently between heaven and earth. It was then that an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Under Li Ran's watchful gaze, the bottom of the paper umbrella began to ooze a thick, dark liquid. This liquid quickly enveloped Bai Linner, covering every part of her body. In an instant, her once pure white dress was stained black. When Bai Linner opened her eyes again, her once dark pupils had turned a sinister crimson, even her pale lips had gained a strange alluring hue with streaks of vivid red. Wang Haotian, having just regained consciousness, witnessed the entire transformation unfold before him. "Who on earth are you?" he demanded, his voice filled with caution. Earlier he had inexplicably lost control over his body, and this mysterious girl who had appeared out of nowhere already made him uneasy. Now witnessing this bizarre scene, a deep sense of foreboding and danger gripped his heart. "Who am I?" Bai Linner replied, her crimson tongue flicking across her lips as she laughed coquettishly, her demeanor disturbingly sickly. "I'm not human, you know. You can call me Ghost Umbrella. Sequence 002 Ghost Umbrella." As she spoke, the enigmatic white paper umbrella twirled suddenly. A gentle breeze swept by, and Bai Linner began to rise slowly into the night sky, gazing mockingly at Wang Haotian, who was left staring in speechless astonishment. "Suspended, floating in the air, you are a B-level pinnacle," Wang Haotian exclaimed, his initial arrogance utterly shattered. Among both beasts and ability users, those who could hover in the air were at least at the B-level pinnacle. If one ascended further, they would become an A-level elite. At such a level, humans could break through physical limits and fly freely in the sky. Yet, as far as Wang Haotian knew, not just in the Kanglan Empire but across the entire Blue Star, A-level ability users were exceedingly rare. These individuals stood at the very apex of power, wielding immense influence. Although the gap between the B-level pinnacle and A-level was significant for Wang Haotian, who was only at the mid-B level, the difference was negligible. The higher the rank, the more pronounced the disparity between sub-levels. To face a B-level pinnacle creature was akin to facing an A-level opponent. The outcome would be the same, certain death. "Escape, I must escape. I need to get out and inform the guild master about what's happening here." Wang Haotian's fear was palpable as cold sweat dripped down his face. At some point, his initial mission had been entirely forgotten. His focus was solely on the black and white figure hovering above, his legs trembling as he slowly backed away in desperation. After all, if a son is lost, another can be born, but if a father is lost, he is truly gone forever. Unfortunately, with the orders from that esteemed figure, how could Bai Linner fulfill Wang Haotian's wishes? Holding her white paper umbrella, she gave it a gentle spin and a smile crept up her lips, making her face appear increasingly eerie. domain of 100 ghosts open. With a coquettish shout, a gate exuding black ghostly aura suddenly descended from the sky. Perfectly, it landed right on Wang Haotian's escape path. Before he could react, 6 chains, half real and half illusory, shot out from the ghostly gate, rushing towards him like a swarm. Each chain's end was connected to a hook glinting with a chilling light. Just as the 6 hooks were about to pierce his body, Wang Haotian's heart sank. Ignoring the exhaustion, he pushed his powers to their maximum. In the next moment, flames on his body surged to a height of 3 meters, forming a barrier to fend off the iron chains. However, to Bai Linner, all this resistance was futile because her attack wasn't aimed at the flesh, but the soul. The silver hooks, along with the chains, pierced through the barrier just like the ghostly shadow at the start end. Plunged into Wang Haotian's body. His scream was heart-wrenching, as the damage to the soul was far more excruciating than any physical pain. In just a moment, the 6 chains reappeared in everyone's view, but this time, at the end of each silver hook, Wang Haotian's fiercely struggling ethereal soul dangled. In the instant his soul was completely separated from his body, Wang Haotian's lifeless eyes lost all light and he collapsed onto the chaotic ground. Done. After using the white paper umbrella, Bai Linner's demeanor became noticeably more lively. She gently landed back in her original spot, and with a wave of her left hand, Wang Haotian's still wailing soul was presented before Li Ran. "Here, Uncle Li, this is for you." Startled by Bai Linner's voice, Li Ran snapped out of his previous shock. He had always known Bai Linner was stronger than him, but he hadn't expected such a vast difference in power. Wang Haotian, who nearly cost him his life, was as easy for her to defeat as crushing an ant. What use is this? Looking at the soul handed to him, Li Ran was momentarily puzzled. The master said we anomalies can enhance our strength by hunting ability users. Uncle Li, you're at the C-level bottleneck now. Absorbing this guy's soul should allow you to break through to B-level. Li Ran hesitated for a moment, gently shook his head and said, since it's useful to us and you were the one who killed him, it's better left for you. Uncle, there's no need to decline. This guy's level is too low to be of much use to me, Bai Linner said with a playful grin. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I could even roll him into a pill for you. Hearing this, Li Ran gave Bai Linner a deep look before exhaling a long breath. Then thank you, Linner, but no need to go through the trouble of making a pill. Since we have already become anomalies, we need not concern ourselves with such things. With that, his head shook, and without any warning it split into 5 sections. Under Wang Haotian's incredulous gaze, he swallowed the soul whole. After a brief digestion, the aura unique to a B-level anomaly spread from Li Ran's body. A few seconds later, he was astonished to find that his severed arm was beginning to regenerate at an incredibly fast pace. Meanwhile, in the 9th prison, Chen Lingyu, who was idly passing the time, suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding, Eerie Sequence 001 Ingul has broken through to grade B. Congratulations on receiving a premium material pack *1. Eerie Sequence 001 Ingul has unlocked a new redeemable ability, Regeneration. Consumes spiritual energy to rapidly restore missing body parts. Creation points required, 50. About 30 seconds later, Li Ran clenched his left hand into a fist, realizing that the arm, which had been completely torn off, was now fully restored. This ability is quite impressive. The return of his left arm brought a rare smile to Li Ran's face. Impressive? Because you're even tougher now, Bai Linner teased playfully, causing Li Ran to twitch his lips. It seemed she wasn't entirely wrong. All his new abilities seemed to be geared towards withstanding hits. Alright, mission accomplished. Bai Linner's cheerful voice rang out as the black substance enveloping her began to retreat swiftly into the handle of her umbrella. In no time, the white paper umbrella closed and Bai Linner transformed back into her previous gentle and delicate self. Uncle Li, Li Ran remarked in wonder at Bai Linner's transformation, nodding with a smile. Thankfully, you aren't as scruffy as me. You even look good when turning into something eerie. Bai Linner, more reserved in her untransformed state, blushed briefly at Li Ran's compliment. Uncle Li, please don't tease Linner. We still have tasks ahead. Hearing this, Li Ran's mind started calculating, and he quickly inquired, "Oh, is it a task from that esteemed person?" "Yes, that's right," Bai Linner nodded and continued. "The esteemed person has instructed us not to return to the other side for the time being. If there are any issues, we should contact through my father. Our next task is to destroy the Jiangnan Ability Users Association and replace it, taking complete control over Jiangnan." This. Hearing Chen Lingyu's plan, Li Ran was immediately struck by its audacious ambition, yet amidst the shock he glanced at himself and then at Bai Linner, asking with visible doubt, "Destroy the Jiangnan Ability Users Association? Surely not just the two of us?" "It's not that I don't believe you, but my abilities are too weak. I don't think I can be of much help, Bai Liner reassured him. Don't worry, the esteemed person has also prepared assistance for us. Assistance, where? Bai Liner smiled slightly, then raised her delicate hand. Between her slender fingers a vial of dark purple serum suddenly appeared. Seeing this familiar object, Li Ran's eyes widened in disbelief and he exclaimed in shock, "This is the new reagent, indeed." Bai Liner nodded gently, then carefully placed the vial back in her pocket. The master instructed us to find someone to drink it and that person would become our new partner. Find someone ourselves? Li Ran's expression showed hesitation and he cautiously inquired further, did the master specify any other requirements? Yes. Bai Liner nodded again, her expression somewhat peculiar. The master said it must be a woman and preferably a mature one. Hearing this request, Li Ran's eye twitched slightly. It seemed more like the master's personal preference, but where are we supposed to find such a person? As he was pondering over this dilemma, a firm voice suddenly emerged from the bar behind them. Can I try it? Li Ran and Bai Liner turned towards the source of the voice. They were met by the sight of a tall, imposing woman standing at about 1.7 meters with a slightly cold demeanor. My name is Mu Wan and I am the owner of this bar, she introduced herself. Although Mu Wan appeared calm, Bai Liner and Li Ran could easily detect the tension in her voice. Did you see everything that just happened? Bai Liner asked coldly, a glint of something icy flashing in her eyes. Despite the fear in her heart, Mu Wan nodded, biting her lip. Yes, I was hiding in the bar the whole time. Bai Liner said nothing. Instead, she took out the dark purple reagent once more and waved it gently in her hand. You want to drink this? Aren't you afraid of becoming something like us, neither human nor ghost? Hearing this, Mu Wan, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly lifted her head and locked eyes with Bai Liner. If drinking this can make me as strong as you, then I want it, she declared with unwavering determination. Bai Liner was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. Perhaps, she replied. Then I'll drink it, Mu Wan affirmed without a hint of doubt, resolutely accepting the challenge. In Mu Wan's eyes, Bai Liner saw a yearning similar to her own in the past. However, while she had craved freedom, Mu Wan's desire remained a mystery. After a moment of consideration, Bai Liner exchanged a glance with Li Ran before gently tossing the vial of purple liquid across to Mu Wan. If you want to drink it, it's yours. This way we won't have to go searching for someone else. A flicker of joy passed through Mu Wan's eyes and she quickly reached out to carefully catch the strange liquid. Thank you both for granting me this opportunity. With those words, she decisively uncorked the vial, closed her eyes tightly and drank the purple liquid in one swift motion. As the liquid slid down her throat, it turned into a cold sensation spreading throughout her body. Ah! Mu Wan suddenly let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. She curled up, face down, her entire body trembling violently. A chilling sound of flesh being pierced echoed, followed by 7 more successive occurrences. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Liner and Li Ran, 8 terrifying spider legs slowly emerged from Mu Wan's back, smooth and sleek, each tip resembling a spear, emitting a cold metallic sheen. White strands of spider silk began to spread from the spider legs, gradually encasing Mu Wan's body. The creaking sound of bones reorganizing persisted for almost half an hour. During this time, 8 nearly 3-meter-long spider legs began to move rhythmically. In just a few moments, as if already accustomed, they supported Mu Wan's body, lifting her off the ground. Throughout this transformation, Mu Wan kept her head lowered, showing no further signs of movement. Had she fainted? Bai Liner cautiously approached. Just as she was about to awaken the other, Mu Wan suddenly lifted her head, revealing a bizarre face adorned with 6 eyes. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the anomalous sequence 003. Echoed the announcement from Kanglin's 9th prison. Observing the scene before her, Chen Lingyu thoughtfully stroked her chin and slowly spoke. Let's call it the Spider Queen. The naming was a success, and the anomalous sequence 003, Spider Queen, was officially recorded in the Anomalous Archive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a B-level anomalous sequence. Reward: Premium Material Pack *1 Excellent Material Pack *2 Creation Points *100. The Anomalous Archive included Sequence 001 Ngul, Sequence 002 Ghost Umbrella, and Sequence 003 Spider Queen. The details of Sequence 003 Spider Queen are as follows: Name: Mu Wan. Initial level, mid B-level. Replicable abilities: Danger Perception, Rapid Reproduction, Neurotoxin, mid B-level. It seems there are still differences among anomalies of the same quality, Chen Lingyu muttered to herself, leaning against the cell wall, nodding. When creating this vial of reagent, the materials used were actually the same as those for Sequence 002. However, the initial level of the ghost umbrella was peak B level while the Spider Queen was only mid B level. Despite the difference in initial levels, the rewards for creating the anomaly were consistent with last time. Chen Lingyu reflected weakness as weakness, but the Spider Queen's abilities don't rely on her own strength. From the abilities it's clear that the true weapon isn't the Spider Queen's body. The real threat lies in those venom-filled, rapidly reproducing spider offspring. This was the envisioned outcome when synthesizing the reagent using those materials. After reviewing these details, Chen Lingyu casually flicked her finger, activating the Spider Queen's ability known as Danger Perception. Danger Perception can subtly sense impending threats. Required creation points 20. This isn't too bad, she thought, replacing it swiftly. She opened her personal panel. Sequence 000, Creator God Name, Chen Lingyu level, none, maximum inheritable up to peak B level, abilities, Fatal Injury Immunity, Danger Perception, Inventory, Creation Points * 353, Premium Material Pack * 2, Excellent Material Pack * 2. Chen Lingyu had always had the option to inherit the anomaly's realm level. However, she had taken no action because the mere peak B-level cultivation was far from sufficient to aid her escape from the most secure prison for paranormals in the entire empire. Contrary to a sense of security, possessing spiritual power can be a double-edged sword. If one encounters a higher-level esper, they could be exposed at a glance. In such a case, it would be a classic case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. After checking his information, Chen Lingyu closed his eyes and lay back on the bed, refraining from further actions, although he now possesses enough material to assemble a strange creature capable of breaking through to a B level. He chose to reserve the 2 premium materials for a larger plan. Once those 3 individuals complete their mission, he can truly execute something grand. This plan to have his subordinates control the entire Jiangnan was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Chen Lingyu. It all originated a few days ago when the system unexpectedly issued a new task, Newcomer Growth Task I, control any one of the 36 metropolises of the Kenglin Empire. Task reward: unlock new feature, create marketplace in the depths beneath the Esper Association Muon, known as. The Spider Queen was using her 8 spider legs to hang upside down from the sewer's ceiling. Through her spider senses, which extended over 100 meters, she could clearly detect the number and strength of the espers within the entire building. The situation seemed favorable. No A-level espers were detected, and there were only 5 with power above B level. The strongest was the president, akin to a peak B level like the Ghost Umbrella. The others included a vice president and 3 stewards with abilities ranging from late to early B level. Listening to the intelligence provided by Muon, Bai Linner fell into a slight contemplation. As the strongest among the 3, she had to carefully strategize for the most secure arrangement. We need to act swiftly this time, Bai Linner stated decisively. The 2 of you will handle the 3 stewards. As for the remaining 2, leave them entirely to me. Upon hearing this, Li Ran slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Are you sure you can handle them alone? Bai Linner assured him with confidence. Don't worry, they won't be able to harm me. Seeing her confidence, Li Ran nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Spider Queen, the rest of the small fry is left to you, the master said. Leave none alive. Muon licked her lips, a peculiar smile appearing on her face. Don't worry, this is my forte, she replied. With that, her 8 spider spears vibrated slightly, and a dark purple and ink green hue began to spread throughout the sewer. Snow-white spider silk gushed out, rapidly weaving an enormous oval cocoon in the corners of the ceiling. The white cocoon seemed imbued with an eerie life force, its surface soon writhing visibly. Before long, little spiders carrying dark green venom sacs and appearing quite cute began to bite through the cocoon and swarm out. These venomous spiders, each about the size of a palm, numbered nearly in the thousands. The dark green venom sacs stood out starkly in the darkness, soon covering the entire dim sewer like scattered stars. Muon looked on at her creation with satisfaction, then turned to explain to Bai Linner and Li Ran. They will infiltrate every corner above through the sewers. At my command, I can turn a 10-mile radius into a poisonous city in an instant. My venom can instantly kill any esper below B level without fail. Upon hearing the words, Bai Linner showed no other expression but a simple nod. Since everything's been arranged, it's our turn to take the stage. Let's go, you two. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Lu Haiqing was deeply engrossed in an intimate moment with his beautiful secretary, their activity heavy and breathless. Moments later, his corpulent body convulsed as if a weight had been lifted, and he collapsed entirely. The woman facing away from Lu Haiqing tidied her disheveled clothes, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. shouty, is there still no news from Wang Haotian? Lu Haiqing asked as he slumped back into his leather chair panting heavily. After a while he inquired leisurely. Upon hearing the question's secretary he immediately masked her earlier expression, feigning a blush as she turned around and replied weakly, no, not yet. It's been so long and he still can't handle this simple task. What a useless fool. Lu Haiqing cursed mercilessly, turning his head away, no longer concerned with the trivial matter. After all, he had already shifted the blame onto Wang Haotian. If the other party could resolve it, all the better. If not, it was none of his concern. He would simply report upward requesting support from headquarters. What about that Yang Wuxi guy? He gave me a hard time before. Why is he so quiet now? Lu Haiqing's mention of the name caused Secretary He's cheeks to redden slightly. Her head bowed as she displayed a subtle, infatuated look. The vice president has been in seclusion training since that confrontation with you. It said he's close to breaking through to a B-level peak cultivation. What? Lu Haiqing's eyes flared with intense jealousy upon hearing this. Now approaching 60 and having narrowly survived countless trials, he was still only at a B-level peak with no hope of reaching A-level in this lifetime. Yet Yang Wuxi, not even 30, was about to stand on equal footing with him. Surpassing him was merely a matter of time. This realization sparked a storm of unease in Lu Haiqing's heart, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Does he think the vice president's position is just a vacation spot? He thought with growing resentment. Since he's under me, I won't let him have it so easy. With that thought his face turned furious as he glanced at the woman beside him, barking orders. Go. Tell Yang Wuxi to get out immediately and say that Wang Haotian's side has encountered trouble and he needs to resolve it quickly. Even Secretary He could see through Lu Haiqing's intentions with such blatant maneuvering, her face betraying a hint of contempt, but relying on the pig-headed man's influence she begrudgingly obeyed. However, just as Secretary He opened the office door, an unexpected twist occurred. A large poisonous spider was hanging right in front of the door, and with a loud bang, the venom sac, as big as 2 fists, exploded in an instant. The dark green venom splattered onto the woman, and in mere moments it was as if she had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. Her flesh sizzled and decayed with a chilling sound. The secretary's wails echoed briefly, but within 2 seconds her body was completely corroded into charred remains, leaving nothing but silence. Enemy attack. Witnessing this sudden scene, Lu Haiqing's face turned pale and he immediately rose from his desk. As he hurried out of the office, he realized that the entire association of superhumans had descended into chaos, with panic and disorder reigning supreme. Countless venomous spiders swarmed every corner of the association, blocking all escape routes for the people. As they exploded one after another, the dark green venom not only killed the superhumans but also corroded the entire building, leaving it riddled with holes. Observing such a well-coordinated attack, Lu Haiqing quickly deduced that there must be a mastermind controlling these venomous spiders. Not daring to delay any further, he swiftly moved to the window and suspended himself in mid-air. Who dares attack our Superhumans Association? Show yourself, he shouted, his voice echoing, annoying. A faint calm voice responded, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy at the B-level peak, causing Lu Haiqing's eyes to widen in disbelief. By Linner, appearing as if she were taking a leisurely stroll, gradually floated to the top of the Superhumans Association building. Seeing this, Lu Haiqing's heart was instantly engulfed in a tidal wave of shock. Since when did Jiangnan have a second B-level peak superhuman? There was no time to think further. Knowing his own limitations, he quickly turned and yelled furiously, "Strong enemy attack! All B-level superhumans in the association, come out and face the enemy with me!" No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure wielding a long spear leaped to the rooftop. Upon sensing Mai Linner's presence, the newcomer was not afraid. Instead, a glimmer of excitement appeared on his face. "Yang Wuxi, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Lu Haiqing asked, glancing nervously at Yang Wuxi, whose eyes briefly flashed with disdain. "There are 2 more B-levels down there. The 3 of them are too busy to handle things here." "What, 2 more?" Lu Haiqing exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. "Damn it!" As he cursed his fate, Yang Wuxi's face showed a mocking expression. "If you're scared, just go back and hide. I can handle this myself." "You," Lu Haiqing's anger surged, but he didn't know how to retort. For a moment he almost wanted to agree. Disrespecting your superior, I'll deal with you after we resolve this." Lu Haiqing forced himself to step back from the confrontation and promptly issued orders. "Let's go together, finish this quickly. The longer we drag this out, the greater our losses." Yang Wuxi rolled his eyes in disdain but said nothing more. The spear in his hand trembled, the tip gleaming coldly as it pointed directly at Bai Linner. He was a metal attribute superhuman, while Lu Haiqing was of the wood attribute. The golden figure, known for his decisive and ruthless nature, possessed a combat prowess that surpassed even the peak B-level Lu Haiqing. As the two adversaries stood ready, Bai Linner remained calm, her fair hand gently opening a white paper umbrella. In the next instant, to the astonishment of Yang Wuxi and his companion, a dark ink-like substance enveloped her entirely. Was this some kind of supernatural ability? Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Lu Haiqing's instincts screamed a warning. If it truly was a supernatural ability, he had never encountered one so eerie in his lifetime, and if it wasn't, the implications were even more terrifying. Since both of you are here, why not enter the Ghost Gate for a chat? Bai Linner's voice, accompanied by a teasing laugh, echoed from all directions, shrouded in a sudden swirl of black mist that obscured everyone's vision. Faced with such an uncanny tactic for the first time, Lu Haiqing quickly lost his composure. "Show yourself, you coward," he bellowed. With those words, a massive tree with a trunk diameter of several dozen meters erupted from the rooftop. The ancient tree burst forth with dazzling green light, standing in stark opposition to the pervasive black mist. Simultaneously, hundreds of branches as rigid as steel flailed about, attempting to locate Bai Linner within their vast reach. Yet all efforts proved futile. Mere seconds later, the black mist continued to envelop the rooftop as before. Lu Haiqing failed to even graze Bai Linner's clothing, squandering the limited spiritual energy within him. "You fool!" Yang Wuxi cursed without hesitation, his expression growing increasingly grave. Soon the two at the heart of the battlefield felt a sudden dizziness. When they regained their senses, the thick black mist had vanished and they found themselves in an unfamiliar and nameless locale, far removed from the rooftop. Gazing at the grey plains beneath their feet, Yang Wuxi was filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of ability was this, capable of altering space itself? Clearly, they were no longer in their original world. The air was thick with the lingering scent of decay and death. "Welcome to my ghost domain." Bai Linner's voice rang out as she boldly stepped into their view, adorned in a long gown soaked in inky darkness. "The only way out of here is to kill me. So gentlemen, care to give it a try?" Provoked by her brazen challenge, Lu Haiqing, who had already been toyed with, could no longer contain his anger. The aura of a peak B-level fighter surged forth as he pointed at Bai Linner, shouting furiously, "I don't care who you are. To dare challenge the authority of the Supernatural Abilities Association today, you must die." Green Forest Burial. With a roar, towering and robust ancient trees shot up into the sky. In mere moments, the grey plains within several miles centered around Lu Haiqing turned a vibrant green. As a wood element ability user, all of his power originated from plants. As long as there are plants nearby, they can continuously launch attacks like a turret. Seeing how effortlessly he managed to create a small forest, Lu Haiqing felt a wave of relief wash over his previously tense heart. With this forest, he could advance or retreat at will, effectively placing himself in an invincible position. "Go!" With a single command, countless trees emitted a green glow, converging above Bai Linner to form a wooden coffin. The lid of the coffin was violently flipped open and the remaining structure descended straight towards Bai Linner. "Planting trees on my land?" Bai Linner looked on with a speechless expression, as if watching a fool. This was the ghost domain, wherein energy ran rampant, extinguishing all signs of life. Thinking of planting trees on the land of the undead was truly a stroke of genius. As expected, it wasn't long before Lu Haiqing's joy was cut short. The color of the green forest inexplicably began to fade. Simultaneously, the coffin that had been heading towards Bai Linner lost its momentum. With a gentle flick of her paper umbrella, the coffin, which once seemed unstoppable, was instantly sent flying. How could this be? Even Yang Wuxi had figured out the reason, yet Lu Haiqing still stared wide-eyed, clueless about what went wrong. "Let me properly welcome the two esteemed guests, then." Bai Linner chuckled softly, covering her mouth. In the next moment, countless ghosts suddenly appeared on the plain, beginning to advance en masse towards the positions of Yang Wuxi and Lu Haiqing. "What on earth are these?" The two had never seen ghosts before, and Lu Haiqing immediately hurled a dense array of wooden spears from the forest. To his shock, the spears passed straight through the ghosts' bodies, causing no harm at all. "Be careful, these things are immune to physical attacks. Use magic." Yang Wuxi quickly realized the situation, but this only deepened the grave expression on his face. Hearing the warning in his ear, Lu Haiqing, despite his reluctance, complied for the sake of his life. Indeed, under magical attacks, the ghosts quickly dispersed like smoke. Yet this was not entirely good news, as the number of ghosts seemed endless. Within this ghost domain, they had no way to replenish their spiritual energy. At this rate the two would eventually be exhausted and perish. Yang Wuxi, recognizing this predicament, thought for a moment before decisively instructing Lu Haiqing, "Hold off these ghosts, I'll go for her true body." Without waiting for a response, he pointed his spear at Bai Liner and launched himself skyward like a cannonball. As the ground cracked beneath him, Yang Wuxi and his spear became one, charging straight up. In their renewed clash, Bai Liner's arm, holding the white paper umbrella to block, tingled with numbness. It had to be said that Yang Wuxi's attacks were powerful and forceful, although they were not yet a threat to her. Having to split her focus to deal with Lu Haiqing meant the two were now in a deadlock. Damn it, how can they be this strong? After such a prolonged battle, fine beads of sweat began to drip from Yang Wuxi's forehead. In stark contrast, Bai Liner maintained an air of effortless ease, as if taking on two opponents was no burden at all. Yang Wuxi had encountered B-level peak ability users before, but never had he felt such a profound sense of helplessness. Yang Wuxi, are you going to act or not? I can't hold on much longer. The angry shout from below made Yang Wuxi's heart sink. He glanced down, and as expected, Lu Haiqing was now in the throes of desperation. What was once a dense forest had dwindled to just a few trees around him, while the ghosts continued to surge towards Lu Haiqing relentlessly. Within minutes, Lu Haiqing had completely exhausted his last vestiges of spiritual power. Terrified of what fate awaited him, he cried out frantically to Yang Wuxi for help. "Yang Wuxi, save me quickly!" Yet, staring at Bai Liner, who stood before him with a smile, Yang Wuxi could only muster a bitter smile. His heart was already half frozen. This was all part of her plan. There was no way she would let him simply rush over and save Lu. Unfortunately, Lu Haiqing was blind to the reality of the situation, seeing Yang Wuxi remain rooted to the spot without any intention of rescuing him. Panic and anger seeped into Lu Haiqing's voice. "Yang Wuxi, what do you mean by this? This was your plan. You're the one who put me in this position. I'm still your superior. How dare you not save me?" Yet this time Yang Wuxi turned his head away, choosing to ignore him. Witnessing this, Lu Haiqing finally understood Yang Wuxi's intent. As the ghosts closed in fear and his eyes morphed into utter despair. "Damn you, Yang Wuxi! Even in death I will haunt you." His cries ended in a gut-wrenching scream as he was devoured by the spectral horde. Bai Liner let out an eerie chuckle, licking her crimson lips with delight. With a beckoning motion, she captured Lu Haiqing's soul in her grasp. Under Yang Wuxi's shocked gaze, Bai Liner shoved the translucent soul into her mouth. As the sound of swallowing echoed, Bai Liner half closed her beautiful eyes, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. When she opened her eyes again, a formidable aura, dozens of times more powerful than before, erupted and filled the spectral realm. Yang Wuxi, standing alarmingly close, was caught off guard and flung away like a ragdoll. Early A level. As he regained his footing, his eyes were filled with shock. The gap between B-level peak and early A-level seemed small, yet it was an insurmountable barrier for 90% of B-level ability users. Never had Yang Wuxi expected to witness the birth of an A-level ability user today. But what stunned him even more was the manner of Bai Liner's ascension, consuming another's soul. It was unheard of. Once one breaks through to class, the transformation in power is nothing short of earth-shattering. If previously Yang Wuxi had a slight chance of surviving a couple of moves, now Bai Liner could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. Yang Wuxi was acutely aware of the immense gap between them at this moment, and his heart sank completely. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for the inevitable. "Dying by your hand isn't unjust," he conceded, "but I want to know who are you really?" Perhaps because she had just broken through, Bai Liner was in a rather good mood, her face full of smiles as she replied, "Haven't you figured it out already? We're no longer human." It turned out to be true. Despite having his suspicions, Yang Wuxi's pupils still contracted in shock. However, as if realizing something suddenly, his expression shifted to one of urgency, and he hurriedly asked, "Why have you become like this? From your attack methods, it seems like you and your companions suddenly acquired this power." Although Bai Liner was whimsical, she wasn't foolish enough to divulge such secrets. That's not something I can tell you. I'm in a hurry, let's chat in the next life. Bye-bye," she said with a laugh, extending her delicate hand slowly towards Yang Wuxi. Through the air, in the next moment, it was as if an invisible hand clutched his throat, lifting him gently into the air. Yang Wuxi struggled desperately, but in front of a Class A powerhouse, his efforts were as futile as an insect trying to shake a tree. Just at this critical moment, an unexpected voice suddenly broke the tension. "You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never enough." The song played, freezing Bai Liner in her tracks and stopping Yang Wuxi's struggles, creating an extremely awkward scene. "It seems to be yours," Yang Wuxi remarked, feeling the grip around his neck loosen slightly, his expression full of bizarre amusement. After catching his breath, he weakly pointed to Bai Linner's pocket. Do you have to say that? Bai Linner's eyes twitched slightly as she dropped Yang Wuxi heavily to the ground, her face dark as she pulled out her phone. However, upon seeing the caller's name, her expression softened immediately. Hello Dad, what's up? She answered. The voice on the other end was hurried, saying just a few words before the call ended abruptly. Bai Linner put away her phone and looked down at Yang Wuxi, who was struggling to stand, her gaze containing a few indescribable nuances. Then, to Yang Wuxi's shock, she waved her hand and dispelled the ghostly domain. From now on, leave Jiangnan immediately and do not take another step here, she commanded. You're not going to kill me? Yang Wuxi asked, stunned, and then upon realizing the situation his face was filled with disbelief. Hearing this, Bai Linner nearly laughed in exasperation and summoned another batch of ghosts deliberately. Are you so eager to die? She taunted. Seeing this, Yang Wuxi dared not say anything more. He cast a profound look at Bai Linner, then turned and fled towards the border of Jiangnan. In the heart of the imperial capital, at the notorious 9th prison, Chen Lingyu watched intently as Yang Wuxi's silhouette faded into the distance. His eyes bore a deep, contemplative look, pondering over thoughts only he knew. Yang Wuxi's release was on Chen's orders to Bai Linner, a decision rooted in familiarity. He knew Yang Wuxi, or more precisely, he knew Yang Wuxi's sister Yang Wenjian. She had been a member of Chen's former team of superhumans. In their final battle, Yang Wenjian had sustained severe injuries while shielding him. Though her life was spared, she ended up far worse than him, becoming a comatose shell of herself. Among the 11 members of Chen's team, Yang Wenjian was one of his few trusted confidants, unlike most who were thrust upon him by higher-ups seeking glory in the guise of saving the world. These imposed companions were often inept, each harboring ulterior motives with no genuine loyalty to Chen. Yet, knowing this, Chen couldn't be bothered to care much. His sole aim was to complete the system's tasks. Over nearly a decade, a bond had formed with his loyal subordinates. Without this connection, he wouldn't have made the special call today, ensuring Bai Linner spared Yang Wuxi's life. As Chen reminisced about the past, a silent alert from the system rang in his mind. Congratulations! We're in order for completing the novice growth task, signaling the opening of the Creation Mall. This was a moment of anticipation for Chen. He perked up, following the system's guidance to explore the Creation Mall. Contrary to his expectations, the mall didn't offer material packs but instead sold eerie materials of varying tiers. The mall boasted 6 item slots, each containing a piece of mysterious material of random grade. Every day these materials would refresh, offering new opportunities. It seemed fortune favored Chen, as the first glimpse into the Creation Mall revealed a striking shade of purple, epic grade material. An involuntary smile crept onto Chen's lips. He had hoarded those material packs in hopes of such a stroke of luck, and it seemed it had paid off on the first day. The item in question, Twilight Angel's Wing, an epic grade material, required 200 creation points. A quick glance at his remaining points reassured Chen. There was no cause for concern. The recent battle had left him with a bountiful reserve. 5 B-level superhumans had fallen, each contributing 50 creation points, totaling a handsome 250 points. With all those scattered points added up, Chen Lingyu now possessed over 780 creation points, more than enough to purchase the material he desired. Without hesitation, he secured the epic material. After opening the 2 premium material packs he had stored in the system, he once again gathered all the necessary ingredients to synthesize a potion. What would it be this time? Like a gambler eager for a win, Chen Lingyu smirked and pressed the synthesis button. A few seconds later, a liquid interwoven with pale gold and white appeared before him. While looking at the potion, he already had the perfect candidate in mind for its use. However, the challenge lay in smuggling it out and convincing that person to drink it. Perhaps he needed someone to deliver it, or should he concoct another one? His thoughts drifted back to the creation marketplace. After acquiring the wings of the fallen angel, 5 peculiar materials remained. Among them were 1 premium, 3 excellent, and 1 regular. The premium material, a substitute puppet, required 80 creation points. Without much deliberation he purchased it outright. Having done so, he opened the remaining 2 excellent material packs. They contained the corpse of the Shadow Raven and the Heart of the Rock. The first was useful, but due to the unique application of his current creation sequence, the second material was unsuitable. Chen Lingyu turned his attention to the 3 excellent materials available in the marketplace. One material caught his eye: camouflage powder, an excellent grade material costing 40 creation points. He swiftly purchased it, and within seconds the synthesis process was complete, yielding his second potion of the day. Who should he entrust this to? Bai Shan came to mind. he summoned Bai Shan, who had been watching over him in Li Ran's stead. Since Chen Lingyu had saved Bai Lin, Bai Shan was now considered an ally. "My lord, do you have any instructions?" Bai Shan respectfully stepped into a surveillance blind spot upon seeing Chen Lingyu displaying great deference. Chen Lingyu slowly rose and approached the cell door, discreetly passing the second potion over. "I need you to do something for me, drink this." Hearing this, Bai Shan accepted the potion and, with a look of surprise and gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord." Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the vial and downed the inky black liquid. The transformation was excruciating as always, but Bai Shan endured the pain silently through sheer willpower. Moments later, his body shuddered violently and he was soon enveloped in jet black feathers. Upon closer examination, it became evident that these feathers were actually a massive pair of wings sprouting from his back. As the wings slowly unfurled, Bai Shan's facial features transformed into those of a one-eyed puppet. Simultaneously, an ink-black raven perched on his shoulder, its expression remarkably animated, almost human-like. "My lord." Chen Lingyu realized that the raven perched on Bai Shan's shoulder was the one speaking. It was a curious revelation. He quickly understood that the real Bai Shan had become the raven while his human form had been replaced by the substitute puppet. Once the transformation was complete, Chen Lingyu's system finally responded. "Ding, creation completed. Please name the anomalous sequence 004 host." Watching the magical scene unfold before him, Chen Lingyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully and slowly declared, "Let's call it Raven." Naming successful. Anomalous sequence 004 Raven has been successfully recorded in the Anomaly Archive. Anomalous sequence 004 Raven. Ding. Congratulations to the host for creating a B-level anomalous sequence. Rewards: Premium Material Pack *1 inch Excellent Material Pack *2 Creation Points *100 Anomaly Archive Sequence 001 Ghoul Sequence 002 Ghost Umbrella Sequence 003 Spider Queen Sequence 004 Raven. Name: Bai Shan. Initial level Mid B level. Replicable abilities: Shadow Raven Summon, Shadow Raven Substitute, Breath Concealment. The abilities were intriguing this time. After reading the detailed ability analysis, Chen Lingyu realized that Shadow Raven Summon and Shadow Raven Substitute were actually a set of complementary skills. The former summoned the Shadow Raven while the latter allowed one to transform into a human guise using the Raven. This meant that if he switched to these abilities, he could immediately escape the prison. However, on further reflection, it was clear that such an escape was impossible. Chen Lingyu was currently located in the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Ability Users Association. With countless powerful individuals hidden in this metropolis, even with his current resources, escaping the capital seemed unlikely. Attempting a jailbreak might even provide others the chance to eliminate him entirely, something he was not foolish enough to risk. Rather than dwelling on such unrealistic ideas, it would be better to send out the number 5 potion quickly, which might speed up his plans. As Chen Lingyu's thoughts raced, Bai Shan had already reverted to his original form. Feeling the surge of power within him, he was first shocked, then filled with greater reverence for the man before him. Noticing the intense gaze, Chen Lingyu slightly returned to his senses and tossed another platinum-colored potion bottle to Bai Shan. "Take this potion, go to the Magic City and find someone, make her drink it. Avoid detection, and if caught, just rendezvous with the others." "Rest assured, sir," Bai Shan replied, solemnly bowing his head. Then a shadow raven appeared on his shoulder, its eyes gradually becoming spirited. Although his physical form appeared unchanged, he had actually been replaced by a puppet without anyone noticing. Transformed into a raven, Bai Shan clutched the number 5 potion in his beak, spread his wings and flew towards the sky. Outside the 9th prison, thanks to the breath concealment ability, he emitted no detectable aura, appearing as an ordinary raven, drawing no attention. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Ability Users Association, the president was abruptly disturbed. "President, something terrible has happened." An urgent voice rang from outside the office, waking Lin Longtian from his nap, causing him to furrow his brows in displeasure. "Come in." With a loud bang, the luxurious wooden door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. The golden door handle struck the wall, producing a sharp, reverberating sound. A hurried figure swiftly approached Lin Longtian, but before he could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of scolding. "How many times have I told you not to disturb me during my nap? And can't you do things more carefully without being so rash?" Hearing the harsh reprimands, the visitor felt as if a lump was stuck in his throat, difficult to swallow and nauseating to spit out. Yet, considering the person's status before him, he could only take a deep breath and force a conciliatory smile. "I apologize, Chairman, but this issue is truly urgent and concerns the entire empire. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to disturb you at this time." Upon hearing this, Lin Longtian's irritation dissipated significantly and he asked with a serious expression, "Speak, what exactly has happened?" The visitor took a moment to organize his thoughts before speaking in a low, grave tone. "We have completely lost contact with the Jiangnan Association of Espers. If nothing unexpected has happened, they have likely been wiped out." "What?" This revelation was like a bombshell, jolting Lin Longtian awake and nearly causing him to rise from his seat. "How is that possible? Who would dare to be so audacious? Is it those lunatics from the Salvation sect?" The person standing in front of the desk quickly shook his head, denying Lin Longtian's assumption. "No, after our last siege, the Salvation sect suffered heavy casualties. They are currently hiding in the southern border area to recover their strength, and our informants have surrounded the entire region. No one has come out." His tone paused briefly before continuing with a hint of hesitation. "According to our investigation, this attack on Jiangnan was carried out by an unknown force. It is calculated that these individuals are very powerful, with the battle being almost one-sided, and no information managed to leak out." But what?" Seeing his counterpart's words falter midway, Lin Longtian impatiently urged, "Speak quickly, don't dawdle." Startled by the shout, the visitor clenched and unclenched his fists, then continued, "Although no information was leaked, our headquarters intelligence indicates that one Esper managed to escape from Jiangnan." Lin Longtian's eyes immediately lit up. "Who is it?" "The vice chairman of the Jiangnan Espers Association, Yang Wuxi." This time, the person speaking did not withhold any more information, but it was Lin Longtian's turn to frown. "That troublemaker, where is he now?" "After leaving Jiangnan, he headed straight for the Magic City." "Magic City?" Lin Longtian repeated, then a cold smile crept onto his lips. "How running off to see that cripple, how touching their sibling bond is. Go, inform him to turn around and come to the capital immediately. If he dares to disobey, have Han Shao personally bring him back." "Yes. And also check how the training of the 6 Guardian teams is going, see which of them are interested in taking over the Jiangnan situation. It could serve as new recruits' practice." Hearing this, the figure at the desk beamed with relief as the weight in his heart finally lifted. These 6 guardians, formidable warriors who survived the great decisive battle of the past, start with at least an S-rank strength. Since the end of the era of monstrous beasts and the beginning of a new era, these prominent figures have each been assigned to lead a team. These 6 teams enjoy the highest resource allocation in the entire empire, making them the coveted destination for all ability users. They represent the pinnacle of strength in the entire Kanglan Empire. Therefore, upon hearing that a Guardian team was dispatched, he had only one thought: the affairs in Jiangnan are secure. The president is wise. With the Guardians involved, Jiangnan is safe. "Well, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest," he said, with Lin Longtian secretly delighted by the flattery, though maintaining an air of deep thought on the surface, waving his hand nonchalantly after closing his eyes. "Go, and in the future use your brains for such minor issues." In the remote outskirts of the magical city, a villa estate stood quietly, exuding a slightly desolate air. Before long, a figure stumbled out of the darkness. It was Yang Wuxi, who had returned from Jiangnan after a journey fraught with danger. "Who goes there? This is private property, leave at once," came a clear, threatening voice from within the estate. A careful listen would reveal that the owner of the voice possessed an initial B-rank cultivation level. "Uncle Ming, it's me," Yang Wuxi called out, stepping up to the villa's gate and revealing his face. "Master, you've returned." The villa gates swung open swiftly, and an elderly man with graying hair hurriedly emerged. Seeing Yang Wuxi's slightly weary visage, he rushed forward to greet him. "Master, what happened to you? How did you get so badly injured?" "I'm fine." Yang Wuxi waved his hand dismissively. Despite the dust covering him, his eyes were unusually bright. "Take me to see my sister. Perhaps I've found a way to wake her up." Upon hearing Yang Wuxi's words, the old man shuddered, asking emotionally, "Master, have you truly found a way to cure the young lady?" He had been the steward of the Yang family for 2 generations, serving as the attendant to Yang Wuxi's father since the founding of the family by Yang Wuxi's grandfather. Nearly 50 years had passed, and to him, Yang Wuxi and his sister Yang Wenjian were like his own children. Observing Yang Wuxi's demeanor, the steward felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Years ago, Yang Wuxi's father met an untimely death at the jaws of a monstrous beast, and Yang Wenjian resolutely followed that great figure. This left Yang Wuxi at just 16 to shoulder the family's responsibilities. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Yang Wuxi had hoped that after ending the war with the beasts his family could reunite, but who would have thought that the news brought back was the calamity of Yang Wenjian becoming a vegetative state. Sensing the steward's emotional shift, Yang Wuxi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Do you hate that great figure? Upon first witnessing the wretched state of his sister, he was overwhelmed with the urge to confront Chen Lingyu for retribution. However, as he learned of the legendary figure's downfall, he realized that the true culprit was the so-called psychic association. Their deliberate obstruction had delayed Yang Wenjian's rescue at a crucial time, leading to this tragic outcome. If not for his own lack of strength and the fear of bringing disaster upon his family, he wouldn't have been forced to suppress his rage and engage in a facade of cordiality with the association. Although Yang Wuxi possessed exceptional talent, he still needed time to grow, which was why he trained tirelessly. Every moment he longed for the day he could avenge his sister. These thoughts replayed vividly in Yang Wuxi's mind, causing his fists to clench tighter. Sighing deeply, Uncle Ming broke his train of thought, suggesting they first visit his sister since it was rare for him to return home. Yang Wuxi remained silent, quietly following Ming's lead as they crossed half the estate to reach the grand villa at its center. There, in front of a simple hospital bed, he saw the breathtakingly beautiful face of his sister. The only flaw was her deathly pale complexion, devoid of any signs of life. Yang Wenjian lay there quietly, her faint heartbeat the sole proof of life. As Yang Wuxi observed her, his eyes began to redden. Turning away from Uncle Ming, he discreetly wiped away his tears, whispering to his sister, "No matter what, I'll find a way to heal you. Wait for me." Recalling his experiences in Jiangnan, the resolve in his eyes grew stronger. Even if it meant risking his life, he was determined to return and uncover the truth. "Master, it's getting late. You've had a long journey. You should rest," Uncle Ming advised, unable to ignore Yang Wuxi's exhaustion. Yang Wuxi nodded gently, taking a final look at his sister before leaving the room. "Thank you, Uncle Ming, for taking care of the young family. I'm an unworthy leader," he said, his voice trailing off as he walked away. Uncle Ming's body trembled, lifting his head only to see Yang Wuxi disappearing into the darkness. "Poor child," he murmured once everyone had left. In the shadows, an ordinary crow fluttered in, landing on the windowsill of the hospital room. "This is the place," whispered the crow, as Baishan materialized in a swirl of black mist, silently stepping into the room. Standing by Yang Wenjian's bed, Baishan flipped his hand and a vial filled with a platinum-colored liquid appeared at his fingertips. With a deft motion, he used his spiritual power to gently part her lips, removing the vial stopper and carefully pouring every drop into her mouth. Anticipating a possible reaction, he immediately employed his abilities to silence the room. As expected, within seconds Yang Wenjian's body started convulsing. Under Baishan's watchful gaze, the sound of bones restructuring echoed from within her. In the next moment, countless bones emerged from beneath Yang Wenjian's skin, far exceeding what any normal human should possess. Her original skin and flesh began to vanish and degrade at an alarming speed, visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, apart from her cheeks, her body was entirely replaced by a mass of white bones. Her once lush black hair turned into a chilling white within the blink of an eye. But it didn't stop there. Much like what happened with Baishan's mutation, wings began to sprout from Yang Wenjian's back. However, unlike before, she grew 3 pairs of wings, all forged from densely packed white bones. Thus, an airy angel composed entirely of bones appeared before Baishan. In the imperial capital, although the 9th prison was thousands of miles away, Chen Lingyu, relying on the system's capabilities, witnessed the entire transformation of Yang Wenjian into this strange being. Ding! Creation complete. Host, please name the 5th entry in the eerie sequence. Chen Lingyu did not hesitate this time and quickly uttered a name that had long been prepared. Bone Angel. Name successful. Eerie sequence 005. Bone Angel has been successfully recorded in the archives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating an S-rank eerie sequence. Rewards: 1 epic material pack, 2 premium material packs and 1000 creation points. Eerie archives. Sequence 001 Ghoul. Sequence 002 Ghost Umbrella. Sequence 003 Spider Queen. Sequence 004 Raven. Sequence 005 Bone Angel. Sequence 005 Bone Angel. Name: Yang Wenjian. Initial level S-rank. Peak: replicable abilities, Apostle Transformation, Angel's Wrath, Angelic Armor in Fallen Angel's Realm. At the S-rank peak you should adapt quickly, right? Maybe because she encountered an old acquaintance. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Lingyu's mouth. "Come on, the feast is ready, but I wonder what your reaction will be when you see her." After fully absorbing the energy from the potion, Yang Wenjian finally opened her eyes slowly. The first thing she said upon seeing Baishan was a series of cold questions. Who are you? Why did you save me? What did you make me drink? Although she was in a vegetative state, she retained her consciousness and could sense everything happening around her. I can't explain it to you, the master only asked me to deliver a message to you. He said that once you hear it, everything will become clear. Master, who is he? Baishan didn't acknowledge Yang Wenjian's questions further but calmly delivered the message Chen Lingyu instructed him to relay. Xiao Yangzi, you're really fierce. The familiar voice rang in her ears, causing Yang Wenjian's body to shudder violently. Her pupils contracted slightly and she reached out excitedly, grabbing Baishan's shoulder. Is it the captain? Do you know the captain? Ouch! A flicker of pain crossed Baishan's face, aware that the person before him wielded S-rank peak power. Although it was an inadvertent action, it was still more than enough for someone of his mere B rank to handle. In an instant, with just a flicker of thought, his body transformed into countless crows dispersing into the air. As the shadows of the black crows gathered once more, Baishan's figure reappeared just a few steps away. Witnessing the other break free from her grasp, Yang Wenjian was momentarily stunned. Only after feeling the surge of power within herself did she understand what had happened, and she apologized with a contrite expression. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Baishan merely shook his head slightly, indicating it was no issue. The person before him was designated by the esteemed one himself, and with the power to easily crush him, how could he dare to voice any complaints? If the captain you're referring to was the one who ended the beast war, then it must indeed be the esteemed one, Baishan confirmed. At his words, Yang Wenjian's face immediately lit up with joy, even more so than when she had been revived. Has the beast war truly ended? I knew the captain could do it. Where is he now? Take me to see him, she exclaimed eagerly. However, Baishan could only shake his head helplessly in response to her expectant gaze. I'm sorry, but that's not possible, he replied. Why can't I even see him? Yang Wenjian's face showed urgency before Baishan could finish his sentence. Because the esteemed one is currently in the prison for gifted individuals, Baishan explained. Prison? Of all the reasons Yang Wenjian had considered, she never imagined it would be this. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't understand, and she asked Baishan with a hint of agitation in her voice, how can that be? Didn't the captain save the entire Blue Star? He's humanity's savior. Why is he in prison now? I don't know either, Baishan shrugged helplessly. Before all this, he was just an ordinary person at the bottom of society, so how could he have known about these matters? All I know is that it was announced personally by the president of the Gifted Association, Lin Longtian. At the mention of Lin Longtian's name, Yang Wenjian's confusion immediately turned into clarity. A surge of anger erupted in her voice. She had been aligned with Chen Lingyu and had suffered from Lin Longtian's schemes. She hadn't suspected him initially because Lin had always been submissive, often avoiding Chen Lingyu. It was unimaginable to her that during her time unconscious he would have the audacity to do such a thing. How dare Lin Longtian imprison the captain? Yang Wenjian's fury blazed, the terrifying aura unique to an S-grade gifted individual enveloping the entire room. The concealment barrier Baishan had set up earlier was almost instantly overwhelmed. Fortunately, Yang Wenjian didn't lose her composure entirely. After venting her anger, she quickly regained her calm. Before her coma, she was an SS-grade gifted individual, and now she controlled her power with even greater proficiency than others. I have one more question. With the captain's power, why would he willingly let Lin Longtian imprison him? This question was widely known, and Baishan quickly provided an answer. In the aftermath of the final battle, although Master Chen Lingyu emerged victorious, she was left gravely injured. Her lifelong cultivation dissipated. While she lay unconscious, she was imprisoned by Lin Longtian. No wonder, upon hearing just 2 sentences, Yang Wenjian's face turned dark with anger. Her fists clenched so tightly that the bones creaked audibly, a testament to the fury that burned within her. Fine. Lin Longtian, just wait. If I don't avenge our captain, I won't be called Yang, she declared furiously. She then turned her gaze eyes ablaze towards Baishan. Lead the way. We're going to rescue the captain right now. No. Baishan's expression turned serious as he firmly shook his head in refusal. You can't go. The master has her own plans and you have other tasks to attend to. Is this the captain's order? Yang Wenjian asked. Yes, Baishan confirmed. The master explicitly instructed me to remind you not to reveal your power under the watchful eyes of the Espers Association. Hearing that it was Chen Lingyu's command, Yang Wenjian finally calmed down, nodding silently. I understand. What does the captain want me to do? The master wants you to take care of your business first, then head to the City of Demons and obliterate the local branch of the Espers Association. After that, proceed to Jiangnan as quickly as possible to rendezvous with our team. There a great battle awaits. Whether it was the prospect of taking down the Espers Association members or her innate thirst for combat, Yang Wenjian licked her lips with interest after hearing Bai Shan's words and smiled. Tell the captain that I promised to complete the mission. Very well, I'll return to report back. Bai Shan nodded, transforming back into the raven he arrived as. Before leaving, he plucked a feather from himself and handed it to Yang Wenjian. I am Raven 004, responsible for communication with the master. Inform me of any updates. With those words, Bai Shan dissipated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the night. 004 Raven, Yang Wenjian mused, rolling the feather between her fingers before tucking it into her coat. I guess I'm 005. The Bone Angel. The captain's methods are certainly mystifying, but it's not the first time, is it? She chuckled to herself. Though curiosity piqued her interest in Chen Lingyo's tactics, Yang Wenjian knew better than to question her captain's methods after all these years. Smiling indifferently as if she hadn't just escaped death, she stretched and stepped towards the hospital room's exit. Brother, long time no see, she whispered as 100 kilometers away in the skies above Jiangnan a massive Guardian battleship was rapidly approaching. Aboard this ship, alongside a small team of Guardians, were 500 elite soldiers armed to the teeth. Sir, we are half an hour away from our destination. Understood. The man basking in the sunlight slowly opened his eyes, and with the pressure of an S-class superpower emanating, a voice instantly resonated throughout the massive ship. Wind Falcon squad assemble, Captain. The voice had barely faded when 9 figures promptly appeared before the man. Wind Falcon stood up slowly with his hands behind his back, turning to look at the group with a somewhat stern gaze. We are approaching our destination Jiangnan. You all know why we are here. This is not only a mission but also a test for you. He glanced around the group, then called out 2 names, Sun Yuchuan, Su Shanbei. You 2 will lead the teams this time. Each of you will take 2 team members and form a 3-person team. Pausing briefly, Wind Falcon noticed another figure in the crowd and, after a moment of hesitation, added another name, Lin Feng. You will also lead a team like them and strive to break through to A level upon returning from this mission. One more thing. I must remind you, this mission is entirely in your hands. Do not expect me to step in unless absolutely necessary. Yes, sir. The 3 who were named stepped out of the line. Apart from Lin Feng, who frowned slightly, the other 2 were visibly excited and delighted. Go back and prepare. Time is running short. The 9 swiftly returned to their respective rooms. Only after ensuring no one was watching did Lin Feng frown and take out the orb from his pocket, which was now so hot it was almost burning. The crisis orb had issued another warning, and with such a strong reaction this mission could be extremely dangerous. He swallowed hard, the sense of impending doom keeping him restless. In truth, he wasn't originally from this planet. A year ago, a mysterious game had transported him here. In the game called Eerie Tower, he had to start from the base of a dark tower and continuously challenge upwards. Each level of the tower housed a bizarre and powerful monster. The first level was called Ghoul, the second Ghost Umbrella, and so on through the 3rd and 4th levels. Every time Lin Feng defeated a monster, he received a special reward corresponding to that level. For instance, the Crisis Orb was a special reward he acquired after defeating the boss of the 3rd level, the Spider Queen. With his exceptional gaming skills, Lin Feng had cleared each level one after another. It wasn't until the 5th level that he encountered an unbeatable monster that halted his progress. He vividly remembered the stunning woman known as the Bone Angel, who with just one move sent him to his demise. Lin Feng had assumed it was just an ordinary game where dying simply meant starting over, but to his utter surprise, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this strange world known as Blue Star. Moreover, the rewards from clearing the first 4 levels of the game had crossed over with him into this world. It was precisely these 4 treasures that allowed Lin Feng to quickly rise in power, soon drawing the attention of the upper echelons. After passing the rigorous assessment, he successfully joined the much-coveted Guardian Squad a month ago, a team that countless superhumans dream of being part of. Now, he is already trained to the peak of B-level abilities, just a step away from becoming an A-level superhuman. If he successfully completes this mission, he stands to gain more resources and support. Perhaps he might even become the youngest A-level superhuman in the history of Blue Star. Thinking about his previous life as just an ordinary university student, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Well, as long as I'm careful enough, nothing should go wrong, he reassured himself, gradually letting his tense nerves relax. After all, he had read plenty of novels in his previous life. Crossing dimensions and gaining extraordinary powers seemed to fit perfectly with the protagonist's template. If he was the main character, surely he would have the protagonist's protective halo and wouldn't meet his end so soon. As he pondered this, a loud boom resonated, causing a slight tremor through the massive hull of the Guardian battleship, which promptly landed successfully in the Jiangnan region. The Wind Falcon has successfully landed in Jiangnan. The announcement echoed throughout the immense ship, invigorating all the squad members. However, they did not disembark immediately. Instead, 500 well-equipped soldiers began to pour out in an orderly fashion. As superhumans, they needed these soldiers to gather information about the enemy's position and strength. Only with this information could they devise the optimal plan to minimize casualties among the superhumans. However, for these ordinary soldiers, each attempt to obtain such information inevitably came at the cost of their lives. Rather than calling them soldiers, it would be more fitting to refer to them as suicide squads or cannon fodder. The 500 men quickly divided into 50 squads on the ground, initiating a comprehensive carpet-like search of the entire Jiangnan area. One of these squads, according to the original plan, headed straight for the destroyed branch of the Superhuman Association. Damn, what rotten luck to be assigned to this place. Unable to suppress the oppressive atmosphere any longer, one member of the squad burst into a furious tirade during their advance. Compared to other areas, this region, which had just witnessed a massive battle, undoubtedly had a higher risk of encountering danger. If they encountered such an entity, at best they might be able to send back information before meeting their end. As for escape, it wasn't even worth considering. Those superhumans don't even see us as humans. Sending us on such missions is practically sending us to our deaths. Enough, shut up. The leader finally spoke, casting a cold glance backward before harshly reprimanding the man who had just spoken. This decision comes from above, and there's nothing any of us can do to change it. If you've got grievances, keep them to yourself. Don't spout nonsense here or I'll shoot you right now. After being reprimanded, the man, though visibly upset, had no choice but to quiet down. As the group moved forward, they finally arrived at the ruins of the Jiangnan Superhuman Association. The building, corroded by the venom of the Spider Queen, had taken on a dark, lacquered appearance both inside and out. Under the cover of night, even just looking at it evoked a deep sense of foreboding. Go in and remember to stay alert at all times. Don't make too much noise. The group cautiously stepped inside, only to find that the floor felt as if it were coated with a layer of black glue sticking to their feet with each step. The air was thick with a putrid stench, making them feel nauseated. They had not walked far when suddenly clusters of white cocoons suspended by fine silk appeared in their view. Each cocoon was the size of an adult, and just on this floor there were nearly 50 of them. What are these things? Fear, like a ripple, quickly spread among them. The leader was the first to respond, hurriedly instructing the others, "Quick, turn on the cameras and record everything here." "Oh, okay," they replied, but amidst their flurry of activity an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack and a bullet shot out, heading straight for the nearest cocoon. With a soft thud, the bullet hit the cocoon, making a sound similar to piercing skin. Dark green, foul-smelling liquid began to trickle from the bullet hole, seeping through the silk and dripping to the floor with a sizzling sound. The moment the bullet was fired, everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats, barely daring to breathe. It wasn't until they saw that the pierced cocoon remained still that they collectively exhaled in relief. "Who fired that shot?" the leader roared, turning with fury to look at the team behind him. There stood the soldier who had initially complained, trembling and holding his gun, his face a mask of bewilderment. "I was too nervous. It wasn't on purpose," he stammered. The leader, showing no mercy, strode over to the soldier, pointing angrily at his head. "Do you realize your wasn't on purpose almost got us all killed?" I'm sorry," the soldier pleaded, but apologies were of little comfort. Under the captain's scolding, the rest of the team cast reproachful glances at him. 7 pairs of eyes? Why only 7? The leader's heart skipped a beat, his anger momentarily forgotten as he quickly counted the team members again. 9. Where had the 9th person gone? At the sound of his urgent voice, the team finally sensed something was amiss. Fear rapidly spread through the group, anxiety etched on every face. Just then, a gnawing sound echoed from above them. All 9 members instinctively looked up, and the sight that greeted them set their hearts racing. Not far from the bullet-pierced cocoon, a venomous spider half the size of a human hung silently from the ceiling. The 8 hairy spider legs clutched tightly, cradling a corpse which had gnawed with sharp fangs. From the attire of the victim, everyone immediately recognized it was one of their team members who had been with them just moments ago. But in just a few breaths, the once living person was now half devoured. A monstrous beast! There's a monstrous beast! In an instant, panic spread among the group. A spider this massive couldn't possibly be a normal creature, in their understanding such mutated animals could only be monstrous beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Without the need for words, fear drove the 9 of them to simultaneously raise their guns and open fire on the creature above. Bullets struck the spider, instantly creating small pits on its body. Writhing in pain, the spider immediately released its prey, screeching and lunging at the 9 people below. This roar only intensified the ground's firepower, and dark green blood gushed out like small streams. Before it could even reach the group, the spider succumbed to the barrage of bullets, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Witnessing the scene, the group gradually lowered their weapons. Each was breathing heavily, their eyes filled with lingering fear. What on earth was this creature? After several seconds of panting, 2 team members, unable to contain their curiosity, cautiously approached the spider's corpse, yet to their horror they noticed the creature's body still subtly heaving. On its back, a dark green poison sac was swelling larger and larger, nearing a point where it seemed ready to explode at any moment. Watch out, run! Realizing the danger, the 2 soldiers shouted in terror as they quickly retreated. Upon hearing the commotion, the others, still regrouping, barely had time to look up. Boom! In the next instant, a loud explosion occurred as the poison sac burst open. In the rapidly contracting pupils of the 7 remaining, their 2 sprinting comrades were instantly engulfed in the spewing venom. A harrowing scream echoed, and in no time, the 2 living beings dissolved into a puddle of sludge. Damn it! The captain's steps halted midway in his attempt to rescue them. 2 more team members had fallen. They had been in there less than 10 minutes, and of the 10 who entered, only 3 remained. The data collection is complete. Retreat. A soldier responsible for communication within the team suddenly brought this joyful news, casting a glimmer of hope over their previously somber mood. The leader exhaled a long sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy as he shouted, "Let's get out of this hellhole." However, just as he finished speaking, a massive shadow suddenly descended from above. In an instant, the captain's head was gone and his headless body collapsed to the ground without warning. What just happened? The remaining 6 team members were still in a daze, their minds blank. One of them raised his flashlight with a trembling hand, shining it upwards. In the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the previously intact white cocoons had been pierced with large holes and were now empty. As the beam of light swung around once more, the scene before them instantly filled the remaining 6 with a sense of despair. On the other side of the ceiling, dozens of spiders, each the size of half a human, jostled together, ready to pounce on them. Guardians of the great ship, the squad sent to the ruins of the Esper Association has been completely wiped out. The officer was cut off before he could finish. Su Shanbei, one of the squad leaders appointed by Feng Sun, impatiently waved his hand. Get to the point. Did we gather any intel on the enemy's strength and numbers? The officer at the command station, constantly monitoring the soldiers' movements, was momentarily taken aback but couldn't say anything. He could only respond honestly, yes. Before they were attacked, they managed to transmit the data. After some operations, a complete video of the soldiers being attacked by venomous spiders was displayed on the screen. The target of this attack on the Esper Association was an unknown species of spider beast. Currently known, this beast possesses strong venom with levels generally ranging from E to C, and their numbers are estimated to be between 200 and 300. Could they really be beasts? Su Shanbei's robust body paused slightly upon hearing the analysis, and a twisted smile of excitement appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I thought I'd never have the chance to slash these beasts again. What are we waiting for? Let's go, a mere bunch of insects. Let me have some fun hacking them first. However, a refined man beside Su Shanbei frowned. Big fool, don't take it too lightly. There's something fishy about this. According to the data, there are 6 B-level or higher espers guarding the Jiangnan Esper Association. Although these creatures are numerous, their levels are generally low and they couldn't possibly kill B-level espers. In other words, there's definitely something else hidden there. Sun Yuchuan, are you pretending to be a big shot? Far from stopping, Su Shanbei turned around and taunted with a smile. I'm reckless but not stupid. How would you know what's behind these beasts if you don't go over there? You're an A-level but still hesitant. I really don't know what the captain saw in you back then. Sun Yuchuan was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. Watching the others retreating back, he quickly gathered his nearby teammates and followed suit. Once both groups had left, only Lin Feng and his team remained in the command room. Brother Feng, aren't we going over there? What if both teams take all the credit? However, at this moment, Lin Feng was intently staring at the video on the screen, replaying it over and over, his mind blank. He didn't hear a word of his teammates' inquiry. How can this be? Is it the offspring of the Spider Queen? Impossible. Why is that creature from the game appearing here? Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil as the spiders in the video. It was exactly like the Spider Queen from the third level of the tower game Lin Feng had played in his previous life, known for her unique attack strategies. This was no mere coincidence. Fenggu, Lin Feng. His thoughts were interrupted when a teammate nudged him back to reality. What's up? He asked. Both teams have already moved far ahead. If we don't catch up, we won't even be able to get a taste of the action, his teammate urged. Lin Feng frowned slightly, caught in a moment of indecision. He was the only one who knew about the powerful Spider Queen controlling the spiders, having discovered her weaknesses in his past life. If he could successfully take her down, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. However, he was uncertain about the Queen's level and whether other bosses from different levels might appear. From what he remembered about his past attempts, each boss from the first 4 levels was incredibly challenging. If they all gathered together, it might escalate to a hellish difficulty level. Could it be that these creatures also traveled through time with me? If so, their levels shouldn't be too high, he pondered, determination slowly solidifying in his eyes. In the game, defeating these bosses would drop items. He wondered if killing them again would yield any new surprises. Anyway, there were others testing the waters ahead, so he decided to follow and see what happened. If they couldn't handle it, they'd look for another chance later. With his mind made up, Lin Feng called over 2 teammates and followed the 2 teams ahead, maintaining a steady pace. As they moved, a crow perched on a nearby tree branch shifted its gaze, its eyes glinting with a strange light. In the next instant, it flapped its black wings and vanished as quickly as it appeared. The crow reappeared in a hotel room not far from the Esper Association, landing gracefully on the shoulder of an unremarkable man. "Dad, how did it go?" Bai Liner asked one of 4 people in the room. As the crow dissolved into a black mist, Bai Shan's expression turned solemn. "The catch is significant. There are 6 in total, 2 mid-level A rank and 4 late-level B rank," he reported. Bai Liner seemed relieved. "That's not too daunting. As long as the S rank Esper the boss mentioned isn't here, we're fine. Leave the 2 A ranks to the 4 of you. Take out as many as you can. We must quickly strengthen ourselves before more people arrive later," she instructed. Li Ran and Muwan exchanged glances, feeling a wave of anxiety. Despite advancing to mid and late B rank levels through a previous massacre, they couldn't offer much assistance to Bai Liner against such formidable adversaries. "We just need to hold out for a while. Reinforcements are on the way," Bai Shan reassured, providing a sense of relief to the group. Without Bai Shan's intel, facing an S rank Esper might have already sent them fleeing. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Everyone turned to look outside, where a towering man hovered in the sky, his presence commanding attention. He stood bare-chested, wielding a massive broadsword taller than a person, and struck it fiercely against the ruins of the building belonging to the Association of Supernatural Abilities. With just a single blow, the entire structure, standing several stories high, was instantly cleaved in 2. Amidst the chaos, the hissing of countless spiders echoed, their dark green blood pooling on the uneven ground. "Humph, too weak," he muttered, dismissing the surviving spider creatures. The aura of Su Shanbei, an A-level supernatural being, is spread over several hundred meters. Quickly, he locked onto Bai Liner and her group, whose presence stood out from the ordinary. "Found you." His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he swung his sword towards the room where Bai Liner and her companions were located. Even from 100 meters away, the force of the sword's energy remained undiminished. The already dilapidated building collapsed with a thunderous roar under the impact. "Take action," a soft command echoed through the dust and debris. Bai Liner, with her white paper umbrella unfurled, was the first to rush out, her aura targeting the 2 most formidable enemies. Domain of 100 ghosts open. A colossal ghostly gate descended from the sky, crashing before Su Bei Shan and Sun Yuchuan, who had just arrived. A soul-dragging force ensued, and in an instant the unsuspecting duo was pulled into the ghostly realm. Witnessing their only 2 A-level supernatural allies vanish suddenly, the remaining 4 were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. It wasn't until Li Ran and his companions revealed their unusual forms that the 4 began their frantic response. 3 against 4, with the opposing side being late-stage B-levels and only 1 B-level on their own team. On paper, Li Ran's side appeared at a significant disadvantage. Yet, as the battle unfolded, the tables turned, with the trio's unconventional tactics giving them the upper hand. However, within the domain of 100 ghosts, Bai Liner's situation wasn't as favorable. Having only just broken through to A level herself, the 2 she had pulled in were seasoned fighters. Under their fierce assault, Bai Liner could only retreat while fighting. Thinking of a counterattack was futile. At most, she could trap them in the ghostly realm for a while. Meanwhile, None of the combatants embroiled in their separate battles noticed the arrival of 3 new figures in the distance. As the 4 team members outside began to falter, the newcomers chose to strike. The sound of a sword slicing through the air signaled their arrival as Lin Feng descended from above, sword in hand. Seemingly aware of Li Ran's vulnerability, Lin Feng swiftly severed one of his arms. Damn it, more of them? Despite having advanced to B level and gained the ability to regenerate, the surprise attack left Li Ran in pain and temporarily disadvantaged. In the fleeting seconds as the arm extended, it created a perilous opening that could prove fatal. Seeing the attack advancing once more, Li Ran gritted his teeth and reluctantly stepped back from his forward position. Observing this, Bai Shan quickly understood the unfolding situation and instinctively moved to the forefront. Compared to the Spider Queen, his puppet body could at least withstand more damage. Besides, a puppet could be rebuilt, so its destruction wasn't a major concern. As Lin Feng successfully repelled Li Ran, 2 more late-stage B-level superhumans leapt into action, revealing themselves. It's Brother Feng and the others. Great. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the previously suppressed 4 showed expressions of relief and joy. Brother Feng, these 3 aren't like regular humans. While their levels aren't high, their methods are extremely troublesome, one of them exclaimed. Lin Feng nodded, his expression grave as he scrutinized Li Ran and his 2 companions. At that moment his suspicions were finally confirmed. Ghoul, Spider Queen and Raven, he muttered to himself. These 3 were all bosses from that game and he hadn't expected them to appear here. Wait, where's the ghost umbrella from the 2nd level? He promptly turned to the 4 teammates who had arrived first and inquired, also, where did that mysterious one go? Oh, mysterious? The group was momentarily puzzled. Do you mean these people? There was indeed another 1 inch and its strength reached A level, but it disappeared with Brother Sun and Brother Su right from the start. Disappeared. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately thought of the Ghost Umbrella's ability. If he guessed correctly, they were likely pulled into the 100 Ghosts domain by it. After pondering for a moment, he addressed the group before him. I'll go rescue those 2, you 6 stay here. The one I attacked just now is called Ghoul. It can resist all fatal injuries, but limb regeneration is slow. Sever its limbs and it won't be a threat. That spider is known as the Spider Queen. Its weakness is its abdomen, just watch out for her venom. As for the remaining one, the Raven, its true form is that crow. The body is merely a puppet, so don't get too entangled with it. I've told you their weaknesses, try to capture them alive as I still have use for them. With that said, Lin Feng suddenly tossed a small door exuding a deep chill into the air. As it appeared mid-air, it swiftly expanded with the wind. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a smaller version of Bai Linner's Ghost Gate. Is this the Ghost Gate? At this moment, the expressions of Li Ran and his companions turned exceedingly grim. They had heard Lin Feng's words clearly, and he had revealed all their names and weaknesses without missing a beat. Who exactly is this person? How does he know so much about us? One of them questioned, perplexed. I don't know, Bai Shan replied, shaking his head as he watched the 6 adversaries closing in on them once more. However, if we don't come up with a solution soon, I'm afraid this might be our last day. On the other side, as soon as Lin Feng stepped into the ghostly gate, he suddenly found himself in Bai Linner's ghostly realm. His abrupt appearance caused Bai Linner to narrow her eyes in surprise, and even Su Bai Shan and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng? Ignoring the 2, Lin Feng first glanced at Bai Linner, and upon confirming she was only at an early A level, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Follow me, we'll talk outside. With that, Lin Feng and the 2 companions left the ghostly realm openly, leaving Bai Linner standing there with a face full of shock. In the Imperial City, at the 9th prison, Chen Lingyu watched Lin Feng's actions on the screen and couldn't help but frown slightly. The way Lin Feng moved suggested he was exceedingly familiar with these creations of his. Moreover, it seemed as if he possessed abilities similar to these creations. What was going on here? Just then, a system notification, unlike the usual alerts, sounded. Ding, there is an incoming connection request from the future. Would you like to connect? The future? Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow, but a smile of interest appeared on his face. Connect? Hello, is anyone there? As soon as the call connected, an eager voice came from the other end. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Lingyu immediately confirmed his suspicion. However, the tone of the speaker made his face inexplicably darken. Can you be a bit more serious? Ha, so I was this uptight in the past, how amusing. Chen Lingyu's mouth twitched slightly. Are you messing with yourself? Indeed, the reason the voice was so familiar was that the person on the call was actually his future self. Not talking, I guess you're thinking that you'd never turn out like this, right? The future Chen Lingyu laughed unrestrainedly while the present Chen Lingyu was left with a head full of black lines. Alright, let's get to the point. Why did you contact me? TCH, you're such a bore. Forget it, I can't insult you. It'd be like insulting myself. Chen Lingyu mumbled a few words and then his tone became slightly more serious. Actually, it was a coincidence that I could reach you today. I happened to casually slay a false god with a fragment of a time-space divinity and thought of making a toy out of it, but life in the divine realm is too dull, so I decided to come and play with you. How touching, right? This time Chen Lingyu ignored the flippant tone and focused on those two keywords, divine realm and divinity. Sensing his thoughts, his future self said leisurely, "You're just starting, so you don't need to know about these yet. By the way, the toy I specially prepared for you should have received it, right?" "What toy?" Chen Lingyu was puzzled, but then a figure quickly flashed through his mind. Could it be that Lin Feng was your doing? Bing! I'm so clever. The pride in Chen Lingyu's voice was undeniable, making him reluctant to acknowledge that this was indeed his future self. Alright, time is almost up, so I'll keep it short. You must take good care of Lin Feng. Within him lies an unformed divine core, something I procured for you at a great cost. In terms of your world's current hierarchy, once he reaches SSS level, it should be mature enough to extract and use. At that point you will be able to create the first true god in the truest sense. Besides, I've invested quite a bit into crafting this little lab rat. You might want to extract some of his blood. Even at this stage, it serves as a fine material. In short, that guy is a walking treasure trove. How you choose to utilize him is up to you. Moreover, stock up on creation points these days. If I remember correctly, the first legendary material in the store is about to appear. That's it. I can't divulge much more, otherwise if that cunning woman awakens prematurely you'll be thrown right into hell mode. That's sorted just in time. I hope the next time we meet you won't be so reclusive, Chen Lingyu. As her last words faded, the connection with the future severed, yet even with her departure, the immense amount of information she left behind was staggering for the present Chen Lingyu. From her final words, Chen Lingyu quickly extracted two essential pieces of information. First, Lin Feng is not some child of destiny but rather a gift from his future self to his current self, thus he must ensure his subordinates take care not to kill Lin Feng prematurely. It's akin to raising pigs for slaughter. Let them be mischievous, they won't escape for long. He also remembered to secure some of Lin Feng's blood, which could be used as a material. Consider it in advance on interest. She should be arriving soon, he thought, reminding himself to take just enough blood without killing him. With these thoughts, Chen Lingyu summoned the crow perched on the windowsill. After a few words, the crow spread its wings and flew out of the cage, speeding towards the southern battlefield. In addition, he kept an eye on the daily material refresh in the creation store. He pondered how many creation points a legendary material might cost. Looking at the remaining items in his system backpack, he noted an epic material pack and two premium packs. These were rewards from the system for creating the Bone Angel. There are two ways to earn creation points: creating anomalies and hunting down supernaturals. Based on previous patterns, he calculated that with the materials he currently possessed he could still create an S-level anomaly. However, it wasn't enough. A single potion's efficiency was too slow. With that thought, Chen Lingyu opened today's creation store, finding 6 materials refreshed, 2 of which were premium and the other 4 of excellent grade. If he were to exchange all of it, it would amount to 2 bottles of B-grade eerie potions. He silently calculated that if he exchanged these 6 materials at once, it would cost a total of 300 creation points. Once he successfully created 2 eerie entities, he could earn back 100 points, so if each eerie managed to kill 2 B-grade superhumans he would break even. This time he planned to synthesize 3 bottles of potion in one go, 1 S-grade and 2 B-grades, which should be enough to wipe out a second-class city superhuman association. In the Kanglan Empire, the 36 capital cities were categorized into first to third classes based on the average strength of their superhumans. For instance, Jiangnan was considered a third-class city because of the generally average level of superhumans there. The Superhuman Association responsible for a third-class city was required to have at least 5 B-grade superhumans. Previously, Chen Lingyu had sent Bone Angel, also known as Yang Wenjian, to take care of the Magic City, which belonged to the second-class category. The Superhuman Association of a second-class city was required to have at least 3 A-grade superhumans as its top combat force. As for the first-class cities, there were only 8 throughout the entire Kanglan Empire, each with a minimum requirement of an S-grade superhuman. Below the S-grade superhuman there must be at least 5 A-grade elders. Most of these first-class cities actually had more than one S-grade superhuman because not all superhumans belonged to the Superhuman Association. The stronger they were, the more ambition they had to become leaders themselves. Among these cities, the imperial capital where Chen Lingyu was imprisoned was the foremost of the first-class cities and the headquarters of the Superhuman Association. The imperial capital housed a mixed bag of superhumans, both from the official association and leaders from various civilian powers. According to Chen Lingyu's knowledge, there were several SSS-grade living fossils. To completely eradicate a first-class city, it might require the creation of an SS-grade eerie entity. Chen Lingyu shook his head silently, deciding to first stock up on creation points and acquire any legendary materials that would appear soon. With that in mind, he clicked the creation shop 6 times in succession, purchasing all the materials that had refreshed today. After spending 300 creation points, he was left with 1760 in his system backpack. Of these, 1,000 points were awarded by the system when he created Sequence 005, Bone Angel. The remaining few hundred were mostly rewards from the system after Yang Wenjian annihilated the Superhuman Association in the Magic City. With all the materials gathered, it was time to start synthesizing. Maybe try his luck with a premium one first. In Jiangnan, the Superhuman Association rumbled. A white paper umbrella and a broad knife clashed fiercely, creating another deep crater several meters wide in the ground. However, before Bai Linner could catch her breath, another long arrow, trailing a cyan flame, shot straight toward her heart. Damn it! Bai Linner bit her lip, barely managing to raise the paper umbrella in front of her chest to withstand the blow. The price she paid was the umbrella handle striking heavily against her chest. As she was knocked back several meters, a mouthful of crimson blood gushed out. Bai Linner lifted her sleeve and nonchalantly wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. In the midst of relentless bombardment by 2 mid-level A-grade ability users, she found herself struggling without the aid of her ghostly domain. As she turned to check on her companions, it dawned on her that she was faring the best among them. The most pitiful of the group was undoubtedly Li Ran, who, after having his weakness pointed out by Lin Feng, was quickly dismembered in the ensuing assault. Now, he lay completely incapacitated under the watchful eye of a B-grade ability user who severed his limbs every time they began to regenerate. Muwan wasn't much better off, but with fewer attackers and a slightly higher level, she could hold her own for a while longer. Meanwhile, most of their adversaries under Lin Feng's command focused their efforts on capturing 004 the Raven. Forsaking his puppet body, Bai Shan transformed into countless shadowy ravens, weaving through the air and baffling his pursuers. If Bai Shan truly wanted to escape, even the 2 A-grade ability users present might not be able to stop him. Yet with his daughter in peril, fleeing was never an option. He knew that if he could just hold on a bit longer until the arrival of 005, the Bone Angel, all their enemies would be vanquished. But how much longer could they hold out? Li Ran, now reduced to a limbless torso, lay on the ground, his face a mask of despair. Beside him, a member of the Wind Falcon squad lounged leisurely, one leg crossed over the other. Noticing the budding regrowth of Li Ran's limbs, he slowly rose, knife in hand. Peering down at the creature that had recently confounded his comrades, he chuckled with mockery. Oh, growing back again? Don't worry, I'll chop them off nice and neat for you. For some reason, this time the words struck Li Ran differently. His eyes widened in sudden panic. Oh, weren't you so cocky before? Oh, afraid now, are you? The man taunted. Li Ran, momentarily bewildered, soon caught on and played along. Yes, I'm scared, please let me go. The squad member seemed taken aback by Li Ran's sudden plea for mercy, but his surprise didn't stop him from continuing his gloating. Begging now? Isn't it a bit late for that? Just lie there obediently. Once we return to the lab, those old geezers will have plenty of fun with you. As he spoke, he noticed Li Ran's limbs had nearly regrown. Raising his blade, he swung down without hesitation. The sickening sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed, but Li Ran's limbs remained intact. He glanced down in shock to find a pristine bone blade protruding from his own chest. How is this possible? He thought, eyes wide, as he tried to glimpse the owner of the bone blade, but before he could turn his head, his body went rigid. Just like that, a late-stage B-grade ability user ceased to breathe. With a soft hiss, the bone blade was withdrawn, and without its support, the body crumpled to the ground. Suddenly, a woman with white hair, entirely composed of bones, revealed herself. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Wenjian swiftly regenerated the missing parts of Li Ran's body with white bones. Meet 005, the Bone Angel. With the bones in place, Li Ran's flesh almost instantaneously restored his original limbs. With a strong push, Li Ran flipped up from the ground. Thanks, I'm 001, a ghoul. Good thing you came in time, can you lend a hand? They seem to be struggling over there. Hearing this, Yang Wenjian wasn't the least bit concerned. He slightly tilted his head, indicating the distance. Relax, someone is already on their way to help. More people? Li Ran's expression showed surprise. He turned his head towards the battlefield, and as expected, 4 bone warriors had mysteriously appeared. Each of these creatures bore a skull head resembling skeleton soldiers from a game, 005. Derivatives, Bone Guardians, but when Li Ran realized the level of these skeleton warriors he was taken aback. Whoa, they're all A rank? Did you create these? After a moment of shock, Li Ran quickly gathered his thoughts, realizing the connection between the skeleton warriors and Yang Wenjian. Unlike Li Ran's astonishment, Yang Wenjian remained nonchalant. What's the matter? Surprised? I figured you guys needed some extra firepower. After obliterating the Magic City Esper Association, I just decided to refine those A-rank bodies into these Bone Guardians. In Yang Wenjian's eyes, whether it was now or before, A-rank Espers weren't anything special. You single-handedly wiped out the Magic City Esper Association? He asked. Is that so surprising? Yang Wenjian replied almost dismissively. Isn't it? Li Ran retorted, a bit flustered and unwilling to let it go. Then why didn't you refine the B-rank espers too? Yang Wenjian glanced at him curiously and then said somewhat dismissively, I could crush a bunch of B-ranks with a squeeze. Why waste effort on that? With that, Yang Wenjian cut the conversation short, mentioning he had tasks assigned by the captain. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving Li Ran in stunned silence. On the other side, the sudden appearance of the 4 Bone Guardians caught both sides off guard. Only Bai Shan, upon seeing Yang Wenjian from afar, joyfully shouted to Bilan and Nguyen, our reinforcements have arrived. The members of the Wind Falcon squad heard him too, and their attacks hesitated, wary of these new creatures. Though they hadn't yet assessed the level of these 4 monsters, their appearance suggested they were not to be trifled with. However, the one most affected by the sight of these skeletal warriors was Lin Feng, who led the attack on Bai Shan. These skeleton warriors, no, it's the monster from the 5th level. Recalling the owner of these Bone Guardians, the oppressive feeling from the 5th level boss in the game flooded back into him. Damn, I haven't even cleared the 5th level of the tower yet. How is the Bone Angel here in this world? Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Feng was met by the sight of 4 monsters he had previously slain, leading him to believe that only creatures he had defeated would manifest. This assumption was shattered when the Bone Angel appeared, nearly scaring the soul out of him. Lin Feng knew he was doomed. Even at an equal level, he stood no chance against such a formidable foe. The reason for his certainty lay in the game mechanics, where his base attributes matched each layer's boss, yet, despite this, he was swiftly dispatched to this world by a single strike mere minutes after entering the 5th layer. But wait, there was still hope. As if inspired by a sudden idea, Lin Feng frantically pulled a small handgun from his pocket and aimed it skyward, firing without hesitation. Instantly, a brilliant flare shot into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Lin Feng, why did you fire a flare? Are you abandoning this mission just because of a few skeletal figures? His teammates were bewildered and skeptical, but Lin Feng didn't need to respond. The very next moment, 4 powerful A-level auras erupted, spreading rapidly. It was the skeletal figures. To everyone's shock, they were all A-level. The group was dumbfounded. They had no time to think before mimicking Lin Feng, pulling out their own flare guns and firing into the sky. However, the Bone Guards seized the opportunity to attack. With a synchronized thrust of their bone spears, they retrieved them to reveal 4 lifeless bodies impaled on the spears. The vast gap in power left these self-proclaimed genius elites with no chance to escape. Only Lin Feng, standing farther away, subtly crafted a hand seal upon witnessing the scene. After completing the hand seal, he casually stepped forward, seemingly by accident, into the Bone Guard's attack range. As expected, in their next assault, a spear impaled him, leaving him motionless. Unseen by others, the real Lin Feng had already slipped away, cloaked in invisibility. He ran until he felt safe enough to stop, gasping for breath and patting his chest. That was close. Thankfully, he still had 1 substitute puppet left from clearing the 4th layer. He knew he had to leave quickly. Could Feng Sun handle the Bone Angel? If even the summoned Bone Guards were A-level, the Bone Angel itself must be at least S-level, terrifyingly powerful. Lin Feng shuddered to think what lay beyond the 5th layer. Lin Feng gulped, unwilling to dwell on what horrors might await beyond the 5th layer. He wondered if Feng Sun had arrived yet, but decided it didn't matter. He needed to return to the battleship. As he oriented himself and prepared to continue his journey, an inexplicable force suddenly lifted him off the ground. You were the first to run, which means you know quite a bit, huh? A melodious voice resonated, yet it cast a shadow of fear in Lin Feng's eyes. He turned rigidly, and as expected, the bone angel who had left him with a deep scar in his past life had silently appeared. With a swift motion, a white bone blade pierced through Lin Feng's abdomen from behind. The intense pain made Lin Feng grit his teeth. However, unbeknownst to him, blood trickled down the bone blade, collecting into a glass bottle prepared by Yang Wenjian. The captain didn't specify how much. Well, the more the better, as long as he's still breathing, Yang Wenjian mumbled to himself, but Lin Feng could no longer hear him. The significant blood loss rendered Lin Feng increasingly unconscious. As he felt his life slipping away, despair filled his pupils. Am I going to die? How could this be? I'm the protagonist. How could I die so easily? He wished to scream, but his voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's buzz. Release him, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from above. In the next moment, a handsome young man descended from the sky, landing steadily several meters in front of Yang Wenjian. Captain Lin Feng, on the brink of death, finally saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This man was his captain, the only one capable of defeating the Bone Angel and saving him now. Wind Falcon, how dare you attack a member of my Wind Falcon squad? Who are you? Seeing the newcomer, Yang Wenjian's face remained unperturbed. She had sensed the familiar yet detestable aura from Wind Falcon long before he approached. After all, having been teammates for years and now enemies, she wouldn't forget him so easily. Who am I? Yang Wenjian's lips curled into a slight smile as she tossed Lin Feng aside, revealing the face previously hidden. Wind Falcon, have you forgotten me so quickly? Upon hearing her voice and seeing the white hair, Wind Falcon felt bewildered, as he couldn't recall knowing anyone with white hair. However, the moment he recognized her face, he was struck with utter shock. Yang Wenjian, how is this possible? How could you be here? Weren't you? Wind Falcon stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't I what? Yang Wenjian's smile was full of mockery as she looked at Wind Falcon, who was at a loss for words. Weren't I turned into a vegetable by you all, doomed to a life of uselessness? She taunted. Know your body. Only then did Wind Falcon notice the changes in Yang Wenjian's body. Those stark white bones and the 3 pairs of bone wings on her back exuded a terrifying aura. You're not Yang Wenjian. How did your body become like this? And your cultivation level, S-class peak, weren't you crippled? After years of knowing each other, Yang Wenjian could easily discern Feng Sun's thoughts. She chuckled coldly. What, are you upset now that I've regained my powers? Her eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling light and her tone turned icily cold. If I hadn't regained my powers, how could I come back to seek revenge against you all? If I hadn't woken up, I wouldn't have realized the extent to which you despicable creatures could fall. The captain made such great contributions to humanity, and you beasts dared to imprison him. When his powers were intact, you all scurried past him like cowards, not daring to make a sound. Now that his powers are gone, you parasites trample over the lion to find your sense of worth. It's truly pathetic. Under Yang Wenjian's vehement rebuke, Feng Sun's face turned an array of colors, shifting between blue and white. After all, he was one of those seeking validation in the way she described. Previously he was always flattering, but now he slanders Chen Lingyu to everyone, a typical bully who fears the strong and bullies the weak, a true opportunist. Despite knowing the truth, being publicly insulted like this was intolerable for Feng Sun. Yang Wenjian, even if you've regained your powers, so what? You're still only at the S-peak. Do you really think I'm the same as before after all this time? As he finished speaking, the aura around him surged, momentarily overpowering Yang Wenjian. Oh, finally broke through to SS level, have you? But at your age, is that really something to brag about? Yang Wenjian's words immediately wiped the smug look off Feng Sun's face. Both Chen Lingyu and Yang Wenjian were several years younger than him. Enough talking. Once I kill you, I'll send your corpse back to the association to see what you really are. Feng Sun threatened. Kill me? Yang Wenjian's 6 wings trembled, each releasing a floating bone blade, though we're at odds. Your idea surprisingly aligns with mine. As the last word dropped, a swoosh was heard. In an instant, Yang Wenjian's body broke the sound barrier, and within less than the blink of an eye, she appeared before Feng Sun. So fast, Feng Sun's pupils constricted sharply. At his level, he couldn't even track her movements, yet before he could process this, the 6 bone blades were already upon him. Wind, come! Feng Sun quickly waved his hand, summoning a fierce gale around him. The concentrated wind energy coalesced into a barrier, blocking the 6 attacks. Is this all you can do? Seems like after the beasts retreated, you good-for-nothings have only regressed. Yang Wenjian's voice grew colder as she suddenly shouted, Angel's Wrath! Angel's Wrath! With those words, a glaring white light burst from Yang Wenjian's body. Unlike the holiness of angels, the aura from the bone angel was a chilling blend of desolation and annihilation. The moment that had once held a clear sky was abruptly consumed by an ominous darkness as ominous clouds gathered with unsettling speed. Witnessing this sudden transformation, Feng Sun's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Such a change in the heavens was something unimaginable. Typically, only the rarest and most gifted SS-level ability users or the legendary SSS-level powerhouses could influence the weather to such an extent. Clearly, he was not among the exceptionally gifted, far from possessing the capacity to sway the skies. Yet, what he couldn't fathom was how Yang Wenjian, with merely an S-level peak body, managed such a feat. This alone hinted at the terrifying power behind the forthcoming strike. To confirm Feng Sun's suspicions, the sky, once blanketed by dark clouds, suddenly revealed a small opening. This opening grew larger and larger, revealing a giant sword made entirely of white bones emerging slowly with an overwhelming presence. The sword stretched over tens of meters in length and several meters in width, its mere sight causing cold sweat to drip down Feng Sun's back. Go! Yang Wenjian's mocking smile accompanied the white bone sword's sudden acceleration as it aimed straight for the wide-eyed Feng Sun below. Cursing under his breath, Feng Sun used every ounce of strength to flee as far as possible, yet upon glancing upward he realized that no matter where he ran, the sword's sharp point persistently tracked him, drawing ever closer. Realizing it was a homing attack, Feng Sun gritted his teeth, abruptly halting his escape. He spun around, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. The white bone sword had already broken the sound barrier in the air. He was destined to face this blow. If he continued to flee mindlessly, he would have no chance of escaping death. Wind, come! He cried, summoning a massive whirlwind that gathered before him, forming a constantly shifting, soft shield. Twice now he had wielded his power, only to defend against Yang Wenjian's relentless assaults. Although he was supposedly the higher-ranked one, he found himself utterly unable to retaliate. These two exchanges had severely bruised Feng Sun's pride, but the alternative was fatal. All he could do was hope to endure this strike and reclaim his dignity later. As the white bone sword descended with a thunderous crash, the whirlwind shield, designed meticulously, began to cave inward at the point of contact. Despite its careful design, it could not withstand the overwhelming force of Yang Wenjian's attack. With a soft pop, the shield reached its limit and burst. Feng Sun's expression froze on his face, his pupils reflecting the sword drawing ever nearer. With a deafening roar, the impact sent dust everywhere, and the once solid ground began to crack open inch by inch. Coughing violently, Feng Sun spat out a mouthful of blood amidst the swirling dust, his body quivering uncontrollably. His face had turned a ghastly pale, and only by using both hands could he manage to support himself. No, impossible. I'm supposed to be stronger than you. How can I be defeated by you? The series of defeats pushed Feng Sun to the brink of madness, consumed by disbelief and fury. He forcefully suppressed the effects of his injuries with his spiritual power, his body drenched in blood, and charged recklessly towards Yang Wenjian. Not far away, Lin Feng, who had barely regained some strength, watched the fleeting resurgence of Feng Sun, nearly overwhelmed again. He had anticipated that Feng Sun might be no match for the Bone Angel, but he never expected that despite having a slight advantage in level, Feng Sun would be so overwhelmingly crushed. It was hard to tell if the opponent was too strong or if Feng Sun was just too weak. Regardless, Lin Feng realized it was time to start his escape once more. With this thought, he cautiously stood up, not daring to waste a second, afraid that if he delayed even a moment, Feng Sun would meet his end before he could even begin to run. With his substitute puppets already used up, Lin Feng was left with few options. Clenching his teeth, he conjured a miniaturized ghost gate in his hand. This gate allowed him to enter the realm of 100 ghosts, but he could only retrieve this tool by exiting through the same entrance. In other words, if he used the ghost gate to escape, he would have to abandon it. Weighing his life against the tool, Lin Feng decided his life was more important and chose to leave it behind. Seeing Feng Sun on the brink of demise, he had no time to hesitate. Activating the ghost gate, he swiftly slipped inside, and soon the gate vanished from the ground without a trace. Not far away, after witnessing Lin Feng's departure, a subtle cryptic smile curled at the corner of Yang Wenjian's mouth. Well, my task is complete. It's time for you to be on your way as well. What? Feng Sun, who had just launched a counterattack and thought he was evenly matched with Yang Wenjian, was utterly confused upon hearing this. "Ha, did you really think I couldn't defeat even you?" she sneered, her bone blade suddenly surging with power. Feng Sun instinctively parried but was met with a force several times greater than before. You did it on purpose. His eyes widened, but before he could finish, the bone blade pierced precisely into his forehead. The spiritual power within him surged along the bone blade, purified and transformed into nourishment. In no time, Feng Sun's body fell lifeless, but Yang Wenjian opened her eyes abruptly, a frown of dissatisfaction creasing her brow. Is that all? What a waste, she muttered, shaking her head. With a series of hand seals, a beam of light shot towards Feng Sun's withered corpse. In no time, the once rigid body shed its skin and flesh. Utilizing her apostle transformation ability, Yang Wenjian converted him into a skeletal guard. However, with his level diminished, Feng Sun's power as a skeletal guard was only at the mid-S level. Tisk, even more useless. As she spoke, a look of disdain crossed her face, and she flew back to where the others were. In the imperial capital, the 9th prison lay silent in the deep of night. An apparently ordinary crow slipped into Chen Lingyu's cell. Sensing something, Chen Lingyu extended his hand, and before long a new material appeared in his system space. This unknown blood, epic level, was a special liquid that contained faint spatial power, and there were exactly 3 of them. An epic level material? Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Now he finally believed what his future self had told him. After all, these 3 samples of blood were drawn from Lin Feng by Yang Wenjian. Blood containing spatial power definitely seemed like a valuable asset, something worth preserving. He shifted his gaze to the 3 prepared reagents beside the blood. With this matter settled, it was time to seek out new members. Southern Willow, a coastal city, was one of the Empire's 12 secondary capitals, known alongside Jiangnan and the Magic Capital as the 3 cities of the South Sea. In a small alley's restroom, cigarette butts littered the ground. Suddenly, there was a bang. The iron door was forcefully pushed open and a frail young man was thrown to the ground from a push. Following him, 6 thugs of various attire filed in, deliberately showing off the veins on their arms by rolling up their sleeves. One of them, a blonde, sneered and planted his foot on the back of the fallen youth. You're the only one on this street who hasn't paid up today. What? You think you're better than us? Our gang has plenty of people with powers. Think carefully, because when they show up, they won't be as gentle as us. The young man underfoot didn't resist, but his eyes were filled with defiance. I have no money. No money? The blonde leader asked, not showing disappointment. Instead, he licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. No money's no problem. Don't you have those 2 beautiful sisters? Have them keep us company. Not only will your protection fees be waived, but I'll also introduce you to our boss. How about that? Hearing this, the young man's pupils contracted sharply. A surge of fury shot through him, and he propped himself up with his hands, veins bulging on his neck as he lifted his head under the blonde's shoe. You can bully me, but if you try to bully my sisters, I'll never let you have your way, even if it kills me. With these words, and to everyone's astonishment, the young man suddenly pounced like a wild beast at the owner of the foot on his back. Caught off guard, the sturdy blonde was actually knocked to the ground by this frail youth. The young man, seemingly crazed, rained down a flurry of punches on the blonde's face. Although his punches lacked power due to malnutrition for the blonde, the physical damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. You dare hit me? The blonde roared in fury. With a strong push, he flipped the young man over, slamming him to the ground. Brother Lu, are you okay? Finally, the surrounding thugs snapped out of their shock and rushed over to their leader's side. Do you look down on us? Sensing the strange looks from his underlings, the blonde's face turned alternately pale and flushed. Seeing the young man struggling to his feet, his anger erupted, and he shouted, Get him! All of you get him, hit them! With all you've got, damn it, dare to hit me, you're really asking for it, and if anyone dies, it's on me. Upon hearing these words, several thugs quickly surrounded the young man, their expressions menacing, as though they were quite accustomed to such acts. They deftly pulled out fist-sized stones from their pockets, then wrapped them in their jackets, creating a weapon that leaves no visible marks but inflicts excruciating pain. With their leader's command, they unleashed their full force, swinging the makeshift weapons at the young man relentlessly. As the leader, who had dyed yellow hair, regained his composure, he too joined in kicking and punching the young man. The young man, in a defensive posture, covered his head with his arms, lying silently face down. It wasn't long before he stopped moving altogether. Wait, stop, he seems like he's not breathing, a voice rang out, causing the thugs, who were in the midst of their assault, to freeze in shock. Upon closer inspection, it was clear the young man's body no longer exhibited the natural rise and fall of breathing. Panic set in, and they turned to the yellow-haired leader with fear. "Boss, we killed him." What do we do? Seeing the lifeless young man, the once brash leader now shuddered and retreated a few steps. His earlier bravado about taking responsibility was nothing more than empty words meant to impress his underlings, but now faced with the reality of the situation he was at a loss. If he had powers, killing might be a different story, but as an ordinary person this meant serious consequences. Sensing the leader's hesitation, the other thugs began to feel uneasy. "Boss, didn't you say you know someone with powers? Can't they help us out?" The leader looked distraught, indeed familiar with people who had powers, but the problem was they didn't know him, otherwise why would he find himself in such a pitiful situation? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, startling everyone. "Crap, someone's coming." Panic ensued, and the group was at a loss. "What now, boss? We can't let anyone see us here." The leader gritted his teeth, glancing toward the bathroom window where a crow silently observed the scene. With a swift motion, he shooed the crow away and jumped out without hesitation. The other thugs followed suit, exchanging nervous glances before hurriedly escaping through the window. Meanwhile, at the Southern Willow Hospital, two women sisters of Lu Mingxiao rushed in after receiving a distressing call about their brother's critical condition. "We're Lu Mingxiao's sisters. How is Xiao doing?" They intercepted a doctor exiting the operating room. The doctor paused, glanced at the medical chart, and asked, "Lu Chenyu, Lu Luoyan?" "That's us," they responded in unison, staying true to their names. As they made their way through the hospital, they attracted the attention of many patients and doctors. The patient's condition is not good. Although there are no external injuries, the internal damage is severe. "I'm afraid, don't get your hopes up too high. We'll do our best," the doctor said solemnly. The doctor, with a troubled expression, shook his head before moving past the two of them and leaving the spot. Hearing this, Lu Chenyu felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck her, her body swaying slightly as her beautiful eyes began to redden. Xiao, how could this happen?" she murmured. Her elder sister, Lu Luoyan, caught her just in time, her heart igniting with a blazing fury. Her voice turned as cold as the depths of the abyss. "I heard that Xiao was beaten by those thugs. If anything happens to him, I won't let them get away with it." Minutes ticked by, filled with agony and anticipation, until finally the doors of the operating room swung open. The two rushed forward eagerly, but the news they received was the final straw that broke the camel's back. "I'm sorry, we couldn't save him. He has only 10 minutes left. You should prepare for the worst," the doctor said, before leaving them alone in the operating room with Lu Mingxiao. Covered in bruises, Lu Chenyu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Xiao, she whispered. Bam! Lu Luoyan punched the wall beside her with such force that her knuckles started bleeding, yet her face remained emotionless and cold. "Elder sister, leave it to me. I will make those scum pay for Xiao's life." Lu Chenyu, usually gentle and kind-hearted, didn't say a word this time. She simply nodded silently. "Be careful, if they are gifted ones, we need to think of a plan together," she cautioned. She knew her sister was skilled, but only among ordinary people. If they were up against gifted ones, their physical advantage would disappear. She couldn't bear losing her last family member. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the operating room. "Do you want to save him?" Startled, the sisters looked around only to find an inexplicable crow perched by the window. "Who is speaking?" Lu Chenyu asked, bewildered. "Who do you think?" This time, both Lu Chenyu and Lu Luoyan saw it clearly. The voice came from the crow on the windowsill. "Who are you?" Lu Luoyan demanded. "Me, you can call me the creator," replied the crow. It wasn't Bai Shan who had come to Nanlu. It was Chen Lingyu. However, his true body was still in the imperial capital's prison. This crow was originally summoned by Bai Shan, but Chen Lingyu had managed to embed a sliver of his consciousness into it. This was merely a whimsical experiment of his, which to his surprise succeeded. Yet, this spontaneous idea had its flaws. The downside was that Chen Lingyu's consciousness could only be maintained for a short period, about 2 hours, before it would completely dissipate. During their journey, the group relied on Bai Shan for guidance until they found the person they were seeking. Once located, it was Chen Lingyu who took control of the Shadow Raven's body. The term creator left the two women puzzled, but Lu Luoyan, ever cautious, stepped protectively in front of Lu Chenyu and Lu Mingxiao. "Are you a beast?" she queried, her eyes filled with suspicion. Chen Lingyu merely shook his head with a resigned smile. Without uttering a word, his form suddenly dissolved into a shroud of black mist. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared by Lu Mingxiao's bedside. Observing Lu Luoyan's alarm, her eyes wide with tension, Chen Lingyu spoke gently. "Does it matter if I'm a beast? If I wanted to harm you, none of you could stop me? Or do you think an ability user will come to save him now?" His words sent an involuntary shiver through the women. Indeed, what difference was there now between ability users and beasts? The quiet Lu Qingyu, her eyes slightly reddened, finally spoke up in a soft tone, addressing the enigmatic figure before her as creator. She inquired, "Can you heal Xiao?" Chen Lingyu, knowing full well his purpose for being there, replied without hesitation, "Yes, I can. But it will require a price, or perhaps it could be seen as a reward." The promise of healing Lu Mingxiao was all the women needed to hear. They paid little attention to the latter part of his statement. Lu Luoyan quickly interjected before Lu Qingyu could respond, declaring with resolve, "As long as you can heal him, I'll pay any price." Chen Lingyu detected the nuance in her words and shook his head with a smile. "Not just you, both of you," he corrected. Lu Qingyu quickly affirmed, "I am willing too." With their agreement, Chen Lingyu nodded slightly. Suddenly, a vial filled with a dark red liquid exuding a menacing aura materialized in the air. It fell towards Lu Qingyu, who caught it with trembling hands. "Give it to him," Chen Lingyu instructed, "and remember your promise. If you go back on it, you know the consequences." Lu Qingyu, filled with determination, assured him, "As long as Xiao survives, we won't go back on our word." Without hesitation, she uncorked the vial and gently administered the liquid into Lu Mingxiao's mouth. Typically, she would not trust so easily, but with Lu Mingxiao's life hanging by a thread, she had no choice but to put her faith in this mysterious figure, hoping for a miracle. Much to their surprise, the instant the liquid touched Lu Mingxiao's throat, his seemingly lifeless body began to stir. At first, it was a slight tremor, which quickly escalated in intensity. For an ordinary person, such a reaction might have been alarming, but for someone so close to death's door, it was a sign of life returning. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qinyu's heart surged with excitement, prompting her to rush to the bedside, swiftly joined by Lu Luoyan. "I advise you to step back a bit," I warned them. Immersed in their joy, they were yet to comprehend the unfolding events. In the next moment, Lu Mingxiao's eyes snapped open, devoid of whites and pupils, leaving only a strange, unsettling red within his sockets. Suddenly, countless chains seemed to emerge from the void, binding his neck, wrists, and ankles tightly. As this final step was completed, a powerful aura erupted forth, instantly forcing Lu Qingyu and Lu Luoyan several meters back. Ding, creation complete. Please name Eerie Sequence 006. Contemplating the bizarre shackled figure, Chen Lingyu casually remarked, "Let's call it the prisoner." Naming successful. Eerie Sequence 006, prisoner has been successfully entered into the Eerie archive. A congratulatory chime resounded. Congratulations, host, for creating a B-level Eerie sequence. Rewards: Premium Material Pack *1 inch, Excellent Material Pack *2, Creation Points 100. The archive listed: Sequence 004, Raven Sequence 005, Bone Angel Sequence 006, Prisoner. A quick glance at the prisoner's abilities: Escaping Chains, Blood Absorption, and Madness Survival left Chen Lingyu uninterested. In simple terms, Sequence 006 was a masochist who grew more frantic as his vitality waned, a collection of strange abilities unsuited for a gentleman like himself. After reviewing the system information, though Lu Mingxiao was technically revived, he soon fainted again, likely due to extreme weakness. Nonetheless, this was enough for Lu Qingyu and Lu Luoyan to willingly accept the impending cost. "Sir, thank you for saving Xiao. What price must we pay?" they inquired earnestly. "Simple," Chen Lingyu responded, producing 2 vials and placing them on a nearby table. "Each of you must drink one. Who will go first?" No sooner had he spoken than Lu Luoyan stepped forward eagerly. "I'll go first," she declared. Yet just as she was about to speak, the demure Lu Qingyu swiftly snatched a vial, downing the deep blue liquid before Lu Luoyan could stop her. Under Lu Luoyan's worried gaze, Lu Qinyu's body began trembling violently, much like Lu Mingxiao's had earlier. With a sudden crash, her legs gave way, causing her to collapse to the ground. "Sister," Lu Luoyan gasped, rushing to her side to assess her condition. As she approached, a faint scent of the ocean permeated the operating room, a detail she couldn't quite place. Before Lu Luoyan could analyze further, Lu Qinyu's body underwent a startling transformation. From her limbs to her cheeks, orderly scales emerged, while blue fin-like appendages akin to fish fins sprouted from her ears. To her shock, Lu Luoyan watched as her sister's legs gradually fused into a single tail covered in shimmering blue scales. In the next instant, Lu Qinyu's body was gently lifted into the air, her appearance now strikingly similar to the legendary mermaids of lore. Exuding a powerful aura, she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing irises that had transformed into a strikingly vibrant cerulean, capturing the essence of the sea itself. Ding, creation complete. Please name the Eerie Sequence 007 inch host. Seeing such a pleasing eerie creation was a rarity, and Chen Lingyu said with satisfaction, "Let's call it Siren, name successful, Eerie Sequence 007. This Siren has been successfully recorded in the Eerie Archives, Eerie Sequence 007 to Siren, ding, congratulations host for creating a B-level Eerie Sequence, reward. Premium Material Pack *1 Excellent Material Pack *2 Creation Points *100, Eerie Archives, Sequence 004 Raven. Sequence 005, Bone Angels Sequence 006, Prisoners Sequence 007 to Siren, Sequence 007 to Siren Name, Lu Qinyu Initial Level, B-Level Peak Copyable Abilities, Siren's Voice Enchantment Ocean Power, Sis. It looks amazing. After this transformation, Lu Qinyu, whose appearance was already enviable, now seemed to be breathtakingly stunning. Even her closest sister Lu Luoyan found herself momentarily stunned by the sight. At this moment Lu Qinyu seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly lowering her head to look at herself. When she saw that fish tail, she was instantly startled. "I've turned into a fish." Seeing Lu Qinyu's anxious face, Chen Lingyu said nothing, standing quietly by the side, lost in thought. It seems to be a skill specializing in underwater combat. With the proximity of Nanyu to the South Sea, the abilities of this sequence are indeed timely. In the water, 007 should be able to contend with enemies much stronger than herself. Moreover, a B-level peak can already stand in midair, so on land she shouldn't be restricted. Not bad. While Chen Lingyu was lost in thought, Lu Qinyu slowly became familiar with her body and found a way to revert to her original form. "Sis, how do you feel now?" As soon as she landed, Lu Luoyan hurried over, eager to ask, "Do you now possess the abilities of an Esper? That aura just now was so powerful. What level are you now?" Hearing this, Lu Qinyu hesitated for a moment before nodding cautiously. "I guess it counts as an ability. As for what level, I'm not sure. I've never understood these things." "Her current level is B-level peak," Chen Lingyu said, and upon hearing this, Lu Luoyan was stunned. B-level peak? After regaining her composure, she looked at Chen Lingyu with a gaze full of awe and reverence. Though Lu Luoyan was just an ordinary person, she had always longed for the power of espers. Thus, she was very familiar with the system of abilities. B-level peak was already on par with the level of a third-tier city guild leader. To transform an ordinary person into a B-level peak expert in just a few minutes, this had only appeared in her dreams before. Normally cold and composed, Lu Luoyan uncharacteristically swallowed hard at this moment. Her eyes were fixated on the remaining vial of potion, unable to look away no matter what. "Oh great creator, if I drink this potion, will I gain such power too?" The answer lies in the experience. Chen Lingyu remained silent, knowing that the outcome might surprise Lu Luoyan even more than she anticipated. Of the 3 potions, the first was specially chosen for Lu Mingxiao, while the other 2 were for the individuals to select themselves. Among these potions, one was of premium grade and the other of an epic grade. Unfortunately for Lu Qinyu, she ended up picking the premium grade potion, leaving the epic one for whoever dared to try their luck next. Seeing Chen Lingyu's unwillingness to answer, Lu Luoyan could no longer contain her curiosity. Grabbing the remaining potion, she hastily drank it. However, within less than a minute she suddenly collapsed, her body stiffening as her eyes rolled back and her heart ceased to beat. "Luoyan!" Lu Qinyu exclaimed in shock, rushing forward only to find that her companion had truly lost all signs of life. The suddenness of it all left Lu Qinyu's pupils filled with confusion, not yet replaced by grief. Once she regained her senses, amidst her sorrow a thought seemed to spark within her mind. Grasping onto what felt like the last straw of hope, she quickly knelt before Chen Lingyu, her voice trembling with desperation. "Master, please save Luoyan." Yet Chen Lingyu merely watched the scene unfold, his eyes showing no trace of urgency. "Do not fret, her evolution is not yet complete." Despite Lu Luoyan's abrupt reaction, it did not catch him off guard. The ingredients used to synthesize this particular potion had already foreshadowed such an outcome: the heart of the undead. As anticipated, after a few minutes of lying still, Lu Luoyan's body began to undergo further transformation. Old white bandages appeared out of nowhere, wrapping her body from the legs upwards as if they were alive. The wrapping continued until it reached just below her eyes, stopping at a precise point. At that moment, her pupils regained consciousness, transforming from their original black to a more detached ice blue and purple. With the transformation complete, her body slowly levitated into the air. In the next instant, a force far surpassing the previous 2 surged forth, causing the entire hospital to tremble violently. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the Eerie Sequence 008. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the Eerie Sequence 008. Reflecting on the ominous materials used in the potion synthesis, Chen Lingyu calmly spoke. 008, the Gravekeeper, name successfully assigned. Eerie Sequence 008, the Gravekeeper has been recorded in the Eerie Archives, Eerie. Sequence 008, the Gravekeeper, ding, congratulations to the host for creating an S-level Eerie sequence, rewards, Epic Material Pack *1 inch Premium Material Pack *2 Creation Points *1000. Eerie Archive, Sequence 005, Bone Angel Sequence 006, Prisoner Sequence 007, Siren Sequence 008, The Gravekeeper, Sequence 008, The Gravekeeper name, Luluoyan initial level, S-level peak, abilities that can be replicated, living dead-bodied burial of the living coffin sealing corpse coffin storage, once again achieving the pinnacle of S rank. It seems my luck is quite favorable. Chen Lingyu slightly curved her lips in satisfaction, feeling that this venture had indeed been fruitful. These 3 new sequences were among the best of their class. The power they wielded was astonishingly strong, elevating me to the peak of S rank. Lu Luoyan slowly regained her senses and clenched her fists, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her previous understanding, even reaching B rank seemed like an unattainable dream, yet within just a few short minutes she had achieved the pinnacle of S rank cultivation as if in a dream. Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord. Suddenly Lu Luoyan dropped to one knee before Chen Lingyu. She looked up at the mysterious crow in front of her, her eyes brimming with fervor. At that moment she had become the most devoted follower of this creator lord. Chen Lingyu was momentarily taken aback by her gesture. It was clear that Lu Luoyan was an absolutist who revered strength above all else. In this regard she was similar to Yang Wenjian, who had activated the Bone Angel sequence. A true battle fanatic. Stand up. Chen Lingyu shook her head helplessly, yet her voice remained as calm as ever. I will give you some time to handle your affairs, but within a week I expect to hear that the Southern Willow branch of the Supernatural Association has been eradicated. The Creator Lord's target is the Supernatural Association. This thought flashed through Lu Luoyan's mind, further solidifying her conviction. She had already shared this notion with Chen Lingyu long before and now felt an even stronger resolve. Rest assured, my lord, I've long wanted to do this but lacked the ability. Big sister's second sister, a weak voice suddenly came from the hospital bed. Shout, you're awake. Hearing the noise, Lu Chenyu was overjoyed and quickly moved to the bedside. At this moment Lu Mingxiao had slowly regained consciousness but was still unclear about what had transpired. Wasn't I already? Now why do I feel perfectly fine? Hearing this, Lu Chenyu directed a grateful gaze toward Chen Lingyu and explained. It was this lord who saved you. Quickly thank the lord. Following Lu Chenyu's indication, Lu Mingxiao looked towards the crow standing beside his bed and was momentarily stunned. Thanking a crow, although it seemed odd, he knew that his big sister would never harm him. Moreover, his condition was indeed something beyond ordinary means. He soon collected himself, sincerely bowed to Chen Lingyu and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. The gratitude was well deserved, and Chen Lingyu nodded slightly, saying, handle your matters yourselves and don't forget the task I assigned you. Seeing a crow speak human words, Lu Mingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, but before he could say anything, Chen Lingyu, with a flick of thought, had already turned into a black mist and vanished. The two sisters, Chenyu and Luoyan, watched until Chen Lingyu's figure completely disappeared before turning their attention back to Lu Mingxiao. Xiao, how are you feeling now? Lu Mingxiao chuckled softly and shook his head, lifting the blanket with his hand as he prepared to get out of bed. But the moment his left foot touched the ground, there was a crack. The floor of the entire operating room suddenly splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. What is happening here? The sudden scene startled Lu Mingxiao, prompting him to quickly retract his foot. However, in the next moment his body, along with the entire bed, collapsed to the ground. Puff, seeing Lu Mingxiao in such a disheveled state, Lu Chenyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly, and Lu Luoyan also couldn't resist curling her lips into a smile. Their gentle laughter dissipated the oppressive atmosphere that initially filled the operating room. At this moment, the worry that had been weighing on the two women's hearts finally vanished. Alright, Xiao, get used to the strength in your body quickly, or you'll end up dismantling this place. Hearing these words, Lu Mingxiao sat in the rubble looking bewildered as he incredulously studied his hands. Is this my strength? Just as he was about to ask more questions, a surge of information flooded his mind, informing him of what had occurred while he was unconscious. Sequence 006, the prisoner. It seems you understand now. To repay that benefactor's kindness, we must do everything in our power to complete that task. But before that, Lu Luoyan slowly approached and her gaze turned icy as it landed on Lu Mingxiao. Mingxiao, tell me what happened, who did this to you, we cannot let this matter slide. Initially hesitant, Lu Mingxiao felt the imposing aura from Lu Luoyan even stronger than his own, and his doubts quickly dissipated. Sister Yen, it was those thugs from the Qin gang, they came to collect protection money and I didn't have any. He recounted everything that had happened but chose to withhold the reason behind his fierce resistance. Qin gang, no wonder, I'll take you there and you can hit them back yourself. Lu Luoyan snorted coldly, suddenly glancing at the door as if sensing someone approaching. She turned and spoke to the two, let's leave here first, if we don't go now they'll discover us. With that, she walked straight to the window and leapt from the 7th floor. Lu Qinyu and Lu Mingxiao exchanged glances and then followed suit, jumping down one after the other. It was already late at night, yet the Fool's Bar was still awash with colorful lights and the speakers mixed with voices in a cacophony of noise. At the center booth, the previously arrogant yellow-haired man held a half-empty glass of wine, nodding and bowing obsequiously to the young man before him. Master Qin, it's just a word from you, can you help me out? However, despite Huang Mao's humble demeanor, the young man across from him seemed utterly indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a thing, paying no mind at all. Seeing this, Huang Mao gritted his teeth and grabbed a bottle of strong spirit that had just been opened beside him, smiling obsequiously. Master Qin, I'll finish this bottle to show my respect for you. It was only after he had downed the entire bottle that the young man finally withdrew his hand from the woman's clothing and cast a glance at him. I do know people in the Ability Users Association, but what makes you think you deserve my help? Huang Mao was taken aback, his face falling as he found himself at a loss for words. He was just a thug. What could he possibly offer to catch the interest of an ability user? Just as he was raising his head in disappointment, he caught sight of the enchanting woman beside the young man out of the corner of his eye. Wait, there it is. As if a plan had suddenly dawned on him, Huang Mao's eyes lit up and he quickly said to the young man, Master Qin, that guy I dealt with has two extraordinarily beautiful sisters. I've seen them a few times, one pure and one aloof. You'd definitely like them. I know where they live, and if you help me with this I'll bring them to you. Sure enough, the young man on the sofa perked up at this, pushing away the sulky woman beside him. Are they really as good looking as you say? Seeing a turn in his fortunes, Huang Mao rejoiced inwardly, nodding vigorously. Absolutely true. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Master Qin, even if you gave me 100 guts. The young man licked his lips, his face breaking into an eager, wicked grin. If they are as you say, bring them here. If I'm satisfied, I'll take care of your issue. Just what I need, a change of pace from the usual. Yes, thank you, Master Qin. Huang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face returning to its former audacious grin. If he could pull this off, not only would he get through this predicament unscathed, but aligning himself with this powerful figure would also earn him respect in his circle. Master Qin, I'll go get them for you now. The young man had already turned his gaze back to the dance floor, waving dismissively. Get lost, he said. As Huang Mao, with a fawning smile, exited the booth, but just as he reached the door, two graceful figures caught his eye. Ha ha ha, they're delivering themselves right to my doorstep. I can't be blamed for this. Indeed, Lu Qinyu and Lu Luoyan had somehow appeared at the bar's entrance, seemingly searching for something. Huang Mao quickly signaled to his men nearby. Instantly, a few of his brothers understood and subtly surrounded the two women, as they drew nearer, blocking the women's way. Lu Qinyu felt a jolt of tension and instinctively prepared to act. However, Lu Luoyan stepped forward first, discreetly holding her sister back. Seeing the two women as easy prey, Huang Mao laughed heartily and stepped out from the crowd. Unexpected, isn't it? I know who you are, Lu Mingxiao's sister, right? What are you here for, revenge? Ha ha, yes, it was I who finished off Lu Mingxiao, but I wouldn't dare harm you. Come on, our boss has high expectations for you two beauties. As the words left his mouth, a group of burly men surrounded the two women and led them inside the bar. Realizing that the person in front of them was the very one who nearly caused their brother's death, a flash of killing intent appeared in both women's eyes. However, Lu Luoyan said nothing and obediently followed the group inside. In her eyes, taking out just one person wasn't enough to vent her anger. If she was going to take action, she wanted to take down the entire operation. Besides, how dare this so-called boss have designs on her and her sister? Brother Cheng, I brought them for you, take a look, a voice announced. Oh, so soon? You didn't just find two random people, did you? As the voice echoed from behind, the young man turned his head, and upon seeing the two stunning faces, his words caught in his throat instantly. Whoa, he exclaimed, pushing away the seductive woman nearby. He stood up, his eyes glued to Lu Luoyan and her companion as he walked towards them, exquisite. Absolutely exquisite, as he passed by the man with the yellow hair. He patted him on the shoulder with great satisfaction. "You've done a great job with this. From now on you can stick by my side. Now, scram." Despite the scolding, the yellow-haired man grinned widely, his smile stretching to his ears. "Yes, thank you, Master Chin," he said, knowing better than to linger, and promptly turned to leave. Yet before he could take a step, Lu Luoyan, who had been silent all along, suddenly lifted her leg and kicked the yellow-haired man straight into the wall. "You filthy wench, how dare you kick me?" he barked, scrambling to his feet and ready to charge. But seeing the young man nearby, he hesitated, not daring to move. The young master's eyes sparkled with a fiery desire as he looked at Lu Luoyan, ignoring the yellow-haired man's plight. "Good. You've got spirit and you're icy cold. I like it. I can't wait to see you submit beneath me." Upon hearing this, Lu Luoyan remained unfazed, her expression unchanged. She inexplicably looked upwards and calmly said, "Everyone's here, shall make your move." As everyone looked on in confusion, a chain suddenly descended from above. The young man, who just moments ago had a lecherous grin, was crushed into a bloody mess right before everyone's eyes. The yellow-haired man standing close by was splattered with blood and flesh, frozen in shock as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until the arm-thick chain began to retract with a crisp clinking sound that cold sweat broke out all over him. "What is this?" he stammered. Just then, a figure with fiery red hair and blood-red eyes, hands tightly bound by chains, descended from above, landing heavily in front of him. It's you, but aren't you supposed to be dead, What kind of monster are you?" Staring at the resurrected Lu Mingxiao, fear surged through the hearts of the culprits. "I told you, if you dare bully my sister, I won't let you go even as a ghost." The words came from Lu Mingxiao, his voice cold and chilling, resembling a vengeful specter emerging straight from the depths of hell. As his declaration echoed, he suddenly exerted his strength, causing the shackles on his hands to snap inch by inch. The heavy iron chains transformed into a long whip, cracking like thunder as Lu Mingxiao wielded it. With just a single strike, the bodies of Huang Mao and his companions burst apart in an instant, turning into splatters of muck that plastered the walls of the bar. At the southern branch of the Esper Association, a melodious song drifted mysteriously through the air at noon, captivating everyone at work. It was irresistible. Unknowingly, they found themselves smiling blissfully. Then, as if in a trance, their hands rose slowly, clutching their own throats with a deadly grip. Even as their faces turned purple and they lost their breath completely, the cold corpses still bore those eerie smiles, making for an unsettling sight. "Wake up!" a thunderous shout, laced with a mental shockwave, reverberated through the entire building. It was a searing pain that jolted the surviving Espers back to their senses. As they regained consciousness, the first thing they saw was their colleagues strewn about, dead in the most horrifying ways. What on earth had just happened? How did all these people die? After a rough count, they realized that of the over 300 members in the association, less than 20% had survived. Those still standing were primarily the higher-ranking Espers. Without that voice awakening them, their fate would likely have been just as grim. The survivors retreated to a corner, watching the scene before them with fearful uncertainty. Could it have been the song? Did anyone else hear that singing? For a moment they exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Enemy attack, everyone prepare for first-level combat readiness. It was at this moment that the voice that had awakened them earlier rang out once more. The handful of survivors dashed outside, only to see several figures confronting each other in the sky above. Vice presidents, 8 stewards, even the president himself had appeared. This must be the association's strongest lineup, right? Who are those 3 people over there to provoke such a massive response? From his vantage point high above, Yang Tianshu was too preoccupied to pay attention to the sounds from below. 11 against 3, and yet despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, cold sweat dripped like beads from his forehead. The aura of oppression from the 3 mysterious figures was suffocating, especially the woman leading them. Her expressionless face seemed to conceal an incredibly terrifying power, making his heart race with dread. Yang Tianshu, himself an A-grade peak Esper, was only a step away from entering the realm of S-grade. For him to feel such trepidation, these opponents had to be at least on his level. "Who are you? Why have you attacked our Ability Users Association without cause?" The tension in the air was palpable as everyone present felt the extraordinary aura of the 3 individuals before them. No one dared to speak up. After a moment of stalemate, young Tianchu, the president of the Southern Willow Branch, had no choice but to step forward, albeit reluctantly. Lu Luoyin, standing at the forefront, cast a cold glance at young Tianchu before finally speaking. "Are you the president of the Southern Willow Branch?" Yang Tianchu nodded. "Yes, I am Yang Tianchu. Your vile actions, are you declaring war on our Ability Users Association?" Though his words were firm, there was a hint of insecurity in his tone. In truth, young Tianchu had no desire to fight. He was just an ordinary employee, having given up hope of reaching S level. Being a small king in this secondary capital was enough for him. Everyone spoke eloquently, but who really wanted to risk their life for those above them? Unfortunately, Lu Luoyan's mission was destined to shatter his wishes. "Since everyone is here, it saves me the trouble of finding you one by one." As she spoke, she suddenly extended her palms outward, releasing a dense aura of death that quickly enveloped young Tianchu and his 10 companions. Sensing the hidden power within the deathly aura, young Tianchu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not an A-level peak, you are an S-level ability user." Lu Luoyan's cold voice echoed through the space. "Wrong, I am different from you bunch of useless eaters." As she spoke, bandages emerged, wrapping around most of her body. "Heaven and earth unite, death's burial." At the moment her voice fell, the deathly aura coalesced around them, forming a coffin as black as ink, trapping all 11 within. Young Tianchu and his companions realized something was amiss and attempted to escape through the opening above, but a coffin lid descended from the sky, sealing them tightly inside. In the next moment, agonizing screams erupted from within the coffin, but within seconds the cries faded away, leaving nothing but silence. An S-level defeating an A-level. The vast difference in level made killing seem effortless. As the deathly aura dissipated, 11 complete skeletons fell to the ground right in front of the dozens of fleeing ability users, shattering into a pile of bones. The president and the others, they're all dead. In the blink of an eye, those they once admired were now indistinguishable bones. The stark contrast left the hopeful crowd in stunned silence. "What are you standing around for? Run! If even the president couldn't win, are we just going to wait here to die?" A voice from the crowd sparked a desperate urge to flee among them. Just as they attempted to retreat quietly, hoping the attackers wouldn't notice, a sudden crash reverberated. A red figure plummeted from the sky, landing in their escape path, kicking up a cloud of dust. "None of you will escape." The crisp sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed as Lu Mingxiao's slender figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. Days later, the imperial capital finally saw a return. A wretched figure flew into the capital, and upon seeing the tower of the Association of Supernaturals, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, his consciousness grew increasingly dim, and with his eyes closing, his entire being plummeted from 100 meters in the air toward the ground. "It's Lord Linfoam of the Wind Falcon Squad. Quick, quick! Get him to the infirmary and have the healing supernaturals ready to save him." In the imperial capital, Kanglin's 9th prison, Chen Lingyu nodded slightly as he watched the battle in Nanlu conclude, effortlessly closing the light screen projected by the system. The 3 cities of Jiangnan, Mordor, and Nanlu had all been captured. This effective. Days later, the imperial capital finally saw a return. A wretched figure flew into the capital, and upon seeing the tower of the Association of Supernaturals, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, his consciousness grew increasingly dim, and with his eyes closing, his entire being plummeted from 100 meters in the air toward the ground. "It's Lord Linfoam of the Wind Falcon Squad. Quick, quick! Get him to the infirmary and have the healing supernaturals ready to save him." In the imperial capital, Kanglin's 9th prison, Chen Lingyu nodded slightly as he watched the battle in Nanlu conclude, effortlessly closing the light screen projected by the system. The 3 cities of Jiangnan, Mordor, and Nanlu had all been captured. This effectively carved out a piece from Kanglin's territory. Now centered on the South Sea, Chen Lingyu planned to expand northward. Although the Kanglin Empire had a total of 36 cities, they varied in size. Conveniently, the 3 cities he had conquered were quite large, together accounting for nearly a tenth of the entire empire. However, given the current situation, it was impossible to conceal the news of the strange occurrences. The headquarters of the Supernaturals Association would soon take action in the South Sea region, therefore, the pace needed to accelerate. Chen Lingyu mentally tallied his current forces, possessing a total of 8 strange entities. Among them there were 2 S-level entities, number 005 Bone Angel and number 008 Gravekeeper. Through initial observation, although both were at the S-level peak, their displayed combat power was enough to rival ordinary SS-level supernaturals. Additionally, there were 3 A-level entities, number 002 Ghost Umbrella, number 006 Prisoner, and number 007 Siren. There were also 3 B-level entities, number 001 Ghoul No, 003 Spider Queen, and number 004 Raven. Coupled with the Bone Angels' White Bone Guards, these forces were comparable to a top-ranked first-class city. Yet relying solely on this power to confront the remaining 33 cities was undoubtedly a mere fantasy. It was necessary to create an SSS-level anomaly to make those individuals hesitate. Once Chen Lingyu was the pinnacle of such power, fully aware of the might at that level. It was no exaggeration to say that a seasoned SSS-level supernatural could easily achieve the feat of annihilating an entire city with a single strike. In this world, possessing an SSS-level threat is akin to having a reusable nuclear weapon. Even if an empire has just 1 inch, it is enough to deter enemies, forcing them to consider the consequences of rash provocation. From the information currently available, there appear to be only 2 shortcuts to creating an SSS-level anomaly. The first is to acquire the legendary material mentioned by the future self in the creation store. Although it's unclear when this material will become available given Chen Lingyu's current creation points, acquiring it shouldn't be an issue. After a series of recent battles, he's amassed over 5,000 creation points. Judging by previous price fluctuations, this amount is more than sufficient. The second method involves the white mouse he deliberately released. However, the progress of an ability user's level is excruciatingly slow. By the time Lin Feng reaches SSS level, who knows how much time will have passed. Yet, as Chen Lingyu pondered this, a sudden possibility lit up in his eyes. Since Lin Feng is a product of the future system, could it be possible to intervene with Lin Feng using the system now? He immediately conveyed this idea to the system. As expected, he quickly received a positive response. Target, Lin Feng. Upon detection, it was found that he carries a game program created by the system, the Tower. Currently, this program is in a dormant state. Would you like to expend creation points to restart this program? A game program? Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow, swiftly understanding that this might be why the opponent knew their details so well. He didn't immediately respond to the system's query and, after some thought, continued to ask, upon restarting, can I edit and alter the program's content? Yes, the program belongs to you, the host, and you can modify it as you wish. However, creating items that affect reality requires the corresponding value in creation points. Hearing this, a sly smile crept onto Chen Lingyu's lips as a plan formed in his mind. How many creation points are needed to restart this program? Restarting the Tower program requires 1,000 creation points. Please confirm whether to proceed. 1,000, that's manageable. If buying the legendary material isn't possible, then hunting an S-level ability user can make up the difference. It's not a problem. After all, the entity within Lin Feng is a divine core. Although its exact level is unknown, it seems even rarer than the legendary material. If it can be obtained sooner, spending those 1,000 creation points would be well worth it. Restart the Tower program. Restart successful. The current Tower program is designed up to the 5th level. Would you like to modify or create anything? Hearing this prompt, Chen Lingyu smiled mysteriously and decisively said, modify the 5th level, reduce the boss's strength by 50%, randomly retain 2 abilities and delete the rest. After clearing this level, change all rewards to treasures that enhance cultivation levels. In this peculiar pattern, he continued to set up levels according to his strange sequence. It wasn't until the final guardian of the 8th layer was weakened that the modifications came to an end. This strategy not only allowed Lin Feng to swiftly level up, aiming for an early breakthrough to the SSS level, but also eliminated the previous worry of his subordinates' weaknesses being completely exposed. Moreover, there was even a possibility that Lin Feng might mislead the Association of Espers, achieving multiple goals with a single move. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Esper Association, Lin Feng clutched his head, throbbing with a splitting headache, and forced himself to sit up from the hospital bed. You're awake. A man in a white robe, expressionless, walked over to the side of a machine, jotting something down on the medical chart in his hand, then addressed Lin Feng. Severe exhaustion coupled with significant blood loss. It seems this mission was no easy feat for you. Well, it looks like you're fine now. The president wants to see you immediately in his office. You should head over there on your own. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, despite still feeling unwell, quickly got off the bed and respectfully addressed the man. Lord Yan. Why was Lin Feng so respectful to this doctor before him, you ask? There was no other choice, for this man, like his ill-fated captain, was also an SS-level Esper. Not only that, in the entire Kanglan Empire, this man was the only auxiliary Esper above S level. In a sense, in the hearts of many espers, this man held a status even higher than some top-tier SSS level powerhouses. After all, maintaining a good relationship with him was as good as having an extra life. It was said that the war god who once perished alongside the demon emperor barely survived thanks to this very man. Enough with the pleasantries. The commotion you caused this time wasn't small. That old man must be having a headache. You should go over quickly. Leaving the medical room on the 18th floor of the Esper Association headquarters, Lin Feng organized his words for an explanation as he made his way to the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A somewhat heavy voice sounded from inside the office, clearly indicating that Lin Longtian wasn't in the best mood. President, you wanted to see me? Lin Longtian put down his hand that was pressing against his temple. Upon seeing Lin Feng, his expression immediately turned anxious. Finally, you're awake. The entire Wind Falcon squad has lost contact and you're the only one who managed to return. What exactly happened in Jiangnan? Lin Feng had already anticipated this question and was prepared with a response. President, all other members of the Wind Falcon squad have perished and I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. What? Lin Longtian slammed the desk with a forceful hand, standing up abruptly with disbelief etched in his eyes. How is that possible? I remember that Wind Falcon recently reached SS level. How could anyone in Jiangnan possibly kill him? Who is this enemy that even he couldn't defeat? Lin Feng observed Lin Longtian's shock with a silent shake of his head. If he couldn't accept this, how would he handle what comes next? Our enemy is similar to alien beasts, a new life form called the Eerie. In normal circumstances, these beings appear human, but they reveal their true form in battle. We know of 5 in total, all located in Jiangnan. The one that killed our captain is named Bone Angel, and although it's only at the peak of S level, its power far exceeds others at the same level. Eerie, who would have thought new monsters would appear after the alien beasts? Lin Longtian sank back into his chair, eyes vacant as he processed Lin Feng's words. After a moment, he returned to his senses, staring seriously at Lin Feng. Answer truthfully, how do you know this much, and why were you the only one to escape? Lin Feng remained calm, shrugging with feigned innocence. I don't know, maybe they thought I was too weak to be a threat. Or perhaps they wanted us to know about the Eerie? Bang! Lin Longtian slammed the desk again, seething with anger, arrogance. They think nothing of our association of the gifted. Lin Feng, you're the only one who knows about these Eerie beings. Tell me everything you know without leaving out a single detail. Yes, Lin Feng replied, detailing the abilities and levels of the first 4 Eerie beings in the game. As for the 5th, I only know her name is Bone Angel and she's reached the peak of S level. Oh right, it seems the Wind Falcon captain knew Bone Angel. What? Wind Falcon knew her? Lin Longtian's face showed surprise, his brows knitted in thought. Who is this Bone Angel? Lin Feng pondered, recalling the name Wind Falcon shouted even as he was half conscious. I think it was Yang Wenjian. What? How could it be her? This familiar name instantly triggered unpleasant memories for Lin Longtian. His eyes widened with a hint of dread creeping into his heart. He knew that Yang Wenjian became a vegetable partly because of his actions. If she regained her strength, her first act might be seeking him out for revenge. Impossible. It must be a mistake. She's a vegetable, how could she become this Eerie? Lin Longtian shook his head in denial, turning to shout at his secretary, didn't I tell you to find Yang Wuxi? Where is he after all this time? The secretary, sweating nervously, could only respond with trepidation. We've tried many times, but we haven't been able to contact him. What? Lin Longtian flew into a rage, pointing at the secretary furiously. Are you all useless? He's back in Shanghai and you can't reach him. Why didn't you have the local association branch go to his house? I don't care about anything else. By the end of today, I need to know if Yang Wenjian is still with the Yang family, otherwise, none of you need to work here anymore. Get out. After venting his frustrations to mask his inner fury, Lin Longtian turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. The information you've provided this time is extremely important. Let's record it in order following the previous dossier on the exotic beasts. Just as he reached this point in his speech about the matters in Jiangnan, the office door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A slightly disheveled figure burst into view, face full of urgency, stumbling toward Lin Longtian's desk. President, something terrible has happened. Barely catching his breath, the words poured out like a machine gun as he hastily relayed the news to Lin Longtian. President, we've just received information that the branches of the association in both Modu and Nanlu have been wiped out with no survivors. What? Lin Longtian exclaimed, yet again shocked. It was as if a deep-sea bomb had exploded, obliterating any anger he intended to express. Regaining his composure, the person who had rushed in continued, speaking hurriedly. According to witnesses, the attackers were creatures transformed from humans, possessing immense power. The battles were over in an instant, many didn't even see clearly. At the mention of humans turning into monsters, Lin Feng and Lin Longtian exchanged a glance, almost simultaneously shouting out loud, "Why did these anomalies suddenly attack these two capitals?" Lin Feng, unaware of these incidents, furrowed his brows, his mind racing. Soon he discovered a connection between the three capitals and looked at Lin Longtian. "President, these three capitals seem to form a pattern." Lin Longtian paused, then his expression quickly turned extremely grave. "Indeed, the loss of the association's branches in these cities means we've completely lost control over the South Sea region. These anomalies are much smarter than exotic beasts. They must have a purpose. We can't let them continue their destruction unchecked. Issue my orders to make the anomaly information public nationwide and release a bounty. Also start the containment plan and notify the remaining Guardian teams to head to the South Sea. Even if we have to overturn every stone, we must capture these anomalies." After leaving Lin Longtian's office, Lin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. He returned to his residence with a furrowed brow. Logically, among these 5 anomalies, only the Bone Angel could wipe out a second-class association branch in one strike. But given the vast distance between the 3 capitals, even an S-tier peak ability user shouldn't be able to travel back and forth so quickly. Just as he was about to grasp the door handle, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could there be other anomalies? Gasping, Lin Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that the answer he dreaded was true. Indeed, in the game, the tower doesn't just have 5 levels. It was simply because I stopped at the 5th level and subconsciously assumed that there would only be 5 strange entities. Could it be that the ones attacking Magic City and Nanlu are the entities beyond the 5th level? A hint of regret appeared on Lin Feng's face as he thought about it. Damn, if only I had my current skills back then, I might have cleared the game and wouldn't be so clueless about the entities beyond. However, as if hearing his thoughts, a familiar voice that he hadn't heard for a year suddenly echoed in his mind again. Ding, the will of the host has been detected, the tower game has been reopened. Would the host like to continue the challenge? The sudden voice initially left Lin Feng momentarily stunned, but then he snapped out of it, his face immediately lighting up with a joyful smile. The game has reopened. I knew it. The golden finger of the transmigration army wouldn't be so simple. This time, I am determined to clear it, and in doing so, I will know all the strange entities that will appear in this world's future. Filled with excitement, Lin Feng resolutely pressed the button to challenge once more. In the next moment, after a sensation of spinning, the familiar bone forest appeared in his vision once again. This is the dwelling of the 5th level boss, the Bone Angel. I've really returned. Caressing the cold, bony trunk beside him, Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the forest. This time his lips curled up slightly and his pupils were filled with confidence. Although in the real world, during his first encounter with the Bone Angel, he was easily defeated, a significant part of the reason was the gap in their levels. However, in this game world, the levels and realms of both parties are adjusted to the same height. As long as he keeps reviving and becomes more familiar with the opponent's abilities with his current skills, defeating the Bone Angel is practically a foregone conclusion. With this thought, Lin Feng had already traversed through the bone forest. Soon a figure composed entirely of white bone slowly came into his view. Seeing that exquisite face, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it's exactly like the Bone Angel outside. Human, die." As Lin Feng appeared, he was naturally noticed by the Bone Angel. 6 bony wings trembled slightly and a giant bone blade instantly cleaved towards Lin Feng. I can actually see it clearly." Lin Feng was delighted, realizing that he could clearly see the opponent's movements. As the bone blade descended, he promptly raised the sword in his hand, clashing fiercely with it. The next moment, the scene he anticipated being blown away did not happen. Instead, both sides were shaken back half a step. Why does it feel like this Bone Angel has become weaker? Lin Feng was somewhat incredulous as he touched the sword in his hand, his eyes becoming a bit odd. But recalling his experiences over the past year, he soon contentedly dismissed his previous thoughts. No, the game is still the same game. It shouldn't have changed. It seems that through a year of training, my practical combat skills have significantly improved. That makes sense. After all, there was no such opportunity in my previous life. As he finished speaking, his eyes once again burned with intensity as he looked at the Bone Angel, filled with excitement. If I can defeat the Bone Angel here, it would prove that at the same level, the Bone Angel is no match for me. At that moment, a desire for victory arose in Lin Feng's heart. Seeing hope, he waved his hand with determination. Gripping his silver sword, he once more laughed heartily as he engaged in battle with the Bone Angel. After an entire afternoon of intense combat, Lin Feng finally succeeded in clearing the 5th level as he decapitated the Bone Angel with a swift strike. Nearly exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift into a smile. Finally, he had passed the 5th level, and he had only died 3 times. It turns out the Bone Angel isn't that strong after all. If it weren't for wanting to experience those 2 abilities, I might have cleared it in just 2 attempts, just in time for another journey to Jiangnan. With time on my side, I can conquer a few more levels. This time, none shall escape. With these words, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He promptly stood up and strode towards the entrance to the next level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing the 5th level of the tower. Would you like to claim your reward? Oh, right, there's also a reward for clearing the level. I almost forgot. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then quickly showed a look of anticipation and hurriedly spoke. Claim it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 ascension pill. Ascension pill? Judging by the name, it seems to be a pill that can enhance one's level. Thinking it over, he immediately raised his hand and sent the pill into his mouth. Whatever the effect, the golden finger surely wouldn't harm the host. Just eat it and be done with it, as expected. After the pill went down his throat, Lin Feng felt a massive surge of spiritual energy turning into a warm current, vigorously cleansing his entire body. Before long, his cultivation level began to break through successively. After a full 10 minutes, when the commotion around Lin Feng finally subsided, the aura he emitted had leaped from his original B-grade peak across a major boundary, directly reaching the A-grade peak. Astonishingly A-grade peak. Feeling the newfound power within him, Lin Feng also showed a look of disbelief. Once he processed it, he could no longer suppress the excited smile on his face. What a treasure! The predecessors truly didn't lie. Anything produced by the system must be top-notch. If I can obtain more such treasures to enhance my strength, I might be able to defeat the Bone Angel in reality the next time I encounter it. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Feng could hardly contain the restlessness in his heart. However, just as he was about to enter the next level, the system doused him with a cold splash of reality. The towering structure was undergoing a cooling process, and only after 24 hours could one proceed to the next level. In the confines of the 9th prison, a distinct chime echoed, marking the progress of the target, Lin Feng. He had successfully cleared the 5th layer of the tower, elevating his rank to the pinnacle of A level. Observing his struggles, Chen Lingyu shook his head in silent disbelief. Even taking down a half-finished challenge required so much time, proving Lin Feng to be quite the disappointment. Initially, Chen had feared Lin Feng would clear the levels too swiftly, prompting him to set a mandatory cooldown period. In hindsight, this precaution seemed unnecessary. Chen Lingyu wondered aloud about the current activities of Bai Shan and the others. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Shan's figure appeared quietly at the prison gate. Served without specific instructions, they've dispersed to find tasks on their own, Bai Shan reported. Find tasks? Doing what? Chen asked, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. Bai Shan scratched his head awkwardly as if embarrassed. They've gone to earn money, he replied. Chen Lingyu's expression turned peculiar. He had forgotten that before becoming anomalies, apart from Bone Angel and Spider Queen, they were all rather impoverished. Well, the Spider Queen's tavern was also blown up, leaving only Bone Angel with some assets in the magic capital. Though it was not inherently wrong, it struck Chen Lingyu as odd that these anomalies, who showed no fear of the ability association, were now resorting to earning money. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. With a hint of suspicion, he asked again, their way of earning money isn't ordinary, is it? Bai Shan coughed twice, covering his face with his hand, and nodded in agreement. Their methods are surprisingly consistent. In Jiangnan and Nanlu, they've nearly dismantled private banks owned by those with abilities, Bai Shan confessed. Chen Lingyu rubbed his forehead, a mix of exasperation and admiration in his eyes as he looked at Bai Shan. And why aren't you with them? Bai Shan blushed, shifting his gaze to avoid meeting Chen Lingyu's eyes. My true self is with them, he mumbled. Chen Lingyu's brow furrowed in disbelief and he rolled his eyes, speechless. Are you really that short on money? He inquired, eager to redeem himself. Bai Shan hurriedly explained, it's not just about the money, we've also made other gains. In those estates we've found many treasures, some of which can enhance our abilities. That's why I brought a portion with me this time. Would you like to see? Intrigued, Chen Lingyu's pupils gleamed in the darkness as he considered the possibility that real-world materials might be useful in synthesizing potions. Show me, he requested. Bai Shan's face lit up with excitement at his master's interest. He positioned himself in a blind spot of the surveillance outside the cell and carefully passed a ring through the gap in the door. In the shadows, Chen Lingyu took hold of it, the cold touch of the ring surprising him. A storage ring? It seems your haul this time isn't small, he mused. Without inspecting the contents, Chen Lingyu attempted to absorb everything within the ring into his system space. Upon successfully doing so, a slight smirk formed on his lips, confirming his suspicions. Finding it inconvenient to wear a ring in the cell, he casually handed it back to Bai Shan. As Bai Shan retrieved it and noticed the contents had vanished, a silent shock rippled through him once more. You should head back and tell them to hurry up and dismantle more. Once everything is taken down in Jiangnan, move to the metropolis, distribute all the materials as you see fit. What's the confusion? When that pack of wolves arrives, you might not be able to compete. Hearing Chen Lingyu's sudden change in demeanor, Bai Shan was left perplexed, but he nodded awkwardly. All right, I'll go back and notify them to start collecting materials. After shooing Bai Shan away, Chen Lingyu feigned rest and closed his eyes to enter the system space. As his vision adjusted, more than 20 materials, each glowing with its own light, came into view. As expected, real-world materials can be recognized by the system. In fact, he had suspected this ever since he obtained Lin Feng's blood. But back then he had nothing to experiment with, trying only with trivial items like towels and spoons, which elicited no reaction from the system. It now seems that materials must possess some spiritual energy to be acknowledged by the system. He began to inventory them, quickly forming an estimate based on the glow of each material, but rather than feeling pleased, his brows furrowed slightly. Despite the abundance, most were merely of excellent or even ordinary quality, not of much use. For him now, the utility of low-level anomalies was negligible and producing them was unnecessary. Moreover, according to his original plan, his anomaly compendium should follow an elite path. Including low-level anomalies now would be demeaning to his collection. How should he handle this? Perhaps by combining them into a batch of unnumbered low-level potions. While Chen Lingyu was pondering, the system intervened timely. Sensing the host's dilemma, the system decided to activate the synthesis function. Synthesis function allows the combination of a certain number of materials of the same grade to potentially yield a higher grade material. Would you like to pay 1,000 creation points to activate the synthesis function? The timing of this feature was impeccable, but why did it require creation points again? Despite his complaints, he had to activate it. With over 4,000 creation points remaining, he reluctantly paid the cost. With the remaining 3,000 or so, adding a bit more should be sufficient to purchase legendary materials. After the transaction, the synthesis function was activated. Upon accessing it, Chen Lingyu discovered that synthesizing higher-grade materials from lower-grade ones required a ratio as high as 6:1. How stingy, he muttered, glancing again at the quantities he had previously calculated. 6 ordinary, 12 excellent, and 4 superior materials seemed to align perfectly for synthesizing an epic grade 1. Realizing this, a hint of joy crept into his eyes. He got to work immediately, feeding the materials into the synthesizer one by one, quickly clearing out the previously overflowing space. Ultimately, out of more than 20 types, only one epic material remained, emitting a purple glow, the 9 tails of the Qingqiu fox. Completely unrelated, it seems to be random. As Chen Lingyu tidied away the epic material, his gaze lingered on the remaining 3 items in his system space. 3 vials of Lin Feng's blood, 1 epic material pack and 2 premium material packs caught his eye, sparking a sudden idea. Why not try synthesizing 3 epic materials? He mused aloud, curiosity piquing his interest. This was uncharted territory for him, combining 3 materials of the same grade. The result was bound to be something extraordinary, stronger than the usual S grade, though exactly how much stronger was anyone's guess. With ample materials at hand and 3 vials of Lin Feng's blood using 1 wouldn't hurt. His previous experiments had shown that only 1 vial of blood could be used per potion, unable to overlap as an epic material. Therefore he needed to craft 3 separate potions to fully utilize the epic material's potential. With a decision made, he chose to proceed, especially since the others would arrive soon. Just relying on 005 and 008 wouldn't suffice to handle the entire South Sea. With determination, Chen Lingyu opened the epic material pack with a thought. He centered on the 9 tails of the Qingqiu fox. 3 purple glowing materials were placed into the system's synthesis slot one by one. After a few seconds of loading, a tantalizingly pink potion appeared in his system space. looks like I'll have to venture out again," he remarked casually, glancing briefly at the potion before turning his focus to the 2 remaining premium material packs and 2 vials of Lin Feng's blood. Lost in thought once more, he considered his options. Perhaps he could whip up another S-grade anomaly, saving 1 vial for when that legendary material became available seemed like a smart move. With a snap of his fingers, he resolved to place the second epic vial into the synthesis slot. Without bothering to examine the contents of the premium material packs, he tossed them in wholesale. What kind of potion would result from using Lin Feng's blood as the main ingredient? As Chen Lingyu pondered aloud, the second potion completed its synthesis. Unlike the first, which exuded allure, this concoction shimmered with a mad red hue interwoven with a deep blue. "Done," he muttered, stretching leisurely as he sauntered toward the cell's entrance. He was about to summon the substitute puppet left by Bai Shan when the system's voice chimed in at that precise moment. Ding! Anomaly Sequence 004 Raven has advanced to A grade. Congratulations on receiving 2 premium material packs. Anomaly Sequence 004 Raven has unlocked a new exchangeable ability. The puppet's summoning ability was intriguing. It allowed the summoning of an indistinguishable puppet with 80% of the original strength, capable of following simple commands for 6 hours, requiring 100 creation points. Seeing this ability, Chen Lingyu paused, initially intending to ignore it but now caught off guard by its potential. Upon realizing the nature of his newfound ability, he blinked and then curved his lips slightly into a smile, decisively opting to switch it out. It seemed that this time Bai Shan wouldn't be necessary. He could continue wreaking havoc elsewhere. Although he only had 6 hours, it should suffice to locate a couple of people. With that thought, Chen Lingyu's entire body suddenly went quiet. Meanwhile, perched by the window of his cell, an ordinary-looking crow flapped its wings and flew out. Along the iron bars, in the bustling crossroads of the city, Chen Lingyu, dressed in casual attire and sipping on milk tea, appeared amidst the crowd. It wasn't often he got to venture out, so where should he head first for a bit of fun? As for finding people, no rush. If time ran short, he could always grab a couple of random lucky ones and make it work. Surveying the area, he chose a less crowded alleyway and began wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a sign not far off caught his eye. At the entrance to a theater known for musical performances, there stood a sign advertising a free magic show. Magic? Do people still watch that stuff? But hey, it's free. With that thought, Chen Lingyu nonchalantly tossed his empty milk tea cup into a trash bin and leisurely walked through the small door next to the sign. Inside, the space was surprisingly large. As he moved through the hallway, the lights dimmed and the auditorium plunged into darkness. There weren't many people inside, perhaps just 20 or 30, barely filling a fifth of the seats. Judging by their impatient expressions, they seemed to have come for the same reason he had, to enjoy some air conditioning without spending a dime. Chen Lingyu picked a random seat and sat down. The atmosphere around him felt more akin to a cinema experience. "Good evening, everyone," a voice boomed painfully through the speakers, shaking everyone's eardrums. Under the spotlight's lone beam on stage, a man in a suit wearing a white mask slowly emerged from the side. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Jian, your magician for the evening." After a slight bow to the sparse audience, Qi Jian commenced his performance. Initially, it was filled with some mundane tricks. Despite Qi Jian's competent execution, yet the familiar audience couldn't help but yawn. "Brother Lin, this is so dull. Why'd you suddenly bring me to something like this?" A voice, deliberately pitched to sound different, arose beside Chen Lingyu. The woman, dressed in bold attire, clung to the man's arm and pleaded in a playful, coquettish manner, asking to leave the unappealing scene before them. Yet hidden by the shadows, she failed to notice the fleeting look of disgust in the man's eyes at their touch. Suppressing his emotions, Lindsay feigned enjoyment as he spoke. "Be good, Linger, don't fuss. Remember what we agreed on our way here. If you listen to me today, I'll buy you that handbag you wanted." Even though she initially wanted to express her anger at his refusal, the mention of the handbag made her hold back, and she whined with a forced smile, "All right then, since you love watching, I'll stay with you." The couple's exchange was all witnessed by Chen Lingyu, who hadn't thought much of it initially, but then he looked at the magician on stage, noticing a fleeting, evasive glance which brought a sly smile to his lips. Interesting, he thought. Time slowly passed, and due to the dullness of the event, most of the crowd had dwindled. Counting the heads, it was evident that only Chen Lingyu and the couple remained. On stage, Qi Jian kept glancing at Chen Lingyu and then at the couple, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. After a few more minutes, the magician finally spoke, his tone carrying a sense of resolute decisiveness. "I suppose everyone must be tired of these little tricks by now? Up next, I will perform a grand act, the human sawing illusion." is there any volunteer from the audience willing to assist with this performance? Qi Jian's voice resonated across the stage, but with the sparse audience, no one responded. Following a moment of silence, Qi Jian scratched his head awkwardly, his expression slightly comical as he suggested, since no one is volunteering, why don't we pick someone at random? As his words faded, the lights above began to move, flickering across every spot in the hall. Under Chen Lingyu's amused gaze, as expected, the spotlight landed squarely on the woman named Linger. Huh, why me? She complained, her initial irritation turning into feigned indignation as she clung to the man. Lingu, can't you ask them to pick someone else? I don't want to go up there, I just want to stay here with you. She leaned closer, her intent clear, but the man subtly withdrew his hand, avoiding any further contact. Linger, since you were chosen, why not go up and have some fun? It's a rare opportunity and others might not be so lucky to have a chance like this, he coaxed, but it looks a bit scary. I don't want it. She hesitated, not wanting to spoil the mood. Tell you what, if you go up there, I'll get you another handbag on our way back tonight. How about that? At the mention of another handbag, her eyes lit up instantly. The handbag was of little consequence, but since Lingu seemed so interested, she decided to play along. She shed her earlier pretense of fear, stood up swiftly and confidently walked towards the stage. Unfortunately, she missed the moment when the man exchanged a knowing glance with the magician on stage, a cold smile playing at his lips. Madam, it is an honor to have you assist in this grand magic act. Qi Jian bowed slightly, offering a gentlemanly greeting to the woman. Then a faint sound of gears turning began to echo in the background. At the edge of the stage, a metal prop resembling a coffin but with an opening at the waist was slowly pushed forward. Following closely was a guillotine towering several meters high, reminiscent of those used for executions in ancient times. Upon seeing the sharp blade of the guillotine, the woman on stage instinctively took a step back. Her face turned slightly pale with fright and she couldn't help but shiver. You're using this prop? I'm not doing this. Find someone else, she exclaimed, fear etched across her face as she turned to flee the stage. At that moment, she glanced up inadvertently towards the audience. To her dismay, she noticed that the nobleman she had painstakingly attached herself to was already frowning deeply. Coincidentally, the magician hurriedly stepped forward to offer an explanation. Madam, there is no need to be afraid. This is actually a prop made of paper, just crafted with a bit more realism, so there is no danger involved. Reassured by his words, the woman felt her anxious heart ease slightly. Determined to obtain what she desired, she bit her lip and decided to stay on stage. What should I do? She asked. Seeing her compromise, a peculiar smile formed behind the magician's mask. It's quite simple, all you need to do is lie inside, and I'll take care of the rest. Following his instructions, the woman, albeit nervous, obediently lay inside the coffin-like prop. Moments later, the crisp sound of clasps echoed as the top of the prop was securely locked. Now let the performance begin, declared the magician. The guillotine was then positioned directly above the prop. The menacing blade was precisely aligned with the opening below. In the next moment, the magician suddenly cut the rope holding the blade. The heavy blade, weighing over 1,000 pounds, descended like a runaway stallion, plunging straight towards the open slot below. With a loud crash, the massive blade completed its descent in less than the blink of an eye. However, the inside of the magic box remained as still as before, showing no response. But through her extraordinary vision, Chen Linyu could clearly see the trickle of fresh blood seeping from the opening, indicating that the woman inside had met a silent and certain death. Was this a failed magic trick? In principle, it was. Yet the smiles exchanged between the magician and the accomplice on stage suggested to Chen Linyu that this outcome was the true success of the act. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our magic show. Thank you all for watching, the magician announced, seemingly to mislead Chen Linyu, the lone audience member. Turning to the young man pretending to be the woman's boyfriend, he added, Sir, the lady who participated in the act is already waiting for you outside. Surely you have already made contact by now? The young man beside Chen Linyu stood up in response, pretending to glance at his phone. With a face full of admiration, he said, She has contacted me. Your performance was brilliant. I will surely return. After speaking, he seemingly passed by Chen Linyu unintentionally, heading straight back in the direction he came from, quickly exiting the hall. Even though he was now the only person left in the audience, Chen Linyu remained seated quietly, unmoved. Behind his mask, Qi Jian frowned slightly, observing the mysterious man before him. He spoke tentatively, Sir, our performance has concluded. You may leave now. Upon being questioned once more, Chen Linyu finally rose from his seat slowly. However, instead of heading toward the exit, he walked step by step onto the stage where the magic was performed. what a splendid performance," he remarked. "I didn't expect to witness such an interesting event on this outing." As Chen Lingyu approached the iron box that held secrets, Shi Jian's heart skipped a beat and a trace of panic flashed behind his mask. Could it be that he had discovered something? Just as Shi Jian was about to stop the approaching man, he was momentarily blinded by a sudden blur. In the next instant, the mysterious figure in black had vanished only to reappear beside the iron box Shi Jian was guarding. "No!" Shi Jian's pupils constricted as he watched helplessly while Chen Lingyu reached forward. It was over. The corners of Shi Jian's lips curled into a bitter smile beneath his mask. His meticulously planned scheme seemed destined to fail at the final step. But wait, what was he doing? Shi Jian suddenly halted his sorrow, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before his astonished gaze, Chen Lingyu reached out with a tissue and gently wiped away the bloodstains accidentally left on the surface of the iron box. "You're an excellent magician," he stammered, his voice betraying his bewilderment. Even a fool could see now. The man before him had long seen through his entire plan, yet inexplicably, rather than thwarting him, the man now regarded him, the murderous magician, with a look of admiration. White Chen Lingyu's lips curled into a smile, his eyes openly displaying appreciation for Shi Jian. "I like your magic, but this stage is too small. I want to invite you to perform a magic show for me before thousands. How about it?" At the mention of a grand stage, Shi Jian's head shot up, his eyes locking intensely on the enigmatic man before him. Swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he asked somewhat excitedly, "Can you really give me this opportunity?" Before this, Shi Jian was merely an unknown magician struggling to find space in the bustling neon city. People like him were being squeezed out to the brink of survival. If not for his best friend who jumped because of the dead woman in the box, he would not have spent all his savings to stand on this stage for one last performance. Therefore, even with a mission in mind, he didn't want to waste what might be his final chance to stand on stage. Thus, even for the simple opening trick that people often take for granted, he rehearsed for a long time. Why, you ask? Perhaps it's love, though this word has gathered a bit of dust and appears somewhat ragged under the weight of life. Yet isn't there always someone who can use a simple tissue to separate love from daily life? As Chen Lingyu maintained his smile in response to Shi Jian's gaze, a bottle of intertwining blue and red solution mysteriously appeared in his hand, placed nonchalantly on the broad back of a guillotine blade. "Opportunities aren't handed to you by others, it depends on whether you can seize them. We shall meet again." With those words, Shi Jian suddenly removed his mask, revealing a delicate face. "Sir, my name is Shi Jian. How should I address you?" "My surname is Chen," he replied. Before Shi Jian could persuade him further, Chen Lingyu's figure transformed into a cloud of black mist and completely vanished from the hall. Mr. Chen. Shi Jian stood there stunned, watching the spot where Chen Lingyu disappeared, his pupils quivering, unable to regain his composure for a long while. "Indeed, not an ordinary person," he muttered to himself, turning his gaze to the strange-looking potion. "A stage for 10,000 spectators, I will seize it." With determination, he picked up the potion, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. 10 minutes later, as Chen Lingyu strolled down the street, a gentle smile played on his lips as the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, creation complete, please name the bizarre sequence 009. This time, Chen Lingyu's voice was slightly grave but straightforward. 009 Magician, naming successful. The bizarre sequence 009 Magician has been successfully recorded in the Bizarre Archives. Bizarre sequence 009 Magician, ding. Congratulations to the host for creating an S-level bizarre sequence. Rewards: 1 Epic Material Pack, 2 Premium Material Packs, 1000 Creation Points, Bizarre Archives, Sequence 005, Bone Angel Sequence 006, Prisoner Sequence 007, Siren Sequence 008, Gravedigger Sequence 009, Magician, Sequence 009, Magician, Name, Shi Jian, Initial Level, S-Level Pinnacle, Replicable Abilities. Grand Illusion, Space Teleportation, Interdimensional Playing Cards, Magic Hands, Space Teleportation. Among the magician's numerous abilities, Chen Lingyu's eyes were immediately drawn to this most distinctive skill. Shi Jian's other abilities were more or less related to the profession of a magician, yet this space teleportation seemed as though it didn't belong in the mix. Perhaps it was because he had used Lin Feng's blood as the main ingredient. Chen Lingyu mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He recalled that the system had once noted the presence of trace amounts of spatial elements in Lin Feng's blood. It seemed that his hunch was correct. This ability was quite impressive and worth considering for a swap. With that in mind, he brought up the detailed information on the spatial teleportation ability using the system interface. Spatial teleportation allows for targeted teleportation consuming spiritual energy based on the distance of the teleportation, cooldown time, 24 hours, required creation points, 1,000. Chen Lingyu was slightly taken aback. This was by far the most expensive ability he had encountered. It was a testament to the noble attribute of space, but its cost was justified. The ability was indeed worth 1,000 points. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with 1,000 creation points upon creating the magician sequence, which perfectly offset the cost. After spending a significant amount to acquire it, Chen Lingyu was eager to test it out immediately, but he restrained himself. He hadn't forgotten that his current mission was only halfway complete, with another potion still lying in the system's space. Who should he choose? Chen Lingyu pondered as he aimlessly wandered the streets once again. After dealing a heavy blow to the miscellaneous troublemakers from the Esper Association, their expansion northward would only accelerate. However, they still needed someone to organize everyone, a leader of sorts. Yang Wenjian, that girl, was all brawn and no brains, unlikely to take on the role. The Gravekeeper 008 had a personality that was too cold for such a task. As for the others, their levels were too low to command respect. Suddenly Chen Lingyu halted, his gaze fixed on a tall office building not far away. It seemed that the potion would have to find someone with a bit more capability. Sungnan Group. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened on the 21st floor and a visibly nervous manager stepped out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He hesitated in front of a closed room for a long time before finally mustering the courage to knock on the wooden door. Come. In a slightly lazy voice sounded from behind the door, yet the melodious tone did nothing to ease the manager's tense demeanor. President, you called for me? Through the wooden door a flawless figure came into view, a perfect blend of an alluring face and a devilish figure. However, this figure merely glanced at the person entering before lowering their gaze once more. You should know what you've done. The company doesn't need someone who shifts allegiance like the wind. You should leave on your own accord. If I have to send you away, it won't be pleasant, she said. With those words from Su Qingning's mouth, the manager fell to the floor in terror, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. If it were just an ordinary dismissal, it would be a matter of losing a job. But when those words came from the mouth of the top female mogul in the magic capital, it took on a completely different meaning. Everyone knew that Sungnan Group had risen from a mid-tier industry player to the top within a mere 3 years. And 3 years ago, it was precisely on the day when this female president took over the group. In the magic capital, Sungnan Group held more than half of the economic lifeline of the entire city. Therefore, any employee dismissed by Sungnan Group would find no other company within the magic capital willing to hire them. In front of us stands a formidable figure renowned for dismantling entire companies simply because someone within dared to cross her. It's whispered that some have provoked her wrath to such an extent that being fired isn't merely a departure from the company but an exit from this world entirely. The president, as they call her, is said to have quite the background, with even those possessing extraordinary abilities willing to serve her. Just thinking about it sends a chill down the manager's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Overcome with fear, he finds himself on his knees, instinctively crawling towards Su Qingning, tears streaming down his face. President, I have a family to support. Please, I can't lose this job. I swear I'll never do this again. I beg you, just one more chance. As the middle-aged, greasy man inches closer, Su Qingning suddenly lifts her head. The icy glint in her eyes seems to lower the temperature around them. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I was going to spare you, at least let you beg on the streets, but now it seems I've been too kind. Take him away and feed him to the dogs. With that, she turns her attention back to the computer on her desk, ignoring the stunned man on the floor. Bang! The office door swings open and a burly man in a suit strides in. Miss, shall I take him away? Yes. The man, expressionless, grabs the flabby manager with one hand. With just a light lift, he hoists the nearly 200-pound man with ease. Witnessing this, the manager instantly recognizes the extraordinary nature of the man before him, his soul practically scared out of his body. No, please, I'll leave, spare my life. Yet throughout, Su Qingning does not raise her head again. As the office door closes once more, the manager's desperate cries are abruptly cut off. The newcomer is skilled, ruthless and wealthy, just the right fit. The sudden voice in the previously silent office is startling. Su Qingning quickly raises her head, scanning the empty office, her pupils briefly flickering with a hint of surprise. There's no one. Where did that voice come from? As if responding to her question, a crow suddenly flies in through the window, bursting into a cloud of black mist. Under her watchful narrowed eyes, a tall figure steps out from the mist, slowly revealing himself. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Su," he says. Witnessing Chen Lingyu's display of power, Su Qingning instantly realizes the visitor is beyond her ability to handle. Without a moment's hesitation, she coolly calls out towards the door, "Miss." Her tone reveals a subtle urgency recognized by those outside. The robust figure outside the door didn't hesitate this time. He crashed through the door and stormed in. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Chen Lingyu in the room, the man's expression turned fierce. Without a word, his arm muscles bulged terrifyingly, transforming into a metallic fist aimed directly at the person before him. "Tisk, Miss Su, your way of greeting guests is truly enthusiastic," Chen Lingyu remarked as a long spike emitting a ghostly green glow shot out from his fingertips. In the brief journey, the spike seemed to transform into a streak of green lightning, reaching the man's forehead in the blink of an eye. So fast, the man's swinging fist was still frozen mid-air, yet the spike was now mere millimeters from his brow. At such a close distance, he finally sensed the immense and terrifying power contained within the small spike. Even without contact, he felt a slight sting. There's no way to stop it. Although he was a C-level ability user skilled in physical combat, the person before him far exceeded his ability to handle. Just when the strong man thought he was about to meet his end, to his surprise, the spike poised to take his life suddenly halted in midair. Feeling the chill at his brow, the strong man dared not move, and a bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. Tisk 008's ability is really hard to control. A slight mistake could kill someone, Chen Lingyu muttered with a look of disdain, waving his hand to make the spike disperse into thin air. Phew, phew. The strong man, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, looking extremely bedraggled. Facing Su Qingning, he knelt on one knee full of shame. "Miss, I have failed." "It's all right, rise," Su Qingning replied calmly. She had realized that Chen Lingyu's strength was unfathomable. If he wanted her life, no amount of effort would matter. With that in mind, she stood up and gracefully walked out from behind her desk, her exquisite figure accentuated by her office attire. "Sir, I am Su Qingning, the CEO of Tsangnan Group. May I know how to address you?" Stopping 5 steps away from Chen Lingyu, Su Qingning spoke with a complex tone. The unsettling feeling of having her life in someone else's hands was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. "My surname is Chen," Chen Lingyu replied, suddenly lifting his head, revealing a handsome yet spirited face that entered Su Qingning's view. The moment she saw his face, Su Qingning was stunned, not because of his looks, but because this face matched a long-cherished memory in her mind. "You are Lord Chen Lingyu." Overcome with emotion, Su Qingning's voice trembled. Her eyes started to turn red, with tears welling up and making her appear endearing. Hearing Su Qingning call his name and seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Lingyu was now the one filled with questions. "No, do I know you? You don't remember me?" Su Qingning was momentarily taken aback by Chen Lingyu's inquiry, rubbing her moist eyes and lifting her head with a hint of disappointment. Chen Lingyu tried to recall the past, but over the last decade he had been solely focused on hunting down alien beasts, leaving little room for other memories. With a slight headache, he rubbed his temples, wondering how a simple search for a test subject had led to such an unexpected encounter. "Do we know each other well?" he asked. "No, not really," Su Qingning replied, lowering her head once again, making it difficult for Chen to discern her expression, as if caught in reminiscence. Her melodic voice quietly filled the room after a long pause. "We met just once. You have saved countless lives, so it's normal not to remember me, but I will always remember you. 3 years ago, during the Beast Tide's assault on the Magic City, you personally saved me from a beast's jaws. If it weren't for you, I would have died 3 years ago, unable to stand here today. I don't understand why the Ability Users Association sentenced you to life imprisonment," Su continued, her voice tinged with helplessness. "I want to help you, but as an ordinary person, there's not much I can do." She suddenly smiled, her tone shifting to one of gentle warmth. "I knew they couldn't keep you locked up. I never imagined I'd have the luck to meet you here again, my lord." Her unexpected candor left Chen Lingyu momentarily speechless. Was this a case of running into a true fan while on a mischief spree? Noticing his awkwardness, Su Qingning quickly broke into a soft laugh and said, "My lord, did you come to see me because you need my help with something?" Chen Lingyu composed himself, realizing that despite the awkwardness he had little time left and needed to find his target. "Since you know me, I suppose I can be a bit gentle," he thought. With a flip of his hand, a pink vial appeared in his palm. "Drink this," he instructed. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingning readily agreed. "Okay." Her eagerness was unexpected, prompting Chen to blurt out instinctively, "Aren't you going to ask what it is?" To which she replied, "You saved my life, my lord. I'll do anything you ask." she then playfully licked her enticing pink lips, hinting at deeper meanings. The sight made Chen Lingyu's eye twitch slightly. There was no denying Su's actions were quite alluring, but due to narrative constraints he had to ignore them. "Do you know of the anomaly?" Su Qingning asked, noticing that Chen wasn't taking the bait. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she continued as if nothing had happened. "I've heard that the Ability Users Association reported the 3 capitals near the South Sea have been completely overrun by anomalies. As far as I know, these so-called anomalies have only eradicated the association of abilities without affecting others. In fact, after these associations were wiped out, people's lives seem to have improved, as if these anomalies were only interested in those with abilities." When Su Qingning posed her question, Chen Lingyu did not respond, instead quietly placing a vial on the desk. "Drink it, and you too can become one of the anomalies." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen Lingyu's words, a spark of excitement lit up in Su Qingning's eyes. "Master, were these anomalies created by you?" she inquired. Chen Lingyu simply nodded, causing Su Qingning to be overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the vial from the desk, removed the stopper, and drank every drop. "Master, thank you for this opportunity," she exclaimed. As she finished speaking, the effects of the potion began to manifest. Her body convulsed violently, and from her head 2 faint pink beast ears gradually emerged. Her clothing on the upper part of her hips seemed to be pushed outward by something, growing more and more pronounced. Before long, the fabric tore open, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white back. The most striking transformation, however, was the 9 fluffy fox tails that began to grow above her shapely rear. The tail swayed gently in the air, lifting Su Qingning's still unconscious body into the air. In the next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of alluring pink pupils, while a terrifying aura erupted from within her. The blast wave filled the entire office, shattering the bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows into fragments. A burly man who had been standing there dumbfounded was slammed against the wall by the force, emitting a heavy thud before collapsing into unconsciousness. Chen Lingyu experienced as he was sensed the oppressive power within this aura and quickly gauged the level of sequence 010. Soon, the system notification for sequence 010 echoed in his mind. "Ding, creation complete, please name the anomalous sequence 010. Casting a glance at the 9 prominent tails behind Su Qingning, Chen Lingyu blurted out 010, 9 tails, name successfully registered. Anomalous sequence 010, 9 tails has been successfully recorded in the anomaly archive. Ding, congratulations to the host for creating an SS-level anomalous sequence reward. Epic Material Pack *2 Premium Material Pack *2 Creation Points *2000 Anomaly Archive Sequence 006 Prisoner Sequence 007 Siren Sequence 008 Gravekeeper Sequence 009 Magician Sequence 010 9 Tails. Su Qingning, now identified as Sequence 010 9 Tails, held an initial SS rank with abilities such as Charm Technique, 9 Revolutions, Foxfire, Soul Capture, and Spatial Teleportation. Just like before, Chen Lingyu's attention was quickly drawn to this unique ability. Another divine skill with spatial attributes. It seemed that Lin Feng's blood was indeed a treasure. More should be collected. Unlike spatial transmission, spatial teleportation might have limited range, but it excelled in speed and had no cooldown period. This meant that as long as there was enough spiritual power, spatial teleportation could be used continuously. There was no hesitation. Abilities with spatial attributes were always rare and invaluable. In a world where wealth and power often dictate actions, Chen Lingyu, now affluent and unhesitant, spends his 1,000 creation points without a second thought. Suddenly, a voice laced with seduction whispers into his ear, causing a brief lapse in his consciousness. Turning his head, he isn't surprised to find Su Qingning close by, her words drifting out with an intoxicating allure. Having undergone a transformation from human to something more enigmatic, Su Qingning's allure has multiplied tenfold. Her mere presence, without uttering a word, is enough to captivate countless souls, rendering them helplessly enamored. This profound change in Su Qingning's charm is a direct consequence of inheriting the 010 sequence, a transformation beyond her conscious control. For Chen Lingyu, the creator, such beguiling powers hold no sway over him. With just a thought, he can render all supernatural abilities of his creations ineffective against him. This is the privilege of being the creator. With a subtle step forward, he distances himself from Su Qingning, who had been so close behind him. As he turns to face her, he takes in her flawless figure, perfectly proportioned in every way. If Su Qingning's physique was considered exceptional before, now her curves are nothing short of bewitching, a truly devilish form. "Master, do you find Qingning displeasing?" she asks, her voice tinged with disappointment as Chen Lingyu deliberately steps away. Her fox-like ears droop in response to his distancing, and the 9 fluffy tails behind her hang limply. Her eyes, slightly red, reflect a pitiful demeanor as she speaks with a hint of grievance. Rest assured, Qingning's body remains pure, she insists, her words causing Chen Lingyu to furrow his brow in frustration. Let's get to business. My time is limited and your task is crucial. Listen carefully. Yes, master. Su Qingning's previous emotions quickly dissipate, replaced by a focused seriousness. Chen Lingyu continues, I need a communication system that the Supernatural Association can't monitor. Can it be done? Su Qingning's response is swift and confident, no problem. Our group has its own communications satellite and we've already built the system which is currently being deployed. If you need it, give me half a day. Chen Lingyu nods with satisfaction, appreciating the advantages of having powerful allies. His request stems from the need to prepare for an impending battle. Currently, several enigmatic entities are scattered across 3 capitals with little interaction between them. Facing the upcoming siege without coordination would lead to certain doom. If his calculations are correct, the Supernatural Association's headquarters will move to encircle the entire South Sea within a week. At the appointed time 009, the magician will come to find you. I need you to cooperate with him to perform a world-renowned magic show. As Chen Lingyu uttered these words, a faintly cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Although he wasn't fully aware of the specific battle plans of the Association of Supernatural Abilities, he knew that since the news of his incapacitation had spread, foreign adversaries had been watching like hawks. The true veterans were focused on dealing with foreign threats and would hardly pay attention to these internal skirmishes within the association. As long as the entire empire wasn't at risk, they were unlikely to intervene. Consequently, the combat power available within the association was essentially limited to his former, less competent teammates. Excluding Feng Sun, who had been killed by the Bone Angel, there were 5 remaining. Among these 5, the weakest was at mid-SS level, while the strongest had replaced Chen Lingyu as the top combat power in the Kanglan Empire, Qin Lindian. Back when Qin Lindian was still under Chen Lingyu's command, he had already reached the peak of SS level, just a step away from SSS level. Given the time that had passed, it wasn't unlikely that he had successfully broken through. Without a doubt, the number of SS-level supernaturals among the incoming group would not be small. There was even a possibility that SSS-level individuals would enter the fray to muddy the waters. Chen Lingyu, through a mix of conjecture and intuition, had already grasped most of these details. Considering the current strength of the enigmatic legion, they were disadvantaged both in terms of numbers and levels. If they were to confront the enemy head-on, there was little chance of victory. Thus, as he familiarized himself with the abilities of 009, the magician, a plan had quietly formed in his mind. Despite Su Qingning being undoubtedly the strongest among the unusual beings, the star of this magic show could only be the magician, beyond the uniqueness of the magician's abilities. This was also a promise Chen Lingyu had made to Qi Jian. He had vowed to build a stage for the other one with a myriad of spectators. Alright, I'll have the others contact you. Time is short, so you must quickly familiarize yourself with the power of 010, the 9 tails, Chen Lingyu instructed before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Qingning bit her lip gently and grasped his hand. My lord, I know you feel nothing for Qingning now, but my lord, in Qingning's heart there is only you. And I will wait for you forever. For a moment Chen Lingyu's expression turned peculiar and a trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. Ultimately he discreetly withdrew his hand from her grasp. Now wasn't the time for him to consider such matters. As Chen Lingyu turned to mist once more and transformed into a crow, leaving entirely, Su Qingning gazed in the direction of his departure, lost in thought for a long while. A wistful sigh escaped her lips, adding a touch of desolation to the quiet office. When had she started liking this man? Perhaps it was 3 years ago, in that moment when he had carried her out of the rubble. Miss, are you all right? The burly man by the wall slowly regained consciousness, while Su Qingning transformed, her face returning to its previous cold and distant demeanor. After parting ways with Su Qingning, Chen Lingyu sought out the magician Qi Jian. Upon learning about the stage for his upcoming performance, Qi Jian was so excited that he couldn't contain himself and hurriedly went to find 010 9 tails. At this moment the time limit for the substitute puppet was also reached. With a flicker, Chen Lingyu found himself back in the familiar cell. He lay quietly on the bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, silently murmuring, "Everything is ready, please enter the trap." Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Association of Superhumans, Lin Feng collapsed on the ground in a special space without regard for his image. Before him lay a crimson corpse bound in chains. Finally, after 3 days, I've cleared the 6th level. The monster on this level was extremely troublesome, not only with overwhelming destructive power but also becoming more excited as it sustained more injuries. This forced Lin Feng to rack his brains, and after numerous attempts he finally passed the level by a stroke of luck. Is 006 named prisoner? I must be cautious when I meet them. Time to claim the rewards for clearing the level. Catching his breath, Lin Feng quickly sprang up from the ground. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly approached the checkpoint's exit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on clearing the 5th level of the tower. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a soul ascension pill. Hearing this familiar name, Lin Feng furrowed his brows in confusion. Another soul ascension pill? What's going on? Can level clearing rewards be repeated? He had never encountered such a situation before, leaving him momentarily puzzled. In his previous life, the rewards for clearing levels were always different, and they usually had some relation to the boss defeated. This unexpected change caught him off guard. Never mind, the soul ascension pill is quite good. If I take this one, I might just break through to S rank. With that thought, Lin Feng decided not to dwell on the repeated reward. The prospect of breaking through to S rank made his gaze toward the pill grow intense, as if beholding a precious treasure. Once I reach S rank, I can inherit the position of captain of the Wind Falcon squad. That way, I might become one of the protectors of the Kanglan Empire with my own guardian battleship. For someone like him, a transmigrator, nothing felt more fulfilling than standing at the pinnacle of this other world. With great effort, he suppressed his excitement, unwilling to wait any longer. Lin Feng immediately tossed the soul ascension pill into his mouth. The next moment, a familiar warmth surged through his limbs and bones. As he continued to level up, his expression became increasingly exaggerated, floating in an indescribable sensation. Early S rank, mid S rank, late S rank. In just 15 minutes, the effects of this soul ascension pill finally subsided. Lin Feng savored the newfound power coursing through his body, feeling it was hundreds of times stronger than before. A look of intoxication crept onto his face. This golden cheat of mine truly lives up to its name, allowing me to break through to the late S level so effortlessly. This body is just over 18 years old, making me possibly the youngest S level Esper in the history of this planet. As he chuckled to himself, his hand subconsciously touched the scar on his chest, and his eyes flickered with a cold, murderous gleam. With my current strength, that bone angel is no match for me. Enjoy your remaining days while you can. I'll personally settle the score for that stab you gave me. With that, Lin Feng glanced at the cooldown needed to enter the next level and decided to temporarily exit the tower's space. As his consciousness returned to the real world, the first light of dawn was just breaking across the sky. He realized he had stayed in his room the entire night. Stretching languidly, Lin Feng got out of bed to wash up, preparing to head to the training ground. During this time, his mind raced, trying to concoct a plausible explanation for his sudden surge in power. With such a significant leap in level, he needed a story to justify it, especially since this was a team mission and he would be working with several guardians who had higher cultivation levels than his own. It would be hard to conceal his newfound strength from them. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly a knock came from outside Lin Feng's room. He paused, put down the towel in his hand, and hesitantly approached the door. Lin Feng, are you there? It's Chen Luo from the Lin Tian squad. Captain Qin sent me. Could you open the door? Hearing the person identify herself, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this person, and her level had just broken through to the early A level, so she wouldn't be able to detect the changes in his strength coming. He hurriedly feigned a rushed demeanor and opened the door. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said apologetically. No, it's fine, Chen Luo replied. As Lin Feng stepped out, any trace of annoyance she had vanished. She stared at him, a glint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Strange, why does it feel like he's a different person? Although they weren't in the same squad, she had seen Lin Feng a few times during training. Previously, she only thought he was somewhat good-looking, but today she felt inexplicably drawn to a special aura he exuded. Chen Luo, is there something you needed from me? Lin Feng's voice snapped her out of her reverie. She smiled sweetly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and spoke softly. Due to Lord Fengsun's unfortunate demise, the Fengsun squad has been disbanded. As the only survivor, the president has assigned you to our Lin Tian squad. We'll be teammates from now on. Oh, understood. Please take care of me in the future, Lin Feng replied, unfazed by the news, but the look in the girl's eyes left him with an odd feeling. Facing the awkward silence as the other person continued to stare without speaking, he had no choice but to break the tension himself. Is there anything else? he asked, trying to ease the mood. Oh yes, Chen Luo nodded hurriedly, lowering his head as he spoke. Captain Qin asked me to check on your injury. If you're okay, he wants you to join us for training. Upon hearing the word injury, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, realizing he finally had a plausible reason to explain his sudden leap in strength. He immediately responded, I'm fine now, I can join you right away. When Lin Feng and his companion arrived at the training ground, the other 8 members of the Lin Tian squad were already deep into their routines. With just a glance, Lin Feng assessed everyone's levels. Remarkably, all were above grade A. No wonder they were known as the strongest squad among the Guardians. Compared to his former team, the Wind Falcons, this group was leagues ahead. His old teammates were nothing but misfits in comparison. Chen Luo, fall, and came a voice from across the training ground. Chen Luo shot Lin Feng a look that begged for luck before scurrying back to her team. Lin Feng turned to see the speaker lounging in a chair at the edge of the field, eyes half closed in a leisurely manner. There was no need to ask. This had to be Qin Lindian, the captain of the Lin Tian squad. Lin Feng had heard the legends of Qin Lindian, reputed to be able to withstand a blow from the demon emperor without dying. Not daring to be careless, Lin Feng circled the field to approach the man. Captain Qin, he began, but before he could continue, Qin Lindian suddenly sat upright as if sensing something. Qin Lindian's eyes, previously half closed, snapped open, fixing directly on Lin Feng. After what seemed like a moment of verification, his pupils contracted, revealing a look of disbelief. Your cultivation, S-level late stage. Qin Lindian's voice wasn't loud, but in the enclosed training room every word was clear to all. Instantly, the orderly training ground fell silent, with everyone staring at Lin Feng in shock. They'd heard about a transfer from another team, supposedly just a B-level adept, but now it seemed as if Lin Feng had shot up from B-level to S-level overnight. It was understandable why they were so shaken. Skipping 2 major levels in the ability world was nothing short of a miracle. Especially among the crowd was Chen Luo, whose eyes widened in amazement, unable to calm the turmoil of emotions within. She finally realized that the aura drawing her to him was the transformation of a true powerhouse, so young yet already an S-level adept. She murmured to herself, her gaze on Lin Feng now tinged with a new unusual light. According to the records, just a week ago Lin Feng had returned gravely injured from Jiangnan with his cultivation level at the peak of B grade. Could you explain what exactly happened to you and why your cultivation suddenly improved so dramatically? At this moment Qin Lindian stood up with a serious expression, eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Yet faced with such a pressing question, Lin Feng remained calm. Since he had decided to come over, he had already thought through how he would respond. Captain Qin, I'm not entirely sure why this has happened, but perhaps it has something to do with the mysterious entity that severely injured me. Mysterious entity? Qin Lindian's expression suddenly tightened as if recalling something, and he hurriedly urged for more details. Tell me everything. Saying this, he pulled Lin Feng along into the lounge behind the training ground. Captain Qin, do you know about Entity 005? Once inside the lounge, Lin Feng suddenly asked as he glanced at Qin Lindian. Qin Lindian hesitated for a moment but soon provided an answer. Entity 005, the one that killed Feng Falcon, is an S-level peak entity codenamed Bone Angel. That's right, Lin Feng nodded and continued. Back then I was severely injured by Bone Angel, and Captain Feng Falcon unfortunately met with disaster trying to save me. Later I managed to escape, but on the edge of the battlefield I picked up a crystal fragment that had fallen from Bone Angel. That fragment merged into my body, and as I was busy fleeing for my life I didn't have the time to study what it was. It wasn't until a few days ago that I rediscovered that fragment within me. I attempted to refine it, and to my surprise I succeeded. The immense spiritual power it contained directly pushed me to my current level. After listening to Lin Feng's account, a fierce fire ignited in Qin Lindian's eyes. If there truly is such a treasure, his own cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng, do not tell anyone else about this matter. After I kill that Bone Angel, we can split those crystals between us. How about it? No problem. Seeing the fervor in Qin Lindian's eyes, Lin Feng secretly chuckled to himself and agreed without hesitation. After all, it was just something he made up on the spot. Even if it didn't exist, it could still be blamed on Bone Angel, not him. Seeing Lin Feng agree readily, a broad smile spread across Qin Lindian's face. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder repeatedly, his tone full of admiration. Good, Lin Feng, I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a promising talent. The mission is about to begin, and for now you will serve as the deputy leader of my Lindian squad. Once the mission concludes, I will recommend to the president that you form a new squad, perfectly filling the gap left by Feng Falcon. Hearing this unexpected joy, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Then I must thank Captain Qin. No need for formalities, young Lin, if you don't mind just call me Big Brother, Brother Chin. Good. Amidst laughter, the two men, each with their own hidden agendas, returned to the training ground. Ahem, everyone gather around, Chin Lintian called the people training in the field to a stop, the smile on his face now replaced by a more serious demeanor. I have an announcement to make. From today, Lin Feng will serve as the deputy leader of the Lindian squad. When I'm not around, you must follow Lin Feng's orders. If anyone disobeys, don't blame me for being harsh. Upon hearing this, the group below exchanged glances, but nobody dared to speak up. Lin Feng had already reached the late stages of S level, a level none of them could afford to provoke. Among the crowd, only Chen Luo showed a trace of delight on his face. A few days later, in a seized manner in Jiangnan, four eerie figures who had swept through Jiangnan gathered together. At this moment, everyone wore smiles of varying degrees. Thanks to the treasures and rare items collected by the high officials and nobility, their auras had drastically changed in just a month. Ghouls like Li Ran, Spider Queen Mu Wan and Raven by Shan had now reached the pinnacle of A level. Meanwhile, under the deliberate allocation of resources by Chen Lingyu, Ghost Umbrella by Liner had astonishingly broken through to the early stages of S level. Not only these few, but the rest had also plundered their respective capitals, achieving significant progress. At this moment, a jet-black raven slowly flew in from outside the window. Bai Shan reached out to catch it, and after a moment he stood up with a smile and addressed the three. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests have arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and rose to head towards the door. There, two women and a man slowly came into view. Hello, seniors. My name is Lu Mingxiao, sequence 006, prisoner A-level pinnacle. Lu Mingxiao greeted everyone with a smile, his personality having undergone a noticeable change over the past month. These are my elder and second sisters. Lu Chenyu, dressed in a white gown, waved to the four with a gentle smile. Lu Chenyu, sequence 007, siren A-level pinnacle, greetings. When it was Lu Luoyan's turn, her naturally reserved demeanor led her to merely nod at the others. Lu Luoyan, sequence 008, gravekeeper, early SS level, pleased to meet you. Upon Lu Luoyan's introduction by Liner, and the others immediately focused their attention on her. After the completion of the Ninetail Skynet system, although both groups had some understanding of each other, this was their first offline meeting. As guests from afar, let's go inside and talk. At Bai Shan's invitation, the seven of them settled into the Manners Hall. Almost simultaneously, the specially designed communicators on their wrists vibrated in unison. A message from the magician popped up in the dialogue box. Actors, please take your positions. The grand magic show is about to begin. In the southern seas, 10 miles away, a colossal ship tens of times larger than the Wind Falcon stood majestically in midair like a floating island. At the forefront of the gigantic ship stood 5 striking figures, making them particularly conspicuous. Without a doubt, these were the 5 remaining guardians of the Kenglin Empire. Apart from Feng Sun, among them, Qin Lindian stood commanding the operation with a solemn expression. Behind the group of 5, there were 45 figures lined up neatly. Lin Feng was not among them. Instead, he served as Qin Lingtian's assistant, compiling the complete combat strength for this mission. Captain Qin, all the team members for the containment task have arrived. There are 18 A-level ability users and 27 B-level ability users, making a total of 45. Lin Feng reported, handing over a booklet with detailed data to Qin Lintian. Well done. Qin Lintian offered a perfunctory compliment as he accepted the booklet. He barely glanced through a couple of pages before setting it aside. In his view, with the 5 guardians taking part in this mission, success was virtually assured. The rest of the team was primarily there to gain experience. Although the earlier death of Feng Sun had made everyone more cautious, Feng Sun had only recently broken through to SS level, making him the weakest among the original 6 guardians. Moreover, the intelligence indicated that the Bone Angel's level was merely at the peak of S level. Any one of the 5 guardians could easily surpass that by at least 2 minor realms. In the world of abilities, the consensus was that after reaching S level, it was nearly impossible for even the most prodigious talents to leap across 2 minor realms to confront an opponent. There were voices within the association that felt mobilizing all the guardians for such a mission was somewhat excessive. Just then, a soldier ran up to Qin Lindian within the cabin. Report, he announced. Proceed, Qin Lindian replied. Preliminary scans using the ability radar have detected several suspicious auras in both the Magic City and Jiangnan regions. In the Magic City, there are 3 auras. Based on intensity, 2 are at the early SS level and 1 is at mid-SS level. Jiangnan has 7 auras, but they are of lower levels. 1 early SS level, 1 early S level, and 5 at the peak of A level. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed the faces of Qin Lindian and his companions. The data was vastly different from the intelligence Lin Feng had originally provided. For SS level anomalies, are you sure there's no mistake? Qin Lindian questioned. We have repeatedly confirmed the information. It is accurate, the soldier replied. The expressions of everyone began to shift from relaxed to solemn as they processed this information. Has the number grown to 10, and at this level? If so, these anomalies not only far exceed ability users of the same tier in strength but also have an alarmingly rapid rate of level advancement. What kind of creatures are these? Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Lindian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His face showed little worry, hinting at something else on his mind. After a while, he cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those around him. Given the situation, we should split into 2 teams. Gao Feng, Zhao Mingtang and I will handle the Magic City. The rest, led by Lin Qinghan, will head to Jiangnan. Any objections? After some consideration, everyone agreed this was indeed the optimal allocation. Heading to the Magic City were 3 guardians, including Qin Lindian, with the other 2 being at late SS level, while the 2 going to Jiangnan were both at mid-SS level. In this strategic arrangement, at least on paper, the side of the bizarre entities stands no chance of victory. The mission is clear. While containment is the primary goal, elimination is permissible if necessary. In the northern district of the Magic City, one of the 3 major cities in the southern sea region, it stands as the foremost line of defense against enemy assaults. Atop a skyscraper that reaches hundreds of meters into the sky, 3 figures stand silently gazing at a distant outline that is gradually materializing on the horizon. They remain unmoved until they see countless small black dots descending from a gigantic vessel, with only 3 of them heading towards the Magic City. It is then that Qi Jian's face finally reveals a long-anticipated eerie smile. All right, the supporting roles are in place. Time for the main act to begin. Gentlemen, let us move. With these words, the 3 figures swiftly split and dart off in different directions under the watchful eyes of Qin Lindian and his companions. Playing this trick, do you really think you can escape? Qin Lindian remains unflustered, letting out a cold snort as he turns his head, locking onto the most vibrant aura among them. This fox is yours to pursue. Split up and chase the remaining 2. As soon as he finishes speaking, an aura far surpassing all others erupts from him. With a mere kick of his legs, the air beneath his feet emits a strained explosion. His body transforms into an arrow of light, speeding towards the bizarre entity with 9 tails. Left behind, Gao Feng and Zhao Mingtang exchange glances and each choose a direction to pursue, though their speed pales in comparison to Qin Lindian's. With his incredible speed, even though Su Qingning had a head start, the distance between her and Qin Lindian rapidly diminishes. Just as they close to within a mile, Qin Lindian swings the long blade in his hand forward. A blade aura, crackling with lightning, shoots straight towards Su Qingning. What appears to be a casual slash is imbued with terrifying power, sending chills down Su Qingning's spine. Such formidable power, could it be? A suspicion crosses her mind and a heavy look flashes in her eyes. Without time to ponder, the power of space surges forth, and with a flicker she reappears 100 meters away. You actually have spatial powers? Qin Lindian is visibly surprised. Spatial ability users are exceedingly rare worldwide, not exceeding the count on one hand, highlighting the rarity of such a power. Good, your value has increased. I wonder how much spirit energy you have left. As he continues the chase, Qin Lindian relentlessly unleashes attacks, forcing Su Qingning to continuously use spatial teleportation to evade. Despite the momentary gaps, Su Qingning maintains a delicate distance from him throughout. For nearly half an hour, this pursuit continues until Su Qingning finally halts. Qin Lindian follows suit, but instead of attacking, he displays an amused smile, savoring the chase. Oh, why aren't you running anymore? Su Qingning's expression remained calm and composed. Are you SSS level? Qin Lindian frowned, suddenly noticing Su Qingning's unusual demeanor. Without answering, he raised his blade, ready to strike down the person before him completely. But at that critical moment, Su Qingning's face began to distort. Under Qin Lindian's astonished gaze, it morphed into the likeness of the magician. Tisk, not gentlemanly at all, a voice fell, and Qi Jian, wearing a bizarre smile, was effortlessly cleaved in half by the long blade, disappearing into the swirling dust. What is going on? Qin Lindian quickly stepped forward to investigate, only to find that the spot was devoid of any human presence. All that remained on the ground was a playing card split in 2. Picking up the torn card, the Joker's mocking grin seemed particularly taunting. Dare to fool me? Qin Lingtian's expression did not change, but fury was igniting in his pupils. He clenched his fist. Abruptly, and from the palm holding the card, thunder occasionally crackled. After a long time he exhaled a deep breath, loosened his grip, and the card crumbled into ashes, slowly scattered by the raging wind. It's not the 5 recorded in the data, it seems there's a new anomaly, Qin Lindian mused, realizing they had anticipated their arrival. This is somewhat troubling, he concluded, his pupils flashing with sharp intensity. He soared straight into the sky, heading towards the locations of the remaining 2 teammates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Feng's situation was not much different. His target was the Bone Angel, and after a tug-of-war he managed to knock the opponent down using his superior prowess. But just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the figure vanished into thin air, transforming into a playing card. Like Qin Lindian, Gao Feng sensed something was amiss and swiftly made his way towards his teammate's location. Gao Feng, Qin Lindian, descending to assess the situation, coincidentally encountered Gao Feng, who was hurriedly leaving with a playing card in hand. The two exchanged a glance, and without a word they hurried towards the final pursuit route. At this moment, Zhao Mingtang's pursuit of the magician was reaching its conclusion. Shi Jian had been cornered in an alley just one step away from receiving the final blow, yet facing the advancing enemy, Shi Jian's face betrayed no panic. Instead, he seemed expectant, as though waiting for something. Soon, as if sensing something, he looked up towards the distant sky. 2 black dots rapidly expanded in his vision. It was the hurriedly approaching Qin Lindian and Gao Feng. Seeing the 3 finally gathered, Shi Jian grinned, his previous disheveled state vanishing instantly. Reaching this point meant the plan set by that esteemed person had been perfectly executed. Indeed, from start to finish he was the only one in the Magic City, but the task he was responsible for was the most crucial part of the entire plan. As for the initial appearances of the Ninetales and Bone Angel, it was all thanks to his extraordinary ability, Great Human Transformation. It allowed him to create replicas with 70% of the original strength, with a maximum storage of 3 lasting 24 hours and a cooldown of 72 hours. With this ability, Qi Jian had begun crafting several eerie replicas days in advance, all in preparation for their use today. As for the real Ninetales and Bone Angel, where could they possibly be? It's no surprise, really. Why were these 2 groups conveniently scattered between the Magic City and Jiangnan? Simply put, these 2 capitals are the furthest apart in the entire South Sea region. Even an SS-level psychic flying at full speed would take at least an hour to reach either location. Not to mention the vital factor of spiritual energy consumption. In that time, a lot could transpire. A glint of pride shone in Qi Jian's eyes as he adjusted his slightly disheveled clothes. He then offered a formal bow to Qin Lindian and his companions. Greetings, gentlemen, a pleasure to meet you. I am 009, codenamed Magician. The grand illusion has been flawlessly executed thanks to your passionate cooperation. Until we meet again. Zhao Mingtang was left bewildered by these words, but for Qin Lindian and his companion racing from afar, an uneasy feeling settled in their hearts. As expected, the next moment Qi Jian emanated the same spatial aura as Su Qingning earlier. Zhao Mingtang, act now. Seeing this, Qin Lingtian's eyes widened in fury. Realizing he couldn't stop it in time, he urgently shouted at a still-dazed Zhao Mingtang. Although Zhao Mingtang didn't fully grasp the situation, he sensed something was amiss with Qi Jian and immediately lunged forward with his spear. However, Qi Jian remained unperturbed, casually tossing a playing card forward. As the card collided with the spear's tip, it shattered instantly, yet at the moment of its destruction a black hole of unknown dimensions tore through the space before them. The terrifying suction emanating from the black hole caught Zhao Mingtang off guard, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. The spear was swiftly drawn into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. Farewell, gentlemen. With a mocking smile, Qi Jian's teleportation skill activated successfully. A ripple of spatial distortion spread out as his figure vanished into the void under the trio's watchful eyes. Boom! A flash of blade light erupted and a sinister purple thunderstorm enveloped a 100-meter radius, reducing everything buildings included to ruins in an instant. Qin Lindian stood silently in the low air, his face a stormy mask. The occasional crackle of lightning around him signaled the peak of his rage. Though they loathed to admit it, the outcome of their failure was undeniable. Despite being late-stage SS-level psychics, they had been utterly outmaneuvered by an early-stage SS-level anomaly. If word of this got out, how could they, the so-called guardians, ever show their faces again? As the trio remained collectively silent, a slightly urgent voice emerged from the control center through their earpieces. Commander, the situation has changed. The three anomalies in the Magic City have all disappeared, but suddenly there are two SS-level presences detected in Jiangnan. No, wait, another one has appeared. Now there are a total of 4 SS-level anomalies in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Qin Lindian and the other two exchanged glances, seeing the horror reflected in each other's eyes. At this very moment, they could already imagine the tragic events unfolding on the other side, facing 4 SS level anomalies. Even two guardians might struggle to protect themselves. The fate of the remaining 40-plus team members was, needless to say, grim. Qin Lindian clenched his teeth in anger and was the first to take off, racing towards Jiangnan. Don't save your spiritual power. Get to Jiangnan as fast as possible. Save whoever you can, or else we'll all become traitors to the alliance. The scene in Jiangnan was clear to them, and if a battle broke out, there was no chance of victory. Qin Lindian advised against resistance, urging them to surrender and avoid unnecessary suffering. Lin Feng stood shoulder to shoulder with the other two guardians, hovering at low altitude with over 40 eager team members behind them. He surveyed the 7 figures before him with disdain, disappointed not to see Bone Angel among them. Despite being surrounded by numerous supernaturals, Luoyan and her 6 companions remained calm and composed. They seemed ready for action, waiting for the right moment to strike. With a calm voice, Luoyan signaled it was time to begin. Bai Lina nodded, a strange excitement flickering in her eyes as she licked her lips. Open the ghost gate, she declared. A heavy bronze ancient door descended from the sky, landing squarely between the two groups. Seeing this unexpected object, Lin Feng remained unfazed but cautioned the 40-plus members behind him. Be careful, he warned. Stay behind us and avoid getting drawn into the 100 Ghosts abyss by 002's Ghost Gate. The group heeded his advice, but to everyone's surprise, when the bronze door slowly creaked open, no attack followed. It was as if nothing had happened and the situation remained eerily calm. How could this be? What was the intention? Lin Feng's hands froze mid-defense, his mind swirling in confusion as he stared at the empty Ghost Gate. The others were similarly bewildered, their eyes carrying a hint of incredulity as they looked towards Lin Feng. If you wish to struggle in vain, then you'll first have to suffer. One of the guardians from the supernatural side couldn't help but sneer, as their superior strength had yet to be unleashed, and already this group of anomalies dared to provoke them. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and both sides were ready to clash, two human-like figures began to slowly emerge from the open Ghost Gate. Lin Feng squinted, his heart suddenly seized by a tumultuous storm. One of the figures was none other than the anomaly he had been fixated on, 005 Bone Angel. As for the other figure with 9 fox tails suspended behind them, it was someone Lin Feng had never seen before. The aura that emanated from the mysterious entity was so overwhelming that it seemed to overshadow the two guardians on their side. The power of this unknown anomaly was apparent without needing any explanation. How could this be? How were there 2 SS-level anomalies here? Indeed, thanks to Chen Lingyo's warning from the very start of the plan, the 9-tailed and the Bone Angel had been hiding in Bai Linner's realm of 100 ghosts. By using this method, they easily evaded the detection of the ability radar, successfully trapping Qin Lindian and his team in the magician's design. Now, with the appearance of these two, the entire situation was instantly reversed, flipping the circumstances of both sides. In the blink of an eye, most of the ability users were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, staring blankly at the two who appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, the faces of the two guardians turned incredibly serious. They were facing 3 SS-level anomalies, while their side only had 2. Numerically, they were at a disadvantage. Even though on the surface they seemed to have a slight edge in terms of level, both guardians knew all too well that they were unlikely to benefit from it. Earlier, the Bone Angel, while still at the peak of S level, had easily killed the early SS-level Wind Falcon. Now that it had also broken through to the early SS level, it was uncertain who would win in a fight with either of them. Furthermore, there was an unknown anomaly of the same level as them, both at mid-SS level. Additionally, if the bandaged one from the beginning joined in, it was impossible to win. They needed to call for reinforcement from Qin Lintian's side immediately. They had to hold off these 3 SS level anomalies, or else. The guardian on the left didn't finish the sentence, but everyone could understand the implication. If even one SS level anomaly was free to act, a single strike could kill dozens of A level and B level ability users. Such losses were something the Ability Users Association could not afford to bear. Suddenly Lin Feng stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on the Bone Angel opposite him. A surge of battle intent as fierce as a storm coursed through his veins, charging straight to his head. although he was 2 entire minor levels below the Bone Angel. He had already figured out all its moves during the tower game. He had the confidence that with caution he could hold his own against this anomaly despite the level difference. Both guardians frowned slightly at Lin Feng's words. They initially wanted to refuse, but considering that Lin Feng was at the late S level, he could at least alleviate some of the pressure, so they agreed. Okay, but we can't spare any attention elsewhere. You need to first deal with 002's Ghost Umbrella, or our team might suffer heavy losses. We'll try to hold off those 3 anomalies for a while, but you must be quick. Got it, Lin Feng agreed without hesitation, as if he hadn't given it a second thought. In his eyes, the Ghost Umbrella was a familiar but eerie opponent merely at the early stages of S level. With his current cultivation, he felt confident he could easily handle it. As he finished speaking, 2 guardians had already begun their assault on the Bone Angel, the Gravekeeper, and the Ninetails. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly charged towards the Ghost Umbrella, who was preparing to attack his side. Initially, Liner intended to clear out some minor threats first, however, seeing Lin Feng rushing towards her, she grumbled in annoyance. How troublesome! Why is this guy coming after me? I can't even kill him. I really don't understand what the master sees in him. Hearing this, Lu Chenyu, who stood beside her, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Looks like you'll have to handle the blood extraction task this time. Don't worry, those small fry are left to me and the Spider Queen, she assured. The Spider Queen Mu Wan nodded with a smile. With a wave of her delicate hand, countless venomous spiders, each half the size of a human, surged madly from the buildings behind them, attacking the opposing crowd. Her current level had reached the peak of A level, and anyone below that who came into contact with the venom would face certain death. Even an A-level Esper would struggle to survive without timely treatment. Lin Feng was well aware of the Spider Queen's lethality in group fights and intended to intervene. Unexpectedly, Liner had already caught up from a distance, her palm shrouded in ghostly energy, aiming straight for his chest. Watching this unfold, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Liner to launch an attack so boldly. However, he didn't pay much attention. He casually swung his sword to block her. Yet, in the next moment, the sword was effortlessly deflected upon contact with the ghostly palm, surprising Lin Feng as he failed to react in time. He could only watch as her palm struck his chest soundly. With a thud, Lin Feng's body was sent flying several meters away like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. How is this possible? Lin Feng muttered, clutching his slightly aching chest as he stumbled to his feet, looking at Liner with disbelief. How could I not even defeat Ghost Umbrella number 002? He couldn't fathom why, despite being the higher level opponent, he was so easily overpowered by a mere early S-level Ghost Umbrella. The truth lay in the hands of Chen Lingyu, who, in an attempt to cut costs, had provided counterfeit spirit-enhancing pills. While they did elevate his level, they accumulated toxic residues in his spiritual sea, leaving Lin Feng with only a facade of power. His actual strength was comparable to an ordinary mid-S level at best. However, unaware of this, Lin Feng couldn't accept the reality. His original goal was to transcend levels and defeat the Bone Angel. If he couldn't even best the Ghost Umbrella 2 minor levels below him, then all his previous boasts would become a complete joke in front of everyone. This stark realization hit him hard. Lin Feng, who had always been so confident, now faced a bitter truth. The aspirations of surpassing his limitations and proving his worth seemed further away than ever. The weight of his pride and ambitions felt heavy, leaving him to contemplate the consequences of his overconfidence and the deceptive path he had taken. As the dust settled around him, so did the harsh reality of his situation, as Lin Feng fixated his gaze on the malevolent apparition across from him. A surge of anger erupted from his eyes. I don't believe it. There's no way I can't defeat a useless creature like you, he declared, his voice resolute. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword gleamed sharply, emanating a familiar aura of spatial energy from its blade. Even Liner's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. After all, the blood drawn from Lin Feng was imbued with spatial power. It wasn't entirely unexpected that he possessed spatial attributes. However, it seemed that this ability was one of Lin Feng's hidden cards, revealed only when truly cornered. You forced my hand, he exclaimed coldly as the intense spatial energy began to coalesce wildly in his palm. Within moments, a gray scabbard materialized, exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Feng slowly sheathed his long sword with his left hand, firmly gripping the handle. Stepping back slightly with his right foot, he leaned forward, eyes locked onto the apparition, ready to unleash a deadly strike. This blow will be your end, he declared, but before he could finish, a sudden gust of wind whooshed by. Bai Linner's figure flitted through the air with ghostly agility, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, as he hurriedly tried to end his charge and draw his sword to counterattack. Bai Linner, with a mischievous glint, extended her white paper umbrella. With a graceful yet dominant motion, she placed the tip of the umbrella against the sword hilt. Instantly Lin Feng felt the weight in his hand increase dramatically. No matter how much strength he summoned, the sword remained stubbornly lodged in its scabbard, immovable. Watching Lin Feng sweat profusely from the exertion, Bai Linner revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Her lips curled into a mocking smile as she taunted, "Tisk, charging up a big move right in front of me? What were you thinking, child? Have you read too many novels, assuming I'd wait for you to finish before striking?" Confronted by the apparition's mockery, Lin Feng's expression froze, his face alternating between shades of green and white, visibly embarrassed. "Shut up. It's not your place, neither human nor ghost, to lecture me on what to do," he retorted heatedly. "Oh, such bravery," Bai Linner replied, a chilling edge in her voice as her crimson eyes narrowed. "It seems I've been too lenient with you," she continued, her tone dripping with menace. With that, she placed her hand on Lin Feng's head, applying a sudden, forceful pressure. A deafening crash resonated as Bai Linner, her hand firmly on Lin Feng's head, drove him into the ground with alarming force. The shock of the impact echoed, leaving Lin Feng stunned. A mixture of terror and disbelief etched across his features. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters cracked, and even those standing miles away could faintly feel a tremor. Judging by the sound, it seemed like a promising start. "Ah, that felt good," Bai Linner, with the demeanor of a little witch, licked her crimson lips and curled her mouth into a satisfied smile. After all, the master only instructed her not to kill, so what's the harm in playing a bit? Moreover, she had controlled her strength well just now, just the right amount of force to leave someone stunned but not brain damaged. "Hey, still alive?" Bai Linner asked with a smile, pulling Lin Feng's head out of the dirt. She hadn't even used her spiritual power for that blow, just a purely physical attack which shouldn't have been fatal to an S-class superhuman. As his head emerged from the ground, Lin Feng seemed to come back to life, greedily gulping down several breaths of fresh air. He was still in a daze, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened to him. Had he really been knocked senseless? Tisk, for an S class, how could he be so weak? Seeing no reaction from Lin Feng, Bai Linner looked at him with disdain, pinching his collar with 2 fingers and shaking him in mid-air. Yet Lin Feng remained limp like a dead dog, his limbs hanging naturally, swaying as she pleased. Oh well, dumb or not, the master only needed him alive. Right, she almost forgot after playing for so long. She needed to collect some blood too. Muttering to herself, Bai Linner retrieved a small dagger and several palm-sized glass bottles from her storage ring. Pressing the dagger against Lin Feng's wrist, she lightly sliced it, and immediately blood flowed like a gentle stream, precisely falling into the glass bottle below. As the sharp pain from the cut brought Lin Feng back to consciousness, his dilated pupils slowly refocused. Looking down, the first thing he saw was the ghostly figure collecting his blood. "What are you doing?" The continuous loss of blood led to a deepening sense of weakness, and Lin Feng's already panicked heart began to feel fear. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he started to struggle desperately. "Don't move, it's spilling." Bai Linner seemed to see Lin Feng merely as a blood-drawing tool. Seeing him wake up, she frowned, sealed his spiritual power with a backhanded motion, and swiftly dislocated his limbs, rendering him immobile. How much did the master say to collect? Never mind, might as well fill them up. Watching the ghostly figure change bottles, Lin Feng's face turned pale, so weak he couldn't even speak. Soon, with despair filling his eyes, everything went black as he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, 2 guardians were at their breaking point under the onslaught of 3 SS-class anomalies. Struggling to withstand another deadly strike from the Gravekeeper's coffin nail, they were sent flying several meters away, looking extremely battered. Damn it, why are these ghostly things so powerful, far surpassing superhumans of the same level? Then they remembered Lin Feng. It had been a while. Surely he had finished on his side too. Remembering they had an ally, the 2 exchanged glances and saw a glimmer of hope, breathing a sigh of relief. However, just as they took a moment to glance in Lin Feng's direction, the scene that met their eyes left them utterly stunned. Lin Feng dead. Seeing Lin Feng lying motionless under Bai Linner's manipulation, the 2 guardians were instantly wide-eyed with disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be in the late S rank? How could he be taken down by an early S rank anomaly? How useless. I can't believe I thought he was a prodigy because he was so young. Turns out he was just a pure genius. Forget him. He's dead. The real issue is, what do the 2 of us do now? they exchanged a glance, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They took another quick look at the more than 40 team members who were besieged by the 5 PK rank anomalies, and the situation seemed on the verge of turning disastrous. Despite their superior numbers, nearly 10 times more than the anomalies, the outcome was surprisingly one-sided. The Spider Queen and the Siren, after unleashing a wave of attacks, had nearly halved their numbers in an instant. Those below A rank were almost wiped out immediately, leaving only a few lucky B rank peaks clinging to life. However, even these survivors were in dire straits, some bleeding from their orifices, others losing consciousness and entirely incapacitated. Faced with such chaos, the A-rank abilities themselves began to dwindle under the relentless assault from the 5 anomalies. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, the 2 guardians wore bitter expressions, seemingly already guessing the grim fate awaiting their group. To hell with it, suddenly one guardian turned to the other, his eyes wild with fear, blood vessels apparent in his glaring pupils. Let's use the power boost potion. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well take a few down with us. No, I refuse. The other guardian's reaction was immediate and emotional, shaking his head vigorously with a face full of sheer resistance. Using that potion means there's truly no turning back for us. Open your eyes and look. Do you really think we have any other choice now? Under the roar of his companion, the initially terrified guardian looked ahead, seeing the 3 anomalies steadily closing in, ready to finish them off. Despite the dire situation, he refused to give up. No, we still have a chance. Run, forget about them, it's just 3 anomalies. The 2 of us can still escape. Yet, just as his words left his lips, a spatial aura suddenly emerged above the center of the battlefield. This unexpected disturbance caught everyone's attention, drawing their gazes upward. In the blink of an eye, a deep blue beam of light crashed down to earth. As the beam dissipated, a human-like silhouette slowly emerged. Everyone's here, quite lively. It seems I'm not too late, a playful voice echoed across the clearing. Upon recognizing Qi Jian's figure, the hearts of the 2 guardians sank completely. Why is it another SS-level anomaly? It's over, completely over, one muttered unconsciously, his eyes once filled with fear now turning to sheer despair. Even if I die, I'll take you monstrous things down with me. At that moment, one of the guardians, already resigned to his fate, suddenly shouted. Quickly he drew a syringe filled with red liquid from his pocket and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own neck. A painful howl escaped him, and suddenly, as if experiencing a final surge of life, his nearly extinguished spiritual power exploded several times over. This explosive energy potion was a tool every guardian carried for when they knew death was inevitable, to squeeze the last drop of value out of themselves. After use, it allowed them to temporarily return to peak condition with a slight boost in power, but the cost was severe. Once the drug's effect wore off, their heart vessel would shatter, leading to certain death. Seeing his companion stake his life, a glimmer of the same resolve flashed through the eyes of the other despairing guardian. He too drew out his syringe and, with a look of sorrow, thrust it into his neck. Reborn from the flames, the 2 men's powers now approached the late SS level. A terrifying aura swept towards Su Qingning and her 3 companions. You forced me, let's all die together. Their attacks, now sharper than before, began to rage, yet the faces of the 4 anomalies showed no panic. Let's quickly deal with these 2. There's a tricky situation over in the Magic City. Seems like there's an SSS level ability user. Hearing Qi Jian's words, the others' expressions grew more serious. Take action, quick and decisive. At Su Qingning's soft command, all 4 launched a round of attacks on the 2 men. About 10 minutes later, before the drug's effects could wear off, the 2 guardians' bodies had been turned into sieves by the 4. After consuming the energy within the 2, Su Qingning successfully broke through to the late SS level. The other 3 also touched the threshold of the next realm, a significant gain indeed. Su Qingning licked her lips, the recent experience leaving her wanting more. With the battle on their side completely over, the 4 turned their gaze towards the battlefield of the Spider Queen and her companions. In just 10 short minutes, only about a dozen A-level ability users were still struggling to hold on. Even a mosquito was meat. Those 3 guys should be close to. Let's not waste anything. With those words, the 4 anomalies like demons instantly lunged towards the group of A-level ability users. The opposition had never seen such a scene. No matter how many A-level users there were, they were merely toys in the hands of SS-level beings. Faced with this terrifying sight, they scarcely hesitated, and the dozen or so individuals scattered in all directions. But the difference in levels was evident in speed as well. Running away was merely delaying the inevitable moment of death. As one ability user after another was caught, their screams echoed, chilling everyone's hearts. Within minutes, those still alive were few and far between. Su Qingning effortlessly captured another person, sucking their spiritual energy dry before casually discarding the lifeless body to the side. Just as she was about to move again, the pair of fox ears atop her head twitched slightly, causing her expression to turn serious. "Alright, stop chasing, those three guys are here," she announced. Hearing this, those who were on the verge of breaking through ceased their greedy pursuits and quickly gathered together. On the other side, Gue-san, upon hearing the news, pocketed the bottles filled with blood and tossed the barely alive Lin Feng aside. "What should we do next? Should we run?" Gue-san asked. Su Qingning thought for a moment before her gaze drifted toward the horizon, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "No, since they went through great lengths to find us, how can we not return the favor?" she declared. Upon hearing her, everyone seemed to understand and they all looked toward the massive silhouette in the sky with knowing smiles. By the time Qin Lintian and his companions arrived in a panic, there was nothing left on the ground but scattered limbs and debris. "Ah, this is too much." Qin Lintian's eyes blazed red with fury as he looked at the familiar faces turned into corpses. Despite his SSS-level power, he had been powerless in this battle, unable to make any impact. All he could do was watch helplessly as his comrades were mercilessly slaughtered while the enemy toyed with them. "Qin, Captain Qin, is that you?" A cautious voice broke through the silence as a few haggard figures approached carefully. The speaker was Chen Luo, one of the original members of the Lintian squad. "Huh, someone still alive?" Qin Lintian's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing the voice. He quickly dashed behind a nearby ruin where the survivors were hiding, only to find there were just 5 of them. "It's Qin Lintian." Upon seeing him, the dusty and disheveled survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Besides these 5, the rest of the 40-member team had perished completely. As they thought of their unfortunate fallen comrades, the survivors wore expressions of relief at having narrowly escaped death. Among them, Chen Luo, the only surviving female, couldn't help but tear up. "Is it just you 5 left?" Looking at their miserable state, Qin Lintian felt a deep sense of shame and guilt. Seeing them all nod silently, he understood the gravity of the situation. Turning away expressionlessly, Qin Lintian punched the collapsed ruins that loomed like a small mountain. With a thunderous crash, everything within a 100-meter radius was flattened in an instant. Witnessing this, the survivors shrank back slightly, not daring to even breathe too loudly. As the team surveyed the desolate battlefield, Qin Lin Tian reluctantly issued the command to check for any survivors and then return to the imperial capital. His voice was weary, reflecting his reluctance to accept the situation. Despite his hopes, he had already been informed that all the eerie auras had vanished before they even arrived. Searching through the vast expanse of the southern sea region was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In hindsight, it was evident that their opponents had the ability to evade detection, yet initially allowed them to locate everyone so easily. This entire operation was a blatant trap from the very beginning, and they had fallen right into it. The few survivors, burdened by fatigue, trudged across the ravaged battleground, resigned to the grim reality. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chen Luo found herself gravitating towards Lin Feng's side as she walked. Gazing upon his pallid face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a subtle movement from the corner of her eye, a faint tremor in Lin Feng's chest. Was it her imagination? Hesitant for a moment, Chen Luo eventually crouched down to check for any sign of breath. Her heart leaped with joy as she detected a barely perceptible respiration. "Captain Qin, Lin Feng is still alive," she exclaimed. Startled by this revelation, Qin Lin Tian, who was about to call off the search, swiftly flew over to Chen Luo's side. Indeed, Lin Feng still had a faint breath, though he appeared relatively unscathed. The cause was excessive blood loss. Qin Lin Tian furrowed his brows, puzzled by the situation, but with no time to dwell on it, he quickly enveloped Lin Feng in a protective aura of spiritual energy to preserve his last breath. "Let's go." With that, the group, which had started with 52 members, now returned with just 9 survivors. More importantly, not a single eerie entity had been slain, leaving the survivors bracing themselves for the inevitable public backlash. Just when they believed the ordeal was over, a sudden explosion erupted from directly ahead, capturing everyone's attention. Qin Lin Tian instinctively looked up, following the sound. The scene that unfolded before him shattered his fragile composure. Out on the distant horizon, a colossal ship as large as a small island erupted into a blaze of blinding flames. Within moments, under the relentless barrage of explosions, the fire consumed the entire vessel, sending it plummeting from the sky. The group could only watch in shock as the massive ship crashed violently into the towering mountains with a deafening roar. The explosion's shockwaves reverberated for miles, accompanied by the rumble of destruction, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Damn it, Qin Lin Tian swore furiously, his emotions boiling over. Meanwhile, back in the imperial capital's notorious ninth prison, Chen Lingyu reclined leisurely in his cell, amused by Qin Lin Tian's impotent rage. They really went all out, he chuckled, recalling that the entire association had only 3 such ships in total, and now with all those resources and people wiped out, those old geezers must be heartbroken. With a dismissive gesture, he turned off the live broadcast streaming from the system. As expected, with the demise of those superficial beings, it was bound to attract the attention of a few ancient monsters. Facing those old creatures, the number of mysterious items at hand was still too few, and it was imperative to quickly concoct a few more potions. Chen Lingyu, absorbed in his thoughts, opened the system's spatial backpack. Unlike before, this time it contained only 5 materials. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that each of these few materials emitted an eerie violet glow. Indeed, all 5 were epic-grade synthesis materials. Among them, 3 were rewards from the system for creating Sequence 009 the Magician and Sequence 010 the Ninetales. One was a batch of Lin Feng's blood that had been deliberately preserved earlier. The remaining one was synthesized through the system's newly opened synthesis function using a large number of materials brought to him by others. It also included 3 premium-grade material packs from the last creation. With 5 materials already in stock, Chen Lingyu's ambitions were naturally self-evident. Now he was just 1 epic material short of having the 6 he needed to synthesize his first legendary material. In truth, it was the system's marketplace that had been slow to refresh the legendary material, forcing him to resort to this method. So much time had passed since his connection to the future, and Chen Lingyu even suspected whether his future self had gotten the timing wrong. Oh right, he hadn't checked the marketplace refresh today. As he spoke, he casually clicked into the creation marketplace, following his daily routine. Originally he didn't hold any expectations, but to his surprise a dazzling golden light suddenly caught his eye. Was this a legendary material? It had finally appeared. Seeing the brilliant golden light, Chen Lingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed he wouldn't need to slowly gather that last epic material after all. Legendary material. True Blood of the Dragon required creation points. 2,000 creation points. That was much cheaper than he had anticipated. After another fierce battle, the creation points Chen Lingyu held were nearing 10,000. He had initially been worried about not gathering enough, but now it appeared there was no need to be concerned about any significant loss. Exchange. With a soft system chime, the legendary material he had waited for so long finally appeared in the system's backpack. With this material, along with 2 epic grade ones, he should be able to concoct an SSS grade mysterious potion. With that thought, Chen Lingyu's mind moved, and he placed the True Blood of the Dragon first into the main slot for synthesizing the potion. Now, with 2 epic materials remaining, how should he pair them? Dragons were likely related to water, right? He raised an eyebrow and selected 2 items from the remaining 5 epic materials, and with a swift motion placed them together into the auxiliary slots of the synthesis potion. Before long, a bottle of azure liquid materialized within the spatial backpack. It seemed it was time to set out again to seek out new members. The eastern district of Nanlu, in the southern seas, was the closest point to the ocean. The inhabitants of this place mainly earned their livelihood by fishing. Just across the ocean lay a notorious island nation, the Eastern Empire. Liang, the sea hasn't been calm these past few days. Those bandits are prowling around here daily. Are you still planning to go out fishing? If your family is running short on food, I can lend you some, a concerned voice called out as Zhou Shuiliang climbed aboard a modest fishing boat. He waved reassuringly at the worried neighbor on the shore. Auntie, that's all right, your family has many mouths to feed. If you lend me some, what will you do? Don't worry, I'll be careful. With that, he untied the ropes securing the boat to the dock and gave the engine a few strong pulls. Amidst puffs of black smoke, the fishing boat slowly headed towards the deep sea. Sighing, the middle-aged woman on the shore watched his determined departure with sympathy. Such a sensible child, she thought, saddened by the harsh fate that had befallen him with the early loss of his parents. It was all because of those bandits. She could only mutter a few harsh words under her breath as she hurried back home. This village, separated from the Eastern Empire by just a stretch of sea, was frequently raided by those self-proclaimed samurai bandits from across the waters. They pillaged and looted with impunity, committing all sorts of atrocities. Zhou Shuiliang's parents had been victims of one such invasion when he was just a boy, leaving him to grow up on the kindness and sustenance of the entire village. The villagers had considered resisting, but among those sea bandits were many with supernatural abilities. the villagers, mostly elderly women and children, had no such powers and nothing to fight back with. Given their remote location and economic backwardness, the local guild of supernatural beings paid them no heed, leaving them to fend for themselves against the oppression. Gradually, the villagers reached a consensus. Whenever the bandits appeared, everyone would limit their activities, especially avoiding going out to sea for fishing to prevent mortal danger. However, this made life increasingly difficult for an already impoverished village, with daily harassment making even routine survival a challenge. The engine roared, propelling the propeller at high speed, and soon the village on the shore was out of Zhou Shuiliang's sight. This is the spot, he thought as he carefully slowed the boat, stepping back into the cabin to retrieve a neatly arranged, massive fishing net. With practiced ease, he cast the net over the side of the boat, the sun now at its zenith. The blistering sunlight poured down relentlessly, but Zhou Shuiliang seemed accustomed to it, standing firm against its blaze. His sun-kissed skin glistened in the light, his physique robust from years of hard toil. His arms were muscular and even his abdomen showed pronounced abs. I hope today's catch is better, Zhou Shuiliang mused, mentally tallying the provisions he needed to deliver to old man Zhou, who was running low on food, and to Aunt Wang. These were people who had helped him in the past, and now, in their time of need, he felt compelled to return the favor. Bang! A sudden gunshot jolted Zhou Shuiliang out of his daydream. Instantly alert, he glanced to his side and was greeted by the sight of a bullet hole piercing through the hull of his boat, barely half a meter away. Someone was shooting at him. His heart pounded as he quickly rolled to a makeshift cover built from piled-up debris. From the left, after a moment of stillness, he timed it perfectly and peeked out from the corner. There, not too far on the horizon, he spotted a much larger vessel approaching rapidly. It was those pirates from the Japanese Empire. No one else would attack at sea without reason, driven by nothing but the thrill of killing and plundering. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking a wooden crate just in front of Zhou Shuiliang. Damn! As the two vessels drew closer, he could now make out the scene on the approaching ship. The ones firing at him were a group of rowdy youths standing on the deck, each wielding an automatic rifle, occasionally sending a bullet his way. They laughed uproariously at his desperate attempts to dodge, treating his life as a mere plaything for their amusement. Those bastards! Zhou Shuiliang's thoughts flashed back to his parents, who had met a tragic end at the hands of these very people. Fueled by both old grudges and new anger, his eyes turned red with rage. If it's life or death, then bring it on, you scoundrels! Seizing the moment when the opponents paused to reload, he made another agile roll, swiftly positioning himself by the engine of his fishing boat. Virum. He yanked the starter cord several times and the engine roared to life with a deafening hum. Like a street racer revving up at midnight, the throttle's roar was music to his ears. The propeller beneath the boat revved up to maximum speed, churning the sea into white froth. With the bow aimed directly at the now less than 100 meters away sailboat, Zhou Shuiliang threw all his energy into surging forward. The overworked propeller sent the fishing boat skimming over the waves, its bow lifting high above the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the metal-reinforced prow straight towards the approaching ship, which was now too late to slow down. Seeing the rapidly advancing fishing boat, panic struck the Japanese crew on the deck of the sailboat. Had this Kanglan man gone mad? How could he dare to crash that rickety boat into them? Was he not afraid of death? There was no time. Ryota-sama, what should we do now? They all looked to the young man leading them, awaiting his decision. In the heart of the East Ing Empire, a group of young men from smaller families gathered, though the Sankey family led by Ryota Miki was the most formidable among them. This naturally placed Ryota at the helm. At this moment his face was a stormy mix of anger and frustration. The idea of finding amusement at sea had been his suggestion, yet the unexpected boldness of the Kanglan native opposing them had caught him off guard. Humph! I refuse to believe a mere commoner from Kanglan would dare ram into the ship of the mighty East Ing Empire, he scoffed, dismissing the encounter as a feeble scare tactic. With a cold demeanor he barked orders to the helmsman, increased to maximum speed. My elders have always said Kanglan people are timid, our samurai spirit must not falter against them. If he wants to collide, then so be it, let's see who fears for their life first. Ryota's fiery speech ignited a sense of fervor among his companions. They looked to him with admiration, hearts pounding with excitement. Indeed, Ryota-kun is fearless. How could we proud samurai of East Ing be intimidated by a mere Kanglan native? Our Bushido even embraces seppuku. This man challenges us at his peril. With their spirits high, they joined in with enthusiastic cheers, and as the helmsman adjusted the course, both boats began to accelerate towards each other on the open See, on the other side, Zhou Shuiliang couldn't help but grin at the sight of these Easting individuals caught up in their own bravado. They really think their wooden ship can withstand mine? Ridiculous, he mused, counting the number of people on the opposing vessel, feeling rather pleased with himself. Not too bad, trading one life for 8, how worth it. Pity the village elder isn't here, maybe then I'd earn a place in the family annals. He chuckled at the thought. If the collision succeeded, the wooden ship of Easting would surely be wrecked. Given their isolation in the vast South Sea, those aboard would find themselves in dire straits. The prospect lifted Joe's spirits even as the distance between the two ships dwindled to less than 10 meters. Grabbing a steel fishing spear, he hid behind the cabin, ready to take action as soon as the collision occurred. Suddenly doubts crept into the minds of Ryota's companions. Ryota-kun, why isn't that Kanglan man stopping? They wondered, watching the fishing boat surge forward without hesitation. Their initial excitement gave way to silence, fear seeping in as they realized the potential consequences. What if our ship gets damaged here in the endless sea? The thought sent shivers down their spines, prompting one of them to suggest retreating. Ryota-kun, maybe we should reconsider and avoid this, he proposed shakily, unable to mask his fear. Yet Ryota, despite his own rising anxiety, couldn't back down after his bold declarations. To retreat now would be to publicly humiliate himself, undermining the samurai values he had so proudly championed. No retreat, he roared defiantly, raising his weapon and aiming it at Zhou Shuiliang's fishing boat. In the face of an audacious challenge from the Kanglan people, the command was clear. Fire, it will take down the insolent fisherman. Under the command of Senki Ryota, fear was transferred into the cold steel of guns clutched tightly by trembling hands. The air was filled with the sharp crack of gunfire, a relentless barrage of bullets spewed from the dark barrels of firearms. Every shot was aimed at the defiant fishing boat ahead, an unyielding target that seemed to absorb all their suppressed emotions. Under this hail of bullets, the already battered fishing vessel reverberated with the sound of destruction. Windows shattered, bottles exploded into shards, even the ironclad hull found itself punctured by the relentless assault, allowing seawater to flood into the cabin. Sinking was inevitable. Yet, for Zhou Shuiliang, this battered boat, passed down through generations, had fulfilled its final glorious mission. Despite the onslaught of bullets, the Japanese attackers failed to prevent the two vessels from colliding with a resounding crash. The impact was catastrophic, the bow of the Japanese ship splintering into a gaping hole the size of a person. Zhou's fishing boat lodged itself into the enemy's deck, creating a precarious bridge between the two. Instantly, the Japanese crew felt the tremor beneath their feet as seawater surged through the breach, hastening the ship's descent to the ocean floor. Panic spread like wildfire among them, their faces masks of terror as the water lapped over the deck, soaking through their shoes. Ryota was at a loss, never imagining that a mere commoner from the Kanglan Empire would dare to sacrifice himself in such a brazen act of defiance. Watching the ship succumb to the sea, he was overcome with impotent rage, stomping the deck in frustration. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. "Hey, you little bastards, it's your grandpa Zhou right here." Startled, they looked up to see Zhou Shuiliang, having somehow clambered onto their ship, standing defiantly on the deck. "Take this from your grandpa," he shouted, seizing the moment of shock to brandish the steel fork in his hand. Without hesitation, he lunged at the nearest Japanese sailor, thrusting the weapon into his chest with deadly precision. The air was rent with a scream as the young man, unable to evade, was impaled, blood gushing freely from the wound. The man crumpled to the deck, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. It was only then that Ryota snapped back to his senses, drawing his samurai sword in a fit of rage. "You're courting death," he bellowed, his words a mix of incomprehensible fury as he prepared to retaliate against the audacious fisherman. Zhou Shuiliang casually cleaned his ears before yanking out a steel fork, prompting another anguished scream. Unfazed, he flicked away the blood and flesh clinging to the fork and turned his attention to a furious Ryota Mamura. "Come on, you little brat." Mamura's blade suddenly enveloped in a dense mist. With a fierce expression, he swung his sword towards Zhou Shuiliang's position. The mist transformed into a blade aura that severed Zhou's steel fork before striking his chest with ferocity. The searing pain made Zhou frown slightly, but as he touched the gaping wound, a crazed smile spread across his face. "So there's an Esper among us, ha ha, I've hit the jackpot." With a loud thud, Zhou's body fell limply backward, crashing into the sea and stirring waves several meters high. His hot blood quickly mingled with the cold seawater as the pain in his chest began to fade. Gulping down mouthfuls of seawater, his consciousness started to blur until the world plunged into total darkness. "Am I dying?" Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated in his mind, seemingly out of nowhere. if you were given another life, what would you do with it? So death gods really exist, Joe thought, unable to speak. He pondered for a moment before jokingly whispering to himself, if I had another life, I'd conquer the entire Eastern Empire. Congratulations, you've been saved, the voice declared, mystifying Joe. Suddenly, he felt a tightening sensation around his waist as if something had bound him tightly. The next moment, an immense force pulled him toward the surface. In his dazed state, he sensed a warm liquid entering his mouth and flowing into his stomach. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the absolute silence, Joe suddenly heard the sound of his own heartbeat. This rhythmic and powerful thud seemed 10 times more robust than before. Gradually, he regained sensation in his body, feeling a wave of excruciating pain, not from the wound on his chest, but emanating from every inch of his skin. It was as if something was growing outward from his flesh, sharp and covered in barbs, piercing through his skin. Suddenly, Joe threw his head back and let out a howl of agony. His hands clawed at every painful spot on his body, and it was only then that he realized the wound on his chest had disappeared, replaced by sharp metallic scales. Scales? Why are there scales on my body? Instinctively, Joe looked down at himself, noticing that his vision had returned. These scales were unlike those of any fish. He had grown up by the sea, familiar with its creatures, yet could not recognize these scales' origin. Catching a glimpse of his reflection on the calm sea's surface, Joe saw his entire body was now covered in scales identical to those on his chest. In a shocking turn of events, he discovered an immense sturdy tail sprouting from his back. How could this happen to me? Zhou Shuiliang crouched in disbelief, only to realize with even more astonishment that he was standing right on the water's surface. A rapid succession of events that defied all understanding left him momentarily frozen, utterly bewildered. Isn't this what you wished for? Another chance at life? Well, I've granted it for you. Startled by the voice, Zhou Shuiliang turned his head to find another person beside him. Who are you? He asked, still shaken and unsure. The mysterious figure Chen Lingyu offered no direct answer. Calm down first, then get used to your new body, he said, leaving Zhou Shuiliang in a daze as he proceeded to activate a system. A soft chime followed. Creation complete. Please name the eerie sequence 011. Observing the muscular form of Zhou Shuiliang akin to a bull's sinew, Chen Lingyu pondered for a moment before deciding, let's call it Shui Kuei. The name was successfully registered, marking the entry of eerie sequence 011, Shui Kuei, into the strange archive. Ding! Congratulations to the host on creating an SSS level eerie sequence. Rewards: Legendary Material Pack *1, Epic Material Pack *2, Creation Points *5000. The Eerie Archive listed sequences from Sequence 007, Siren Sequence 008, Gravedigger Sequence 009, Magician Sequence 010, Ninetales to the newly added Sequence 011, Shui Kuei. Named Zhou Shuiliang, it began at an SSS level, capable of replicating powers such as the art of transformation into a dragon, oceanic force, dragon's rage, dragon's blood body, and hidden dragon in the abyss. Mid-stage is it? Chen Lingyu murmured, contemplating the true blood of the dragon, which seemed a mere standard among legendary materials, explaining its cost of only 2,000 creation points. Lost in thought, he rubbed his chin and continued to speak to himself. Mid-stage SSS level should suffice. Now, the question is whether to inherit all of 011's cultivation prowess. Doing so would restore my mid-stage SSS level power, but would mean abandoning any guise of being an ordinary person in that prison. Reflecting on this, Chen Lingyu quietly invoked within himself, open the system panel. In an instant, a long unseen interface emerged before his eyes. Sequence 000, God of Creation. Name: Chen Lingyu. Level: None. Max inheritable, mid-stage SSS level. Abilities: Immunity to fatal injuries, danger perception, spatial transmission, spatial teleportation. Items: Creation Points *12596, Legendary Material Pack *1, Epic Material Pack *2, Epic Materials *3. With such a mid-stage realm and these bizarre abilities, it seemed plausible to contend with those old entities at last. Having grown weary of being inside for too long, Chen Lingyu made a resolute decision not to return. A smile played on his lips as he glanced at his personal panel, unhesitatingly choosing to inherit cultivation levels. A prompt sounded. Ding! Please confirm if you wish to pay 5,000 creation points to upgrade to mid-SSS level? With a decisive command, a surge of warmth inexplicably rushed into Chen Lingyu's body. His level, starting from 0, skyrocketed as if launched by a rocket. Within moments he had effortlessly broken through 20 levels from E to A. Then came S level, SS level. In mere seconds Chunlingyo's aura surged to the peak of SS level. In the next instant a sound like a bubble popping echoed as the barrier that had stymied countless others for decades was effortlessly pierced. SSS level achieved. A tremendous momentum burst forth, sweeping across the ocean for 100 miles. At the center, the sea's surface formed a vast depression hundreds of meters deep, creating a spectacular scene. A few seconds later, amidst the surging waves, Chunlingyu slowly opened his eyes, his pupils unusually bright. Not bad, it's enough to deal with those old geezers, he mused as the disturbance around him settled. Standing by, Zhou Shuiliang, who had been waiting patiently, quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His initial panic had vanished from his face. 011 Shuekue, at your service, my lord. Thank you for saving my life, he exclaimed. Rise, are you accustomed to it yet? Chunlingyu asked. Zhou Shuiliang lifted his head, his gaze filled with awe. Yes, my lord. Thanks to your bestowed power, I am ready to face any challenge for you. Good. Chunlingyu smiled, nodding towards a distant spot. I'll give you time to handle what you need to, he said. Zhou Shuiliang followed his gaze, spotting the two previously collided ships now submerged. Under the sea, the few Japanese survivors had fashioned small rafts from wooden planks and were aimlessly drifting on the ocean. Understanding Chunlingyu's unspoken command, Zhou Shuiliang grinned and flexed his metal-scaled fists. My lord, I'll be back shortly, he promised. As he spoke, his figure vanished with such speed that only the ripples in the water marked his departure. Meanwhile, on the makeshift raft, a voice filled with despair asked Ryota-kun, what do we do now? We're so far from the Nippon Empire in this godforsaken place. Enough, shut up and stop bothering me, Miki Ryota roared, his patience snapping like a taut wire. What do we do? You only know how to ask. Can't you think for yourselves? How should I know? His outburst silenced the others, leaving them trembling in fear. For a moment, the shock seemed to spark some initiative, as one person timidly suggested, I think there's a village from the Kanglan kingdom not far from here, right? As the suggestion of seizing a ship to return to Japan was made, Ryota Makura's eyes suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope. Yes, that's exactly what we'll do, he resolved. His companions, buoyed by newfound hope, quickly changed course and started rowing with all their might. However, just as they began to gain some distance, a series of waves rose up in front of them, not large but just enough to push them back to their starting point. Where do you think you're going? A sudden voice boomed, startling the group. Ryota Makura looked around the vast sea, seeing no one in sight, and shouted defiantly, who's playing tricks on us? Show yourself. At the very moment his voice faded, a towering figure 3 meters tall burst out from beneath the waves, arms crossed. Standing imposingly on the surface of the sea, you little brats, your Grandpa Zhou is right here. Despite his drastically changed appearance, the familiar tone instantly made Ryota Makura recognize him. You're that man from Kanglan. How is this possible? I already killed you with a single slash. Ryota stared at Zhou Shuiliang, disbelief written all over his face. He was certain he had severed all of Zhou's lifelines before casting him into the sea. How could he still be alive? Zhou Shuiliang sneered at the group, his lips curling into a mocking smile. You think you weaklings can kill me? His gaze fixed on Ryota Makura, slowly revealing a deep-seated hatred. You slashed me once and now I'm going to return the favor personally. His face twisted into a snarl and his enormous hands clenched the air as if gripping something unseen. Ryota's expression changed instantly, as if an invisible hand was choking him, lifting him off the ground like a helpless chick. The others watched in horror, none daring to intervene. Each shrank back in fear like frightened chicks themselves, leaving Ryota to his fate. Zhou Shuiliang, seeing their terror, looked even more disdainful. With a simple gesture he brought Ryota face to face with him. Extending his monstrous hand, the sharp claw at his fingertip glinting menacingly, he lightly tapped it against Ryota's chest. No, please, no. Ryota cried out, finally understanding Zhou's lethal intent, though he couldn't fathom the source of Zhou's newfound power. His fear was palpable. Don't kill me, I was wrong. I'll never bully the people of Kanglan again. Spare me. Spare me, please, Ryota Makino cried out, his tears flowing freely as he begged for mercy. Zhou Shuiliang merely scoffed. Wrong, no, you're just scared. Despite his words, Zhou's actions were relentless. With a swift and forceful thrust, his 20-centimeter-long claws sank deep into Makino's flesh. The point of entry was precisely where Makino had slashed Zhou's chest earlier, leaving a gaping wound. I hold grudges, Zhou sneered, and I always repay them promptly. As he spoke, his fingers traced a path down Makino's body, stopping only at the abdomen. Satisfied, Zhou withdrew his claw, casually flicking off the bloodstains. This is your payback for the slash you gave me, Zhou declared coldly as Ryota Makino fainted from the excruciating pain. his garments were soaked with a foul-smelling liquid, a result of Makino's involuntary release. Joe looked at the mess with disdain, then unceremoniously tossed Makino's limp body into the ocean. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the sea, his voice suddenly gentle as he called out, "Children, it's dinner time." In an instant, a massive shark, several meters long, leapt from the water, its jaws wide open, and snapped up the body. "Ah, a shark!" came a scream from a nearby raft, but before they could catch their breath, a much larger mouth emerged silently from beneath the raft. With a thunderous crash, a humpback whale tens of meters long burst from the depths, its enormous mouth easily swallowing the raft and its 6 remaining passengers. Within seconds, the sea returned to its calm state, as if the group of East Islanders had never existed. Zhou Shuiliang clenched his fist, his expression unmoved by the chaos. His eyes were fixed on the distant South Sea, a bloodthirsty desire burning in his gaze. "Humph, you were just the appetizer," he muttered. "For the blood debt of my parents' murder, I will make the East Island pay piece by piece." As Joe steeled himself for his mission, a dark figure had already taken the lead, skimming over the waves into the distance. "What are you standing there for? Let's go," he urged. The East Island Empire, known as a sprawling archipelago consisting of 4 main islands and countless smaller ones, lay ahead. The island of Sichuan, the nearest to the Kanglan Empire, was one of these main islands. Near the island, the previously calm sea suddenly roared to life, waves surging violently. 2 tiny black dots appeared on the horizon, growing rapidly into 2 human figures. This time, Chen Lingyu and his companion made no effort to hide their presence, choosing instead to ride the towering waves with boldness. As they neared the edge of the East Island Empire's territory, Zhou Shuiliang stomped his foot, causing the waves beneath him to rise to dizzying heights. The massive wall of water cast a shadow over the entire beach, a scene of impending doom under the blazing sun. The enormous tsunami that Zhou conjured instantly alerted the supernatural beings stationed along Sichuan Island's coast. Those with significant power sensed immediately that such an abnormal phenomenon was not a natural occurrence. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the shore, soaring into the sky. With a fierce gaze, they scanned the horizon until their eyes locked onto the 2 dark silhouettes perched atop the tsunami's crest. "Bold and reckless, how dare a thief like you invade the sacred territory of the Eastern Empire without cause?" As he spoke, an overwhelming aura unique to an S-class powerhouse erupted from him, dissipating the catastrophic tsunami. With a swift push of his legs, he shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, appearing instantly before Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuiliang. "I am Makikyo, the current head of the Miki family from the western river of the Eastern Empire. Who are you?" His voice reached them before his presence did, but upon seeing the 2's faces clearly, Makikyo was momentarily stunned. Realizing who they might be, he questioned them with suspicion and a harsher tone. "Are you supernatural beings from the Kanglan nation?" Given that they were of the same race and appeared along the western river coast, it was most likely that they were from the neighboring Kanglan nation. "What is your purpose here? Such provocation against the Eastern Empire? Are you not afraid it will lead to war?" However, neither Chen Lingyu nor Zhou Shuiliang answered his furious shouts. Chen Lingyu silently stepped aside, indicating with his posture that Zhou Shuiliang should handle the situation. Seeing his superior's gesture, Zhou Shuiliang's lips curled into a sinister smile. He leisurely looked up at the portly middle-aged man before him. "Provocation? Wasn't it your people who provoked us first?" "Our people?" Makikyo pondered for a moment before feigning a look of sudden realization. "You're not here to demand justice for those lowly border folk, are you?" He looked at Zhou Shuiliang as if he'd heard a joke, bursting into laughter. "I bet you're not from the Association of Supernatural Beings. That's hilarious. Those backwater places are ignored by your own country's association. Why can't our people visit for sightseeing? Even if you take it as a provocation, what can you do? Ask those gluttonous fools if they dare to wage war against the Eastern Empire." "Humph, without that war god Kanglan is nothing." Upon hearing that term, Zhou Shuiliang discreetly glanced at Chen Lingyu. Noticing no reaction from him, he scratched his head and chuckled inexplicably. Despite the adversarial stance, Zhou Shuiliang quite agreed with Makikyo's words. After all, he wasn't part of the Association of Supernatural Beings, and those scandals were of no concern to him. But while the association might cower, Zhou Shuiliang did not. During his revival, he had promised his superior to bring down the Eastern Empire. With this in mind, Zhou Shuiliang smiled again at Makikyo, his expression intriguing. "Your name is Makikyo. What relation do you have to Makikyo Ryota?" Upon hearing this name, Makikyo furrowed his brow in surprise. "You know my son?" But quickly sensing something amiss in Zhou Shuiliang's demeanor, his expression changed. "No, where is he now? What have you done to my son?" "He's dead." I killed him with my own hands, Zhou Shuoliang replied, baring his white teeth proudly and pointing to his chest with his thumb. Old Mickey, how about it? Do you feel an urge to kill me? You killed Ryota. The pain of losing his son was infuriating enough, and having the murderer taunt him right in front of him was unbearable even for a saint. Mikikyo's eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he glared at the unabashed Zhou Shuoliang, shouting in anger, "You dare to kill my son? You're courting death," he bellowed, swiftly drawing the sword from his waist. As he did so, a few strands of peculiar energy emanated from the hilt, merging instantly with Sanmu Jing from afar. Chen Lingyu seemed to sense something, casting a subtle glance at the sword, but it was only a fleeting look as he quickly lowered his gaze, dismissing it. In that moment, the aura around the combined Sanmu Jing and his sword surged. His original late S-class power unexpectedly leaped forward, almost touching the threshold of the S-class pinnacle. Die, he roared, his swift blade creating afterimages as he lunged toward Zhou Shuoliang. However, Zhou Shuoliang remained unfazed, seemingly unguarded, allowing Sanmu Jing's blade to land squarely on him. Yet before Sanmu Jing could celebrate, a metallic clanging sound resonated from where the blade met skin. Impossible, Sanmu Jing was instantly horrified. Looking up, he realized Zhou Shuoliang's body was now covered in scales, and the thick tail behind him was even more terrifying. What kind of monster are you? Seeing the situation turn dire, Sanmu Jing tried to withdraw by pushing off with his long sword, but it was too late. A large clawed hand was already slowly pressing against his forehead. Surprisingly, there was no gruesome scene next. Zhou Shuoliang merely whispered incantations with subtle lip movements before casually tossing Sanmu Jing onto the beach. Moments later, Sanmu Jing, now curled on the sand, began to tremble uncontrollably. Soon his body sprouted scales similar to Zhou Shuoliang's. His back writhed and a tail slowly emerged as well. When it was all over, Sanmu Jing had transformed into a simplified version of a water beast. Chen Lingyu was not at all surprised by this transformation. He was already aware of this ability, derived from a segment of the dragon transformation technique thanks to prior knowledge from the system. It was akin to the Bone Angel's skeletal minions, but the water beast conversion retained the person's previous memories and consciousness. However, Chen Lingyu's current interest lay elsewhere. He extended his hand, and with a surge of spiritual power he drew Sanmu Jing's sword toward him. No wonder the system reacted. It turned out this was a special material. With a flicker of light, Chen Lingyu stored the sword into the system's space. Inside, the blade emitted a faint blue glow. The sword, named Muramasa Elite, was imbued with a mysterious aura that formed a unique material suitable for synthesizing special sequences. Muramasa. Chen Lingyu furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name but unable to place it immediately. Alright, it seemed to be a legendary sword from that fictitious historical setting of Japan, wasn't it? A fictional alternate history, so there's no need for the audience to take it seriously. At this point, he wasn't particularly impressed by mere high-quality materials. However, the fact that this Muramasa had undergone such a special transformation intrigued him. If it wasn't a coincidence, could there be other similar weapons imbued with this unique aura within the Eastern Empire? If that were the case, he recalled that this Muramasa didn't even rank highly on Japan's list of famous swords. Could it be that those world-renowned ones possessed even higher quality? Unexpectedly, this journey seemed to have some surprising gains. With a slight curve of his lips, Chen Lingyu refocused his attention on the real world. At this moment, Mikikyo, who had fully transformed into a dragon man, had already risen to his feet, incredulously sensing the changes within his own body. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuoliang slowly descended in front of him, eyes sharp like an eagle, carefully examining the masterpiece he had created. Thief, master. Upon seeing Zhou Shuoliang, Mikikyo's face still bore traces of anger, and he instinctively prepared to hurl insults. Yet, for some reason, just as these thoughts arose, they were forcibly suppressed. The words he spoke transformed into a fervent, subservient address as he knelt on one knee, his face full of zeal. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Shuoliang nodded slightly. He wasn't entirely satisfied but found it acceptable. Not bad, at least your build is sturdier than before. Stay kneeling for now. After being transformed into a dragon man, Mikikyo's racial identity was no longer human. Besides possessing tough scales, he could now, like Zhou Shuoliang, remain underwater for extended periods without needing to breathe air. With a tap of his toe, Chen Lingyu gracefully landed in front of Mikikyo. Retrieving the Muramasa from his system space, he asked in a calm tone, "Where did this sword come from?" In response to the question, Mikikyo merely snorted, not even bothering to lift his head, displaying a stubborn refusal to yield. Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuoliang were Accomplices both responsible for killing his son. Mikikyo would rather die than answer the questions of his enemies. Observing this, Zhou Shuiliang's brows furrowed deeply, his expression instantly turning grim. You dare defy the master's question, courting death? As he spoke, a peculiar wave suddenly emanated from his body. Upon contact, Mikikyo was immediately overwhelmed by an incomparable agony originating from the depths of his soul. Under this wave of turmoil, his soul seemed to be undergoing a torturous ordeal. Strands of his essence akin to flesh were being scraped away layer by layer. This pain, originating from the deepest recesses of his being, was unbearable even for the mightiest of those with supernatural abilities. Ah! It hurt so much. Mikikyo, who had been stubbornly defiant moments ago, instantly let out cries of anguish. He writhed violently on the sand, desperately kowtowing towards Zhou Shuiliang. Master, I was wrong, stop, please stop, I'll talk. Without a little pain, how can people like you learn a lesson? Zhou Shuiliang sneered with contempt, not stopping his actions immediately. After several more seconds, seeing Mikikyo's eyes rolling back on the verge of passing out, he slowly withdrew his aura. I thought you were tougher than this, is that all? As he looked at the figure sprawled on the ground like a half-dead dog, Zhou Shuiliang stepped forward and kicked him mercilessly. Remember, you are no longer a person, just a dog I keep. The master sees you as useful, so this time I spare your life. If there's a next time, you will die. Yes. At this moment, Mikikyo no longer cared about saving face. To avoid experiencing that excruciating pain again, he bowed heavily towards Chen Lingyu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master, for sparing my worthless life. Ask whatever you wish to know and I will speak without reservation. Seeing Mikikyo's face filled with fear, Chen Lingyu couldn't help but look at Zhou Shuiliang with a hint of admiration in his eyes. On the surface, Zhou Shuiliang appeared to be a straightforward brute, but in reality his mind was sharper than anyone's. Retracting his gaze, Chen Lingyu continued to toss the katana in his hand, signaling Mikikyo to answer the previous question. This time, Mikikyo dared not hesitate in the slightest. He remained kneeling as he spoke. Master, the katana in your hand is called Muramesa, a treasured sword passed down through our Miki family for generations. According to the ancestors, this sword has slain many demons and possesses an aura of suppression. Demons and aura of suppression, Chen Lingyu mused silently. Although these legends might not be entirely true, they seem to have some connection to the mysterious aura mentioned by the system. Are there any other items like this sword within the borders of Japan? Upon hearing this question, Mikikyo had already guessed what Chen Lingyu intended to do, but he could only respond with a trembling voice. Yes, in Japan, there are a total of 3 clans and 5 schools, these 8 great powers. From what I know, throughout Japan's history, there are 3 most famous demon-suppressing artifacts. These 3 artifacts belong to the 3 major clans among the 8 powers. They are treasures that only the successive clan leaders of each tribe are qualified to use. The 3 artifacts are the Oni blade of the Genji, the cursed blade of the Muramesa clan, and the foremost of the 3, the Kusanagi sword of the Tsumagari clan. Oni blade, cursed blade, Kusanagi, Chen Lingyu murmured. Intrigued by these familiar names, where are these 3 clans? He asked Mikikyo. Realizing Chen Lingyu's intention, Mikikyo's face displayed a predictable bitterness. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, risking his life to respond. Master, I advise against proceeding further. You might not be aware, but the leaders of the 8 major powers in our eastern lands are all above SSS level in strength. The current successor of the Nitin Ichiryu school, for instance, is particularly formidable. However, before he could finish his sentence, Sankikyo was abruptly interrupted by an impatient wave from Zhou Shuiliang. Why so much chatter? The master has instructed you to lead the way, just lead and keep your mouth shut about the rest. At this, Sankikyo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon Zhou Shuiliang and Chen Lingyu. Only then did he seem to grasp something, as if the fog in his mind was clearing and a glint of fear flashed in Sankikyo's eyes. Indeed, those who could easily withstand his full force attack could very well be SSS level abilities wielders themselves. The thought intensified his inner fear, prompting him to bow his head quickly. It was foolish of me to speak out of turn. I shall lead the 2 of you immediately. However, among the 3 clans, only the Genji clan's residence is in Nishikawa, and given the commotion just now, it's likely their patriarch, Genji Fujino, has been alerted. Chen Lingyu nodded nonchalantly, saying, then let's visit the Genji first. Yes, Sankikyo responded quickly, only daring to stand cautiously from the sandy ground after Chen Lingyu spoke. Under Senkikyo's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at the central area of the entire Nishikawa Island, yet before Chenlingyu and Zhou Shuiliang could set foot, a figure seemingly teleported appearing before them in a flash. "Guests from the Kanglan Kingdom, what brings you to our eastern land?" The voice echoed as the silhouette of a middle-aged man holding a katana and dressed in a black training robe emerged in the air. "I am the current patriarch of the Genji clan, Genji Fujino. If you are here for pleasure, we welcome you, but if you're here to stir trouble, then we must refuse to entertain you." Genji Fujino's tone was calm, yet it carried an underlying sharpness, subtly exuding a strong sense of intimidation. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Senkikyo hiding behind the two visitors. "Senkikyo, what brings you to my Genji clan?" He paused, his pupils contracting as he noticed the changes in Senkikyo's appearance. "Something's not right, what's happened to your body?" Facing the inquiry, Senkikyo discreetly glanced at Chenlingyu and Zhou Shuiliang, then quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word. Yet from his gaze, Genji Fujino already had a good sense of the situation. "You two, what is your true purpose in coming to the eastern lands this time?" The atmosphere had become thoroughly tense, with a faint aura unique to an SSS-level strongman emanating from Genji Fujino. At the beginning he was amiable simply because he sensed a kindred aura of equal strength emanating from Zhou Shuiliang. As for the other mysterious figure shrouded in black, he couldn't discern anything, which made him somewhat cautious. However, he soon realized that the intentions of the newcomers were anything but friendly, and no matter how much he retreated, a battle was inevitable. When Yuang Fujino appeared, Chenlingyu and his companion also sensed the opponent's formidable level. Despite all being of the same tier, Zhou Shuiliang's face showed not a hint of anxiety. He was confident in his superior strength, capable of easily overpowering an opponent from the east. As for Chenlingyu's perspective, he didn't even glance over, leaving everything for Zhou Shuiliang to handle. "When you have capable subordinates, why should the master intervene in every matter? I want that sword in your hand. Will you give it to me, or must I take it myself?" Zhou Shuiliang's words were blunt. Yuang Fujino instantly scoffed, gripping his sword tightly with a cold, uncompromising expression. "Foolish dreams. This sword, the Onakiri, is the foundation of my Genji clan, a treasure passed down through generations. I will never hand it over." Zhou Shuiliang retorted dismissively. "Why waste breath when you'll just make me take it myself?" As he spoke, his body began to swell unexpectedly. His height surpassed 10 feet and his black robe shredded, revealing a body covered in scales. "What kind of power is this?" Yuang Fujino's pupils shrank in shock, sensing an unprecedented danger of death from the hulking figure. Zhou Shuiliang's face twisted into an eerie grin as he launched himself forward like a meteor. A terrifying force emanated from him, making even the air around Yuang Fujino tremble with tension. Such terrifying strength. "I can't take this head on," he thought, his body tensing with urgency. With a flick of his thumb, the bewitching purple blow of the Onakiri was unleashed from its sheath. Gripping the hilt with his left hand, Yuang Fujino fully drew the sword, merging with its energy. Brilliant purple lightning crackled and roared through the space around them. 3,000 thunderclaps, he declared, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, his speed increasing exponentially in mid-air. But just as Yuang Fujino prepared to evade Zhou Shuiliang's savage charge, he was caught off guard. Zhou Shuiliang's speed exploded, and before Yuang Fujino could react, the massive figure was already upon him. A fist larger than his own head surged toward his chest with incredible force. With vulgar defiance, Zhou Shuiliang exclaimed, "Take this, you fool!" In a display of breathtaking violence, an arc of elegance slashed through the air as Yuang Fujino's body was flung hundreds of meters away. He crashed onto the ground, sending dust and debris soaring within a radius of dozens of meters. But soon a wave of purple energy formed by thunder shot out swiftly from the dust cloud, targeting Zhou Shuiliang in the sky. Zhou Shuiliang was not particularly surprised by this. With a casual gesture, he easily dispelled the attack. At his level of mastery, if his opponent could be taken down with a single blow, it would be quite disappointing. As expected, when the dust settled, Gen Fujiwara appeared only slightly disheveled, but otherwise unharmed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze now incredibly serious. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shouted towards the empty space nearby. "How long are you going to keep watching?" he demanded. In the next instant, a white-clad figure materialized out of nowhere. Looking at the disheveled Gen Fujiwara, the figure taunted, "Oh my dear brother, surely you're not giving up already?" Gen Fujiwara merely snorted coldly, choosing not to respond. "Tch, you're still as dull as ever." The figure in white shook his head, finally turning his attention to the imposing Zhou Shuiliang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Genji's discarded son. Heir to the nameless divine wind style, Gen Fujiwara. Gen Fujiwara, the illegitimate child of the last Genji clan leader, was Gen Fujiwara's half-brother. Due to his unique status, he was secretly expelled from the Genji clan to preserve their reputation. Later, he caught the attention of the nameless divine wind style, one of the 5 major schools of the Eastern Empire, and devoted himself to cultivation. Now he stands as the new heir of the nameless divine wind style, as a leader of one of the 8 major powers. Gen Fujiwara naturally possesses SSS-level prowess. Rumor has it that he might even surpass his older brother Gen Fujiwara by a few degrees. As for why he came to assist Gen Fujiwara, it's a well-known fact throughout the Eastern Empire. Although he was cast out as a child, Gen Fujiwara always secretly looked after him, and the 2 brothers shared a strong bond. However, when Gen Fujiwara rose to power and tried to invite Gen Fujiwara back to the Genji clan, he was refused, which somewhat strained their relationship. Yet, no matter what, one thing remained unchanged. Whenever Gen Fujiwara encountered danger, Gen Fujiwara would undoubtedly appear nearby. "Oh, you've called for backup." Zhou Shuiliang's expression turned slightly more serious. He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. "Alright, come at me together. Let me see the strength you people from the Eastern Empire possess. Do the people of Kanglan always carry such arrogance? Do you really regard me with such disdain?" Yuan Tingyu maintained a perpetual smile, one that seemed harmless but felt as perilous as a concealed dagger of a master assassin. Suddenly, as if to assert dominance, an incredibly sharp aura transformed into a blade, hurtling towards Zhou Shuiliang's forehead. Faced with this intangible assault, Zhou Shuiliang retaliated with an aura that enveloped him. Surprisingly, in this exchange of testing each other, Yuan Tingyu appeared to gain a slight upper hand. Zhou Shuiliang raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, his expression remaining calm and composed. "SSS rank late stage." Yuan Tingyu didn't deny it. Instead, he admitted it with an open smile. "Just broke through. Perfect opportunity to spar with you. You've actually made a breakthrough." At this moment, Yuan Tingyu also adjusted to his optimal state, flying back into the air to stand alongside Yuan Tingyu. Hearing Yuan Tingyu's words, he displayed a look of surprise, which soon transformed into a hint of disgruntled discontent. "Even you have broken through." Hearing Yuan Tingyu's words, Yuan Tingyu shrugged nonchalantly as if he was used to it. "Are you going to fight or not? If you're just here to see if I've broken through, then I might as well leave." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tingyu refocused on Zhou Shuiliang, his expression gradually becoming serious. "This guy is strong, be careful." My dear brother, you should worry about yourself." Amidst the laughter, Yuan Tingyu's figure seemed to turn into a breeze, appearing in front of Zhou Shuiliang in the blink of an eye. "Nameless divine wind, first form," a soft voice echoed beside Zhou Shuiliang's ear, and before he could even catch a glimpse of the figure, a gentle yet forceful blade aura akin to a breeze rushed towards him. Caught off guard, Zhou Shuiliang had no choice but to cross his dragon-scaled arms in front of his chest as a shield. Clang! Instantly a crisp, clear sound reverberated through the air. What troubled Zhou Shuiliang was that his seemingly indestructible arms now bore a fine red line. Blood gushed from the wound, and as he attempted to heal, he discovered the wound seemed blocked by some energy, making recovery impossible. Before he could ponder further, a second attack seamlessly followed. This time it was Yuan Tingyu, his body crackling with lightning, wielding the ghostly blade Oni cutter, aiming directly at Zhou Shuiliang's abdomen. Dragon's Wrath. Seizing the opening, Zhou Shuiliang roared, gripping a trident glowing with a golden blue hue. Facing the oncoming lightning strike, he wielded the trident in one hand, thrusting its tip fiercely against the blade's edge. Immense power surged into the trident, and the tip unleashed a sea blue energy, forming a dragon head that roared as it collided with the thunder. This, Yuan Tingyu's eyes widened in shock as the overwhelming force effortlessly overpowered his lightning, yet the blue dragon head did not falter, charging straight for his chest. Nameless divine wind, second form. At that moment, a blade light sliced through the air, and after a fierce clash, it barely managed to exhaust the energy of the dragon head alongside it. "He does have some strength. Let's go together, I'll hold him and you find an opportunity." Just like before, the voice, ethereal and distant, was punctuated by that final sentence, which inexplicably steeled Yuan Tingyu's resolve. Clang! Another clash resounded, Yuan Tingyu's ghostly figure appearing as he struck the trident Zhou Shuiliang used to block. Swish! At that moment, Yuan Tingyu's figure appeared almost simultaneously. Taking advantage of the trident being momentarily hindered, he drove his blade forcefully into Zhou Shuiliang's abdomen. Faced with an attack of equal power, even Zhou Shuiliang found it impossible to completely fend off the blow with just his physical strength. The blade of the onigiri pierced into his flesh by half a palm's length before his muscles could finally halt its advance. A flicker of pain passed across Zhou Shuiliang's eyes, and with a mighty twist of his hand he managed to shake off Yuan Tenjiu's long blade. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Yuan Tenji didn't linger to seize the advantage but instead swiftly pulled back his long sword, retreating to regroup for another strike. In the ensuing series of encounters, the two brothers Yuan Tenjiu and Yuan Tenji demonstrated an uncanny synchronicity, their teamwork becoming increasingly seamless. Every time Zhou Shuiliang attempted to incapacitate one, the other would intervene just in time, thwarting his efforts. Yuan Tenjiu's extraordinary agility further compounded Zhou Shuiliang's difficulties, leaving him with no clear opening to exploit. Realizing his precarious position, Zhou Shuiliang hesitated no longer. His pupils turned a fiery red as he resolved to reveal his final trump card in the face of their renewed assault. Dragon blood body transform into Jiao. With a ferocious roar that echoed to the heavens, Zhou Shuiliang's already towering frame began to expand wildly. His face, which still retained some human features, contorted and morphed completely into the head of a flood dragon. A series of sharp cracking sounds emanated from within his body, signaling the breaking and regrowth of his skeletal structure. As each human bone reformed, his upright posture bent and lengthened, and the distinctly human characteristics at the ends of his limbs vanished, replaced by feral beast-like claws. In the eyes of Yuan Tenjiu and Yuan Tenji, disbelief was etched profoundly. Before them, Zhou Shuiliang, a man moments ago, had transformed into a massive flood dragon over 10 meters long. With a thunderous roar, the dragon, its scales shimmering with a bluish-green hue, unleashed an overwhelming aura far more terrifying than before. Zhou Shuiliang's mystical eyes lowered slowly, casting a gaze upon the two brothers as if they were mere ants beneath him. The sound of their pounding hearts was loud enough for Yuan Tenjiu and Yuan Tenji to hear each other's frantic pulse as they stood together. "What is this? A dragon? It's a dragon!" Yuan Tenjiu's voice trembled with disbelief, his body shaking under the weight of terror in the calm before the storm. How is this possible? He was human, how could he become a dragon, a monster, a monster? The power contained in Zhou Shuiliang's dragon eyes was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the brothers Yuan Tenji and Yuan Tenjiu. In truth, it was in this form that Xuekui embodied his full battle prowess, his true self unleashed. With an indestructible body and claws that could tear through anything within the same realm, his physical strength was undeniably unmatched. Whoosh! Watching Yuan Fujino and his companions still frozen in place, Zhou Shuiliang seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a flick of its massive tail, the dragon created a sonic boom in the air. Instantly his body seemed to transform into a sharp arrow, charging directly towards his adversaries. The sudden burst of speed was even faster than Yuan Fujino's earlier display. So fast, it wasn't until the fierce wind rushed past his cheeks that Yuan Fujino snapped out of his shock. "Dodge!" he shouted, his eyes widening as he pushed the still-dazed Yuan Fujino aside, narrowly avoiding the dragon's charge. Zhou Shuiliang's head was larger than both of them combined, leaving them with no courage to face it head-on. Yuan Fujino pushed away just in time, narrowly escaped the dragon's onslaught, but Yuan Fujino wasn't as fortunate, as the dragon's head loomed closer, and just as he attempted to maneuver for another quick attack, a powerful claw came crashing down unexpectedly. Even though Yuan Fujino's form in the air was swift enough to almost disappear, the dragon's claw struck him with unerring precision. A dull thud echoed as flesh collided, and the white figure was slammed harshly into the ground. This strike was infinitely more powerful than the one that struck Yuan Fujino before, penetrating the solid ground deeply, leaving Yuan Fujino embedded and motionless for a long while. Seeing Yuan Fujino's dire predicament, Yuan Fujino let out a furious roar, gripping his sword Ghost Slayer, and lunged at the dragon from the side. However, facing such an attack again, Zhou Shuiliang didn't even bother to dodge. As Ghost Slayer, crackling with thunder, fiercely landed on the dragon's scales, it merely sparked like metal against metal. As the sparks died down, Yuan Fujino despaired to find only a shallow white mark on Zhou Shuiliang's body. His full-strength attack had become utterly ineffective against Zhou Shuiliang. Boom! In the next moment, Zhou Shuiliang, full of disdain, swung his tail violently. Yuan Fujino, much like a fly, was swatted brutally into the ground. "You beast!" Witnessing this, Yuan Fujino, who had just struggled free from the earth, was filled with rage, his eyes turning blood red. He had already experienced Zhou Shuiliang's strength firsthand, barely managing to withstand it in his late SSS level form. But what about Yuan Fujino? "I don't care whether you're human or ghost today, I will kill you." His icy words fell as he raised his long blade before his chest. His pupils suddenly widened and an invisible force erupted wildly, enveloping the hilt of his sword. Nameless divine wind, ninth form, slash. With a furious shout, Yuan Fujino seemed to teleport, appearing directly in front of Zhou Shuiliang. He raised his long sword, channeling all his spiritual power into it. Aiming at the massive dragon head, the blade sliced through the daylight, emitting a dazzling light, and came crashing down with fierce force. The intensity of the strike caught the attention of Chen Lingyu, who glanced over momentarily. However, he soon shook his head to himself and looked away. The power of the strike was decent, but he thought it foolish to aim at the dragon's hardest head. He knew of the nameless divine wind style from the east, but in his prime, such techniques wouldn't have even caught his attention. In the aftermath of Kanglin's absence, it's undeniable that the overall strength of the East Sea has grown significantly stronger. This shift can largely be attributed to the antics of the so-called Association of Supernatural Beings. In the past, only 2 individuals from the entire East Sea Empire caught Chen Lingyu's attention. One was the heir to the illustrious Nitin Ichiryu, an SSS-level peak master. The other was one of Chen Lingyu's targets for collecting the 3 divine artifacts, the current head of the Kusanagi clan, also at the SSS-level peak. However, Chen Lingyu knew that the Kusanagi clan leader had suffered irreversible injuries during the battle against the Demon Emperor. If he were in perfect condition, Chen Lingyu might not have been able to seize the sword with his current power. Aside from these 2, the rest of the East Sea's warriors were not worth mentioning. Even the ones currently facing off against Zhou Shuiliang, like Zhen Toya, were not qualified to meet Chen Lingyu before. Perhaps this was why they failed to recognize him. Yet, once he encounters familiar faces, his identity might no longer remain a secret. Having decided to emerge from the imperial capital, Chen Lingyu was no longer interested in concealing his identity. After this journey to the East Sea, the news of his restored strength would likely become known worldwide. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhen Toya's face became twisted with desperation, placing all his hopes on this final strike. However, as Chen Lingyu anticipated, Zhou Shuiliang merely gathered a bit of spiritual energy around his head, forming an impenetrable defense. When the strike landed, the noise was loud, yet Zhou Shuiliang remained unharmed. Impossible. Zhen Toya was frozen in disbelief as his most powerful attack failed to leave a mark. At that moment, a dragon's claw swiftly emerged, seizing Zhen Toya, rendering him immobile. The massive dragon head then opened its maw, swallowing Zhen Toya whole with a single gulp. "No, brother." Zhen Toya's sibling Zhen Toya rose from the ground in a wretched state, his clothes soaked in blood. Witnessing this scene, his eyes filled with rage and sorrow. But what greeted him was another gigantic dragon claw. As before, Zhen Toya, powerless to resist, met the same fate as his brother. After these events, the concentrated energy within Zhou Shuiliang's body began to be absorbed, and soon a new aura burst forth from him. SSS level late stage achieved. Swallowing hard, Senki Kyo silently watched Zhou Shuiliang's breakthrough from a distance. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes was extinguished and he began to retreat involuntarily. "Where do you think you're going?" a sharp voice suddenly echoed in Senki Kyo's ear. His vision blurred and the fearsome dragon that haunted him had somehow blocked his path. No. Faced with those enormous eyes staring directly at him, Miki Kyo nervously averted his gaze, an inexplicable panic rising in his heart. "You knew all along you would come, didn't you? You just wanted to wait until we were dead to regain your freedom, right?" The deep voice was like a sledgehammer pounding relentlessly on the last vestiges of hope in Miki Kyo's heart. His body stiffened immediately and it felt as if all his blood had frozen, turning icily cold. Indeed, he had known these things for a long time. Initially he had kept it to himself, hoping that Yuan Teng and the others would join forces to eliminate Zhou Shuiliang. But who could have guessed Zhou Shuiliang was so powerful? Not only could he take on 2 enemies at once, but he could also cross borders to kill, truly a monster among monsters. As the terrifying dragon head drew nearer, Miki Kyo's forehead was already dotted with cold sweat. Under the intense pressure, his psychological defenses crumbled instantly. "I don't know. I really don't know anything. Don't kill me. I still have value. I can guide you." "Guide us?" A hint of disdain appeared on the dragon head controlled by Zhou Shuiliang. "Your country is just that small, can't we just sweep through it? Do we really need you? I've already told you before, if you don't behave, next time it will be your life." With that, his bloodthirsty mouth opened wide once more and, amidst the cries of terror, swallowed Miki Kyo whole. The energy provided by an S-class psychic wasn't much, but it was enough to help Zhou Shuiliang consolidate his newly broken through cultivation. Once his breathing was regulated, he transformed back into his normal human form. Quickly stepping up to Chen Lingyu, he bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Sir, it's all settled." Well done." Chen Lingyu nodded slightly, showing no other expressions on his face. Regarding Mickey Kyo's concealment, he had already discerned some discrepancies through Yu Entingyu's expression when he appeared. Zhou Shuiliang's decisive killing of Mickey Kyo was actually done under his tacit consent. "Hand me that sword." "Oh, ooh." Zhou Shuiliang knew exactly which sword Chen Lingyu was referring to and flipped his hand-to-hand over the Anakiri that Yu Enting dropped. Upon storing it in his system space, Chen Lingyu immediately noticed the purple glow emanating from the blade. As expected, it was made of epic materials. His pupils brightened subtly and his thoughts lingered on the other two legendary weapons. If his guesses were correct, the other two weapons were at least epic level or possibly even higher. However, before they could pursue that, there was another matter at hand. Now Zhou Shuiliang had killed the only two SSS-class psychics on Nishikawajima. In a sense, the entire island now belonged to the two of them. Since that was the case, why not take advantage of it and claim the whole island for themselves? Once Zhou Shuiliang had gained complete control over the forces of Genji and nameless kamikazes stationed on Sichuan Island, the remaining opposition became negligible. Achieving this goal was relatively straightforward. The most direct method was to transform all the members of these two forces into merfolk. Zhou Shuiliang's technique for transformation could vary in its scope depending on the strength of the targets. As a result, overnight every paranormal being above level C on Sichuan Island turned into merfolk, amounting to nearly 10,000 individuals. Among them were the two strongest, the second-in-commands of Genji and Nameless Kamikaze, both at the late SS level. With their leaders already defeated, they naturally dared not resist and obediently joined the ranks of the merfolk army. The following morning, Chen Lingyu and his companion departed from Sichuan Island, flying towards the next main island of the Eastern Empire. Their destination was Dongqi, home to the remaining four major forces, excluding the two possessing SSS-level peak combat power. Among these forces was the owner of the second sacred weapon, the demon blade Muramasa, held by the Muramasa clan. Although Dongqi Island belonged to a different region, the previous day's events on Sichuan Island were widely known. After a night of tension, the leaders of Dongqi Island's factions had already received news of the formidable enemy attack. At this moment, everyone had gathered at the residence of the Muramasa clan, filled with anxiety as they looked towards the middle-aged man seated at the head. "Muramasa Makuza, how long until General Miyamoto arrives?" Muramasa Makuza's face was grim as he shook his head with difficulty. "The Prime Minister fears an ambush on North New Island and has ordered us to deal with the enemy. General Miyamoto remains stationed on North New Island." Damn it! Upon hearing this news, the other three leaders couldn't help but curse under their breath. How could they possibly handle this? Even the late SSS level Yu Entingyu was devoured by that monstrous entity, and here among them only Muramasa Makuza was at the late SSS level, while the rest were merely at mid-level strength. What could they possibly do to resolve this situation? To make matters worse, reports indicated that the creature had ascended to late SSS level after consuming two individuals. This development was nothing short of disastrous for the group, leaving them utterly helpless. What should we do now? Someone began to voice their concern, only to be abruptly silenced by Muramasa Makuza's stern command. "Enough. The Prime Minister has made it clear that this matter must not be discussed further." The person who had been silenced still wore a look of dissatisfaction, ready to argue, when suddenly their expression shifted dramatically, as if sensing something ominous. The same realization dawned upon the other three individuals, their faces mirroring the gravity of the situation. Muramasa Makuza, with a particularly sullen demeanor, spoke in a low voice, "They're here. Let's go out and see what kind of monster we're dealing with." As the four figures swiftly approached, Chen Lingyu and his companions stopped in their tracks, aware that the primary players had arrived on the scene. "Was it the two of you who killed Gen Fujino and Gen Toyo?" Muramasa Kazai's eyes were filled with suspicion as he glanced between Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuiliang. "Attacking the Empire of the East without cause and killing our citizens, are all of you from Kanglan like this?" he accused. "You stole from me," he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he watched Chen Lingyu lie through her teeth. "Impossible. When did we ever take anything from you?" Chen Lingyu didn't bother to answer. Instead, she boldly took out a small dagger and, to everyone's surprise, casually tossed it into the dense forest below. "We just did," she said, as Zhou Shuiliang grinned and transformed into a dragon, diving straight into the crowd. "Greetings, my lords," said three newly converted SSS-level mermen standing in a line in front of Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuiliang. Their expressions were more pained than joyful. As for Muramasa Kazai, he had likely already been fully consumed by Zhou Shuiliang. With their leader dead, these spineless three showed no hesitation, dropping their weapons and surrendering immediately. Chen Lingyu meanwhile accepted the long blade Zhou Shuiliang handed her, with a thought she stored it in her system space, from which emerged a bright purple aura. Demon blade, Muramasa, epic, made from materials tainted with a special energy. Not bad, only one more piece to go. Maybe there'll be a surprise, she mused, an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. It seemed she had guessed the author's intentions. The second SSS level potion wasn't far off. On the other side, following Chen Lingyu's instructions, Zhou Shuiliang ordered the trio of mermen to return to their respective sects. They were to gather their subordinates at the Muramasa clan, making it easier for Zhou Shuiliang to convert them all at once. By the time they finished these tasks, the sky was beginning to darken. Using the last light of dusk, Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuiliang set off for the location of the final artifact, the Kusanagi sword. According to the information they had gathered, the Kusanagi clan's location was on the southernmost main island of the entire Eastern Empire, Nongguang Island. However, upon reaching their destination, they were met with an unexpected sight. The Kusanagi clan, heralded as the premier clan of the East, had been reduced to ruins. The rubble was strewn with bleached bones, but not a single living soul was in sight. Chen Lingyu furrowed her brow slightly, thinking deeply for a moment before releasing her aura across the island. After Zhou Shuiliang's breakthrough to the SSS level late stage, she too had spent 3,000 creation points to synchronize to this tier successfully. With the strength of her peak spiritual power intact, not even a peak SSS level ability user could evade her scan. Soon enough, she detected an unusual aura in the northern part of the island, distinct from normal human presence. There it is, though it seems weaker than expected. Let's go see what's going on, she decided, with Chen Lingyu leading the way. The two headed straight for an unremarkable barren mountain amidst the many ranges. Thump, thump, thump. In a dilapidated temple, a monk kneeled before a decaying Buddha statue, completely oblivious to the world outside, focusing solely on the rhythmic tapping of the wooden fish before him. Tap, tap, tap. 2 sets of footsteps approached from outside the temple, yet the monk, without turning his head, seemed to speak into the air, saying, "Visitor, this temple has long been abandoned. If you seek blessings, you must look elsewhere." The footsteps gradually came to a halt as the voice faded. Chen Lingyu stopped 10 paces from the figure, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Kusanagi Unq, it seems your life in the East is not much better than mine," she remarked, upon hearing the familiar voice. The monk's body visibly trembled. He turned his head stiffly, and sure enough, the figure that had once been imprinted in his mind like a divine presence stood before him. Chen Lingyu, how could it be you? Weren't you stripped of your powers and imprisoned in Kanglan?" he exclaimed. "Ha, if I didn't want to leave, do you think that bunch of fools could hold me?" With those words, an eerie silence filled the temple once more. After a long pause, Kusanagi Unq's voice returned to its usual calm tone. "Did you come to laugh at me?" Chen Lingyu chuckled softly. "How could I? At least, as a former comrade in arms, I would still give you some face. Back in that battle, Kusanagi Unq was the only one from the Eastern Empire who volunteered to fight. This person, well, he wasn't particularly good nor bad, but at least he didn't disgust Chen Lingyu. Kusanagi Unq didn't fight for the salvation of the world, but saw the battle as an opportunity to break through the bottleneck in his swordsmanship. In essence, Kusanagi Unq was a cold-blooded sword fanatic. I'm quite curious, what made you lose your mind and become a bald monk?" Chen Lingyu inquired. "As you can see, my foundation was destroyed, my hands crippled, I can no longer wield a sword," Kusanagi Unq replied, his tone calm, yet Chen Lingyu could hear the underlying turmoil. Before Chen Lingyu could ask further, Kusanagi Unq took the initiative to speak. "After that battle I returned severely injured, my strength greatly diminished in a short time. The Kusanagi clan and the Nitin Ichiryu have been longtime enemies. Miyamoto Tabe took advantage of that moment to massacre my clan. He spared my life but crippled my hands. He said he wanted me to live in agony, unable to hold a sword ever again." "Tisk, that's quite tragic," Chen Lingyu remarked, though her face showed no sympathy, only an irrepressible smirk. Witnessing this, Kusanagi Unq's eye twitched slightly, his tone displeased. "What do you really want from me? If there's nothing, then leave quickly and stop being an eyesore." Even after tapping on the wooden fish, his temper remained fiery. What a way to hinder one's own potential. Chen Lingyu teased once more, then in a somewhat playful tone asked, "I have a way to restore your powers. Do you want to seek revenge?" Shatai Inju's body shuddered abruptly, and he sat before the Buddha in silence for a long time before slowly replying, "No, I've let it go." "Oh, that's fine too," Chen Lingyu responded. "What about your Kusanagi sword? Since you won't be using it anymore, why not give it to me as a gift? Staring at Chen Lingyu's unabashed grin, Chao Taiyunju fell silent again. Can I still choose revenge? He asked. Of course you can. Chen Lingyu nodded with a broad smile and extended his hand towards him directly, but you'll still have to hand over that sword. A brief exchange of intense glances ensued and ultimately Chao Taiyunju conceded defeat. He seemed to deflate, speaking weakly behind the Buddha statue. Go take it yourself. Hearing this, Chen Lingyu patted the dust off himself, stood up from the mat with a chuckle, and as he passed by Chao Taiyunju he gave his shoulder a meaningful pat. Don't worry, I won't take your stuff for free, he said, silently completing the sentence in his mind. I'll also have you work for me. Upon reaching behind the Buddha statue, a long sword tightly wrapped in cloth was freed from its bindings, revealing a blade akin to a work of art. With a thought, he stored it in his system space, and his sight was immediately filled with a dazzling golden light. Indeed, it's made of legendary material, he thought. The Kusanagi sword of Tatsuka, legendary, rumored to be forged from the tailbone of the Yamata no Orochi, sealing a remnant of its soul, perfect. With the test subject ready, having gathered these so-called three great treasures of Japan, Chen Lingyu summoned the system's synthesis function. He placed the legendary Kusanagi sword in the main slot, while the other two slots held the Onakiri and the Muramasa demon blade. Synthesize, he silently commanded, and in the blink of an eye the three distinct materials transformed into liquid, interweaving with one another. A few seconds later, a vial containing a pure white liquid interspersed with strands of black appeared in his inventory. He tossed it lightly in his hand, deliberately in front of Chao Taiyunju. Drink this, and you can regain your former level. How about it? Interested? As soon as he said this, he faintly heard the quickening breath of Chao Taiyunju. Sure enough, Chao Taiyunju's previous calmness had been nothing but a fa simply because he couldn't believe Chen Lingyu had such methods. What are the conditions? He asked, knowing Chen Lingyu well enough to not believe in his altruism. Chen Lingyu gave a knowing smile and leisurely stated, in exchange I want you to help me conquer the entire Japanese empire. How about that? What? Chao Taiyunju could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing this demand. He jumped up from the mat, in shock, even kicking the wooden fish several meters away without noticing, his eyes fixed on Chen Lingyu. Never had he imagined the extent of Chen Lingyu's ambition to claim the entire Japanese empire, yet upon reflection, considering the unparalleled strength of this former world champion, it didn't seem entirely impossible. If this were to happen, it would likely be Chen Lingyu's ultimate declaration of his return to the pinnacle of the world. When that day finally comes, Kusanagi Yunju can't even begin to imagine the overwhelming undercurrents this person in front of him will stir up across the world. With a heart that refuses to calm, his previously composed facade has vanished. He now looks at Chen Lingyu with eyes that once were dull and lifeless, now gleaming with intensity. You want to overthrow the empire of Japan and then have me, a Japanese, help you destroy my own country? Do you really think I'd agree to that, Chen? Lingyu noticed the gaze fixated on the vial in his hand, and with a slight curve of his lips he spoke slowly and deliberately. I guess when the Kusanagi clan was in trouble your prime minister stood with Miyamoto Tabuchi, didn't he? Now you just want a reason for yourself. Is this reason enough, or have you forsaken your desire for revenge? Kusanagi Yunju's expression flickered, his gaze locking with Chen Lingyu's became increasingly intricate. The person before him seemed almost godlike, capable of reading even the deepest recesses of the human heart. This reason is enough. I will help you achieve what you wish to accomplish. Good. Chen Lingyu tossed the vial across to him, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. He wasn't worried about Kusanagi Yunju going back on his word. Even without the additional effects of the serum, he knew that the man's pride and honor would not allow betrayal. Swoosh! As the glass vial flew towards him, an inexplicable panic surged within Kusanagi Yunju. Fortunately, despite his trembling hands, he managed to catch the serum securely. With one last enigmatic glance at Chen Lingyu, he tilted his head back and drank the contents in one gulp. Ugh! The sudden onset of searing pain caught him off guard, eliciting a muffled groan, but beyond that initial sound, even as his body convulsed in agony, he stubbornly suppressed any further cries. Quickly, the first transformation began atop Kusanagi Yunju's bald head. Strands of pure white hair, as fine as silk, sprouted densely, cascading down to his shoulders before halting. Next, his shabby clothes exploded into tatters, revealing a remarkably well-proportioned physique. As Chen Lingyu and Zhou Shuiliang's eyes fell upon his bare form, they couldn't help but glance in a particular direction. Zhou Shuiliang quickly averted his gaze, his face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and suppressed laughter. It seems that in this particular domain we of the Kanglin lineage do hold a slight advantage. Chen Lingyu smiled knowingly, a hint of playful mischief dancing in her eyes. Fortunately, Kusanagi Yunji, the subject of this rather embarrassing spectacle, remained blissfully unaware. In his current state his five senses were entirely sealed, leaving him trapped in some enigmatic space. A few minutes later cold sweat began to bead on his bare skin, his face, with eyes tightly shut, contorted as if undergoing a rigorous trial of consciousness. Not long after, Kusanagi Yunji let out a breath as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. His tensed body straightened slightly, finally relaxing, but soon another strange transformation began. Under the watchful gazes of Chen Lingyu and her companion, Yunji's back started to undulate. The movement was so intense it was as if something was trying to break free from his flesh. What could it be? Chen Lingyu focused her eyes and saw a tattoo-like pattern slowly emerging on Yunji's back. The design was pitch black, covering almost his entire back. An eight-headed serpent. Could this be the legendary Yamata no Orochi from Japanese mythology? She raised her eyebrows slightly, recalling the system's introduction of the Kusanagi sword, and concluded her guess was likely spot on. Could these mythical creatures truly exist? Chen Lingyu's gaze became unfocused as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Meanwhile, the image of the eight-headed serpent had deeply imprinted itself onto Kusanagi Yunji's back, so lifelike it seemed to possess soul-captivating powers. After all this, a set of pure white clothing materialized out of thin air, automatically draping itself over Yunji. Then another pure white mask, etched with demonic designs, appeared, like a piece of iron heated to red hot. It sizzled as it adhered to his face. Finally, a peculiar weapon, both resembling Itachi and a long sword, slid into its sheath, hanging at the now awakened Yunji's waist. It was only at this point that all the bizarre changes on Yunji ceased. At the same moment, the system's pleasant prompt echoed in Chen Lingyu's mind. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the erratic sequence 012. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the erratic sequence 012. Observing Yunji's strange evolution, Chen Lingyu thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Phantom Sword." Naming successful. Erratic sequence 012 Phantom Sword has been successfully recorded in the erratic archive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating an SSS level erratic sequence. Rewards: Legendary Material Pack *1, Epic Material Pack *2. Creation points *5000, Erratic Archive, Sequence 008, Gravekeepers Sequence 009, Magician Sequence 010, Ninetales Sequence 011, Water Demon Sequence 012, Phantom Sword, Sequence 012, Phantom Sword. Name: Kusanagi Yunji. Initial level, SSS Peak. Copyable abilities: Mastery of Blades, Iato Orochi's Trickery, Demon God, Dance of Death, Yin Yang / Dust Sealed Oblivion. SSS level peak. Seeing the introduction on the system panel, Chen Lingyu's pupils couldn't help but light up. After waiting for so long, it's finally been crafted. Now I can finally reclaim the SSS level peak realm. He opened his personal information panel, which was uniquely his own, and unsurprisingly, the highest level available for inheritance was displayed as SSS level pinnacle, requiring 5,000 creation points. Without hesitation, Chen Lingyu immediately exchanged for this crucial step, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of cultivation on this planet. Instantly, almost at the same moment, two auras of SSS level pinnacle expanded from the desolate mountain, enveloping the entire Nangguang Island. In the entire mountain range close to the desolate mountain, birds and beasts cried out in chaos the moment they were affected by the aura. The terrifying pressure of the aura lasted for a full 10 minutes before it began to slowly recede. Returning to the pinnacle, how does it feel? Chen Lingyu was the first to control the retrieval of his aura, walking slowly towards Kusanagi Yunji, who was still in shock, familiarizing himself with the newfound power. This power is too immense. Kusanagi Yunji took a deep breath, and after reverting to his original form, his tone still carried a hint of suppressed excitement. Even at my prime, I could never have defeated my current self. Master, thank you. Hearing Kusanagi Yunji's address to him, although it sounded a bit forced, Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's rare you actually called me that one day. Upon hearing this, Kusanagi Yunji seemed to have anticipated it, immediately gritting his teeth and turning his head away, avoiding Chen Lingyu's teasing gaze. But by a stroke of luck, Chen Lingyu managed to catch the sight of his opponent's face, flushed with embarrassment, prompting an amused thought in his mind. Tisk, such thin skin, if you only knew about that matter, what would happen then? Hearing this, Kusanagi Yunji looked completely bewildered just as he was about to ask what it meant. From a distance, Shoshualian couldn't help but cough twice awkwardly, his lips curling into a smile as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Enough, don't ask, knowing too much isn't good for you. Tonight, with the moon dark and wind high, is a suitable day for bloodshed. Let's go, and then don't say I didn't give you a chance for revenge. Hearing these words, the expression on Kusunoki Yunju's face instantly vanished, replaced by long-suppressed resentment that finally had the confidence to be released. Miyamoto Tanabe not only crippled him but also slaughtered his entire family. To say there was no resentment or anger would be impossible for any normal person. However, knowing the terrifying power of the SSS-level pinnacle, Kusunoki Yunju saw no opportunity for revenge. Thus, he could only hide away in the small broken temple, using daily prayers and sutras to bury the hatred in his heart. Initially, he thought he would spend the rest of his life with this broken Buddha statue, but unexpectedly Chen Lingyu, an unexpected figure, brought him hope for light from the depths of despair. Is this my fate? No, perhaps this is my destiny. Miyamoto Tanizumi, I am here. Beishin Island is akin to the capital of the Kanglan Empire. It is the most crucial island in the entire Eastern Empire. This island is not only the headquarters of the top school in the Eastern Empire, the Nitin Ichiryu, but also the residence of the entire Eastern royal family and the empire's prime minister. Therefore, the level of defense and the number of special ability users on this significant island are unmatched nationwide. Among them, the current heir of the Nitin Ichiryu, Miyamoto Tanizumi, serves as the empire's great general, personally safeguarding the Eastern royal family's security. At this moment, inside a magnificent palace on Beishin Island, a corpulent middle-aged man paced nervously, his face etched with tension. The rhythmic and powerful sound of footsteps echoed, drawing his immediate attention to the entrance. As he saw the tall figure entering the palace, he hurriedly approached, asking anxiously, General Miyamoto, have those two thieves met their end yet? Miyamoto Tanizumi, observing the prime minister's impatience, shook his head with a blank expression. No, the chieftain of the Muramasa clan has fallen in battle, and the heads of the other three great schools have all surrendered. Tosaki Island has completely fallen. What? Hearing Miyamoto Tanizumi's report, Oda Yuzo erupted in fury. He flung his sleeve, shattering countless exquisite porcelain pieces on the table. As a great Eastern person, how could they surrender to just two Kanglan people? Those three old fools dare to call themselves heads of their schools, bringing disgrace to our Eastern Empire. After his outburst, Oda Yuzo, with a hint of fear, urgently asked, General Miyamoto, where have those two Kanglan people gone now? Seeing Oda Yuzo's incompetence, a trace of disdain and peculiarity flashed in Miyamoto Tanizumi's eyes. They left Tosaki and headed to Nangguang. They should be here soon. This calm tone nearly scared the soul out of Oda Yuzo. So soon, General Miyamoto, I order you to protect me. I followed your instructions last time with the Kusanagi incident. As long as you protect me, I will do whatever you say. Understood. Miyamoto Tanizumi frowned, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the entire palace from above. Miyamoto Tanizumi, come out and meet your death. This all too familiar voice stirred a tempest within the previously composed Miyamoto Tanizumi. Is it him? How is it possible? With a look of astonishment, Miyamoto Tanizumi's eyes narrowed and he broke through the palace roof, soaring skyward. Kusanagi Kumo. Upon seeing the figure before him, the familiar face sent a wave of shock through him. With an SSS-level pinnacle cultivation, he distinctly sensed an aura on Kusanagi Kumo that was no weaker than his own. Your cultivation has been restored. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Miyamoto Tanizumi's gaze shifted, quickly looking beyond Kusanagi Kumo. As expected, not far away, two leisurely figures stood watching with anticipation. However, due to the great distance, he couldn't clearly see the features of the other party. He could vaguely sense that the two individuals seemed to be preparing to watch a show, exuding an inexplicable sense of leisure. You've clearly been crippled by me. Was it those two people from Kanglan who saved you? Kusanagi Yunju didn't respond. His expression remained calm as he stepped through the void, steadily walking towards Miyamoto Tanizawa. You took up your blade and slaughtered over 500 of my Kusanagi clan members, leaving none alive. You destroyed my foundation, crippled my hands and spared me only my life. Today I shall use this life to repay each cut you dealt me in the past. Had commendable courage. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Tanizawa's pupils slightly narrowed and he let out a derisive laugh. He was not a fool and naturally noticed that Kusanagi Yunju's current state was somewhat abnormal. However, this did not mean that he, the foremost person in the East, would be afraid. You want to kill me? you need the ability to do so. Even at your peak, I had a 70% chance of defeating you. Now, even if you have recovered with your foundation damaged, you can't return to your former self, can you? What do you have to kill me? Kusanagi Yunju remained expressionless, not showing any anger at these words. It wasn't until they were 100 meters apart that he slowly stopped, provocatively gesturing at Miyamoto Tanazawa with his hand. Whether I can or can't, why don't you come and find out for yourself? Humph, arrogant. Seeing Kusanagi Yunju's contemptuous gesture, a flicker of nameless anger flared in Miyamoto Tanazawa's heart. I spared your life back then out of kindness, and now it seems you've colluded with the Kanglan people. The traitor to the country cannot be allowed to live. As he uttered these words, he amplified his voice with spiritual power, ensuring it spread across the entire North New Island. Amidst the pointing and murmuring of the onlookers below, Kusanagi Yunju remained indifferent. The same old tricks, Miyamoto Tanazawa, don't you find them childish? Humph, it's not your place, a man on the brink of death, to teach me. With a cold snort, Miyamoto Tanazawa gripped a red and a white katana in his palms. As a successor of the Nittanichi Ryu, his mastery of dual swords was second to none, and he claimed to be second in the world, allowing no one to dare claim first. Sky clear. Slash. With a shout of fury, the dual blades trembled in unison. His figure transformed into a ghostly blur, crossing the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The dual katanas intersected, forming a massive cross in the air. In the next moment, this terrifyingly powerful attack appeared directly less than half a meter in front of Kusanagi Yunju. Yet as the blade came dangerously close, Kusanagi Yunju merely extended a calm hand, bare-fisted, to block in front of him. Witnessing this, Miyamoto Tanazawa, who initially intended to probe, burst into laughter. Using your body to block my attack? Kusanagi Yunju, it seems that in recent times your reverence for that broken Buddha has muddled your mind. Just as these words left his lips, something extraordinary happened. The descending blade was halted by Kusanagi Yunju's palm, emitting a sharp metallic clash. How could this be? Miyamoto Tanabe's pupils constricted in shock. As he focused his gaze, he noticed a white mask, demonic in appearance, had mysteriously appeared on Kusanagi's hand. Despite exerting all his strength, Miyamoto found his dual blades unable to advance even an inch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly withdrew, retreating backward. With the pressure relieved from his hands, Kusanagi Yunju gently brushed his unscathed mask and slowly raised it, placing it over his face. Reintroduce yourself, he declared. Kusanagi Yunju Sequence 012 Ghost Sword. As the mask descended, a palpable shift in Kusanagi's aura occurred. His body, now draped in white, exuded a cold and perilous vibe reminiscent of a serpent ready to strike. The sudden and eerie transformation left Miyamoto Tanabe momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Sequence 012 Ghost Sword. What on earth is this mysterious entity? Yet, the explanation from Kusanagi came in the form of a swift, unsheathed blade. Iedo, a serene voice murmured. He grasped the hilt at his waist, and in the blink of an eye, the long sword was drawn with lightning speed. The released blade, accompanied by a solidified white gleam, shot forward like a blazing comet, directly targeting the astounded Miyamoto Tanabe. Though it seemed like a long process, the time from donning the mask to executing the strike occurred within a mere blink. Still grappling with the alterations in Kusanagi's presence, the white gleam had already appeared before Miyamoto. What? Miyamoto exclaimed, hastily crossing his twin blades before his chest to mitigate the impending damage. In the next instant, a resonant crash echoed through the heavens as the blades collided, causing an audible gasp among the island's inhabitants. Under this powerful strike, Miyamoto's body was propelled nearly a kilometer through the air, crashing violently into a corner of the Eastern Palace. Within moments, the epicenter of his landing saw buildings within hundreds of meters tremble and collapse in a cacophony of destruction. Amidst the rising cries of agony, the once resplendent palace was reduced to ruin. Coughing twice, Miyamoto Tanabe emerged unscathed from the dust and debris. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze meeting the ethereal white figure hovering above with a grave expression. You've grown stronger than before, yet this power doesn't seem to be your own. Does it matter? Kusanagi Yunju calmly sheathed his sword, seemingly preparing for another assault. With a flick of his dual blades, Miyamoto ascended high into the sky once more. You're right, it doesn't matter. No matter how strong you become, I can still defeat you again. With these words, a surge of energy tens of times more intense than before erupted from him. Nittanichi Ryu, Nittanichi Ryu. As the voice faded, the two long swords in Miyamoto Tabuchi's hands erupted with dazzling red and blue flames. Instantly, the temperature within a radius of several kilometers underwent a dramatic change. To his right, where he held the red sword, it was as scorching as the blazing sun. To his left, with the blue sword, it was as bone-chilling as the depths of winter. Within this small area, the temperature had formed a stark contrast between ice and fire. Kusanagi Yunju, this strike will be your end. Miyamoto Tabuchi's eyes glinted with hidden malice. Suddenly his hands crossed, causing the differently colored blades to grind against each other. The next moment, the clash of heat and cold caused the gentle breeze in the air to change violently. The extreme temperature differences acted like a bellows, causing the air to expand and contract rapidly, forming a high-speed rotating tornado. Under Miyamoto Tabuchi's control, the tornado's influence grew larger and larger. Finally, a towering tornado nearly 100 meters high, interwoven with red and blue, roared forth, swiftly advancing towards Kusanagi Yunju. On the path of this massive tornado, the sharp winds shredded everything in its wake, swallowing them whole. Even the buildings on the ground were uprooted, along with the people drawn into this bottomless vortex. Although it appeared massive, the speed of this attack was anything but slow. In almost an instant, the terrifying suction had reached Kusanagi Yunju. However, he stood unflinchingly in the midst of the gale, showing no signs of panic. With a gentle wave infused with spiritual power, his sleeve, which had been flapping noisily in the wind, immediately stilled. At this moment, the tornado, a fusion of scorching heat and bitter cold, completely enveloped Kusanagi Yunju's body. The violent wind struck the shield forged from spiritual power, producing a muffled sound akin to metal clashing. In such an environment, the consumption of spiritual power increased exponentially. Even with the prowess of an SSS-level peak cultivator, one's spiritual energy would be depleted in no time, ultimately leading to being pulverized into dust amidst the relentless assault. However, Kusanagi Yunju was not one to remain passively on the defense. He had numerous ways to break the strike, merely contemplating which new ability to experience. Yuzaki Mystique. Suddenly a calm mirror-like voice emanated from the heart of the tornado. Miyamoto Tabuchi, who was confident of his victory and had already started to smile, froze abruptly. He quickly looked up at his masterpiece and was startled to notice. In the heart of the storm, a shadowy force began to pierce through the barrier of ice and fire, becoming increasingly apparent. Miyamoto Tanaka's expression was one of grave concern. Within this unknown energy, beyond its unfathomable power, he sensed a sinister and malevolent presence swiftly incubating. As he had feared, dark light began to rapidly expand, resembling an ink cocoon formed from a thin membrane, as if some creature within was writhing violently. Pop! A crisp sound broke the tension as the membrane reached its limit and finally burst open. In an instant, an indescribable evil aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. A colossal serpent phantom, towering tens of meters high and bearing 8 heads, raised itself amidst the howling wind. Roar! Accompanied by a synchronized roar from all 8 heads, the unstoppable tornado was instantly torn apart, vanishing swiftly within the evil black radiance. It was not until this moment that the true form of the 8-headed serpent phantom was revealed. It was none other than the monstrous creature from Japanese mythology, the Yamata no Orochi. Now it loomed above the grass-covered mountain, creating a stark contrast of black and white, resulting in an incredibly striking visual impact. Although it was merely a phantom, it resembled an embodiment from a novel, leaving a profound impression on all who beheld it. The malevolent aura it exuded was so overpowering that Miyamoto Tanaka found it difficult to breathe under its sheer presence. This is the Yamata no Orochi. Isn't this a creature of myth? How could it possibly manifest in the real world? With 16 eyes as large as wheels fixed intently upon him, a cold sweat broke out on Miyamoto Tanaka's back. Any Japanese person, upon seeing this uniquely shaped monster, would immediately think of that infamous evil beast. But that was supposed to be a creature of myth. Who could have imagined it would one day appear in reality? Miyamoto Tanaka gasped for air, feeling a crack form in his once invincible heart under the terrifying pressure of the Yamata no Orochi. As its 8 heads swayed unpredictably, fear began to creep into his heart, escalating with each passing moment. Damn it, I will not be defeated. Realizing he had been affected, Miyamoto Tanaka quickly shook off his thoughts, resolutely facing the grass-covered mountain. However, in the next moment, the mountain lifted a hand palm directed straight at Miyamoto Tanaka. The evil god's gaze. As soon as the words fell, the Yamata no Orochi behind it bent down, all 8 heads leaning forward to emit beams of light that converged at the palm, forming a dark sphere. A violent hum reverberated throughout the space. The sphere, as large as a basin, suddenly unleashed a dark beam of light, shooting straight towards Miyamoto Tanaka with incredible speed. So fast it was that he had no time to evade. Desperately he attempted his old trick, crossing the red and blue long swords before him, yet, in the blink of an eye, under the impact of the dark beam, the sword blades began to corrode at a visible rate. Cracks spread across the two katana under Miyamoto Tanaka's watchful eyes until finally, with a resounding crash, the indestructible blades shattered into fragments, scattering onto the ground, with no swords left to shield him. The next second, the black beam enveloped Miyamoto Tanaka's entire body perfectly. The previously indomitable body was now being slowly drained of its vitality by a sinister force, marking the onset of a chronic death. For beings of their level, such an attack was far more terrifying than direct harm, as reaching a certain pinnacle meant that straightforward damage rarely led to death. Despite not feeling any pain, Miyamoto Tanizumi realized his life force was ebbing away, making him acutely aware that death was imminent. No, he couldn't accept it. Panic finally etched itself on his face as he struggled against the engulfing black radiance, but by the time he sensed the true danger, most of his strength had already been sapped away. The last remnants of his power couldn't stir even the slightest ripple in the deathly stillness of the black glow. With his final bit of life force completely stripped, the light in Miyamoto Tanizumi's eyes extinguished entirely, thus an SSS-level pinnacle being met his end with startling ease. General Miyamoto was dead. Amidst the ruins of the palace below, a disheveled Odaira Yuzuru had just managed to stand. The scene unfolding before him made his vision blur with despair, as if the sky itself was about to collapse. Flee, forget about being the prime minister, he thought. As long as they haven't noticed me yet, I must escape quickly. Repeating this mantra in his mind, Odaira Yuzuru cautiously rose, intending to sneak away behind the debris. However, as he reached the corner, a muffled sound echoed, and he found himself colliding with a white-clad figure. Kusanagi Yunju brushed the dust off his white robe and looked at the terrified Odaira Yuzuru with a mischievous grin. Prime Minister, he taunted, where are you planning to escape to in such haste? With a resounding thud, Odaira Yuzuru fell to his knees before Kusanagi Yunju, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lord Kusanagi, he pleaded, please have mercy, let me go this once. I was blind before, but it was all Miyamoto Tanizumi's doing. I had no choice. Spare my life and I will immediately declare you the new Prime Minister of the Eastern Empire. I'll never appear before you again, I swear. Despite his desperate pleas, Kusanagi Yunju's expression remained unyielding. Seeing this, Odaira Yuzuru burst into tears, nearly clinging to his legs in desperation. Kusanagi Yunju took a step back, narrowly avoiding the embrace, his eyes showing disdain as he coldly replied, do you truly think I covet the position you occupy? You and Miyamoto Tanizumi killed over 500 of my Kusanagi clan members. Spare you? That's not a decision I can make alone. You should go and ask them yourself. With a chilling promise, he added, rest assured that the debts you owe won't be settled by you alone. I will extinguish the royal bloodline of the Eastern Empire so that you'll have company on your journey. As his words fell, the flash of a blade in Kusanagi Yunju's hand flickered, sealing the fate of his adversary. In a scene filled with terror and disbelief, the head of Oda Hiroaki, once firmly resting upon his shoulders, tumbled down in a ghastly roll. This shocking event was witnessed by many of the nobles residing near the royal palace. The commotion was so immense that by now almost everyone except the dead knew of it. With the prime minister who once offered them backing now deceased, the remaining royal bloodline was thrown into a state of panic, desperately fleeing from the palace. At this moment, from afar, a peculiar smile crept across Zhou Shuiliang's face. Raising his hands to his lips, he blew a distinctive whistle. Instantly, countless merfolk of varying sizes surged out from the residential areas. These sea creatures quickly encircled the ruined palace, forming an impenetrable barrier. Zhou Shuiliang grinned with satisfaction at his handiwork. Though it seemed he had been merely an observer earlier, he had secretly emitted a special wave that transformed all the surrounding superhumans into merfolk. Witnessing the thick, seemingly endless wall of transformed beings, the nobles who had attempted to flee were forced to halt. Realizing their inevitable fate, they began to cry out in despair, their faces twisted with hopelessness. What a racket! Zhou Shuiliang noted Chen Lingyu's slight frown and immediately issued an attack command to the eager merfolk. Leave no one alive, he ordered. In the next moment, a cacophony of screams echoed across most of Beishin Island. The massacre continued unabated for nearly 15 minutes before the cries finally subsided. All that remained were scattered limbs and a massive blood pool several hundred meters in diameter. It's all done, Sir. Zhou Shuiliang and Kusanagi Yunju reported back to Chen Lingyu, awaiting further instructions. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Kusanagi Yunju understood well that he owed this chance for revenge to Chen Lingyu, who had granted him the opportunity to avenge his clan. With his vengeance fulfilled, he silently pledged to serve Chen Lingyu loyally from now on. With no forces left to resist, if Zhou Shuiliang finishes up, the entire empire will be ours, Chen Lingyu declared. Yes, sir. Zhou Shuiliang couldn't contain the excitement on his face upon hearing the plan. He had never imagined that a wish he casually mentioned upon his arrival would now be realized by his own hand. The three of them had indeed managed to conquer the entire Eastern Empire. Thinking of his parents who had died at the hands of the Easterners during his childhood, Zhou Shuiliang couldn't help but feel gratitude toward Chen Lingyu. Had it not been for this man, avenging his parents would have been a distant dream, and he himself might have ended up as fish food. With renewed determination, Zhou Shuiliang spoke. Sir, I'll go clean up the remnants now. He gave Chen Lingyu a goofy grin, ready to convert more merfolk. Why the rush? Hold on, I have something else to discuss with you, Chen Lingyu interrupted, halting Zhou Shuiliang in his tracks. Chen Lingyu rolled her eyes and called out to Zhou Shuiliang, who had already run several hundred meters away. Huh. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Shuiliang awkwardly smiled, scratched the back of his head and quickly ran back. My lord, what's the matter? Oh, nothing much, just that from now on you'll be in charge of these islands, Chen Lingyu replied in an unusually calm tone, as if she were discussing something as ordinary as the weather. However, for Zhou Shuiliang, the person involved, staying calm was no longer an option. What? Me in charge? His voice suddenly shot up several octaves and his gaze at Chen Lingyu was filled with disbelief. My lord, I can't do this. His face instantly fell, and with a look of distress he began to plead. My lord, you see, I'm not the brightest, I'm good at fighting, but when it comes to using my brain, I'm really out of my depth. His eyes darted around frantically, finally landing on Kusunoki Yunju, who was watching the drama unfold nearby. My lord, I think that ghost sword is very clever and happens to be from around here. Why don't you let him do it? Kusunoki Yunju's expression stiffened immediately, not expecting to get dragged into this out of nowhere. However, before he could even start to refuse, Chen Lingyu had already made up her mind. He's got other things to do. I've asked you to handle it, so handle it. Stop blabbering nonsense. Are you dumb? I think you've got plenty of cunning in you. This position suits you perfectly. Her voice was firm and left no room for objection, effectively silencing Zhou Shuiliang. Chen Lingyu looked at this lively character and found herself momentarily speechless. Was Zhou Shuiliang truly foolish? Not at all. If anything, as he'd say in his previous life, he was the type to play dumb while hiding his true cunning nature. Alright, it's settled then, but the name Dongying bothers me. Let's change it. From now on it will be called Huaxia. From this day forward the territory of Huaxia will begin to expand from here. Meanwhile, throughout the streets of the Kanglin Empire, the bustling crowds were all abuzz discussing the same topic. Hey, did you watch the live broadcast from the Association of Supernatural Beings yesterday? Yeah. The title was The 5 Guardians Unite Half-Day Containment of the South Seas Anomalies. At first I felt so pumped, but when I clicked in, wow, those supernatural beings were nearly wiped out. Apparently even a few of the guardians died, leaving limbs scattered everywhere, and the damn official didn't even censor it. Almost made me throw up my dinner from the night before. Well, that's just how this bunch of clowns is, you'll get used to it. But what I meant was, did you notice those strange beauties? As soon as these words were spoken, countless people around discreetly glanced over and began to inch closer. I paid special attention to those anomalies, their figures, their faces. TSK, absolutely stunning. There was a particular allure about the fox lady with 9 tails. She was both seductive and beautiful, the embodiment of my dream goddess. As these words spilled out, a chorus of throat clearing and swallowing echoed around, filling the speaker with a sense of satisfaction. He continued, in my opinion, not killing these bizarre entities might not be such a bad idea. A friend from Jiangnan told me that these strange beings have no interest in ordinary people, but they're close to wiping out all the espers. Without the oppression from those dogs, life over there has improved significantly. If I had the chance, I would love to move there. This statement caused a subtle gleam in the eyes of many around, as if they were contemplating something new. At the headquarters of the Esper Association within the president's office, Lin Longtian was listening to the account of the recent attempt to capture the bizarre entities, his face growing increasingly grim. Suppressing his fury, he fixed his gaze on Qin Lindian and enunciated each word deliberately. So you're telling me that not only did we fail to capture a single bizarre entity, but we also lost 40 plus B-grade or higher talents, including 3 guardians, correct? Qin Lindian had anticipated Lin Longtian's anger. The failure of the mission was a fact he could not deny, and he nodded with a face full of bitterness. The blame lies entirely with me for not seeing through the traps set by these entities in time leading to such heavy casualties? Punish me if you must. Punish? What good is punishing you now? Lin Longtian erupted, slamming his desk and standing abruptly. Will punishing you bring back the more than 40 people who died? We were hoping to promote the image of our Esper Association. The footage of your battle has been broadcast live across the nation. Do you know how people are talking about us now? They say we're a bunch of useless bloodsuckers. I don't care. This mess you've made, you explain it to the public. Jean Lindian grimaced, biting his lip as a shadow flickered across his eyes, but he said nothing. He left the office, slamming the door behind him. Ah, this is infuriating. Lin Longtian, now alone, vented his anger on the desk once more. After he had knocked everything onto the floor, he panted heavily until he calmed down somewhat. These bizarre entities are too arrogant. They completely disregard our Esper Association. Nope, this can't continue. I must find a solution. Just as Lin Longtian was about to settle down and devise a strategy, a hurried figure burst into the office, shouting as they came, "President Lin, something terrible has happened." Almost simultaneously, Lin Longtian's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands together. He turned to see the assistant who had just rushed in, seemingly oblivious to the urgency in the assistant's voice. "Shaoli, you're just in time. I have something I need you to handle." "No, President Lin," the assistant began, but Lin Longtian cut him off with a fierce expression. "What do you mean, no? What could be more important than dealing with these bizarre entities? Listen carefully. If there's the slightest mistake in this matter, watch out or I'll have your hide." The assistant was instantly as tense as a bowstring, swallowing back the words that were about to escape his lips. "President, you should go ahead and speak," he stammered. "Humph, that's more like it." Lin Longtian snorted coldly, then his expression shifted into one of excitement. "Notify all SSS level and above organizations in the capital immediately. Tell them that the quotas for the next spiritual spring eruption, which the Association of Awakeners will open to the public, will be allocated based on the number of anomalies each submits. Ha ha ha, the spring only erupts once a year. I refuse to believe those old geezers on the brink won't be tempted." "Understood, I'll inform all major powers right away," the assistant replied, his expression tinged with urgency. Following Lin Longtian's instructions, he hurriedly asked, "President, may I speak now?" Lin Longtian, envisioning the perfection of his strategy, couldn't help but let a grin slip across his lips. He reclined comfortably in his office chair and waved a hand at the assistant. "Oh, what was it you wanted to say? Go ahead, I'm listening." "President Chen Lingyu has disappeared." The word struck like a bolt of lightning, jolting Lin Longtian upright. "What did you say? Who's missing?" the assistant stammered, visibly startled by Lin Longtian's reaction. Chen Lingyu, the one you personally ordered to be confined in the 9th prison." "Of course I know who it is. Do you need to tell me that?" Lin Longtian snapped, his anger rising. "Such crucial information, why didn't you report it sooner?" Watching Lin Longtian's inexplicable rage, the assistant felt as if he had swallowed something bitter, secretly cursing in his heart. "First you tell me not to speak, and now you're angry I didn't say it earlier. What nonsense." But such thoughts were kept firmly inside, knowing voicing them now would only add fuel to Lin Longtian's fire. Suddenly, a trace of fear flashed through Lin Longtian's furious eyes. He grabbed the assistant's shoulder and asked anxiously, "Shaoli, did he recover his powers and escape on his own?" The assistant shook his head in response. "It seems not. There were no traces of spiritual energy detected in the cell. Moreover, the prison guard responsible for watching over Chen Lingyu has also disappeared. Experts suggest that Chen Lingyu was likely taken away by someone." Hearing this, Lin Longtian, who had been deep in thought, sharply turned his gaze to the assistant, his expression barely concealing his simmering rage. "Detaining Chen Lingyu was my order. Who dares to be so audacious?" Assistantly hesitated briefly before speaking with a steeled resolve. "If our guess is correct, the one who rescued Chen Lingyu is likely the missing prison guard." "A prison guard?" Lin Longtian almost laughed in disbelief, his eyes filled with disdain. "Do you take me for a fool? In the formidable 9th prison, a mere guard can lead a prisoner out. If that's the case, why do I even bother keeping you incompetent fools around?" Lin Longtian's voice thundered through the room, his assistant's face turning a shade of discomfort, lowering his head in silent resignation, bracing for the inevitable reprimand. "That guard is no ordinary person. Speak up if you have something to say, don't dither around." Lin Longtian's impatience showed as he barked, again causing the assistant to lower his head even further, replying in a subdued tone. "After forensic analysis, the facial features of that guard matched exactly with the Raven from the eerie file 004. The room fell into a brief silence, the air suddenly growing colder as if chilled by an ominous presence. Lin Longtian slowly lifted his head, his icy gaze fixed piercingly on the assistant. Are you suggesting that an anomaly infiltrated the 9th prison and not only did you fail to detect it but you also allowed it to take a prisoner away? Is that what you're telling me? Boom! In a fit of rage, Lin Longtian slammed a hand onto his desk, the solid mahogany shattering instantly under the force. Despite his powers being only at an A level, the ordinary desk couldn't withstand the outburst of a psychic's fury. Speak up. The assistant, now the sole target of Lin Longtian's wrath, was trembling uncontrollably, unable to string together a coherent response. Why yes, it's true, fine. Lin Longtian's anger turned to a chilling smile as he pointed a finger at the assistant, roaring, it seems I wasn't wrong earlier. You truly are a bunch of useless fools. Just wait, no one involved in this will escape. Notify those people. Bring him back, no. Lin Longtian's voice paused, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Anyone who kills Chen Lingyu will receive 2 extra slots to enter the Spirit Spring. If I don't see results within a week, you all know the consequences. The assistant shuddered, suddenly fear creeping into his eyes as he stammered, why yes sir. A few days later at Jiangnan Cemetery, Li Ran stood before 2 closely placed gravestones. Waner Xiaobei, I've come to see you, he murmured, setting down fruit he had bought from a roadside stall. He pulled out a clean towel, gently wiping the dust off the newly erected gravestones. These stones marked the resting place of his wife and son, a tribute he had built for them. Whenever the orders from his superior ceased and he found a rare moment of peace, he would come here to visit. Saiwaner, I wasn't a good husband, nor was I a competent father. It's all because I couldn't be by your side back then, couldn't protect you and our child. Li Ran's words seemed to unburden his heart, slowly allowing his emotions to flow as he knelt between the gravestones. Do you know, I'm not the same person I used to be. Xiaobei, you always said that when you became a superhero you'd drive away the bad guys and protect mom and dad. Now dad has done it, I've driven away the bad guys. But I can no longer protect you and mom. Li Ran's voice choked for a moment, his eyes moistening as tears began to form unbeknownst to him. As the evening drew near, he sat silently by the gravestones, not uttering a word since he arrived. The sun dipped towards the horizon, casting half-shadows over the cemetery, and it was only then that he slowly rose to his feet. Whispering softly, he promised Waner Xiaobei, I'll visit you again soon, don't worry. As his fingers lightly traced the gravestones, a serene smile spread across Li Ran's face as he turned to leave the cemetery. However, he hadn't walked far when a powerful presence locked onto him, causing him to pause abruptly. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily, though they revealed nothing but emptiness. TSK, I wondered why I couldn't find you for so long. So, you came to this godforsaken place? A slightly irritated voice came from above, making Li Ran look up. There, hovering in midair, stood a burly old man with white hair, looking down at him with disdain-filled eyes. Strange file 001 Ingul, if I remember correctly, thought you'd be the easiest to catch, yet you've had me chasing halfway across the South Sea, wasted so much time. Those old geezers must have moved on to the second one by now. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the old man, far surpassing his own, Li Ran's heart pounded with anxiety. Who are you? He demanded. The old man let out a cold snort, his SSS-level aura bursting forth intimidatingly. I am Yi Tianhen, current head of the Yi Xing sect. If you don't want to suffer, I suggest you surrender now. Otherwise, with your meager skills, one punch from me could end your life. Damn it. An SSS-level Esper. Li Ran's expression turned grim as he rapidly contemplated his options. After the recent battle, despite devouring numerous souls to reach mid-S level power, facing an SSS level Esper head-on was still akin to courting death. The power gap was too vast. He needed a way to escape. Yi Tianhen, floating above, seemed to read Li Ran's thoughts. He chuckled, confident and unafraid. I advise you not to play any tricks. I'm well aware of your capabilities, and you can't escape from me. If Lin Longtian hadn't wanted you alive, do you really think I'd waste time chatting with you here? Hearing this, Li Ran clenched his jaw, preparing for a desperate fight. He knew his chances were slim, but being captured by the Esper Association was a fate worse than death. Observing Li Ran's determination, anger flickered across Yi Tianhen's face. It seems you're not planning on listening, are you? Well then, I'll just have to make you suffer a bit first. Just as he was about to make his move, Li Ran's expression suddenly shifted. A voice came through from a hidden communicator in his ear. His demeanor quickly calmed and he raised his hands towards Yi Tianhen. I surrender, sir. As per your instructions, the ghouls have already been detained by the Ability Users Association. Among our people 5, the ghoul, the ghost umbrella, the spider queen, the prisoner and the sea demon, are under the association's control. The others with higher ranks have managed to escape successfully. Listening to Su Qingning's gentle voice through the communicator, Chen Lingyu's expression remained unchanged. "All right, I understand." It wasn't until after he hung up that the cold glint in his eyes began to reveal itself, sacrificing the quota for the spirit spring to use those old fools as free labor. Lin Longtian played a clever hand indeed. But do these idiots really think that the allocation of the spirit spring is something Lin Longtian can decide? The spirit spring is a coveted training ground for all ability users in the Kanglin Empire. It's said that whenever it erupts, the concentration of spiritual energy inside is 10,000 times that of the outside world. Training there makes breaking through levels as easy as drinking water or eating food. In the Kanglin Empire, nearly all SSS level ability users owe their breakthroughs to the immense help of the spirit spring. But amusingly, despite its location within the empire, the allocation of spots during the spirit spring's eruption was previously dictated by foreign powers. This humiliating situation was only reversed when Chen Lingyu emerged as a dominant force. Due to Chen Lingyu's imposing influence, the authority to allocate spots was finally returned to the Ability Users Association. Now, with the world aware of Chen Lingyu's complete loss of power, it's obvious that the upcoming Spirit Spring eruption poses a significant crisis. Lin Longtian foolishly dreams that the 8 nations will quietly comply as before, but even a fool's words find believers among the clueless. This sudden turn of events caught even Chen Lingyu off guard. It was only after a few anomalies managed to escape an assault that the news spread. At that time, only a few S-level anomalies were left, with most having been captured except for the elusive Raven. The weakest, the ghoul, was last to be captured due to his remote hiding spot. Though the other's capture was unexpected, Li Ran's was deliberately orchestrated by Chen Lingyu. Li Ran was strategically placed within the Ability Users Association to rescue the others. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of determination flashed in Chen Lingyu's eyes, and he silently commanded System open the evolution interface. Ding. Please select the anomalous sequence to evolve. Currently available sequence 001 in Ghoul. Indeed, when Chen Lingyu's power returned to the peak of SSS level, the system had already unlocked a new feature. It was only recently, however, that he fully understood its potential. Simply put, it allows for the secondary evolution of existing anomalous sequences using synthesis materials and creation points. However, this second evolution was not as straightforward as Chen Lingyu initially imagined. Through his experiments, he discovered that during the evolution process, synthetic materials merely determined the direction of evolution. The true key to empowering the second evolution was the creation points. After numerous tests, Chen Lingyu found that with enough creation points he could even endow the Eerie with abilities at a causal level. Causal level abilities meant that they could ignore differences in realms and affect any enemy equally. Currently, however, only the ghoul on the strange dossier could undergo a second evolution. This was why he sent a remote message advising Li Ran not to resist. In the previous experiments, he had stumbled upon an excellent solution that not only resolved the current issue but also delivered a heavy blow to the enemy. It was often said that a ghoul's attack capabilities were limited, with only their physical prowess standing out, so why not ensure that his enemies could only rely on their physical strength? With this thought, Li Ran's lips curled into a mysterious smile. In the system's evolution feature, apart from the selected Eerie series, there was only one empty slot for placing synthetic materials. This time the material chosen to evolve the ghoul was a legendary one known as the Stone of Sealing. Chen Lingyu deftly placed the Stone of Sealing into the slot and adjusted the creation points to 20,000. Indeed, to evolve an ability governed by the laws of causality, the minimum requirement was 20,000 creation points. Fortunately, only the Ghoul series could evolve at the moment, or else the creation points he had accumulated would have been insufficient. After completing this sequence of operations, the evolution result column displayed the new ability acquired by the Ghoul post-evolution, the Sealed Body. Upon activation, all spell-like abilities within a 300-meter radius from the body are sealed and unusable for 12 hours with a cooldown of 24 hours. Note, this ability does not differentiate between friend and foe, so use cautiously. This ability only seals spell-type abilities and does not distinguish between allies and enemies. However, the Eerie after evolution already possessed physical attributes far surpassing ordinary humans. Even those not specialized in physical prowess could easily defeat humans. If one were to consider a ghoul which focused on enhancing physical attributes, encountering ordinary ability users caught in the seal, it would be an absolute massacre. There are limitations to this ability, but that is due to the insufficient creation points, given the current situation and economic conditions. This level of ability would suffice. Once everything was ready, Chen Lingyu did not rush to begin the evolution of Li Ran. He patiently observed the real-time feedback from the system, tapping the armrest of his chair with his knuckles. Only when he confirmed that Li Ran and a few other anomalies were securely locked in adjacent cells did a smile form on his lips, and he mentally pressed the confirmation button. The evolution of the anomaly sequence didn't require the target to drink the potion again, just a simple confirmation from Chen Lingyu's side would initiate the evolution process synchronously no matter the distance. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Supernatural Association, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," said Lin Longtian, who was seated in his office chair with his eyes closed resting. He slowly opened his eyes when he sensed someone entering. "Shaoli, what's the situation?" he inquired. Chen Lingyu, no trace of him, the assistant reported, causing anger to flare up in Lin Longtian's eyes once again. Just as he was about to erupt, the assistant hastily added, "Although we haven't found Chen Lingyu, all major forces have gained considerably. We've captured 5 anomalies in total." 5 inches, that all? Lin Longtian sneered. "Even with those old geezers in action, they only managed to catch 5. Let's see if they still have the face to mock our Supernatural Association." Although the results did not meet Lin Longtian's expectations, seeing other factions fail somewhat eased his tone. The ambition of the Supernatural Association was to incorporate all abilities users within the Kanglin Empire. The existence of these factions was an obvious obstacle in their path. While neither side had openly shown hostility, they would seize any chance to eliminate each other if possible. Which 5 anomalies were captured? Now that Lin Longtian's anger had subsided, the assistant quickly flipped through his notes and listed them off as if reciting cherished treasures. They're the anomalies recorded as 001 Ghoul, 002 Ghost Umbrella, 003 Spider Queen, and the newly added sequences by Lord Lin Feng, 006 Prisoner and 007 Siren. Of these, the Ghost Umbrella is the highest ranked, reaching the peak of S grade. Not even a single SS grade. Lin Longtian's expression was one of disbelief, clearly not expecting such low-quality captures. Confirmed by the assistant's answer, he let out a mocking laugh. "A group of SSS grade abilities users, and they couldn't even capture an SS grade? Pathetic." "Fine, for preliminary research, these 5 anomalies will suffice," Lin Longtian mused for a moment before instructing his assistant. "Start with 001, the data on this anomaly is the most detailed. Based on its capabilities, it should be the weakest and easiest to control among them. Let's see if we can extract the ghoul's rapid recovery and limb regeneration abilities. If we can grant all soldiers this power, our Kanglin's combat strength would undoubtedly lead the world." The thought made Lin Longtian's eyes gleam with a touch of fanaticism. "Notify Yan Xingyun, he will handle this matter entirely. Besides researching these anomalies' abilities, we must also uncover why they transformed from humans into anomalies. Also Qin Lindian, he's been idle long enough. Have him personally oversee these anomalies, absolutely no mistakes." "Understood, I'll go find Lord Yen and Lord Qin right away." Relieved that Lin Longtian finally allowed him to leave, the assistant eagerly turned and left the office. At the headquarters of the Association of Supernatural Beings within the Research Institute's Eerie Archives, file 001 in Ghouls, the name Li Ran stands out. A 36-year-old man, isn't that correct? Yan Xingyun adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses sitting on his nose, setting down the tablet in his hand to glance at Li Ran, who was securely restrained by specially designed shackles before him. "According to the records, you were once a prison guard at the 9th Penitentiary tasked with overseeing the special inmate Chen Lingyu. However, 2 months ago you abruptly resigned and then mysteriously disappeared. It seems something must have occurred during that period which transformed you from a human into something bizarre. If you wish to suffer less, I advise you to confess truthfully." Hearing the threat, Li Ran did not show fear. Instead, he smiled. "Suffer? How do you plan to make me suffer? Skinning or slicing? Go ahead, do your worst. It's as if I haven't experienced it before." In the past, he might have been genuinely afraid, but ever since acquiring the ghoul's abilities, he had grown accustomed to pain over time. The prolonged exposure to pain had even caused his nerve endings to begin desensitizing. Now, even if someone were to cut his skin, he would feel almost nothing. Observing Li Ran's fearless demeanor, Yan Xingyun also let out a cold smile. "We're not foolish enough to think that ordinary torture would be effective on you. With your ability to recover rapidly, physical attacks are indeed futile, but what about mental attacks?" As he finished speaking, Li Ran's face betrayed a fleeting hint of fear. This subtle change did not escape Yan Xingyun's notice, who responded with a knowing smile. The hypothesis was indeed correct. File 001 The ghoul fears mental assaults. He noted this data on the tablet before looking up at Li Ran once more. So have you decided? If you want to avoid suffering, I suggest you confess soon. Upon hearing this, Li Ran's expression suddenly froze. He then gritted his teeth as if gambling on a chance. Mental abilities are so rare. I refuse to believe you have one. Humph. Seeing Li Ran clinging to hope, Yan Xingyun sneered, gesturing towards the observation room behind him. Not long after, a young man dressed in lavish attire exuding an air of importance entered the room. Sorry to disappoint you, but although mental-type ability users are indeed scarce, as it happens our Association of Supernatural Beings does have one, though only a B class. He should suffice to give you a taste of suffering. As Yan Xingyun spoke, the young man dressed in luxurious attire scrutinized Li Ran, this mysterious figure shrouded in rumors. After a brief moment he let out a disdainful laugh, his face displaying an air of arrogance. Are you the so-called mysterious one my dad mentioned? You don't seem that remarkable. Oh, and who might your dad be? Li Ran's voice, with a hint of mockery, echoed unnoticed by everyone, when the young man, dressed in fine clothes, walked into the laboratory and closed the door completely. The fear on Li Ran's face had quietly vanished. Yan Xingyun seemed to sense something, frowning uncertainly. However, upon hearing Li Ran's question, the young man in luxurious attire displayed a haughty expression and exclaimed loudly, I am Lin Tianchong and my father is Lin Longtian, the president of the Association of Supernatural Abilities. Hearing this, the smile on Li Ran's face grew more pronounced and he spoke with an eerie tone, so you're the president's son? Good, not bad at all. At this moment, seeing Li Ran's odd behavior, Yan Xingyun's face grew more solemn. He stepped sideways, positioning himself between the two, shielding Lin Tianchong behind him. It seems you won't honestly confess without a bit of suffering. Tianchong, use your abilities to let him experience a taste of pain. Upon hearing Yan Xingyun's words, Lin Tianchong licked his lips eagerly, a smile of anticipation spreading across his face. No problem, leave it to me. Don't worry Uncle Yan, I'll control my strength well so he'll fully experience the feeling of not being able to die even if he wants to. Yan Xingyun slowly nodded, stepping aside to give Lin Tianchong space to use his powers. Perhaps fearing that Li Ran might suddenly lash out, he didn't move too far away. However, after waiting for a long time he still didn't hear Li Ran's screams. Turning around he saw Lin Tianchong standing there with a bewildered look on his face. Why can't I use my abilities? Can't use them? Yan Xingyun's face was also filled with gravity as he looked at Lin Tianchong, then suddenly seemed to recall something and swiftly turned back to Li Ran. Is this your doing? It's so surprising. Li Ran looked at the wary Yan Xingyun, a grin spreading on his face as he dropped all pretenses. From the moment Lin Tianchong entered, he had already activated his ability to seal supernatural powers. Initially, I thought there was only you, but it seems I've stumbled upon an unexpected bonus. As he spoke, Li Ran suddenly strained his hands and the specially made shackles shattered and fell to the ground. Is he your only psychic ability user? Well, starting today you won't have any left, he declared as his hands transformed into guillotines gleaming with cold light, his forearms stretched like rubber shooting towards Lin Tianchong. Humph. Don't even think about it. Seeing Li Ran daring to kill someone right in front of him, even the usually composed Yan Xingyun harbored a hidden fury in his eyes. Though he was a support-type ability user, it didn't mean he lacked any attack methods. With an SS-level late-stage cultivation, he thought he should be more than capable of stopping an S-level mysterious entity from killing. However, just as Yan Xingyun was about to activate his abilities, he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, his abilities remained unresponsive. My abilities don't work either. How is this possible? According to his understanding, even if Li Ran had the power to seal abilities, it should only affect those with lower cultivation than his own. But his level was clearly much higher than Li Ran's, so how could his abilities still be affected? Regrettably, Li Ran had no intention of enlightening him. In reality, even without the ability to ignore ranks, Yan Xingyun was destined for a grim fate, for at the precise moment Li Ran completed his evolution, his own rank had surged to the pinnacle of SS level. Thus Li Ran maintained an unequivocal advantage even in terms of rank. In the brief instant Yan Xingyun was stupefied, Li Ran's attack had already grazed past him, piercing Lin Tianchong's heart with precision. Just a second ago, Lin Tianchong had been regarding Li Ran contemptuously, thinking him to be overestimating his abilities. But the next moment, as the searing pain from his chest registered in his brain, the arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by agony and fear. Save me, Uncle Yan, I don't want to die, Lin Tianchong cried out, desperation in his voice. However, Yan Xingyun, now unable to even utilize his powers, was struggling to protect himself, let alone possess the capability to save Lin Tianchong. In a matter of moments, Lin Tianchong's life force ebbed away in despair, leaving him as nothing more than a cold, rigid corpse. Your turn, Li Ran said, withdrawing his blood-stained hand, once again assuming an amused expression as he looked at Yan Xingyun. At this moment, Yan Xingyun was still trying to activate his abilities. Perceiving the peril, his pupils contracted sharply and he immediately dashed towards the door. As he ran, he shouted towards the observation room above, "Alert everyone, there's a mistake in Anomaly File 001 Gourmet Ghoul's data. It possesses abilities akin to a sealing power and can nullify rank disparities." With his shouts, the alarms throughout the laboratory blared. By then, Yan Xingyun had reached the door, just a step away from escaping the lab, yet that single step became an insurmountable threshold, a door to death he could never cross, for at that moment a tentacle as silent and stealthy as rubber had already entwined around his waist. Li Ran grinned, suddenly exerting force and yanking Yan Xingyun back from the door in one swift motion. With his abilities sealed, Yan Xingyun could only muster the simplest spiritual energy for resistance, but as an auxiliary ability user his close combat skills were abysmal. Under the constriction of Li Ran's tentacle, Yan Xingyun quickly lost any capacity to resist. Not bad cultivation. Absorbing you might just allow me to break through once more. In the next instant, under Yan Xingyun's terrified gaze, Li Ran's head split open into several sections, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. Then without hesitation he enveloped Yan Xingyun's head completely, slamming his jaws shut with a finality. When everything returned to normal, Yan Xingyun was nothing more than a headless corpse. As expected from late SS level, just what I needed to push me slightly further, Li Ran mused, satisfied with the newfound energy coursing through him. Li Ran let out a satisfied belch, his face adorned with a contented smile. Soon after, the digestion of energy within him caused his aura to rise steadily. SSS level early stage. Once he completed these transformations, Li Ran leisurely walked towards the laboratory door amidst the cacophony of blaring alarms. He pressed the handle, and as expected, upon seeing Yan Xingyun's demise in the observation room, the entire room had been thoroughly sealed. However, even though the construction of the room used materials specifically designed to counteract those with special abilities, it was still nothing more than a formality for Li Ran in his current state. With a light punch, Li Ran sent the metal door collapsing backward, tearing out the steel bars embedded in the surrounding walls. He had more straightforward and brutal methods at his disposal, but his companions were still underground and wrecking the place would mean losing the entrance to where they needed to go. With memories of being transported here earlier, he quickly located the elevator. However, upon inspection he realized that all the elevators had been shut down and were entirely unusable. Tisk, he thought, slightly exasperated, realizing he would have to resort to a more forceful method. With a shrug, he grabbed the elevator doors with both hands and wrenched them open. It seemed like the lowest level was where he needed to be, which was convenient. With that, he leaped into the abyss of the elevator shaft. A few seconds later, a loud crash echoed from the bottom. Li Ran's imposing figure emerged from the dust and debris, and scathed except for a bit of dust on his clothes. He hadn't walked far before the sound of footsteps approached from around the corner. "Uncle Li," it was by Linner and her group. When the alarm sounded earlier, the guards had all fled, allowing the remaining peculiar ones to easily escape their cells. Noticing the unusual surge in Li Ran's power, Bai Linner quickly understood what had happened, her lips curling into a knowing smile. "We were just about to look for you. It seems the master sent you to rescue us," she remarked. Li Ran nodded, laughing as he scratched the back of his head. "Let's get out of here. I bet a bunch of people are waiting for us outside." The group agreed in unison, and what was cautious before now became an easy ascent to the surface. With Li Ran's path clearing his ability to use spiritual power despite the sealing of his special abilities, the five of them broke through to the surface in an instant. Boom! As the ground trembled slightly, Li Ran and his group emerged from the earth, surrounded by countless individuals. "Wow, quite the crowd waiting for us, huh? Seems like you guys really think highly of us," Li Ran quipped, scanning the nearly 10,000 soldiers encircling them. Instead of panic, a teasing smile adorned his face. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally spotting Lin Longtian and Qin Lindian among the ability users at the rear. These individuals had strategically positioned soldiers as cannon fodder in the front lines while keeping themselves at a safe distance to avoid the range of Li Ran's sealing ability. However, despite the safety of this distance, being so far away means that even attacks from an SSS level psychic would be significantly weakened. By The time those attacks reached them, they would no longer pose any danger. Humph, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. We were careless this time. Lin Longtian glared at Li Ran with intense hatred, as if he wished to tear him apart. Clearly he had already learned about the death of his son. Although Lin Tianchong was just one of his many sons, he was a rare spirit-type psychic, a talent he had high hopes for. Spirit-type psychics, if they could grow to an S level, were able to transcend several realms and pose a threat to SSS-level powerhouses. In the history of the psychic world, spirit-type psychics have been known as terrifying biological weapons that instill fear in countless hearts. Lin Tianchong had the potential to become the sharpest blade in Lin Longtian's arsenal. Unfortunately, before he could fully mature, he was easily killed by Li Ran. This left Lin Longtian seething with hatred towards the man standing before him. As he pondered, it felt as though blood was dripping from his heart. He glared at Li Ran, who was smiling smugly, and declared, "Don't be so smug. I refuse to believe that your ability is flawless. Once we find a weakness, you'll be the first to die." Upon hearing this, Li Ran glanced dismissively at Lin Longtian, who stood motionless beneath him. "What's the use of just talking? If you have the ability, come and kill me," he sneered. "How, the president of the Psychic Association hiding behind a bunch of ordinary people? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" Lin Longtian's face turned a mix of green and white at these words. Indeed, regardless of the reasons, their current actions did seem rather disgraceful. "President, don't pay them any mind, this is just their attempt to provoke you," Qin Lintian quickly interjected, offering Lin Longtian a way out. "You're right, I won't fall for their tricks," Lin Longtian replied, regaining his composure swiftly. He pointed directly at Li Ran and his group and shouted to the nearly 10,000 soldiers, "Fire!" With that command, not only bullets but RPGs and even tanks from afar launched a relentless barrage at Li Ran and his group. Yet, despite the seemingly terrifying firepower, it truly had no effect on psychics of this caliber. Moreover, their target was something even more bizarre and formidable than psychics. As the thick smoke dispersed, the sight of 5 unscathed figures left the ordinary soldiers trembling in fear. Suddenly Li Ran stepped forward, and in an instant the tens of thousands of soldiers already on edge retreated in panic, descending into chaos. Not only the soldiers but also several ability users who were with Lin Longtian thought Li Ran was about to make a move, and they all looked panicked. They quickly retreated several hundred meters, afraid of being enveloped by that mysterious power. "Tsk, what are you all doing? I'm just stretching my muscles. Is there a need to be so afraid? Or is it that your Ability Users Association has always been like turtles?" Observing the playful smile on Li Ran's lips, Lin Longtian realized he had been tricked, and his expression instantly turned as unpleasant as if he had eaten something foul. At this moment Li Ran displayed a bored demeanor and said leisurely, "Sigh, how boring. If no one dares to fight me, I might as well leave." Watching the enemy act so arrogantly on his turf, the flame of anger in Lin Longtian's heart was about to burst. He scanned the people around and suddenly noticed at a distance the head of the Yixing sect, Tianhan, who was watching the spectacle with a look of schadenfreude. In an instant, it seemed like an idea struck him and his eyes lit up as he spoke. "Sect Mastery, I would like to invite you to step in and capture this strange being. What do you think?" As soon as Lin Longtian finished speaking, the smile on Tianhan's face froze, and he was left dumbfounded as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He had only intended to quietly enjoy the show, but how did it suddenly involve him? Once he came to his senses, he shook his head repeatedly and refused. "Don't look at me. I'm not doing it. We agreed before that I would only help catch this strange being. It's your responsibility to keep it under control. Are you trying to dodge your responsibility?" Being stabbed in the back in front of so many people, Lin Longtian's face turned darker than a pot bottom. However, seeing the current predicament of the Ability Users Association's reputation, he remained composed and said, "Rest assured, our Ability Users Association always keeps its promises and won't go back on our word. The reason for asking your assistance is because, through our tests, this sealing power only affects ability users with spell-based powers. Your abilities, which enhance the physical body, make you the perfect candidate, especially as the head of the ancient martial art Yixing boxing, to easily defeat this strange being." Lin Longtian's words stirred something in Tianhan's heart, but he still feigned indifference and sneered, "President Lin, aren't you dreaming a little too much? What a joke. I'm not part of your Ability Users Association. Why should I help you?" Seeing this stance, Lin Longtian could tell that Tianhan was waiting for the right incentive. After some thought, he bit his lip and spoke with a pained expression, "As long as Sect Mastery can help us capture the ghoul, I'll arrange for you to be positioned in the inner circle during the next spiritual spring eruption. Upon hearing this, Etienne's breath involuntarily quickened. He had been present during the last spiritual spring eruption and knew well that the inner and outer layers of the spring differed significantly in spiritual energy concentration, almost 100-fold. Just the outer layer had allowed him to break through from SS grade peak to SSS grade initial stage, if he could enter the inner layer this time achieving a mid-SSS grade breakthrough was almost guaranteed. Previously, only members of the Ability Users Association had access to the inner layer. Now unexpectedly receiving such an opportunity, how could he not be ecstatic? Alright, I'll take on this task. I am Etienne, the master of I Ching sect, and we meet again, young one. With a swift motion, Etienne's figure flickered in the air and quickly entered the range of the sealed body. Only after confirming that his powers were functional did he appear before Li Ran, a barely concealed smile playing on his lips. Thanks to you, old man, for without you, I might never have had the chance to cultivate in the inner layers of the spirit spring in this lifetime. Rest assured, once I break through successfully, I won't forget to burn some paper offerings for you. Having waited so long, Li Ran was overjoyed that someone finally dared to come over. The task given to him by that lord was to create chaos in the imperial capital. If a few people didn't die, he would feel unworthy of that lord's favor. Rest assured, you probably won't have the chance to enter that so-called spirit spring either. As his words fell, Li Ran's arm transformed into a guillotine, swiftly slashing towards Etienne's head. Etienne was taken aback, a brilliant golden light swiftly enveloping his body. The blade struck the golden light, producing a crisp sound, and Li Ran's arm was slightly deflected. Seeing this, Etienne laughed heartily, finally at ease. The golden glow covering his skin was his ability, devoid of any earth-shattering functions but granting him ultimate defense. You can't even break through my defense. It seems this battle is destined for your defeat. As the last word left his lips, Etienne no longer held back, launching an attack on Li Ran, tiger form. With a fist-turned claw, he lunged at Li Ran. Mid-air, Etienne's body seemed to transform into a giant tiger, and the claw-like fist resembled a fearsome, gaping tiger's maw. Ahead of the fist, white mist morphed into a nearly solid giant tiger's phantom. The tiger, with an arrogant demeanor, let out a long howl before merging with Etienne, launching a synchronized assault. Hiss! Judging by the power of the strike, Master Yi's tiger fist must have reached a masterful level. This move, aimed straight at the chest, is intended to gouge the heart with a tiger's maw, truly ruthless. Earlier, seeing that strange attack couldn't even break Master Yi's defense, it seems this battle holds no suspense. Listening to the surrounding chatter, even Lin Longtian, not from the same faction, couldn't help but nod slightly, a slight smile finally appearing on his face, though in the eyes of others, the smile might seem somewhat insincere. As the head of a renowned martial arts sect, his mastery of the I Ching fist was truly extraordinary. It seemed that after this event, even more talented disciples would flock to the I Ching sect, drawn by its reputation. The spectators were no fools. They could easily detect the underlying tension in Lin Longtian's words. For a moment, those not affiliated with the Association of Abilities fell silent, pretending as if they hadn't heard anything, and refocused their attention on the center of the battleground. Like the others, Etienne, the user of the technique, was extremely confident in his attack. His punch was aimed straight at his opponent's heart. Even if he couldn't kill Li Ran, he believed that this strike would be more than enough to seriously injure him. However, just as the attack was about to land, a sudden smile appeared on Li Ran's face, causing Etienne's pupils to contract as he sensed impending doom. Sure enough, when his punch landed squarely on Li Ran's heart, the expected scene of blood splattering everywhere did not occur. Instead, Li Ran's body seemed to transform into something like rubber. The powerful punch sunk deep into the flesh, not causing any harm but trapping Etienne's fist firmly. Damn it! What kind of trickery is this? Etienne cursed, using all his strength to pull his hand out, but it remained immobile within Li Ran's body. Now it's your turn. Looking at Li Ran's eerie smile, Etienne felt an inexplicable panic, yet he couldn't bring himself to cut off his own arm and forced to sneer. Humph! What good does it do to trap me with such a method? You still can't break through my defense, can you? Defense? Who said I was trying to break your defense? Li Ran suddenly grinned, and just as Etienne was still puzzled, the large head in front of him split open. Several petals with dense razor-sharp teeth began writing, creating a horrifying scene that nearly made his heart skip a beat. Before Etienne could react, the center of the petals started to churn as if something was about to be expelled, and then it spat. In the next moment, a huge glob of nearly dark green phlegm was spat out by Li Ran, landing precisely on Etienne's head. Immediately a sizzling sound akin to something being burned erupted wildly. In mere moments the flesh atop Tianhan's head was corroded away in large patches. The entire sequence of events unfolded so rapidly that Tianhan only realized what had happened when the intense pain reached his mind. The disgust was secondary. The liquid, filled with a terrifying corrosive force, began spreading across his entire body. In agony, Tianhan quickly activated his abilities to their maximum potential, but even as his entire body glowed with a dazzling golden light, it was still unable to stop the liquid's advance, leaving behind exposed white bones. Terrifyingly visible, no, Tianhan's hysterical screams echoed across the square, causing thousands of soldiers to involuntarily take a few steps back. Those who had been praising Tianhan earlier now fell silent, watching the scene unfold with disbelief. Before long, the once mighty Tianhan was completely lifeless. Unable to escape, he was horrifically burned to death by a mouthful of phlegm. It was the first time anyone had witnessed such a manner of death, and exchanging glances, they couldn't help but shudder collectively. Mastery, just like that, dead. As the words echoed through the air, silence enveloped the entire assembly. No one dared to utter a sound. Li Ran, standing before everyone, raised his hand and extracted Tianhan's soul, handing it to Bai Linner, who was closest to breaking through. Bai Linner immediately understood, accepted it with a smile, and swallowed it whole. Instantly her aura, which was originally at the peak of S level, surged powerfully, effortlessly breaking through to the early SS level. Witnessing this, the eyes of all the ability users were wide with astonishment. For many S-level ability users, this was a barrier that would take decades or even a lifetime to overcome, and now it had been surpassed so easily, breaking through to SS level so effortlessly. Why were these eerie breakthroughs so simple? If allowed to continue growing, it wouldn't be long before everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of fear and a collective gasp could be heard. The most pressing issue was that these mysterious entities specifically targeted ability users for killing. If they were to fully mature, there would be no place for ability users within the entire Kanglan Empire. Lin Longtian, with a grave expression, surveyed the S-level and higher ability users around him and spoke solemnly, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've all seen it. These entities feed on humans and their progression in rank is incredibly swift. If we do not eliminate them in time, it won't be long before we become their prey. We cannot simply let them go." Lin Longtian proposed, "I suggest that all ability users of S-level and above present here join forces. We must ensure these entities remain here. Even if our abilities are sealed, we have the numbers and might not necessarily lose." Despite Lin Longtian's rousing words, the S-level and above ability users remained silent, with no one echoing his call. It was laughable. Everyone had witnessed how miserably Tianhan had died. Not even an SSS level could withstand 3 rounds, who would willingly rush forward to meet a certain death. Seeing that no one responded, Lin Longtian's face fell and he shouted in anger, "As ability users, the path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you are also cowardly, your future progress in cultivation will surely stagnate." Upon hearing Lin Longtian's harsh words, a sense of resentment brewed among the crowd. Although most chose to hold back out of respect for his position as the president of the Ability Users Association, there were still some who couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks. According to President Lin, perhaps we should lower the standard to A-level ability users. That way there'd be more people and President Lin could lead by example, lest his cultivation stagnates. After all, without abilities, there isn't much difference between A-level and S-level, wouldn't you agree, President Lin? Lin Longtian was left speechless by the retort, his face turning various shades of red and white, yet he dared not say another word. Let him take the lead. No way, he's more afraid of dying than anyone else. Li Ran was initially amused watching the chaos on the other side, hoping Lin Longtian would send a few more people their way. However, this whole group suddenly went silent and not a single person dared to step forward. What a bunch of cowards! If things keep going like this, how are they supposed to complete the task given by the higher-ups? Li Ran scratched the back of his head in frustration. If he made the first move, those people might run faster than rabbits. Since he needed to keep pace with his few companions, he couldn't take action on his own. At this moment, Lu Mingxiao, one of the group, suddenly licked his lips, casting a glance at the distant headquarters of the Ability Users Association, his face breaking into a mischievous grin. "Why don't we go and tear that building down first?" Upon hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows, grinning as they looked at Lu Mingxiao. "Shout, you've learned some bad habits," they teased, though the smile on Lu Qinyu's face grew even wider. They were all captured and brought here against their will, harboring some resentment, so this suggestion was quite appealing to them. "Kid, you've got guts. The moment Lu Mingxiao made his proposal, Li Ran's eyes lit up. If they demolished that building and those people still didn't dare to act, the Ability Users Association would truly lose face. Let's go, let's vent our frustrations, he exclaimed, grinning as he suddenly flew toward the towering skyscraper hundreds of meters away. The others exchanged glances, laughing as they followed suit. When Lin Longtian saw Li Ran and his group suddenly spring into action, he thought they were coming for him. He immediately retreated in panic, ready to have Qin Lintian whisk him away at any moment. However, upon realizing Li Ran's true target, Lin Longtian was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood. By now anyone with a discerning eye could see that this strange group was headed straight for the Ability Users Association. As long as others didn't act as recklessly as Yi Tianhan, they seemingly wouldn't face any trouble. Various factions that had previously mingled with the association began to discreetly distance themselves from the crowd. By the time Lin Longtian noticed, more than half of his people had already slipped away, leaving mostly the internal members of the association. What is the meaning of this? Lin Longtian scanned the indifferent faces around him, glaring furiously. What do you mean? An SSS-level ability user suddenly chuckled, his expression full of schadenfreude. Aren't we just following President Lin's usual advice? According to you, this is an internal matter of your association and we outsiders have no right to interfere, so we'll just watch and learn. How the esteemed Ability Users Association makes a spectacle of itself, how it punishes evil and promotes good, that way we can all take it as a cautionary tale, strive to be as virtuous. Having said that, the speaker awkwardly scratched his head, giving Lin Longtian a mock salute. President Lin, you see, I can't even speak clearly now. I'm truly helpless in this situation, so I hope you understand. A sudden burst of laughter broke the silence, quickly followed by a chorus of similar sounds from the crowd. It was obvious to anyone with half a brain that the big boss was making a fool out of Lin Longtian just moments ago. Lin Longtian's face darkened completely as he stood there, unable to retaliate against an SSS-level psychic who refused to acknowledge him. What should we do now? Qin Lintian, sensing trouble, hurried to Lin Longtian's side. Holding back his rage, Lin Longtian glared fiercely in the direction of Li Ran and his group, gritting his teeth as he spoke. How should I know what to do? A bunch of cowards. Would you dare to go if I asked you? Qin Lintian frowned slightly at the undeserved scolding, understanding that Lin Longtian was in a foul mood. However, recalling something, he managed to suppress his own irritation, speaking in a low tone. With the few people we have now going up, there is no different from throwing our lives away. Right now, the only ones stationed at the Psychic Association headquarters are him and another mid-SSS level psychic. Both of their abilities are spell-based, and once they step into that eerie domain, their combat power would be no better than Yi Tianhan's, who perished earlier. So, what else can we do? Lin Feng, hurry up. Chen Luo and Lin Feng quickly moved to a new position behind a pile of rubble, cautiously hiding in the corner. Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly as he gazed at the 5 terrifying figures hovering in the sky not far away. Damn it, why do we keep running into these guys everywhere? He cursed internally, unsure whether his luck was good or bad. On one hand, he always managed to narrowly escape death's grip, but on the other, each encounter with these eerie beings left him barely clinging to life, needing extensive recovery time. Even now, nearly a week after the last battle, Lin Feng's injuries had not fully healed. The depletion of his energy was like being hollowed out each time he got hurt, leaving him weak for a while. This time, the severity of his injuries had kept him unconscious until just recently. Before he could grasp the situation, Chen Luo had dragged him along in a desperate escape from the association's headquarters. Despite their narrow escape, their current predicament was equally perilous. If those 5 eerie figures in the sky spotted them, they would be doomed. With all their tools used up, what were they supposed to do now? In the shadowy confines of the forest, Lin Feng was a bundle of nerves, his heart racing with urgency. The bizarre entities were closing in, and with their approach his chance of escape dwindled with every second. Just as the situation seemed utterly hopeless, a flash of insight struck him. He caught sight of Chen Luo beside him, her teeth biting her lip in anxiety, and an idea sparked in his mind. Lin Feng glanced over at Li Ran and the others, and a steely resolve flickered in his eyes. He quickly masked his expression, turning to Chen Luo with feigned panic. We don't have time. Chen Luo, let's split up and run. It's our best shot at surviving. Let's hope those bizarre creatures don't notice us. Chen Luo hesitated at first, wrestling with the uncertainty of the plan. However, seeing no alternative, she gritted her teeth and nodded in reluctant agreement. All right, she replied. With that, they both sprinted off in opposite directions, adrenaline propelling their every step. as Chen Luo distanced herself. Lin Feng, still running with all his might, pressed his hand to his chest with an expression of bitter hatred. Not long after, he let out a muffled groan, feeling the powerful aura of his S-rank ability rapidly deteriorating. In the blink of an eye, his strength plummeted from late S-rank to the peak of B-rank. Having done this, Lin Feng wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of pained regret. It's all those fools' fault. If it weren't for them leading these creatures here, I wouldn't have been forced to sacrifice my power. He had voluntarily reduced his formidable S-rank strength to a mere B-rank. The reason for this drastic action was simple. Chen Luo, with whom he had split paths, was only early A rank. If they were discovered again, the higher-ranked Chen Luo would likely be targeted first, potentially buying him precious time to escape. Surely, they wouldn't send two of those bizarre creatures after two insignificant individuals who didn't even reach S rank, would they? With this thought, Lin Feng's tension eased slightly. As he ran, he consoled himself about the wasted cultivation. It's just 2 spirit ascension pills wasted. There are so many layers in the tower, surely there are more treasures to enhance my power. But the current state of the Esper Association was also perilous. He needed a safe haven to lie low and gradually conquer the tower. Once he amassed enough strength, he vowed to return and exact revenge on those responsible. He recalled a line from a novel in his past life, and it fueled his determination, his eyes blazing with fervor. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Don't underestimate a youth in poverty. In the distance, Li Ran and his group watched Lin Feng's antics with bemused expressions. They had already detected his presence but pretended to be unaware, fearing they might accidentally harm him. He really is cunning, sacrificing his own power just to divert trouble, Li Ran remarked with a hint of disdain. If it weren't for the order to keep him alive, I'd have devoured him already. Bai Linner stifled a laugh at his words. If he knew we weren't planning to kill him and were actually doing everything to keep him safe, his psychological shadow from wasting his power must be enormous. The group paused, imagining the scene, and couldn't help but smile. He must be regretting it deeply, right? After a round of laughter, Li Ran glanced at Lin Longtian, who still only dared to glare from the other side, revealing a bored expression. Those guys have more patience than a turtle hiding in its shell and still won't act. Let's not play with them anymore. Take everything useful for the adults, then dismantle this place and leave. A few days later, on the coast of China near the western continent, 2 figures wearing sunglasses were leisurely basking in the sun on a bench. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a phone buzzed on the table between them. Strangely, neither of them picked it up. After waiting for a while, Kusanagi Yunju, sitting on one side, adjusted his sunglasses, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. He picked up the phone, glanced at it, and looked at Chen Lingyu beside him, who remained indifferent, and handed it over with a speechless expression. It's your phone. Oh, I know. Seeing his brazen adult, Kusanagi Yunju was even more speechless. Then why don't you answer it? Too lazy to move. Wait for you to hand it over. Finishing his words, he ignored Kusanagi Yunju's murderous glare. Chen Lingyu took another sip of his ice-cold soda, then reached out unhurriedly to take the phone. Hello, what's up? On the other end came Su Qingning's incredibly gentle and pleasant voice. Sir, the potion you gave me, I've already had her take it. Your guess was correct. After knowing what happened that day, she volunteered to take it. Now Lin Feng is preparing to go with her to the British Empire on the western continent. Okay, got it. After responding indifferently, Chen Lingyu seemed to sense that Su Qingning wanted to say more, so he abruptly hung up the phone. Britain, huh? He quietly gazed at the ocean on the other side, seemingly contemplating something. Forget it, since there's nothing else to do, might as well go for a trip. Just in time, I've been itching to try out 2 new potions I concocted recently, though the ingredients aren't particularly healthy. Ladies and gentlemen heading to California, welcome to your flight, which has successfully arrived. We wish you a pleasant journey. Inside the cabin, listening to the pleasant voice of the flight attendant, Chen Lingyu leisurely disembarked the plane alone. Initially, Kusanagi Yunju wanted to come along, but he firmly refused. As for the reason, well, he brought Kusanagi Yunju to work hard, not to enjoy life together. Just stepping out of the airport, a wave of heat hit him in the face, accompanied by the smell of something fermenting in the high temperature, causing Chen Lingyu to frown. His yellow skin stood out starkly among the crowd of white and black people. Soon, a few tall black individuals exchanged glances not far away, and one relatively slender young man walked towards Chen Lingyu. Friend, are you from the Eastern Empire? Chen Lingyu looked up at the approaching person, who seemed like a fresh graduate with a hint of naive foolishness in his pupils. No, I'm from China, Huaxia. The young black man seemed to hear the name for the first time, his face showing a hint of confusion. Perhaps he thought it was some obscure little country He didn't dwell on the question any longer and instead smiled as he spoke. Welcome to California. Our British Empire has always been welcoming to guests from afar. It looks like you came alone. How about I show you around and let you experience the charm of our California? As he said this, the young black man flashed a meaningful smile with a knowing expression that men often share. Hearing his words, Chen Lingyu was initially taken aback, pretending not to understand, then as if suddenly realizing something, he gulped down his excitement, taking on the guise of a lecherous character. Seeing Chen Lingyu's reaction, the young black man chuckled to himself, extending his hand to pat his shoulder warmly. You seem like a discerning fellow. Let me tell you, the beauties here are top-notch, he said, leading Chen Lingyu unknowingly towards a seemingly ordinary van. At this point, the young black man, who had been speaking enthusiastically, licked his dry lips and revealed a strange smile. The next moment, the van's door was abruptly pulled open from the inside and two tall black men jumped out. Within seconds, Chen Lingyu was skillfully shoved into the vehicle. Then, flanked tightly by the two burly men, he found himself unable to move an inch. Drive. The entire process was seamless, and once the slender young man sat in the front passenger seat, the driver immediately floored the gas, speeding away from the airport. Nearby, several people witnessed the scene, yet they acted as if it were a common occurrence, showing no intention of intervening. At most, a couple of kind-hearted individuals glanced over with a sympathetic turn of their heads. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Chen Lingyu was bewildered. What are you doing? Weren't you taking me to that place? Why capture me? He was now blindfolded, sitting in the back of the van. Despite his vigorous struggles, he couldn't break free from the grip of the two hefty men beside him. Yellow-skin kid, you're the easiest one I've tricked all year. The young black man who had lured Chen Lingyu to the van was now seated in the front passenger seat, unable to hold back his laughter. Did you really think I was going to take you to pick up girls? That's hilarious. You didn't even check where you were coming to, did you? California, this is the most chaotic area in the whole British Empire. Ha ha ha, now that we've got you, you'll be stuck here for life. Listening to the young man's cheerful whistling, Chen Lingyu's face remained slightly downcast, yet a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. With his keen senses, he had, of course, detected the group's suspicious behavior from the start. But being in a strange place for the first time, having a few guides to lead the way wasn't necessarily a bad thing. However, Chen Lingyu was well aware of the chaos in the California area. It was precisely because of this that he chose this place as his landing destination on his trip to the British Empire. His goal was to find owners for the two new potions he had concocted. The ingredients for these mysterious potions were quite unique this time. Based on Chen Lingyu's past experience, he expected that whoever gained abilities from these potions might become somewhat abnormal. In short, these two potions were not something ordinary people could control. He needed to find some unusual people in unusual places to handle them. The van had been driving for about half an hour. Apart from pretending to make a fuss initially, Chen Lingyu hadn't said a word afterward. The others in the van assumed he was scared, and they spent the journey laughing and planning where to spend their money later, ignoring Chen Lingyu. A few more minutes passed before the van finally came to a slow stop. The driver and the young black man got out, while the other two burly men remained in the van guarding Chen Lingyu. Their division of labor was clear, indicating that this small gang was no stranger to such activities. Although Chen Lingyu had been blindfolded, with his current level of perception it was utterly useless. He didn't even need to open his eyes to clearly see everything happening outside. At this moment, the van was parked at a gate surrounded by an iron fence. The guard at the entrance seemed to recognize the newcomers, and upon seeing the young black man and his group, he greeted them with a smile. Hey Harry, you've got another job? Your efficiency is impressive. Ha ha ha, we got lucky this time. Found a fool didn't take much effort, replied the young black man, Harry, as he handed over a cigarette to the guard, lighting it for him. The usual, just need you to give a heads up. The guard took a deep drag from the cigarette and laughed heartily. Don't worry, Captain Layton is already on his way. As soon as they finished speaking, the iron gate behind them was slowly pulled open from the inside. A burly figure with a rifle slung over his back emerged, his expression slightly fierce. Upon seeing the newcomer, Harry immediately greeted him with a flattering smile. Captain Layton, I've got a new catch here. Take a look and see how much it's worth. With that, he gestured towards the van. One of the burly men inside lifted one of Chen Lingyu's arms, forcibly dragging him out. It wasn't until he was brought before the captain that the young black man removed the blindfold from his face. Layton frowned upon seeing Chen Lingyu's face, asking, is he from Japan or Kanglan? The young black man quickly responded, don't worry sir, we've checked his background, no issues. He claims to be from Huaxia, probably some unknown eastern country. Hearing this, Leiden's expression softened slightly and he nodded slightly. If he were from the Kanglan Empire, it would have been fine too, as even he knew that after the loss of their war god, this once great nation was now struggling to manage its own affairs. In the bustling underworld of California, the Black Serpent Gang was notorious, known as one of the top 3 powerful factions. Despite their strength and the numerous extraordinary talents within their ranks, they feared offending the wrong people, particularly the nobility from the Eastern Empire. The middleman, aware of this precarious situation, knew that if their leader discovered any missteps, he'd be the first to suffer. Today, a transaction was taking place and the stakes were high. The merchandise appeared somewhat frail, not fit for hard labor, yet the price offered was a mere 3,000. This low figure brought a pained expression to Harry's face. Desperately he pleaded with Leiden, hoping for a better offer, comparing it to a previous deal that fetched 6,000. But Leiden's stern demeanor cut him off sharply, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. The tension in the air was palpable as Leiden, with an air of authority, dismissed Harry's pleas, telling him to take the deal or leave. Chen Lingyu, seemingly an unwitting participant, observed the exchange with bemusement. Though the situation was less than ideal, he felt no anger, likening it to an ant's bite rather than a tiger's roar. If it became tedious, he mused he could end it with a flick of his finger. As Leiden prepared to leave, Harry, in a sudden burst of desperation, blocked his way, agreeing to the 3,000, his face plastered with a forced smile. Leiden, hiding a sly smile, maintained his stern facade, reminding Harry of the importance of their relationship with the gang. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a few bills at Harry, warning him against future indiscretions. Harry, a young black man, quickly accepted the money, recognizing Leiden's status within the Black Serpent Gang. Leiden was no ordinary figure. He was a man of significant power, rumored to withstand bullets with his bare body, a testament to his formidable abilities. Once Harry and his companions departed in their van, the scene quieted, leaving only Leiden and Chen Lingyu. Leiden, curious about Chen's calm demeanor, raised an eyebrow in surprise. With a gun in hand, he addressed Chen with a detached tone, instructing him to follow obediently if he valued his life. Chen Lingyu glanced at the gun, unimpressed by its potential threat. He shrugged, yawning lazily, and followed Leiden's lead. In the world of extraordinary abilities, firearms held little power against those of higher ranks. Even the most advanced thermal weapons could only eliminate A-level abilities at best, a testament to the hierarchy and strength within this shadowy world. Regarding the S-Class, if you mention exhausting them, it is indeed possible. However, the problem lies in the fact that superhumans at this level possess incredible speed. Conventional firearms rarely manage to hit them, so how can we talk about wearing them down slowly? As the two walked a distance, more people with firearms began to appear around them. They passed through a barren wasteland and stopped at the base of a building in what appeared to be a slum. Captain Leiden, more newcomers? A slightly elderly middle-aged woman stepped out upon hearing the commotion outside. Yes, see where we're short on manpower and slot this guy in, Leiden replied. The middle-aged woman nodded and leafed through a booklet in her hands. After a short while she looked back at Chen Lingyu, a schadenfreudig smile playing on her lips. You've brought this person just in time. Viper and her team just had a skirmish with the Bloodhand Gang and lost quite a few people. Now is the perfect time to fill in some gaps. Viper said anyone who comes after should be sent to her. This guy won't even make it as a laborer, just cannon fodder. Chen Lingyu's face remained impassive upon hearing this. Leiden, however, seemed to think he was scared stiff and shook his head sympathetically. All right, arrange him as you see fit. I brought him back, after all. By the standard, this should at least fetch 10,000, right? Leiden said, receiving a nod from the middle-aged woman, who counted 10 notes from a drawer and handed them to Leiden. Leiden accepted the money without sparing Chen Lingyu a glance, smiling as he left. Chen Lingyu listened to their conversation, watching Leiden's departing silhouette. TSK bought for 3,000 and sold for 10,000, that's some serious markup, he muttered, mumbling to yourself. If you're still sane, come meet Viper. The voice of the middle-aged woman snapped him back. Turning his head, Chen Lingyu realized he wasn't the only one brought there. Behind the woman stood a dozen or so young people, visibly tense. Among them, Chen Lingyu was the only yellow-skinned individual, making him stand out in the predominantly black and white crowd. With several armed guards escorting them, the group traversed several filthy alleyways. It wasn't until they crossed a high wall that seemed to act as a boundary that the scenery dramatically shifted from a rundown slum to a bustling cityscape. Wait here, if anyone dares to move, think carefully. Whether you can withstand a bullet, the middle-aged woman warned sternly before leaving armed guards to watch over the group. She herself entered a building nearby resembling a bar. "Hey buddy, up ahead, I'm an Esper and I have a way to escape. Do you want to join me?" Just then a faint voice suddenly whispered into Chen Lingyu's ear from behind. Hearing this, Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow and then curled his lips into a subtle intrigued smile. He had just scanned around and noticed that the young man behind him indeed possessed a trace of spiritual energy. However, this power was rather weak, likely at the early to mid-E level. With such limited strength, it's doubtful the young man could even protect himself, let alone others. Otherwise, why would he be caught here as cannon fodder, offering to take someone with him? It seemed more like finding a scapegoat to help draw fire. Sure enough, when Chen Lingyu remained silent, the young man cursed under his breath and quickly turned his attention to others. Seconds later, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. "Run, run!" Following the young man's command, several conspirators sprang into action, breaking away from the crowd and charging toward the exit. The guards, a few bandit soldiers, immediately noticed the commotion among the captives. They raised their guns and shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Stop if you don't want to die!" Yet seeing the guns only spurred the fleeing group to run faster. As the situation spiraled out of control, the guards zeroed in on those escaping and squeezed their triggers in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid series of gunshots echoed and the dense bullets tore through several bodies. Even in their final moments, the fleeing individuals' eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. They had trusted the Esper's promise that a miraculous power would protect them from bullets as long as they kept running forward, assuring them they could escape. Chen Lingyu meanwhile stood quietly observing the entire scene unfold with his heightened senses. The truth was, just as the young man shouted that word to incite the crowd, he had already activated his ability amidst the chaos and vanished. Chen Lingyu had to admit the young man's power was a bit surprising. Invisibility. This ability wasn't particularly rare, but it explained why the young man had been so confident about escaping. However, Chen Lingyu also knew that in a place like this, no one was altruistic enough to rescue others. The young man had stirred up the crowd solely to create a diversion for his own escape. And admittedly, though the plan wasn't flawless, it had indeed worked. At this moment in Chen Lingyu's line of sight, the Esper had already sprinted nearly 100 meters in the opposite direction while the guards were busy shooting. A few more seconds and he could have melted into the crowd and disappeared. Yet Chen Lingyu was certain the young man wouldn't make it out. Whoosh! In an instant, a blade gleaming with frosty light sliced through the air, whistling as it precisely struck the invisible Esper. A piercing scream echoed, accompanied by splatters of blood as the fleeing Esper finally became visible. The crowd was startled to see a person materialize on the previously empty path. "So that's it, there was an Esper among them," a cold voice resonated from the bar entrance behind them. Emerging slowly was a woman with short pale golden hair, her face a mask of icy indifference. In the blink of an eye she seemed to teleport in the eyes of ordinary people. Her ghostly figure appeared instantly beside the attacked psychic. Despite being merely an E level, his courage seemed larger than his strength, like a demon whispering in his ear. The woman's words filled the young man's eyes, who was already on the ground with terror. Seemingly anticipating his fate, he desperately began to drag his legs backward, leaving a bright trail of blood on the ground. "Please spare me this time, I promise to obey you and I won't dare anymore," he pleaded. Yet the woman had no intention of giving him a chance. Clutching his neck with her right hand, she lifted him into the air in an instant. "Weren't you bold? Let's see just how bold," she said as a small dagger appeared in her palm. With what seemed like practiced ease, she slowly carved into his chest amid his howls. Then, as blood splattered onto her face, she expressionlessly plunged her jade-like hands into the gaping wound. As the young man's cries abruptly stopped, a still-beating heart was ripped out by the woman, severed from its vessels. The gruesome scene caused the stomachs of the inexperienced recruits around Chen Lingyu to churn violently. Not much bigger than an ordinary human's, is it?" she sneered, tossing the heart casually to the ground. Using the dead young man's clothes, she wiped the blood from her hands. "Viper, why are you wasting food again?" A slightly irate voice rang out from within the bar at that moment. Everyone turned to see a somewhat sickly and unkempt young man emerging. "I told you, if you're not going to eat these goodies, leave them for my puppies. They love them, right?" The disheveled young man's voice was answered by a few dog-like barks. "Why like?" Because when the creatures at the ends of the chains appeared, they were shocked to find that the dogs he referred to were actually humans crouched on the ground with vacant expressions. Seeing the young man approaching the woman in the distance, her pupils flashing with a dangerous gleam, spoke coldly, "Mad dog, don't bring those ghostly things over here to disgust me." The young man, often referred to as Mad Dog, seemed oblivious to the chaos around him. He gently pointed to the heart previously tossed onto the ground and softly commanded his loyal canine companion, "Go eat it." To everyone's shock, the man, numb to the world, actually bent down and swallowed the dirt-stained hearthole. In the crowd watching from afar, someone couldn't suppress their disgust any longer, and the sound of retching echoed through the air. This noise acted like a fuse, setting off a chain reaction of similar sounds among the onlookers. However, Chen Lingyu stood unfazed, a hint of intrigue shimmering in her eyes. It seemed her visit was not in vain. These two men were indeed peculiar, both in appearance and in essence, but if nothing else, their status as A-level ability users marked them as anything but ordinary. Chen Lingyu wasn't the only one to notice the oddity in the air. Even the dogs, so called by the unkempt young man, were not to be underestimated. The weakest among them boasted a B-level power, while the strongest even surpassed the young man's own rank. Suddenly a question sliced through the tense atmosphere: who bought this person? Viper's cold voice seemed to chill the air, and a middle-aged woman who had earlier guided the group emerged trembling from the bar's doorway, her eyes brimming with fear. It was during the delivery. The seller didn't mention anything about this, she stammered. But before Viper could respond, Mad Dog interrupted with a laugh. Ha ha, Viper, don't scare the old woman. Let her be more careful in her next life for such a trivial matter. Thank you, Dog Lord. Thank you for pleading on this little one's behalf. The middle-aged woman was overjoyed and with tears of gratitude began to kneel before the scruffy young man. But halfway through her act of reverence, she seemed to catch on to the grim implication of his words. And next life? Dog Lord, did you misspeak? She asked cautiously, hoping for a glimmer of mercy. Rest assured, I won't make this mistake again, she pleaded. However, before she could finish, an eerie smile crept across Mad Dog's face, concealed partly by his hair. With a subtle gesture, one of the dog-like beings leaped from the ground, targeting her head with alarming precision. The woman felt a sudden dizziness, and the last thing she saw was her own body still standing upright. I wasn't wrong about the next life, Mad Dog whispered, his smile twisted with madness. He then turned his attention to the remaining group, including Chen Lingyu, who watched without flinching. Witnessing such a grotesque display, everyone else shivered involuntarily when they felt his gaze land on them. Apart from Chen Lingyu, the rest of the group, nearly 10 in all, bowed their heads in fear, hoping not to attract the demon's attention. Have Viper, I can't fathom what use you have for this bunch of incompetents. If you're short of hands, I'd rather give you a dog than have you rely on these good-for-nothings, Mad Dog sneered, casting a derisive glance at the group before preparing to leave. But just as he turned, his peripheral vision caught something unusual, a pair of eyes looking straight at him. He paused, turning back toward the crowd, only to find those eyes not only unflinching but also twinkling with a subtle smile. It was as if he'd found a new toy, and his lips curled into a bizarre grin. Yellowskin boy, are you not afraid of me? He asked, his voice dripping with mockery. Among the crowd, only Chen Lingyu had yellow skin, and at his words all eyes turned toward her. Yet, despite the scrutiny, Chen Lingyu's expression remained serene as she calmly replied, just a little more. This response not only left everyone around wide-eyed but also caused a moment of bewilderment to flash across the face of the one called Mad Dog. All right, he exclaimed, his grin growing increasingly manic as if driven to laughter by anger, with a swift sound like a whisper in the wind. Everyone felt as though a shadow had darted before their eyes. The disheveled figure of Mad Dog suddenly appeared right in front of Chen Lingyu's face. For a moment it was as if all breathing had stopped and no one dared to make a sound. Then a simple footstep echoed, a sound that was strangely jarring amidst the profound silence. It was Chen Lingyu who, as Mad Dog approached, casually stepped back. Seeing this, Mad Dog sneered, mocking openly, aren't you supposed to be fearless? Why step back? Glancing at the scruffy young man before him, Chen Lingyu replied with an expressionless face, you're a bit dirty, hiss. No one could have anticipated that Chen Lingyu would dare to utter such audacious words in front of this notorious figure. After a brief silence, the entire crowd collectively gasped, a sound of disbelief filling the air. In that instant, the gazes directed at Chen Lingyu were a mix of pity, shock, and ridicule intertwined in a complex web of emotions. Everyone held their breath, seemingly waiting to see what miserable fate would befall this foolish yellow-skinned man. Because of those words, Mad Dog, who was just a step away from Chen Lingyu, had his smile frozen on his face. His expression slowly turned awkward, and eventually it darkened completely. At that moment, no one spoke again, and the surrounding temperature inexplicably dropped several degrees. Those encircling Chen Lingyu shivered and quickly retreated a few steps. Just then a cold voice abruptly shattered the eerie silence from afar. "Mad Dog, that person is mine, if he dies you're responsible." Hearing this voice, Mad Dog's expression seemed to revert to its original state as if nothing had happened. "Tch, crazy woman, just a joke, was it really necessary?" he muttered under his breath, an amused look on his face as he glanced at Chen Lingyu with a hint of admiration. "Kid, you've got guts. Hope you survive under that crazy woman's hand. Come find me if you do, I'll treat you to a drink." With that, the scruffy young man whistled, leading a group of people crawling on all fours, laughing as they left the scene. Seeing this demon let Chen Lingyu off so easily left everyone stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. Yet Chen Lingyu, the person at the center of it all, seemed unfazed. Instead, as if struck by a thought, a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Tap tap tap, until another ruthless figure known for ripping hearts from chests slowly approached. The remaining 10 people were jolted back to their grim reality, lowering their heads in renewed fear. The Viper ignored the rest, fixing her gaze solely on the most unusual figure among them, Chen Lingyu. It was as if she was confirming something, scrutinizing Chen Lingyu from head to toe and inadvertently furrowing her brow slightly. "Without any powers your courage far exceeds the last 1 inch," came the cold voice. This familiar phrase immediately set the hearts of the others, who still had their heads bowed, racing. It was this very sentence that had led the first escapee, an empowered individual, to have his heart brutally extracted. But to everyone's surprise, the Viper, after uttering those words, made no further move. Instead, she clapped her hands toward the interior of the bar and several fully armed soldiers poured out, hurting everyone inside. After the previous lesson, the group had evidently become much more compliant. Upon entering the bar's underground area, they discovered that, while the place appeared to be a regular bar on the surface, it concealed a massive private military training ground below. Here, thousands of people were busily familiarizing themselves with various firearms. Clearly, those brought in temporarily were not limited to their group alone. Chen Lingyu and his companions were quickly assigned to begin training, but the Viper and another feared figure, Mad Dog, were nowhere to be seen initially. Firearms were something Chen Lingyu was already intimately familiar with. While he appeared to be casually handling the gun in his hands, in truth his expansive consciousness had already permeated the entire bar, locating the room on the top floor where the Viper and others had gathered. Inside the room, 5 figures sat around a long table. In Chen Lingyu's perception, the leader possessed mid-S level strength, while the Viper and Mad Dog sat on either side, both at the peak of a level. The two seated at the end were at early and mid-A level respectively. "The Church's people are almost here," the leader's voice broke the brief silence in the room. "We've just received word that the Church's forces have gathered in Florida and within 3 days they'll reach California. This time it's not like the previous skirmishes. They've dispatched 5 black-clad bishops and over a dozen A-level and above empowered individuals." The man at the head of the table paused, slamming his hand on the table with frustration. "That pack of dogs has had their eyes on us for a long time. Gathering 5 bishops this time surely means they intend to thoroughly cleanse all of California. In the current situation, none of our individual forces can withstand them alone. We'll be picked off one by one. Only by uniting all 3 local powers in California might we have a chance." Hearing their leader's words, the empowered individual sitting at the end of the 5-person group frowned. "Boss Black Snake, are you saying we should ally with the Blood Hand Gang and the Fiery Bird Gang, those other packs of dogs?" "Yes." Black Snake nodded firmly, though there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "I know our Black Snake Gang has always been at odds with the other 2 inch, but right now, it's a matter of life and death for all of California." In the tense atmosphere of the meeting, the leader emphasized that only by first addressing the external threats could the 3 factions hope to resolve their internal grudges. As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, causing a brief pause. His gaze then fell directly on 2 of his most formidable yet unpredictable subordinates, Viper and Mad Dog. These 2 were renowned for their combat prowess, capable of defeating foes beyond their level. However, their erratic behavior was a concern even for him, their leader. Aware of the alliance's crucial importance, Black Snake adopted a serious demeanor, addressing them with stern gravity. "Viper, Mad Dog, especially you 2, behave yourselves during this period. Once this issue is over, I won't stop you from causing trouble, understood?" Mad Dog, sitting to Black Snake's left, was preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved pet dog and hadn't paid attention to a word. The news of the Church's impending visit was widespread and he was uninterested in the complexities, preferring instead to treat his dog to a good meal. After Black Snake singled him out, he responded with a casual "oh," and that was the extent of it. Black Snake, seeing Mad Dog's indifferent attitude, felt frustration creeping up his forehead. He glanced over at Viper, who was engrossed in polishing his dagger, not even sparing him a glance. In exasperation, Black Snake slapped his own forehead. "Alright, you two are hopeless, it's pointless to talk to you, just make sure all gang affairs are sorted and prepare for the battle in 3 days, dismissed, go do whatever you need to, and remember, don't spread the news too early to prevent the cannon fodder from fleeing." With the rooftop meeting concluded, Chen Lingyu slowly withdrew his consciousness from the underground training room. The church's plans to eradicate bandits were no secret. Although he was unfamiliar with the British Empire as a major world power, he had some understanding of their authority. The church mentioned by Black Snake was the most formidable official force in the British Empire, akin to the Abilities Association in the Kanglan Empire. The Pope of the church was comparable to the head of the Abilities Association, wielding control over the entire empire's powers. Within the church's hierarchy, the Black Bishop, as mentioned earlier, was at least an S-class Esper. Above them were the Purple Bishops, with a minimum requirement of SS-class abilities. Higher still were the Red Bishops, second only to the Pope. As far as Chen Lingyu knew, there were 12 Red Bishops in the entire British Empire. In the world outside, they are known as the 12 Red-Robed Rakshases. Needless to say, these 12 cardinals have all reached the SSS level and beyond in their prowess. Among them, a few have even ascended to the pinnacle of the SSS level. This development only adds more intrigue to the situation, a fact not lost on Chen Lingyu, who couldn't help but let a sly smile slip across his face. It's rare to experience this kind of life, so why not continue to indulge? With this thought, his hand holding the gun shifted ever so slightly, and with a bang, the bullet struck the bullseye dead center. A voice, familiar yet distant, broke through. "First time handling a gun? Not bad, seems like you're born to be an outlaw." Chen Lingyu turned to see the ragged figure of Mad Dog standing beside him. The moment Mad Dog entered the scene, the previously bustling hall fell into an eerie silence. Anyone who stepped foot in here for even a few days would quickly learn of this lunatic's notorious reputation. It's said that if someone catches his displeasure, they might become food for his pets in the blink of an eye. However, Mad Dog seemed completely oblivious to the reaction around him, focusing only on Chen Lingyu. "Practicing this won't help you much. Come, I've got something good for you at my place." Intrigued by Mad Dog's secretive demeanor, Chen Lingyu raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. "Lead the way," he said. The crowd of nearly 1,000 widened their eyes in disbelief at Chen Lingyu's audacity to leave with such a dangerous man. As the two figures vanished beyond the training ground doors, the hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Everyone without exception was discussing the extraordinary scene they had just witnessed. How could he dare walk off with Mad Dog? Doesn't he know Mad Dog loves to train people into dogs? Some muttered. "Didn't you notice something odd? Out of all of us here, why did Mad Dog choose him alone?" Another questioned. "Don't bother. That yellow-skinned guy is a fool. He's probably not coming back," someone else concluded. Earlier, outside witnesses had explained the backstory, and only then did the crowd understand the full picture, but this only intensified their shock. After witnessing Mad Dog's terror, instead of hiding, he dared to confront him head-on. There are only two types of people who would act like that: those with strength greater than Mad Dog who fear nothing, or absolute fools on a suicide mission. Clearly, everyone dismissed the first possibility. If he were stronger than Mad Dog, could he have been captured here to play? If Chen Lingyu knew their thoughts, he might have burst into laughter, for indeed he was here just for fun. After leaving the bar with Mad Dog, the two navigated through a labyrinth of streets, finally arriving at a secluded standalone villa. Mad Dog led the way, and as the door swung open, a chorus of barking erupted from the yard. "Puppies, your master is home," Mad Dog exclaimed, stretching his arms wide as if thoroughly enjoying the welcome from his dogs. As the door opened, the scene inside naturally came into Chen Lingyu's view, and it was just as he expected. In the courtyard, one could see a row of dogs tied to the ground every meter or two along the perimeter wall. "Come on in, you are the first guest at my secret base," said Mad Dog with a grin as he looked at Chen Lingyu. He even went as far as to perform a mock noble salute from ancient Western traditions. The gesture seemed out of place on a scruffy young man with unkempt hair, adding a peculiar touch to the scene. "First guest? I bet that's because no one wants to come here," Chen Lingyu retorted as he entered, immediately hit by a foul stench that made him wrinkle his nose in disgust. "It's just a bit smelly," Mad Dog replied unexpectedly, without anger but with a hint of embarrassment, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned his attention back to Chen Lingyu with a knowing smile. "Do you know why I haven't killed you? Because you're the only one who's not afraid of me. While others like Viper might not fear me, you're different. They see me as a freak, a monster, but you look at me with interest, not disdain. Chen Lingyu's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing Mad Dog's words. Of course he was interested. Mad Dog was one of the individuals he had carefully selected. Even without a verbal response from Chen Lingyu, Mad Dog took the subtle smile as an affirmation of his thoughts. In an instant he felt as if he'd found a kindred spirit, becoming visibly more excited. So you do think the same? I can't believe there's someone like me in this world, Mad Dog exclaimed, eyes gleaming behind the curtain of his hair as he reached out to place his hands on Chen Lingyu's shoulders. However, Chen Lingyu deftly stepped back, effortlessly avoiding the gesture. Hey, your hands are dirty, don't touch me, he said calmly, as if doing something entirely ordinary. Mad Dog paused for a moment and then broke into a grin, experiencing a feeling he'd never felt before. Oh, by the way, my name is Klein Berry, you can call me Klein. What's your name, kid? He asked. Chen Lingyu, he replied, choosing not to use an alias, confident that even if he revealed his true identity few would believe him. Chen Lingyu, Klein was momentarily taken aback by the name, then chuckled as he recalled something, teasing, that's quite the name you have, sharing it with someone important. Wait, could it be that you're also from the Kanglin Empire? Chen Lingyu shook his head with a smile. I'm from Huaxia, he said. Klein, hearing this, furrowed his brow in thought, unable to place this so-called country. Huaxia? I don't think I've heard of that before, he mused aloud. Chen Lingyu offered no explanation. Only a mysterious smile as he assured, don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Alright then. Seeing that Chen Lingyu didn't want to talk further, Klein shrugged and didn't press for more. Come with me, I've got something good for you. You're too weak right now. When you're cannon fodder, you never know when you might get snuffed out. It's rare to find someone to talk to, and I don't want you to die so soon. As he spoke, he led Chen Lingyu to a small door leading to the attic. Once he unlocked it, the first thing that greeted their eyes was a heap of clutter strewn about haphazardly. The layout of the room was peculiar, with one side housing a massive operating table while the other was occupied by a lab table cluttered with various instruments. Overall, it looked like a fusion of a laboratory and an operating room. Yet, what stood out the most was a row of shelves lining the walls. These shelves were divided into small compartments, each holding a jar with a biological specimen preserved in formaldehyde. Some were brains, others hearts. Some were human, others animal, but all were various organs isolated and displayed. Under the dim light, these specimens emitted a faint green glow, rendering the eerie room even more unsettling. Seeing where Chen Lingyu's gaze landed, Klein quietly sidled up beside him. What, interested in these? Want me to give you a jar? Upon hearing this, Chen Lingyu rolled his eyes and replied coolly, no thanks, I don't share your peculiar tastes. Klein burst into laughter, speaking to himself, you're not afraid, huh? Do you know what this room is for? Before you, those who left here either died or are still crouched in the corners outside. Those people used to talk about getting rid of me. The freak, quite a few were from that, what is it, the church. Unfortunately they lost and I couldn't bring myself to kill them, so I had to turn them into what they are now. Do you think I'm too kind? With Klein looking eager for praise, Chen Lingyu rubbed his chin, giving Klein a once-over before nodding with satisfaction. However, he didn't think Klein was kind, rather he realized he had underestimated the extent of Klein's madness. Now, it seemed Klein was the perfect candidate for that abnormal potion he concocted. Anyway, since things had reached this point, there probably wouldn't be any more severe consequences from drinking it. Klein, unaware of Chen Lingyu's thoughts, saw him nod and beamed with satisfaction. See, they all say I'm a freak, but you understand me. Wait here, I'll get you a gift, Klein said as he started rummaging through boxes and drawers. A few minutes later, he triumphantly unearthed a prismatic crystal from a corner. Good thing I didn't toss it, Klein chuckled, wiping the dust off before handing it to Chen Lingyu. This is an awakening crystal, seems I picked it off one of those church folks. They say it can help ordinary people awaken powers. Give it a try. Awaken powers? Chen Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Awakening stones, of course, he was familiar with such things. Klein was right in saying that these stones could indeed help ordinary people awaken their abilities. However, because this was a shortcut, abilities awakened through such stimulation were different from those that emerged naturally. Those who awakened their abilities through these stones generally found that their potential was capped below an S level, yet for ordinary people, being able to possess any abilities at all was beyond their wildest dreams, so why would they care about future potential? As a result, these awakening stones were incredibly precious, typically reserved for dignitaries or relatives of someone important. Now that Klein had presented him with 1 inch, if he were an ordinary person he might have been overwhelmed with excitement. but having reached SSS level twice before waking up to abilities now felt like graduating from university only to return to kindergarten. It was like having a classmate solemnly teaching him how to stand and urinate. On the other hand, seeing the lack of expression on Chen Lingyu's face, Klein was visibly incredulous. Really, no reaction at all. Shouldn't you be thanking me with excitement right now? Wait, don't tell me you're not interested in awakening abilities either. As he looked at Klein's suspicious eyes, Chen Lingyu inwardly rolled his eyes. Outwardly, however, he extended his hand, feigning slight surprise as he accepted the awakening stone, holding it as if it were a cherished item. Why wouldn't I be interested? I just didn't expect there to be something that could help ordinary people awaken abilities. It's quite astonishing. That's more like it. Klein clapped his hands with satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Go on to try it out and see if it works. I think you're supposed to concentrate your thoughts or something like that. Got it, Chen Lingyu replied listlessly. Under Klein's expectant gaze, he slowly placed the stone in his palm and closed his eyes. Pretending to go through the motions wasn't impossible, it was just a bit troublesome. To avoid revealing his true identity and strength too soon, he would have to draw upon one of the skills from the mysterious ones. Moreover, he needed to use the Raven's concealing ability to hide the excess energy emitted when he used his abilities. Whose ability should he borrow then? He couldn't choose one that was too powerful lest it attract undue attention. What a hassle! With his eyes tightly shut, Chen Lingyu's mind wasn't focused on the awakening crystal in his palm. Instead, he was rapidly flipping through his bizarre archive, searching for abilities that most novice supernaturals could awaken to. After a thorough search, Chen Lingyu found that his peculiar abilities were either abnormal or extremely abnormal. In the end, he had no choice but to select one from the pile that seemed less bizarre on the surface. After putting on a show of waiting a bit longer, Chen Lingyu frowned slightly and then slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. How was it? Did you succeed? What's your ability? Let me see. A large face was already in front of him as soon as Chen Lingyu opened his eyes. Startled, he instinctively took a step back, responding irritably, Can you not suddenly come so close? You seem more anxious than I am. Klein seemed to realize his impatience, scratched his messy hair and smiled sheepishly. Hee, I was a bit anxious, so can you tell me now? It worked, but my ability isn't of much use, Chen Lingyu said as he infused a weak spiritual energy into his nail, drawing a shallow cut across his palm. However, the blood that oozed out quickly stopped, and in a few seconds even the original scar disappeared. The ability he displayed was rapid recovery, derived from his connection with the entity known as 001 Ghoul. Yet, the capability he showed was a weakened version. If he exerted full power, the wound wouldn't even have time to form before it healed. Is that it? Klein expected more, staring at Chen Lingyu's palm for a while longer. Eventually he lifted his head, blinking at Chen Lingyu in disbelief. Chen Lingyu's eye twitched slightly, and it was a moment before he squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Yes, a supportive ability. Can it be used on others? No. Suddenly Klein's unrestrained laughter filled the room. No way, how can you have such bad luck? Awakening such a rare ability, it's hilarious. Generally, when people awaken abilities, they usually fall into the 5 elemental categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Rarer elements include wind, thunder, and ice. Beyond these, there are various miscellaneous special abilities. The strength and rarity of these can vary, and awakening them depends entirely on fate. If it's a strong power like space or time manipulation, it's great. If it's weak, like the ability Chen Lingyu displayed, it's the perfect example. Healing itself isn't weak, but when it can only be applied to oneself, it's quite useless. Such an individual's combat power is no different from an ordinary person. With self-healing, one might dominate among regular people, but against other supernaturals, what use is it other than being a punching bag? Unbeknownst to Klein, while he laughed, Chen Lingyu also chuckled sinisterly in his heart, silently keeping a record of this incident. After laughing for who knows how long, Klein finally seemed to remember he should comfort Chen Lingyu. He sidled over, trying hard to suppress his laughter as he said, it's alright, it's Al reverse tilde right reverse tilde. Look, even though your ability seems useless, but at least you have one, right? His attempt at consolation ended in failure as he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter again. As Chen Lingyu watched the other man laugh to the point of clutching his stomach, a dark line seemed to slowly appear across his forehead. He made a decision. Before letting Klein drink that potion, he'd have to make this guy suffer a bit first. In California 3 days later, buzz, suddenly several strong auras spread over the skies of California. Following this, at the edge of California's territory, 5 figures clad in black robes stood aloft. Their S-rank abilities unmasked. Following them were a dozen more A-rank ability users appearing in mid-air. Not far away, upon sensing this aura, Klein's expression quietly changed. Klein dropped his previously playful demeanor, his face turning serious as he addressed Chen Linyu. "The church's dogs are here. Be careful. As long as you don't draw attention to yourself, you should be able to survive with your abilities," he instructed briefly before taking his loyal dog and confronting the church's elite forces high in the sky. Meanwhile, a loud voice echoed from the training ground beneath the bar, "Assemble everyone." Chen Linyu turned his head to see that the speaker was none other than the leader of the Black Snake Gang, Black Snake himself. "The church has launched a sudden attack across California's entire territory. Our three major factions have agreed to form a united alliance to respond to this crisis. If you don't want to die, take up your weapons and kill the enemies before you. Don't think of escaping or surrendering. California is now completely surrounded, and those church dogs won't accept the surrender of us bandits." After delivering these words, Black Snake gave everyone a cold glance before immediately departing into the sky. At this moment, in the leaderless hall, several B-rank ability users began organizing the troops. However, due to Black Snake's earlier words, the hearts of these fresh recruits were filled with unparalleled tension, especially those who had only recently joined, who were mere ordinary people a few days ago, now had to bear arms and head into battle. Anyone in their position would find it hard to adapt in such a short period. Among the crowd, only a few battle-hardened veterans maintained a calm demeanor. Oh, and Chen Linyu, who while technically a rookie didn't quite fit that description. His mind was already split, closely monitoring the battle high above. After all, Klein and that Viper were hard-won experimental subjects he couldn't afford to lose here. In the skies above California, dozens of figures stood opposite each other at a distance. On Black Snake's side, their faces were already filled with gravity. This time, even though three major forces had united, they only had 3 S-rank ability users. The disparity in A-rank forces aside, just those two idle black-robed bishops would be enough to wipe them all out. Damn it, the church has actually gathered 5 black-robed bishops this time. It seems they've really made up their minds to eliminate us completely. Bloodhand, beside Black Snake, was already frowning deeply, sensing the dire situation. At present, he is the most powerful superhuman in all of California, slightly stronger than Black Snake, but still only at the later stages of S-rank. However, among the 5 adversaries facing them, there is more than one at the late S-rank stage. Looking at the situation this way, it seems there isn't even a sliver of hope for victory on their side. Black Snake, when we formed the alliance, didn't you mention having another plan? Now is not the time to hold back. Bring it out quickly. The leader of the Flaming Bird Party glanced at Black Snake with a hint of anxiety on his face. His cultivation level was the same as Black Snake's, only at the mid-S-rank stage. Upon hearing the call, Black Snake nodded seriously with a stern expression and turned to look behind him. Viper, Mad Dog. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the ranks of A-rank superhumans. Klein and his companion landed expressionlessly in front of the 3 S-rank superhumans. "Is it you two?" Bloodhand and Flaming Bird first frowned upon seeing their faces. Then, as if realizing something, they displayed an expression of sudden understanding. Being big figures in California, they naturally recognized these 2 notorious individuals. There were rumors that the mid-S-rank Flaming Bird had crossed paths with them before, only for both to remain unscathed. Consequently, the news that Viper and Mad Dog possessed S-rank combat abilities reached many ears, causing fear among numerous people. Bloodhand and Flaming Bird exchanged glances, a peculiar glint flickering in their eyes. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate these 2 key figures of the Black Snake Party, then after this incident the Black Snake Party might no longer be a threat. Prior to this, a delicate balance had been maintained among the 3 parties. The Bloodhand Party's leader was the strongest, while the Black Snake Party had Viper and Mad Dog as their formidable duo. The remaining Flaming Bird Party, however, had the most A-rank superhumans among the 3. If Viper and Mad Dog were to perish here, this delicate balance would likely be shattered completely. With this thought, Bloodhand glanced at the strength of the 5 opponents, his eyes shifting, and spoke to Black Snake. "In that case, leave the 2 early S-rank opponents to them." Flaming Bird agreed immediately upon hearing this. "I think that's doable. I fought them last time and these 2 freaks definitely have early S-rank strength." Witnessing their back and forth, Black Snake merely smirked knowingly. "Save it, you two. Your little plans are audible from a mile away. There are 2 late-stage, 1 mid-stage and 2 early-stage opponents on the other side. Our Black Snake Party will take on 1 late-stage and 1 early-stage. The remaining 3 are for you 2 parties to handle. If you can't, then we'll all perish together." Seeing Blacksnake's fearless attitude, after some careful thought, the other two could only reluctantly agree, as it was indeed the fairest arrangement. After sorting things out with the other two parties, Blacksnake turned his attention to Viper and Mad Dog. Mad Dog, take your pets and join me in dealing with a late-stage S-rank Black Bishop. At critical moments you'll need to sacrifice your pets to block the opponent's attacks. Upon hearing this, Klein frowned slightly but eventually nodded in agreement without saying much. Seeing this, Blacksnake finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the cold-faced Viper. Can you handle an early S-rank on your own? If not, hold on as best as you can and I'll have Mad Dog assist you. No need, Viper replied coldly with just 2 words and then fell silent. Her eyes, sharp like a deadly serpent's, were locked onto a figure in a black robe across from her. As everyone discussed their strategy, the ground was already rumbling with the advance of the Papal army into California's territory. The relentless barrage of gunfire served as a fuse, igniting the standoff in the skies above. By the Pope's command, we shall eradicate all resistance forces entrenched in California. Humph, just a bunch of Papal lapdogs. Bloodhand sneered, and soon dozens from both sides charged at their designated foes. In the chaos, no one noticed the change in Viper's eyes. Fixed on the Black Bishop, a hint of unfamiliar emotion flickering within. On the ground, Chunling's eyebrows arched slightly as he sensed it. Was it a trace of malice? Curious, as the grand battle erupted, the high-level battlefield quickly fractured into several zones. On Black Snake's side, with Klein's support, the two managed to hold their own against the late-stage S-rank Black Bishop. Although Klein wasn't the main force in this battle, he played a crucial role. Many times when Black Snake faced danger, it was Klein's pets that sacrificed themselves to block the fatal blow. Moreover, even Black Snake was unaware that Klein had an early S-rank ability user under his command. This revelation significantly eased his burden. The situation in the other battlegrounds was quite similar, but the most striking was undoubtedly Bloodhand's solo confrontation against 2 Black Bishops. One was late-stage S-rank and the other early stage. Although the opposition seemed stronger on paper, Bloodhand, being the foremost figure in California, held his ground, leading to a stalemate. Among everyone, the one with the lightest load was undoubtedly Firebird. Due to the large number of A-rank ability users his faction deployed, he only had to deal with a Black Bishop of the same rank. As for Viper, an unexpected turn of events occurred between her and the early S-rank Black Bishop. Boom, a violent explosion erupted, and a corner of the sky was engulfed in scarlet flames. Phew, seeing her attack finally hit the elusive figure, Riser exhaled a long breath of relief. Who would have thought that an A-rank peak could be so troublesome? As he gazed into the flickering flames before him, a wave of anger rose within Risser's heart. Initially, when he saw that his opponent was merely at the peak of A-rank, he had scoffed, considering her to be overestimating her own abilities. However, after just a few exchanges, he realized that this unknown woman posed a genuine threat even to someone like him who was at S-rank. This was something Risser could not accept, for in his self-perception he was a prodigy, the best of the best, and the idea of being defeated by someone of a lower rank seemed inconceivable. Risser's power was a formidable branch of fire abilities known as the Arcane Flame, a standard long-range spell-like ability. With this mighty power he had never once tasted defeat, rising to become one of the youngest black-robed bishops in the church, a position that garnered much attention. While not entirely undefeated, during the church's qualification exams he was unexpectedly bested by an unremarkable little girl. The ridiculous part was that the person who defeated him was just an ordinary civilian. Although his father later intervened, easily removing the obstacle and allowing Risser to receive the church's resources, the defeat remained an indelible blemish in his memory. The surrounding roar snapped Risser back to reality, pulling him from his recollections. As he surveyed the scene before him, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will not lose a second time, he thought. He was confident that a hit like that would leave an A-rank ability user either dead or severely crippled. Yet as soon as these words left his mouth, the familiar figure emerged once more from the sea of burning flames. Impossible! Risser's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the figure advancing towards him as if unscathed. He had clearly landed a solid blow, so how could she be unaffected? As Risser stood in shock, the viper-like coldness in her eyes was unmistakable. She didn't waste a single moment of this opportunity, her figure flickering across the air like a phantom, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Fast, Risser's expression tightened. Although her level was only at the peak of A-rank, her near-extreme speed made her movements impossible for him to track. Left, no, it's the right. Just as the dagger gleaming with a cold light descended, the initial assault vanished like an illusion. The true attack appeared without warning on Risser's right side. Damn it, no! In the face of this sudden change, his reaction lagged by a fraction, and that fraction was all it took for Viper to land her strike before he could complete his spell Arcane Flame Barrier. With a swift plunge, the dagger pierced into Risser's right side, its sharp edge twisting within the flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. Ugh! Lizette's eyes turned bloodshot red as he gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain while forcing himself to continue casting the spell he had prepared. Just as the dagger was about to strike further, the spell in his hands finally took effect. Bang! With a dull thud, the Viper was flung back by the blazing barrier, yet she seemed unfazed, her face showing no sign of panic. Almost instantly, she steadied herself mid-air, her eyes still fixed intently on Lizette's pained expression. How dare you hurt me? Damn it! The flame barrier had a duration, giving Lizette a brief respite to tend to his wounds. During this moment, his eyes filled with murderous intent, also looked up at his adversary. It was then he met those ruthless eyes and finally recognized the opponent he had been clashing with for several rounds. He had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly Lizette's pupils contracted sharply as a singular stain from his past life loomed large in his mind. It's you're that girl, Karina. Upon hearing the name, the cold gleam in the Viper's eyes intensified. Her icy gaze remained locked on Lizette, as if poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Observing her reaction, Lizette was almost instantly sure of her identity. The person before him was the very girl who had defeated him once, only to have her entire family wiped out by his father that same night. A fleeting sense of panic crossed his mind, but Lizette's eyes quickly shifted, a peculiar glint appearing in his pupils. Then, as if he were watching a farcical drama, he looked at Karina with a smug face, a playful smile spreading across his lips. So it's you who bears such hatred towards me, just a stray dog surviving by luck after my father wiped out your family. Tsk tisk tisk, doesn't it infuriate you? Even if you defeat me, what good would it do? I am a noble and you are destined to remain a lowly commoner. You'll never win, understand? However, Lizette's attempt to unsettle his enemy failed. Despite his barrage of provocative words, Karina remained silent, her expression unchanged. It wasn't until the flame barrier surrounding Lizette vanished that Karina's eyes suddenly erupted with unparalleled sharpness. Karina's abilities were indeed unique, akin to the self-healing powers displayed by Ling Yuchen, belonging to a special category of abilities. Her power was embodied in the seemingly ordinary dagger she wielded. Although it appeared unremarkable, the dagger possessed extraordinary capabilities. Each time Karina broke through a major realm, the dagger would gain a new special ability. For instance, upon first stepping into the realm of abilities, the dagger acquired tracking as its skill. Subsequently, she demonstrated abilities like Golden Body, Speed Phantasm, and Paralyzing Toxin. Seeing the protective flame barrier around Lizette disappear, Karina's thoughts moved instantly. In a sudden and unexpected twist, the neurotoxin left in the wound from the earlier stab wound detonated, leaving Risser feeling an abrupt loss of control over his own body. Despite his efforts, Risser found himself unable to move his limbs, with only his consciousness and mind remaining active. The realization struck him like a bolt. It was the poison from that stab. As he became aware of his body's abnormal state, a look of terror flashed across his face. His intended follow-up attack dissipated uncontrollably as he lost command over his own movements. Now suspended mid-air by his spiritual energy, Risser knew that purging the toxin from his system would not happen in an instant. Nonetheless, after glancing at the distance between himself and Karina, Risser felt a slight sense of relief and immediately began the arduous process of cleansing his body of the toxin. Thanks to the rebound from the earlier flame barrier, there was a considerable gap of several hundred meters between the two combatants. Given Karina's previous speed, Risser estimated that he should have enough time to rid himself of the toxin, even one potent enough to incapacitate an A-level ability user. However, Risser underestimated Karina's cunning. She wouldn't make such a basic mistake if she was confident enough to trigger the toxin prematurely. Observing Risser's attempts at detoxification, a cold gleam flashed in Karina's eyes. With a swift flick of her wrist, a seemingly ordinary dagger flew in Risser's direction. Accompanied by a piercing whistle through the air, the dagger traced a white arc as it rapidly approached its target. A smirk of disdain curled on Risser's lips at this sight. Despite the dagger's speed, he was after all an S-level ability user, and evading this attack was well within his capabilities, even restricted to using only his spiritual energy. Dodging such a strike posed no difficulty for him. or so he thought until an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Teleport, a chilling voice echoed from afar, and in the blink of an eye Karina's figure materialized at the dagger's location. The dagger seamlessly fell into her grasp, its tip now aimed directly at her opponent. At that moment Risser realized with horror the intensity of the murderous intent reflected in her eyes, now mere inches away. Panic overwhelmed him as he struggled to comprehend how Karina had managed to appear so suddenly. Realizing the grave danger and casting aside any concerns about his dignity, Risser shouted desperately for help towards the other battlefields. "Help, quickly save me!" His cries drew the attention of the other black-clad bishops on the battlefield, who turned to witness Risser's dire predicament. As they saw him on the brink of disaster, disbelief spread across their faces. It was one thing for an S-level novice to be outmatched by an A-level pinnacle, but this? The battle had barely commenced, and one of the church's supposed prodigies was already on the verge of defeat. For a moment, all the black-clad bishops stood frozen in shock, their jaws agape in incredulity. However, amidst the grumblings and complaints, an unspoken fear began to take hold in everyone's hearts. It was one thing for others to die, but this individual's status was not ordinary. If this person were to perish here, even if they completed their mission and returned, they might not see the light of day again. Despite their desire to rush to the rescue, the others would not give them such an opportunity. Witnessing this scene, Black Snake and his group seized the chance, launching a fierce attack in unison. Bloodhand battling two black-clad bishops alone was undoubtedly under immense pressure, yet, in a moment of the opponent's distraction, he managed to severely injure an early S-level extraordinary, significantly reducing the pressure. "Black Snake, I never imagined your subordinate could be so strong. It's truly eye-opening." Although he smiled outwardly, Bloodhand was equally taken aback. Karina's performance was so outstanding that it evoked a sense of apprehension even within him. Seeing no one able to come to his aid, Lisa's eyes filled with fear and desperation as he pleaded with Karina. "What I did back then was wrong. I apologize. If you spare me, I'll pretend none of this happened today. Otherwise, if my father finds out, he won't let you go. You're doomed." And so is he. Throughout the battle, Karina finally spoke for the first time, her tone still icy. She wasn't skilled with words, but the dagger aimed at Lisa's heart bore all her hatred. As Karina's actions showed no sign of hesitation, Lise roared in disbelief. "Don't you know who my father is? He's one of the 12 of the church. Enough. Do you want to disgrace me further?" At that moment, a voice filled with terrifying aura emerged from nowhere. Just a single voice was enough to send the almost successful Karina flying. In the blink of an eye, a figure dressed in red appeared on the battlefield as if teleporting. The sudden appearance of this flash of red left the black-clad bishops momentarily stunned before their expressions turned to joy. Bishop Higgs, hearing their exclamations and seeing the conspicuous red robes, Bloodhand and his companions almost simultaneously gasped in shock. "Cardinal." At this moment, the figure in red no longer hid, unleashing an SSS-level aura that surged across the entire battlefield. "A bunch of useless fools, even such a simple task couldn't be accomplished." Higgs snorted disdainfully, and with a casual strike he directed his attack towards the group known as the Bloodhands. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused a bitter smile to appear on the faces of those present, their eyes filled with despair. Facing an attack of this magnitude, they had no chance of survival. Among the crowd, Klein remained calm. As death loomed, there was no fear in his gaze, only a trace of distraction. "It's a pity my dogs," he thought. With a thunderous roar, silence returned. Karina struggled to rise from the rubble, coughing up a pool of blood. It was uncertain if the cardinal intentionally spared her life. The direction in which she was sent flying allowed her to narrowly escape the all-consuming attack. Now, she found herself alone on the battlefield. The traces of others had completely vanished, either turned to dust or absorbed into the swirling clouds of smoke. In the next moment, her vision blurred and that familiar red figure reappeared before her. "Your strength is impressive. To simply kill you would be a waste." Upon hearing this voice, Karina could no longer maintain her composure, her pupils turning a fiery red, not for any other reason but because the man speaking was Higgs, the very person who had wiped out her entire family a decade ago. "Do you hate me this much?" "Right, I did kill your family. Now that I think about it, I'm glad I didn't bother to find you back then. Otherwise, I might have mistakenly killed a genius, despite my son being disappointing." "You are indeed exceptional," he said, casting a strange smile at Karina, who had been glaring at him since the beginning. "Though you hate me now, it won't matter soon enough. You must know within the 12 cardinals of our church, one is specifically meant to deal with people like you, right? As it happens, I'm old friends with him. I imagine he would do me a small favor." Hearing this, Karina seemed to realize something, her crimson pupils suddenly constricting, revealing a hint of fear. Among the 12 cardinals, they were usually referred to by their sequence ranking. Higgs ranked 9th among the cardinals. Was known as the 9th cardinal. The cardinal Higgs referred to, the one meant to deal with her, was called the first cardinal. The first cardinal was undoubtedly the strongest among the 12, but this wasn't the main concern. The most frightening aspect was that the first cardinal was reputed to be the world's most powerful psychic, unparalleled. His specialty was brainwashing, altering memories, turning eternal enemies into family. Death was not terrifying. What truly frightened Karina was the thought of what she would do to her enemy if she lost her memory. Would she be turned into a death soldier serving her father's murderer, or would she be manipulated into seeing him as a family member, calling her old enemy father? To her, this fate was far more terrifying than death. At this moment, Karina's heart began to race wildly with only one thought in mind: she must not fall into this person's hands alive. Even if she couldn't escape, she would rather die than face such a fate. As she contemplated her decision, a fierce determination suddenly flashed in her eyes. She raised the dagger in her hand, intending to plunge it into her heart. However, Higgs, standing before her, seemed to have anticipated this move. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips as he leisurely lifted his hand. With a light flick of his finger, an invisible force struck Karina's wrist. The moment she felt the force, her entire hand went limp, and with a clatter, the dagger fell to the ground. Such a fiery spirit! Trying to end your life. Rest assured, without my permission you can't even die. Higgs' words caused Karina's eyes to regain a semblance of calm, but this time it was as if she had lost all hope, and her eyes turned a dull, lifeless gray. Karina knew he was right. The power of an SSS-level ability user was indeed formidable enough to control every aspect of her being, including life and death. Seeing Karina cease her struggles, Higgs' lips curled into a satisfied smirk. He then raised his arm in her direction, and a terrifying suction force pulled her figure into his grasp. Only after completing this did he lazily turn his gaze toward a group of black-robed bishops who had been anxiously waiting on the sidelines for some time. Father. Among them was Reiser, who, upon seeing Higgs, displayed a hint of fear and cautiously asked, "Is this person not to be killed?" Clearly, the earlier attempt with the dagger had left Reiser harboring a murderous intent toward Karina. Witnessing this scene, Higgs responded with a cold snort, showing no mercy. "Humph, she is more valuable than you." With these words, Reiser's face turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling slightly. Only he understood that his cold-hearted father never cared about familial bonds. What mattered to him was utility and benefit. Return to the Vatican. Higgs dismissed Reiser's reaction as inconsequential, and with a wave of his sleeve, he vanished into thin air with Karina. The remaining black-robed bishops exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before escorting Reiser and the group away from California. With the mission's objectives obliterated by Higgs' effortless strike, they had no reason to remain. Once everyone had departed, the land was left barren and desolate. Yet beneath the ruins of the bar, a familiar figure lay quietly on the ground. Suddenly a snap echoed through the room, rousing the person lying there. Didn't I die? Where am I now?" Klein scratched the back of his head in confusion as he wobbly got up from the ground. As he raised his head, he was greeted by the smiling face of Chen Lingyu. "Hey, Chen Lingyu, what are you doing here? Did you kick the bucket too? That can't be right. Ow, why does it hurt so much?" Suddenly Klein winced in pain as he moved a bit too much. He looked down at himself and gasped. A gruesome scar stretched from his left shoulder to his right hip, as if it was meant to cut his body in half. "Wait, didn't I die? Why does it still hurt so much?" As the pain lingered, Klein sensed something wasn't right. It was as if a light bulb went off in his head. He suddenly turned his eyes toward Chen Lingyu, who stood silently beside him, a playful grin never leaving his face. Seeing that mischievous expression, Klein's face transitioned from suspicion to strangeness, and from strangeness to shock. The two stood there in a tense silence for a few minutes. Before Klein swallowed hard, clutching his chest, and stammered, "No, could it be you? You saved me." Chen Lingyu crossed his arms, tilted his head, and gave a mysterious smile. "What do you think?" "Whoa!" Klein nearly jumped up from the ground in disbelief, cursing involuntarily. You actually managed to save me from the Red Archbishop? That's an SSS class Esper. Have you been playing the fool all this time? Who on earth are you?" Chen Lingyu dropped his arms and casually approached Klein, speaking in a calm tone. "Last time, didn't you already say it yourself? Last time?" Klein felt stuck for a moment, then the conversation they had 3 days ago rushed back to him. In an instant, a familiar name flashed before his eyes. It was like he was seeing something unbelievable. His eyes widened and his pupils seemed ready to pop out. You wouldn't happen to be the one who single-handedly took down the demon emperor Chen Lingyu? As Chen Lingyu confirmed it, Klein stood there utterly dumbfounded. But then why did you? He muttered, recalling the bravado he had shown when he awakened his powers, stopping mid-sentence. He seemed to remember mocking the very powers of the person standing before him. Klein put on a grimace that was worse than crying, resigned to his fate. Ahem, Chen Lingyu, a brother Chen, that time I was just messing around with you. Please, don't take it to heart. He spoke awkwardly, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Every now and then he peeked at Chen Lingyu, his voice faltering. Thinking back, his reckless behavior was too embarrassing even for himself, and now he felt like bashing his head against a wall. Recalling their first meeting when he tried to show off in front of the world's #1 expert, Klein felt a mixture of regret and humiliation. If Karina hadn't stopped him back then, his grave might be 3 meters tall by now. The more he thought about it, the more foolish his past self seemed. With a loud slap, Klein smacked his dirty face hard. Then he raised his head, looking pitifully at Chen Lingyu, as if on the verge of tears. Brother Chen, do you feel better now? How about you give me a couple of slaps too? Otherwise, I just can't feel at ease. Chen Lingyu coughed to disguise the smile tugging at his lips. After a moment, under Klein's teary gaze, he slowly began to speak. Am I such a petty person? Don't worry, I can take a joke like this. Do you know why I saved you? Klein first breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing the question, his whole body tensed up again. Because we're good friends, right? A shadow of frustration crossed Chen Lingyu's forehead. This time, he said directly, I saved you because I want you to do me a favor as compensation. Klein was taken aback and weakly asked, You're so powerful, what could a small fry like me possibly help you with? Wait, compensation? Saying this, his tone suddenly paused. He glanced at Chen Lingyu with caution and subconsciously took half a step back. No way, I have principles. Chen Lingyu finally couldn't bear it any longer and slapped him, sending Klein sprawling sideways against the wall. Get over here, drink this. He rubbed his throbbing head and finally took out a bottle of gray potion that had been stored in the system space for a long while. Klein got up with an awkward smile, cautiously walked over and reached out to take the potion. After scrutinizing it for a moment, the eerie aura emanating from the test tube made him involuntarily shrink back. Brother Chen, what is this stuff? It's a potion. After drinking it, you might undergo a bit of mutation. Essentially, you'll become somewhat abnormal, but what you gain is absolute power. At the very least, no one in the British Empire will be able to kill you anymore, Chen Lingyu explained candidly, laying out both the pros and cons of the potion. He wasn't worried Klein would refuse, because Klein was not a normal person to begin with. Between abnormality and further abnormality, there wasn't much difference. I need you to do me this favor. After drinking this potion, completely stir up the waters of the British Empire. As for how you do it, that's up to you. I just need to see the results. How about it? Klein seemed to only hear the first part of the sentence, his eyes lighting up instantly. Drink it and get stronger. That I can take on the church, right? Damn it, I've long been sick of those bastards. I'll drink it. Without a hint of hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and gulped down the entire gray liquid in one go. As Klein entered the room, it took less than 10 seconds for a gray mist to envelop his entire body. Around him echoed a cacophony of wailing akin to the cries of tortured souls, with such a piercing sharpness that it felt as if it could tear through one's eardrums. Under the weight of this auditory assault, Klein grimaced in agony, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. His body rolled uncontrollably on the floor, allowing the spectral apparitions to find their way inside him as if they had discovered a vulnerability through which to invade. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually Klein's screams subsided into silence. Observing him now, one would notice that his attire had inexplicably changed, replaced by a shabby gray robe. The robe was in such a dilapidated state that within any given hand's breadth there were at least 1 or 2 holes. These holes were sewn together with a crude and haphazard technique, giving the impression that the garment had been worn for eons. Furthermore, Klein's face was unrecognizable, obscured by a hood that concealed his unruly hair and replaced by an eerie mask. The mask, shaped like a skeletal face, was a bizarre blend of madness and grotesqueness. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with mismatched colors, one a murky white, the other a chilling blue. This unusual pair of eyes, coupled with the perpetual maniacal grin etched onto the skull's mouth, exuded a profound, inexplicable terror. Suddenly, a subtle movement from Klein's wrist revealed countless threads as fine as silkworm filaments emerging from his fingertips. These threads seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly extending in all directions. One thread with a gentle tug in the surrounding air captured a spirit identical to a bloodied hand, manifesting it within the confines of the cramped room. Hello, we meet again. Under the control of these transparent threads, the faces of those who had fallen in battle reappeared in the room. These fragmented souls howled intermittently, yet it seemed only Klein could clearly hear their anguished cries. "Oh, don't cry, my little dogs, just endure for a bit longer, it won't hurt soon," he reassured in a slightly grating voice that emanated from behind the mask. Streams of black mist flowed along the threads, seeping into these spirits. Before long, the black mist completely engulfed the souls, silencing their wails and screams. In their place emerged black creatures, grotesque and terrifying in appearance. These creatures varied in size, some possessing only half of a body, while others had multiple eyes of differing sizes. The one consistent feature was their docility, as they lay quietly on the ground, resembling obedient pet dogs. Around each creature's neck was a leash-like thread, all of which originated from Klein's palm. "Join with your master," Klein commanded, almost delirious with laughter as the threads began retracting one by one. The creatures seemed to panic, desperately clawing outward, but their efforts were in vain. The threads tethered to their necks pulled them inexorably into Klein's body. With a resounding boom, an immensely terrifying aura erupted from beneath, black streams of air surging upwards. The force was so great that it blasted through the thick, 3-meter ceiling, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter. Chen Lingyu stood quietly on the side, hand resting on his chin, lost in thought. The events that had just occurred didn't really surprise him. After all, when he synthesized the potion, he had already suspected that the resultant sequence might be somewhat unusual. Ding! Creation complete. Please name the peculiar sequence 014 host. Reflecting on the abilities that Klein had just displayed, Chen Lingyu slowly uttered, "Let's call it the Weaver of Woes." Naming successful. Peculiar sequence 014 Weaver of Woes has been successfully recorded in the Peculiar Archive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating an SSS level peculiar sequence. Reward: 1 legendary material pack, 2 epic material packs, and 5,000 creation points. Peculiar Archive, Sequence 009, Magician Sequence 010, Nine Tails Sequence 011, Water Phantom Sequence 012, Enchanted Swords Sequence 013, Sparrow Plume Sequence 014, Weaver of Woes. Sequence 014 Weaver of Woes. Name: Klein Berry. Initial level, SSS level. Peak: replicable abilities, Woven Threads, Shadow Cloak, 1000 Woes Flesh. Sovereign of Spirits. The SSS level peak. Not bad. Chen Lingyu nodded slightly. Just then Klein descended from the sky. In a flash he had shed his gray robe and reverted to his original appearance. SSS level peak. Thank you, boss. Klein stared at his hands in disbelief, then suddenly looked up, his face full of fervor as he gazed at Chen Lingyu. His pupils gleamed with an excitement that refused to be suppressed. Moments later, before Chen Lingyu could speak, Klein suddenly licked his lips and revealed a sinister smile. "Those church dogs, just wait. I'm going to turn all 12 cardinals into my hounds." If not for Chen Lingyu, he would have been long dead at the hands of the church. With this newfound power, his first thought was naturally to seek revenge on his past enemies. As he thought about it, the light in Klein's eyes grew brighter, as if he couldn't wait to start a fight. "In a hurry, are we?" Chen Lingyu stopped the eager Klein, speaking with a hint of annoyance. "Before you go, you need to find your partner." "Partner?" Klein was taken aback, clearly not expecting this turn of events. "Who? Your old friend Viper." Indeed, Chen Lingyu hadn't given up on Viper as a candidate. After all, there were only 2 potions and he was too lazy to spend time finding someone else. The reason he hadn't immediately rescued Karina back then was simply because she wasn't in any immediate danger, so he decided to take things one at a time, starting with Klein. As for Higgs' talk of brainwashing with 1 bottle of potion, it was all nonsense, so there was nothing to worry about. On the other side, as soon as Chen Lingyu's voice echoed through the air, Klein's expression froze on his scruffy face. He managed a smile that looked even worse than crying and cautiously asked, "Well, boss, actually I can handle this alone. If it's really necessary, can't we switch someone else? I can't deal with that crazy woman." Seeing Klein's discomfort, Chen Lingyu felt a rare surge of amusement. He crossed his arms and chuckled, a mysterious curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "What do you think?" With Chen Lingyu's demeanor, Klein knew his protest was futile. He could only wear a mournful expression, silently acknowledging this painful reality. He had thought that with his newfound independence he could finally stand tall. Who would have thought that his old rival would also have such an opportunity? What could be more frustrating than this? "Wait a minute." As he pondered, a thought struck Klein and he hesitantly asked, "So where's that crazy lady? Did you rescue her too, boss?" Chenlingyu fiddled with his fingers, speaking casually as if he didn't care at all. Oh no, she was captured by that cardinal from the church just now. They said they were going to brainwash her or something. Upon hearing Chenlingyu's words, Klein's first reaction was a flash of joy on his face. He then quickly glanced at the man in front of him and immediately put on a sorrowful expression. Oh, that's so tragic for her. With the speed of an SSS level ability user, even if we catch up, she might have already been brainwashed. In that case, I can't partner with her anymore. What a pity. Klein spoke while frequently checking Chenlingyu's expression, but no matter how he looked, Chenlingyu's face remained unchanged, still bearing that playful look. Seeing this smile, Klein gave up his last bit of resistance and put on a face filled with helplessness, saying, well boss, I knew it, you're so resourceful, surely you have a way to save her. What are you standing here for? If you don't get her back, you'll be the one crawling on the ground like a dog. At this moment, Chenlingyu's smile seemed devilish in Klein's eyes. With a swoosh, Klein's figure flew out as if fleeing. On the way back to the church, 4 black-robed bishops gathered together, intentionally or unintentionally isolating the despondent Riser. They knew quite a bit about the cold-blooded nature of the 9th Cardinal. After the series of events, everyone could guess that Riser had likely been abandoned by Zyges. Previously, because of Riser's strong background, they were at his beck and call, unable to vent their grievances. Now that the Cardinal no longer shielded this guy, how could they not relish venting their pent-up resentment? I never thought this guy was so useless, couldn't even defeat an A-level wildcard, and he claims to be a genius of the church, one of the youngest black-robed bishops. It's simply laughable. To be honest, if it weren't for his father's connections, he might not have even gotten into the church. I heard that during the initial assessments he lost to a commoner. Ahem, let's stop here. If that young master hears us, he might go running to report to the 9th Cardinal, even though the last speaker suggested they stop talking. The whispers didn't decrease. Some even cast a furtive glance at Riser. At that moment, Riser's fists were tightly clenched by his sides, his head bowed, hiding his expression beneath the black hood. Yet from his slightly trembling body, it was clear his heart was far from calm. In the past, he would have immediately confronted anyone who spoke ill of him, especially since he had a cardinal backing him. No one in the church dared to retaliate, but times had changed. Higgs had made things very clear to him. Without value, no one would continue to shield him, not even his father. Riser had no illusions about his father's loyalty, knowing he wasn't the first son discarded as worthless. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax. He understood that this was only the beginning. For every person he offended, he would now face repercussions. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the seemingly empty space, finally found you all. Everyone froze, stopping in their tracks, and looked around vigilantly. Who's there? Show yourself. The leading black-robed cardinal stood at the front, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. Suddenly, everyone's vision blurred and a familiar figure appeared before them. Klein's slightly disheveled figure stretched lazily, his eyes narrowing to slits as he waved at them with a smile. Hello everyone, long time no see. It's you. The moment the S-rank late-stage black-robed cardinal saw Klein, his pupils widened in shock. How is this possible? Weren't you killed by the 9th Cardinal? At this, Klein grinned ominously at them. Well, I'm not exactly human anymore. I just came back to take you all down with me. Too bad the Cardinal isn't with you. With those words, he suddenly transformed, his ragged black robe enveloping his entire body. As he lifted his face, the grotesque and terrifying skull mask sent a shiver through the church members' hearts. Doggies, it's time to eat. Amidst a slightly maniacal laughter, Klein spread his arms wide and the stitched holes on his black robe suddenly began to tear open one by one. From these tiny openings, bizarre creatures began to forcefully squeeze out into the open. The sight was horrifying enough, but what truly terrified the members of the church was the sheer aura emanating from these monsters. There were over 20 of them, and shockingly, the weakest among them were at an S level, with some even reaching SS level. What kind of creatures were these? How could there be so many above S level? This was disastrous. Run. Without even starting to fight, the church's members lost all their will to battle and started to flee in panic. It was no surprise considering they had only 5 S-level ability users on their side. Facing Klein's beasts directly would only make them fodder. Watching the frightened crowd scatter in every direction, Klein didn't rush. Instead, he savored the moment, his smile beneath the mask growing more deranged and manic. After deliberately letting them run for a while, he suddenly released the threads that tethered the creatures by their necks. His mad laughter echoed through the sky, causing the hearts of the fleeing individuals to race uncontrollably. The hunt had begun. Hounds, feast to your heart's content. With Klein's command, the monsters, freed from their restraints, roared with anticipation. Their black claws slashed through the air, and like black missiles, they darted towards their targets with terrifying speed. the first screams came from those who were only at an level trailing far behind the black-robed archbishops. These individuals, once caught, were instantly disemboweled by claws as sharp as knives, their hearts ripped out while still alive. Perhaps influenced by Klein, these creatures had developed a frenzied craving for human hearts. The speed of their actions, from capture to heart extraction, was so swift that it allowed the dying to witness their own hearts being devoured before their eyes. Lifeless bodies fell to the ground like dumplings, littering the earth below. As the chaos subsided, Klein walked leisurely forward, raising his hand slightly, just as before. Fine threads as thin as silk emanated from his palm, forcibly drawing out the souls of the deceased from the invisible void. Too few, he exclaimed in his mad laughter as countless souls, faces twisted in fear, began to struggle and wail silently, yet the seemingly fragile threads held each soul firmly in place. A familiar dark mist swirled again, and soon a new batch of creatures emerged, eager to join in the hunt against their former comrades. After a few minutes, tranquility returned. The sky, once filled with church members, was now vacant, replaced by nearly twice as many black creatures. As these creatures re-entered Klein's body, the aura around him intensified, swelling several times greater than before.